Chapter 81. Delivered to the door to be blackmailed. It must be said that the newly listed canned food is very popular. The four of them like to eat it very much. She simply bought 4 more bottles, and each of them held a bottle to eat. Not only is it sweet, but also because the fruit is so rare. Not counting the apple she took out. They haven't eaten fruit for 3 years. After eating, she put away the empty bottles and unfinished biscuits. Everyone packed up and went out. Today they had to take the villagers to the government office to register their household registration and officially settle down in Jinchuan. Just after walking out of the door for 2 steps, the door of the courtyard next door opened, and Captain Chen, dressed in a white brocade robe, walked out. Seeing Yin Yin, his feminine face showed a bright smile, and the fan in his hand opened with a swish. He waved the fan, thinking he was handsome, and nodded slightly at her. "Miss Yin, I offended you yesterday. It was Chen's fault. I hope you can forgive me." After looking at this person, Xiao Dan curled her lips and eliminated him directly at a glance. Although Xiaoyong didn't show any expression, his disgusted look said it all. Dania was a little nervous, wondering if he should take the initiative to say something to ease the conflict. Yin Yin's lips curled slightly, and she said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, the person you need to apologize to is not me, but my little brother Daniel." Eh? Captain Chen couldn't keep the smile on his face, and cursed her in his heart. This bitch. She didn't want to give him face, but thinking about his own plan and the pressure from the general, he suppressed his anger and showed a charming smile on his face again. "Since he is your servant, it's the same for me to apologize to Miss Yin. Are you going to the government office? My uncle is the prefect. Why don't I accompany you?" He brought out his backers, believing that as long as the other party was not stupid, he would be polite to him. However, he met no ordinary people. Yin Yin raised her eyebrows and refused. "Don't bother, Mr. Chen. And I have already made the conditions for reconciliation very clear yesterday, so I won't repeat them. If Mr. Chen has no intention of doing it, it's better not to appear in front of me. I'm afraid." She paused, admiring the other party's increasingly dark face, and her mouth curled slightly. "I'm afraid I can't help but add conditions and beat your disgusting face into a pig's head. You?" Captain Chen was so angry that his face turned black. His face was distorted, and he trembled and couldn't speak. This man was too hateful. Yin Yin rolled her eyes at him and led the children away. Dania touched his head in confusion. Why did the lady deliberately provoke the other party? Didn't they agree to give her a way out? What he didn't know was that Yin Yin felt a strong malice from the other party, and it was directed at her, which was not there yesterday. Since mediation is doomed to be impossible, why should she show mercy? Fuck. Looking at the people leaving, Captain Chen kicked the door hard. Bang! With a loud noise, half of the door fell heavily to the ground. Many doors opened around, and Xujia and the others ran out. Captain Chen looked at them gloomily, then walked back. Xujia came close to Lin Hai and asked him quietly, "Do you know what happened?" Lin Hai shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. "If I know but don't tell you, it's easy for Captain Chen to retaliate." Xujia was a little worried. Why is Miss Yin so stubborn? She will definitely suffer in the future. This person is not an ordinary soldier, but a descendant of a big family who came to gild himself. He planned to find time to persuade Miss Yin. If the other party was still a disaster victim, there was no need to know the identity of some people. But now it was different. Half an hour later, Yin Yin came to the Yamen with more than 30 people. Deputy General Han was already waiting here. His face was not very good, and he asked questions as soon as he came up. "Miss Yin, since you know the identity of Captain Chen, why do you still want to go against him?" Yin Yin blinked in confusion. Why did Deputy General Han say that? We didn't beat him this time. Deputy General Han was depressed. Is it only when you beat someone that you offend him? He was tired and said unhappily, "The prefect who manages the household registration is not here, so I can't register the household registration today. Needless to say, you know why the other party is gone." Yin Yin didn't care. "Is the prefect here?" Deputy General Han frowned and looked at her suspiciously. "The man you offended? His uncle is Prefect Zhu. You know that?" "I know. But Prefect Zhu is a good official. He won't embarrass us because of this." She blinked her innocent eyes. Heh. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She actually had such an idea. It was really stupid. But it was understandable why she would offend Captain Chen because of a servant. Because this person didn't know what aristocratic family was. what class differences were. Miss Yin, do as I say. Go back and apologize to Captain Chin. The past things are written off. No one is allowed to mention it again. As for the settlement, I will do it for you. Yin Yin shook her head and refused. I didn't do anything wrong. Why apologize? Seeing her being as stubborn as a fool. Lieutenant General Han laughed angrily. Hey, how can you not know what is good and what is bad? You think you're right. But look at it now. Because of you, they can't settle down in the city, and even have a hard time surviving in the city in the future. Are you still insisting on not apologizing? We would rather not settle down than let the young lady suffer. Ernia suddenly shouted in the crowd, and others expressed their opinions. Yes, we won't settle down. Let's leave the city and continue to be disaster victims. Yes, leave the city. Yin wiped the corners of her eyes with her sleeves, showing that she was very moved. Thank you for your support. Although we are disaster victims, we have backbone. Now let's go back to pack up and leave the city. Leave the city. More than 30 people shouted together, and the sound was deafening. Lieutenant General Han's face was so ugly. His method was useless, and he was defeated by the other party. So angry. Is this person really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? At this time, the small door of the yamen opened, and the prefectural chancellor came out with a smile. Miss Yin, I'm sorry. I was not in the yamen before because of something. Let's go and register for residence now. This is a failed plan. So she's selling out? Yin thought. If she didn't knock on the door, wouldn't it be unfair to them if she didn't knock on the door? No. We want to go out of the city and become disaster victims. He turned around and was about to leave, but the prefectural chancellor hurriedly stopped him. Miss Yin, although the residents of Jinchuan City are also suffering from drought, they are much better off than the disaster victims outside. Not only do they have houses, but they can also receive relief food twice a day, and their lives are relatively stable. Even if you don't do it for yourself, you should think about everyone else. The prefectural chancellor used morality to pressure her. Yin sneered in her heart, wanting to kidnap her morally. But does she have that thing? What the prefectural chancellor said makes sense. Then everyone, please stay. Don't reject the good intentions of the prefectural chancellor. I will go out of the city with the 2 children. Apologizing is impossible anyway. Chapter 82. Why don't you go and rob? The chancellor hurriedly said. Oh, that's not the case. I hope Miss Yin can stay too. Vice General Han also helped to mediate. As for the apology, we won't talk about it anymore. Anyway, not saying it and not doing it are 2 different things. Yin waved her hands embarrassedly. Don't make things difficult for you because of me. No. No. The 2 said in unison. Okay. Yin turned around reluctantly. I heard that the residents of Jinchuan City are divided into first class, second class, and third class people? The faces of the chancellor and the others froze. But how did she know such a vague thing? Besides, ordinary people don't know the division of levels at all. The 2 looked at each other and saw confusion and surprise in each other's eyes. Yin would not explain their doubts to them, and asked, I wonder what class of residents we will be divided into. The prefectural chancellor pulled the corner of his mouth with a fake smile. Miss Yin, this classification is just a saying. It's not. Wait! Of course it's second-class residents. He wanted to deny it, but when he saw Yin turn around and was about to leave, he immediately changed his words. He was bleeding in his heart. It was all money. 100 taels of silver per person. 200 people would be 20,000 taels. And just giving away the quota for nothing. It hurts to think about it, but he had to let it go. Otherwise he would offend people. How could he explain to the prefect and General Liu? Thinking of this, he glared at Deputy General Han. If he hadn't insisted on interfering, would there be such a thing? Deputy General Han felt aggrieved. You just want to please the prefect through Captain Chin. No one can say who is black. Miss Yin, let's go in. The prefect said flatteringly that the prefect's order was to keep the people in Jinchuan, and he dared not do anything else. Yin did not move. She looked around the houses around. The 2 people's nerves immediately tensed up. They would not want to change their houses to this one. Right? The people living here are either rich or noble. And at worst they are first-class residents. If they really want to change houses, they don't have that right. Sir, I see this place is quite prosperous. Do you have any shops for sale? No. The chancellor denied immediately. These are all wealthy families. Neither houses nor shops are for sale. Is that so? That's a pity. She shook her head. The Chancellor's eyebrows couldn't help but jump. He asked, Miss Yin, what do you want to say? Sir, there are so many of us. We have to find a way to make a living. Right? We can get relief food. Yin Yin refused righteously. No. We won't eat for free or take advantage of others. Vice General Han wanted to say, can't you make food? But he just thought about it, and didn't say it. This is a secret. The Chancellor pinched his brows. Miss Yin, don't beat around the bush. How can you settle down? Yin Yin said with a smile. It's simple. I want to buy 2 shops. If this place doesn't work, then the northwest area is also okay. By the way, the place must be large. The transportation must be convenient. The flow of people must be large. And of course, the most important thing is that it must be cheap. He then called Dania to hand over a package. Here is 1,000 taels of silver. Should it be enough? The Chancellor's heart at this time could no longer be expressed in words. Why the hell don't you go and rob? Even if I offer you the opposite of the conditions. I can't find a shop that costs 1,000 taels. Ah, 500 taels per room. You still say you won't take advantage of others. So what are you doing? Where's your face? He really wanted to point at her nose and scold her. Asking her if she still had any shame? The second-class residents had already made him lose 20,000 taels. And now the 2 shops couldn't be taken down without 40,000 taels. So the total cost was 60,000 taels. He wanted to die. At this moment, he regretted it. Why did he cooperate with Deputy General Han's plan? Wouldn't it be better for him to wait at the door earlier? No. If he had known this, he would definitely provide door-to-door service. Deputy General Han pretended to be stupid. Those 30 houses were enough to give the general a headache. If he made trouble again, he would definitely be beaten. Miss Yin, what do you think about the rent? Mr. Fu Chung, is this enough? A shop in our town only costs 200 or 300 taels of silver. If the difference here is too big, it will be difficult for us to survive. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the other party, and then threatened nakedly. The implication was that if he couldn't buy it, he would leave. The Fu Chung was very embarrassed. He could make the decision on the household registration level. At most, he would lose 20,000 taels of silver. And he didn't really lose anything. But buying a shop was not okay, which would cost money. Although the prefect asked him to keep the person, if he needed to spend 40,000 taels of silver to keep him, would the prefect agree? If he agreed, the prefect would not reimburse him later, and he would cry to death. Miss Yin, I can't answer you about buying a shop now. After all, you need to ask the pawn shop whether there is a shop. How about you move in first, and I will give you an answer tomorrow. He decided to delay and finish his task first, and let the prefect take care of the matter of buying a shop. Yin Yin smiled slightly. Is it so troublesome? I just met a young man named He on the road and said he would give me 2 shops. But I didn't want them. If I had known you couldn't handle it, I would have agreed to take the He family shop. He family? The prefect didn't understand what this woman was capable of. First, the prefect asked him to treat her well. And then the He family got involved? When he heard about the He family, Deputy General Han's heart was immediately lifted. Why did they come to snatch people so quickly? No. If Yin Yin cooperated with the other party, the grain would be controlled by these merchants again, which was absolutely not allowed. Miss Yin, it's just 2 shops. I agree. Deputy General Han? The prefect opened his eyes wide in surprise. Don't worry, Mr. Fu Chung. We will take care of the shop. You don't have to worry about it. He looked at Yin Yin. His tone was a little hard. Miss Yin, can you settle down now? Yin Yin pinched her chin and put forward a condition. Change neighbors. Okay. No problem. Vice General Han agreed directly. It was the first time for the villagers to come to this place. They were full of fear of the government office. They didn't expect that one day they would be invited in so politely. The other party greeted them with a smile throughout the whole process without any official airs. The status of the eldest lady in their hearts is no different from that of a god. And she can do everything. Half an hour later, inside the government office, Zhu Shifu's face was not very good. Although Lu Yu had no expression on his face, his eyes were also a little unhappy. The Fu Chung stood carefully beside him, worried that he had done something wrong. At this time, Vice General Han strode in from outside. Master Zhu, General, we have investigated the He family. We just bumped into each other on the road and gave way to each other. The young master of the He family didn't know Yin Yin at all. We were deceived by that woman. He had a dark face. If it weren't for her mentioning the He family, he would have agreed to give 2 shops. It would be a big loss. Liu seemed to have guessed it long ago, and his expression did not change. But the prefect was indignant. That woman is too much. She actually tricked us? Master, do you want to change their household registration level to the lowest level? Chapter 83. The Yin family appears. Xu Jifu waved his hand. Don't you understand yet? It doesn't matter whether they know each other or not. This is a warning. If you don't agree to her conditions, she will go to those merchants. So we have to compromise. After saying that, he frowned. General Liu, this woman is not simple. Liu hummed. Of course, he knew it was not simple. Be patient. There are still 9 days. What about the house and the shop? Deputy General Han asked. Liu glanced at him. Asking him such a simple question? Deputy General Han immediately understood how to get rid of the natives before. Just do it. Once there is no use value, he doesn't have to be restrained. Zhu Shifu said another thing. General Liu, Xier's matter still needs your attention. Originally, I thought of giving 3 days for the two to ease their relationship. Who knew that such a scene would happen today? Liu was talking about the other party's request for Captain Chen to move out. The project is the most important, he reminded. Prefect Zhu frowned and said in embarrassment. I understand. But if Xier kowtows to a servant and admits her fault, where will my face and the Chen family's face be? He paused. Even if Xier kowtows and admits her fault, who knows who she will cause trouble to next time, or take advantage of the situation. Such a greedy person who looks down on others with a little credit must be made to understand who she is. Let her recognize her identity and know who is the boss of Jinchuan. If Liu hadn't stopped him, he would have arrested her long ago. He had 100 ways to make her cooperate and take out the food. Liu frowned slightly and reminded him. Master Zhu, do you think someone with such great means can have no support? There must be an unknown trump card behind her recklessness. It is very unwise to act rashly before figuring out the other party's trump card. Compared with uncertain factors, I would rather use gentle means. And the facts prove that my method is still correct at present. A membership card appeared in his hand. Looking at the golden card, Xu Shifu was a little jealous. General Liu, let me buy it next time. He wanted to try whether he could get such a magical card. Liu put the card away. Since you want it, you should build a good relationship with her instead of making enemies. Okay. Then I will let Xier go to her house to kowtow and apologize. Compared with the means of the immortals, what is face? Besides, humiliation is only temporary. And the person who humiliates him will soon not see the sun tomorrow. Liu shook his head slightly, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. No hurry. Isn't she going to open a shop? Just send someone to buy from her shop. Captain Chen is my subordinate after all, so there is no reason for him to kowtow to a servant. Drag it out. I will have a banquet to resolve this conflict in 2 days. Haha. This is a good idea. Thank you, General Liu, for your trouble. Xu Jifu laughed loudly, and he felt relieved. The prefect opened his eyes wide, as if he knew something incredible. Was it what he thought? If so, no wonder that woman was so arrogant. However, it was a pity. Why offend anyone else but the prefect? He shook his head regretfully. Yin Yin didn't know their plan. In fact, she wouldn't be afraid even if she knew. She never regarded the ancients as fools, especially those who could become officials. They were all smart. Moreover, she was using them to complete her mission. Maybe the previous idea was to find a place to settle down and then slowly grow and develop. But the star-raising mission made her understand that she couldn't stay in one place for long. The amount of money might double the next time she was promoted. So she had to plan ahead. She just had to keep her 2 children. And she still had the confidence. In the afternoon, she was stopped from leaving the city with Dainy Wimonyang and others. They said that the city gate could not be opened without the handwritten order of the prefect. Sure enough, it was not easy to get out after entering. Yin Yin also expected it. But there was no hurry. When there was no food, they would come to her for help. She was about to take people away when a shout came from outside. Open the door. We are the guards of Ning Xiangfu. The other party took out a sign. Sir, wait a moment. A hanging basket was lowered from the city, and the other party put the token in. After the general guarding the city gate confirmed that they were from the Ningxiangfu, he immediately called on the soldiers to open the city gate. A majestic team rode tall horses and lined up to enter the city. Yin Yan looked up at the other party. Except for the lack of murderous aura, they looked more like soldiers than Xiao Jia and the others. These were just guards in the mansion. To put it nicely, they were mansion soldiers. And to put it bluntly, they were servants. Look at their arrogant and conceited appearance. They are more majestic than officials. The 7th rank official in front of the Prime Minister's gate was indeed right. 100 people quickly entered the city, and the soldiers guarding the city slowly closed the heavy city gate. Danny? Yin Xiaohua? Big sister? There were shouts outside the city gate. Yin Yin glanced outside the gate and saw 3 people running towards her. The 3 people were waving their hands while running. General, close the gate later. My sister is inside. The guard ignored them and continued to push the gate. It was a crime to let the victims in private. Xiao Zhang, who was standing by, glanced at her second sister-in-law and saw that she looked cold and had no intention of recognizing her. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yong and his sister also breathed a sigh of relief. If the Song family members were not human, then the Yin family members were even less of a thing. It was not easy to get rid of those people from the Song family. Don't let the Yin family get entangled with them again. Bang! The city gate was closed heavily. The 3 were stopped by the soldiers guarding the city. Sir, please let us in. My daughter is inside. That woman is my eldest sister. Soldier, what's the name of the person you are talking about? Yin Xiaohua. The one in green clothes. Soldier, she is indeed a liar. Someone take her away. Sir, we are not lying. That person is really my daughter Danny. Yes. You ask her to come and see us. Yin Yin glanced at the city gate coldly, and then led her people away. Not long after she left, Captain Chen, who was unhappy, led his people out of the city, ready to kill a few disobedient victims to vent his anger. As soon as he came out, he saw victims making trouble not far away. He turned his horse's head, walked over, and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? Didn't you say that all troublemakers will be killed?" The Yin family was so scared that they knelt down and kowtowed. Sir, we are not making trouble. And we are not liars. The soldier felt the need to explain. They said Miss Yin was their daughter, but they couldn't tell her name. Am I not sure either? If it was fake, it would be fine. Just kill her. But what if it was real? How could we explain to the prefect and General Liu? That's why we thought of driving her away. Captain Chen bent down to look at the 3 people. They were thin and dirty, and it was impossible to tell if they looked alike. What's your daughter's name? He asked coldly. Yin Xiaohua. The 2 elders of the Yin family answered at the same time. She changed her name to Yin Yin. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from behind. A man with a cane and 1 leg missing walked over. Chapter 84 expensive? Look how much I've spoiled you. Deputy General Han's work efficiency is quite high. He brought the house and shop deeds in the evening. Yin Yin was in a good mood and invited him and Xiao Jia to have dinner. Based on the request of 1 adult and 2 children, dinner was still instant noodles cooked with ham sausage. There was a low table in the yard. For adults and 2 children sat on small stools around the table. Except for Yin Yin. Everyone else held a large bowl and started eating noodles. It smelled so good. Xiao Jia didn't care whether it was hot or not. He took a big bite and couldn't help but praise it. He didn't expect there was such delicious food. Deputy General Han's mouth was full of oil. He nodded and continued to eat. Sure enough, it smelled good and tasted even better. Whether it was Danny or the 2 children, they all ate silently, and their mouths were never idle. Only Yin Yin ate slowly. Instant noodles are boring after eating too much. Soon, a large bowl of noodles was finished, and they even drank up the soup. Several people stretched their legs and touched their stomachs with satisfaction. Delicious. This was their common voice. Miss Yin, can this noodles be purchased in large quantities? Deputy General Han was still not satisfied and wanted to eat. But it was embarrassing to always come to eat for free. Xu Jia's eyes lit up. If he could buy it back, could he eat it every day? Yin Yin looked at the 2 of them and nodded slightly. Sure, but I plan to sell it in the shop. Deputy General Han frowned, dissatisfied with her answer. Can't you trade with us? This is not a conflict. One sells in the city, and the other takes it out to eat outside the city. And it doesn't affect her business. Yin Yin shook her head. First, if the conditions I agreed with you cannot be met, I will not do business with you. Secondly, there are 200,000 people in the city. If each person has a bag, even if a bag is sold for 1 cent more, I can make 200 taels, which is much more than what your general gives. Most importantly, I don't have to look at your faces, and I won't be looked down upon. There was a lot of resentment in the words, clearly expressing that I am not happy anymore, and I will not play with you anymore. Deputy General Han's face froze, and he cursed Captain Chen again in his heart as an idiot, and he made such a good situation so bad. Miss Yin, that Captain Chen is nothing, but he has the Chen family and the prefect behind him. These are people who cannot be offended. Why don't we take a step back and let the previous things go? Xiaojia couldn't help but persuade her. How can eggs collide with stones? Deputy General Han glanced at him and said nothing. His words surprised Yin Yin a little, and he actually thought about her. Thank you, Xiaojia, for your reminder. I really didn't think so much. She knocked her forehead and thought hard. Suddenly her eyes lit up. How about this? Let's cancel our deal directly. Deputy General Han couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Is this the idea you came up with? What's the difference between asking Captain Chen to apologize? No, there is a difference. She asked before, and later it will become the general forcing the other party to come. This is throwing trouble to the general. Xiaojia smiled bitterly, knowing that the other party had given up. So he stopped trying to persuade him. To avoid a counter-effect, Deputy General Han was afraid that something strange would happen again. So he quickly ended the topic. Okay, let's not talk about apologies. Miss Yin, how much is this instant noodles per pack? I'll take someone to buy it tomorrow. 1 pack is 5 won. Buy 4 packs and get 1 free. This price is okay. If there is no free pack, 2 packs of instant noodles at 10 won would be more expensive than dumplings. Yin Yin curled her lips, thinking that they were spoiled by her low prices. In the past, they would definitely exclaim that it was so cheap, knowing that a liter of flour cost 1 tael of silver. I will limit the sales of instant noodles. Ah? Why? Deputy General Han looked at her in confusion. If the sales were limited, not to mention the disaster victims, the brothers in the barracks would not have enough to eat. Faced with this question, Yin Yin replied as a matter of course. My shop? I can sell it however I want. Deputy General Han, how do you plan to limit the sales? The amount purchased by each person must not exceed 1 tael of silver. Deputy General Han calculated the manpower that could be mobilized in the city. Okay, 1 tael is 1 tael. At least the brothers can eat. As for the disaster victims, forget it. Xiao Jia also counted on his fingers to calculate how long the noodles worth 1 tael of silver could last. And then he came forward attentively. Miss Yin, when will your shop open tomorrow? He had to go to line up early. Yin Yin thought for a while. I can't get up too early. So let's go around the morning at SI time. It's so late. The two thought at the same time. They must go early to occupy a good position. It got dark quickly, and the two left. Yin Yin asked Dania to tell Imon Yang and the others that 2 shops would open tomorrow, and each family would send 1 person to work in the shops. The first dozen people selected would be hired first, and their work points would be converted into silver. Miss, where are Boss Gao and the others? Dania asked. They are still guards. 5 people in 1 shop. 1 to maintain order, and 2 to prevent others from making trouble. The wages are calculated according to the work points. Okay, I'll go right away. As long as the young lady is there, everyone will not worry about not being able to live in Jinchuan. And they will even live better than many locals. It's still early before the break, so Yin Yin taught the 2 children new moves, trying to master the integration of energy and moves as soon as possible. Fruits are also indispensable after practicing martial arts. After Xiaodan ate the apple, she felt tired in her eyes and couldn't open them soon. Yin Yin carried her back to the room and fell asleep as soon as she put her on the bed. She checked the child's body and found nothing wrong. Maybe the body was absorbing the energy of the apple, so it was tired. When she came out, she saw Xiaoyong waiting outside the door, looking a little worried. Mom, is your sister okay? Yin Yin touched his head and gave him a comforting smile. Don't worry. Xiaodan should be adapting to the new energy. There is another possibility. This situation is very much like a precursor to the awakening of superpowers. Starting tomorrow, give the child an apple every day. Don't let the lack of energy affect her awakening of superpowers. Wash up and go to bed early. You have to get up early tomorrow. For fear of being monitored, the two children got up early to practice martial arts in the house. Mom, when are you going to sell towels and other things? Speaking of washing, he thought of those novel items, and he felt that the market was still huge. No hurry. Let's solve their food and clothing problem first. As for towels and soap, I plan to find an agent. Xiao Yong thought about it and seemed to understand. Bargain? Those merchants? Yes. I have to say that Xiao Yong is smart. And he immediately understood what she meant. Merchants pursue profits. With such a big cake in front of them, I don't believe they won't be tempted. As long as the threat above their heads is gone and there are temptations, they will stand on my side unconsciously. Turning enemies into friends can ensure your own safety. Xiao Yong nodded. I understand. Mother, I know how to use my membership card. Chapter 85. Being cautious is a good thing. Oh, what are you going to do? Yin Yin asked curiously. The little guy guessed her thoughts, but she couldn't guess her son's thoughts. Xiao Yong smiled slightly. It was boring to say it. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Go wash up and have a rest. The He family. The eldest son of the He family and his father were discussing things in the study. How did Liu get their food? Is it confirmed? Mr. He looked serious. Once the court had a new source of food, it would be difficult for them to sell it at a high price. The eldest son shook his head slightly. The military camp is very strict about this matter. Only Liu Yu's personal soldiers know the inside information. Our people can't infiltrate at all. This answer made Mr. He frown tightly. This is troublesome. 900,000 disaster victims can eat dumplings on the same day. Such a big hand is definitely not completed in 1 or 2 days. If there is no clue, it can only mean one thing. The eldest son suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his expression became solemn. We are controlled? If this is true, it will be dangerous. Then, he felt unlikely. But do they dare? We have the support of the Heavenly Palace. Mr. He frowned all the time, and he was not sure. Liu Yu, who has scruples, dares not. But I am afraid that he has no scruples. I am more afraid that it is the intention of the higher-ups. The higher-ups? The Emperor? Yes. The Great Zhou Kingdom is already like this. What is the higher-ups afraid of? Anyway, they have fallen out with the Heavenly Palace. Not to mention us merchants, who rely on the other side for protection. This is what he is worried about. Why can't the price of grain be too high? Isn't it because they are afraid that the court will jump over the wall when it is desperate? They are just some merchants. How can they fight with the court? So in order to protect themselves, they have to board the ship of Tiantian. The fear is that this ship will capsize. The eldest son also began to worry. Dad, could it be that the grain was looted from the big families in Jingjiang City? The garrison troops are stationed at the junction of the two provinces, and the nearest ones are the provincial capital Jinchuan and a big city Jingjiang in the neighboring province. Since Jinchuan is fine, it is very likely that it was obtained from Jingjiang. It's still because we don't have enough information. Our people can only go out once every half a month. This is too passive. Mr. He nodded. It seems that when we send children to the Heavenly Palace next time, we have to have a good talk with the envoys. We can't rely on Lu's kindness. The eldest son thought about it and suggested, Dad, since General Lu and his men didn't do anything, maybe it was just a warning. How about starting from tomorrow? We should lower the price of grain first. You make sense. It's more important to make less money than to be safe. You give the order. All grain will be reduced by 20% from tomorrow, and the grain supply to the court will be reduced by 40%. In addition, you prepare 2 generous gifts. I will visit General Lu and Prefect Zhu tomorrow. Okay. I know. Dad. Mr. He was ready to retreat. When he reached the door, he paused and remembered something. Dad, Deputy General Han suddenly came to me this morning for some inexplicable questions for me. Oh. What did he ask? Mr. He asked curiously. Mr. He recalled. He asked me if I knew Miss Hien. I said no. Then he asked me what happened in the morning. Although I didn't know who Miss Hien was. But my answer didn't make him very happy. After hearing his son's answer, Mr. He was silent for a moment, thinking carefully whether there was any useful information for the He family. He believed that Deputy General Han would not ask these questions for no reason. So the key point was, who was Miss Hien? Nothing comes without a smoke. You should check who he asked immediately. The person who can be called miss by the other party should not be of low status. Any person or thing may become the key to breaking the situation. It was his caution that allowed the He family to reach this point. Son, I understand. Mr. He took the order and left. In the morning, around 8:30, the whole family finished their meal and prepared to go out. They had to go to the shop early to arrange work. Before leaving, Seodin suddenly stopped, blinked a little uncomfortably, and then frowned. What's wrong? Seodin? Yin asked hurriedly, noticing the child's behavior. Xiaodan shook her head and pouted in confusion. Mom, there seems to be something wrong with my eyes. What's wrong? Yin first checked her power core, then her eyes. Everything was normal. Xiao Yong nervously squeezed his sister's hand, with a flash of worry in his eyes. She rubbed her eyes, but couldn't explain it. It's just like my eyes are blurred. I see double images, but it's gone in a flash. Yin frowned slightly. She had never heard of the power of the eyes. Could it be light power? That's not right. The power core of the light power is said to be holy light. She checked the child's energy core again, and the shape was still the same as the crystal, without any color. Danu, tell everyone. Today's opening is cancelled. She was worried about the child's situation and decided not to go out today. Okay, Mississippi. Mom, it should be fine. I just dazzled and saw a strange picture. She wanted to go out and play, and didn't want to stay at home all day. It was so boring. No. Yin refused. She must not joke about the safety of the child. Sister, be obedient. You are the most important person to me and Mom. You can't make any mistakes. Okay. She agreed with her brother's words. An hour later, there was a sound of knocking on the door outside. The person who was teaching the two children to read raised his eyebrows unhappily. No matter who was outside, he would never let the other party have an easy time. Knock. Knock. Yen Xiaohua. Open the door for me. Danny. Open the door. My parents are here. Xiao Dan, who was holding the 3-character classic, looked up suddenly. Sure enough. My grandparents are here? Yeah. The word sure enough made Xiao Yong look up at her. Sister, did you know they were coming? Xiao Dan shook her head and nodded. I don't know, but I seem to see it. But what I saw was the scene of them being taken away. This answer is interesting. 2 pairs of eyes looked at her at the same time. One pair was shocked, and the other pair was happy. Did you say that you saw the scene before because you were dazzled? Xiao Dan nodded. It was just a picture that flashed by. I thought I was dazzled. Let's not talk about how they entered the city. Just say they are my mother's parents. How could they be caught? That's why she thought there was something wrong with her eyes. Yin smiled without saying anything. Why was she caught? Because she didn't intend to recognize it at all. It seems that the problem of my daughter's eyes has been solved. As for whether it is what I think, I need to verify it again. Yen Xiaohua. Why don't you come to open the door? You dead girl? You unfilial thing. You have food and drink, but you don't care about your parents? There was still shouting outside, and the door was banging. Chapter 86. Sell you to me as a concubine. Dania came over with a dark face. Miss, I saw from the top of the wall. It was your parents and brother and sister-in-law. And there were many soldiers behind them. He was a member of the Song family, so he naturally knew the Yin family. It was precisely because of this that he had a dark face when he saw them appear. And he was very unwelcome. Go open the door. By the way, my name is Yin. Daniel immediately understood what he meant. His face looked much better, and he went to open the door. There were quite a few people outside, except for the old couple of the Yin family. Yin Daong and his wife and 2 children. The others were all soldiers. Deputy General Han, Xu Jia and others. And of course, there was one more person. Captain Chen. The door finally opened. Yen Xiaohua. You have grown wings, her Song family? Old woman Yin was used to scolding people. And when she looked up, she found that the person who came out was not that dead girl. Are you Song Dania? How did you get out of my daughter's yard? Yen Xiaohua. Are you shameless? You are an orphan and a widow, staying with a grown man. What's wrong with you? As expected of a mother, she threw dirty water on her daughter as soon as she opened her mouth. Dania's face sank instantly, and he stared at her dangerously. Where did this crazy woman come from? Spewing shit and disrespecting my lady? Do you believe I will slap you? The old woman Yin was frightened by his fierce expression. And Yin Daoan came up and said in an imperative tone, "We won't talk nonsense with you. Where is Yin Xiaohua? Let her come out." Dania stood at the door and glanced at him, snorting coldly, "You have found the wrong person. There is no one named Yin Xiaohua here." Yin. The eldest sister changed her name. Sister-in-law Yin reminded him. Old woman Yin hummed in dissatisfaction. "Unfilial thing. Can you change the name given by your parents at will? We are looking for Yin. Is she there?" Daoan Yin pushed his mother and told her to do business, and not to argue with an outsider until they meet. Dania wanted to say that he was not there, but there were so many people watching around, and it was useless to lie. "What do you want to see the young lady for?" He still didn't let her go, wanting to see if he could get rid of the young lady. Old man Yin caught the key point from his words. "You call Miss Danny? Aren't you Dania from his uncle's family of the Song family?" Captain Chen said. "He is your daughter's servant." "So he is a servant." They looked at Dania with disdain and contempt. "What are you doing here? A servant? Get out of here." Old woman Yin pushed him away and was no longer afraid of him. Dania didn't dare to do it after all. They were the young lady's parents. Several people pushed him away and walked in. Captain Chen behind him sneered and walked in slowly. Deputy General Han and Xiojia followed closely behind. Lin Hai's tightly clenched fists loosened again. After all, he didn't have the courage to stand up. He was just a small soldier, and no one could afford to offend him. Besides, when the Yin family came in, it was like returning to their own home. They looked through all the rooms first. "Grandma, I want to live in that big house." A boy about 10 years old pointed to a room, which was Yin Yan's bedroom. Old Lady Yin hurriedly said, "Okay, that room is for Dajuan." Sister-in-law Yin came out with 2 pieces of clothes. "Danny, you have so many clothes. Give me these too," Yin Daoan said. "Why discuss it with her? Just wear it directly." In his opinion, Yin Xiaohua's clothes belonged to him. Sister-in-law Yin happily held the clothes in her arms. She rolled her eyes and said, "Danny, I saw that there are 3 bedrooms in the main house. It's just right for me and your brother to have one, for your parents to have one, and for Dajuan and Erjuan to have one. Do you have any objection?" Yin Yan looked at them calmly and didn't say anything. Sister-in-law Yin thought she agreed. "Thank you, Danny." Danny is still filial. "Wow, there are so many grains." Old man Yin wandered to the kitchen and saw wheat flour and rice, and shouted excitedly. When the other people in the Yin family heard it, they hurried over. After a while, Old man Yin and his son came out with a bag of grain each. "Danny, mother keeps this grain. Take what you eat every day from me." At home, she locked the grain in the house. What to cook and how much to eat every day were all controlled by her. Dunyo clenched his fists in anger. These people were too much. But the young lady was not angry and did not object. Did she accept it? Xiao Dam was so angry that her hair was about to smoke. These people were too shameless. Xiao Yong shook his head slightly at her and told her not to make a sound. His mother would handle it. "Danny, go cook. We are hungry." Old Lady Yin ordered her as a matter of course. Seeing that she did not move, the old lady frowned and drooped her face. "Are you dead? Didn't you hear me talking?" She raised her hand and was about to hit her. Dunyo stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and glared at her fiercely. Old Lady Yin was not afraid at all. "How dare you? A servant? Believe it or not, I will sell you out. Let me go quickly." In her opinion, servants of rich families can be disposed of and sold at will. And now she can have her fill. Dania didn't let go at all. He only had one master. Old Lady Yin couldn't pull her hand back, and scolded her angrily. "Yin Xiaohua, you dead girl. Let him let go quickly." Yin Yin finally made a move. She asked Dania to leave, then turned her head to look at the other party, and asked indifferently, "Tell me, what is your purpose here?" "What?" The Yin family was stunned. Then, Old Lady Yin scolded her angrily. "What are you talking about? I'm your mother. What's wrong with coming to me for help? Don't forget who raised you." Yin Daoan also said, "Danny, this is your fault. You eat and drink well, but don't care about your parents? You are very unfilial." Yin Deseo spoke kindly. "We are all family. The more disaster years there are, the more we should unite. As a family, there is no obstacle that we can't overcome." Yin Yan's expression was still indifferent. "Take refuge in me? Anything else?" The Yin family looked at each other and didn't say anything. Yin Yan's mouth curled slightly. Since there is no other purpose, then Dania will beat the man out. Okay. Mississippi. Dania immediately became energetic. He wanted to do this a long time ago. Wait. Yin Xiaohua. What are you going to do? The Yin family was startled. We are your parents. You dare to hit us. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Sister, hitting your parents is a great disrespect. The military officer is watching here. Do you want to go to jail? Yin Yin didn't care what they said. I'll ask again. What is your purpose? The Yin family was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to start. Old woman Yin raised her neck and was fearless. Just say it. What are you afraid of? I am your mother. I can't be your master of your family. Besides, I am doing this for your own good. As she said that, she pointed to Captain Chen on the side. This is the new family that mother found for you. They are high-ranking officials in the court. You pack up and go with them. Yin Yin. Let me marry. Captain Chen shook his index finger and smiled softly. Not marrying. To be precise, your parents sold you to me as a concubine. He once wanted to marry her, but she refused, so he treated her as a toy. Chapter 87. I said I was your mother. Do you admit it? He said he would take revenge. As he said that, he took out the indenture. Hee. Looking at the indenture, Yin Yin couldn't help laughing. You said you came to me? But you sold me and occupied my home. I doubt you were my parents at all. That's not what Danny said. What does a woman rely on in her life? Isn't it to find a good man? Song Lauer left so early. Are you going to be a widow for him for the rest of your life? Old man Yin persuaded her. Captain Chen is not bad. He is such a high official. And he doesn't mind you being married and having children. You should be grateful and serve him well in the future. Understand? Yin Daoling joined the persuasion team. Yes, elder sister. You will have a good life with Master Chen in the future. And you don't have to worry about droughts or anything like that. Your parents found you such a good family for your own good. Yin Yin was amused by their shameless words. She raised her eyebrows and looked at these self-proclaimed family members with a playful look, and asked back, Who do you think you are to me? I am your mother. We are your family. No. My mother's family is all dead. You are fakes. The dead Yin family. Yin Yin looked at the people watching the show on the side. Deputy General Han. Someone pretended to be my family, broke into private houses, and stole property. Do you care? Deputy General Han. Aren't they your parents? No. Yes. Both said at the same time. Yin Yin sneered. If they say so, then it's true? Then I said it's your mother. Do you admit it? Deputy General Han's face turned black. Yin Yin. Please be careful about your words. Are you angry now? If I sell you to an ugly woman as a concubine, will you want to kill me? You? Damn. What does it have to do with him? Why involve him? He can't just ignore it. Before the general is confirmed. He can't offend this woman. Huh? He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and looked at the Yin family with an unhappy expression. Yin Yin accused you of impersonation. What evidence do you have to prove that you are her relatives? Sir, do I need to prove this? Don't I know my own daughter? Old Lady Yin said. Deputy General Han shook his head. No. It must be proved. Otherwise, I will arrest you for the crime of impersonation. How can I prove this? The Yin family was at a loss for a moment. Sister-in-law Yin suddenly looked at Xiaoyong and his sister, smiled and waved. Xiaoyong. Xiaodan. Come to your aunt. Xiaoyong was unmoved, while Xiaodan rolled her eyes, thinking they were stupid. Who are you? Fake? I'm your aunt. And I gave you clothes. Clothes? My cousins. Yes. It's the eldest girls. Do you recognize me? As long as the child recognizes them, it will indirectly prove that they are Yin Xihua's relatives. Xiaodan raised her little head and said, If you find my cousin, I will recognize her. Sister-in-law Yin was stunned. Where can she find her? She didn't even know where the bones were lost. Xiaodan continued, I have another aunt. You can find her. The Yin family was silent. Xiaodan sneered in her heart. Except for her mother. This family is a beast. No. Worse than a beast. The child was unable to make a breakthrough. And old lady Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. I remember that when I was a child. I hit you with a red-hot fire stick, leaving a scar on your left arm. Do you dare to let everyone see your arm? Ha ha. You can say that. Yin Yin glanced at her with contempt. Then she rolled up the sleeve of her left hand and showed it to them. How could it be? Old Lady Yin looked at her smooth arm and fell into confusion. The scar had never disappeared since she was a child. So how could it be gone now? And there was no trace of burning at all. Other people in the Yin family also came up to check. And they all fell into suspicion. They did not suspect that the person was fake, but suspected that the old woman had remembered it wrongly. Mom, think about it again. Is there any other evidence? Yin Daong urged her. Old Lady Yin thought carefully. She was beaten so many times. I can't remember which scars are left until now. Oh, right. Her forehead. One time she stole steamed bread and I broke her head. There is a big scar on her forehead. She pointed to the hairline on her forehead. Mom, where is the wound on her forehead? Yin Daong reminded his mother that her forehead was so smooth and there was nothing wrong with it. How could it be? When she came back last year, I clearly saw that there was still a scar. Old Lady Yin couldn't believe it. How could the scars from so many years suddenly disappear? She couldn't figure out what was going on. Can't you make up any more? Since there is no evidence. What are you waiting for? Deputy General Han? Arrest him. Deputy General Han glanced at the Yin family, but couldn't offend Yin Yin. So he had to wave his hand. Come here. Wait. Captain Chen suddenly spoke. I have a witness. He clapped his hands. 2 soldiers came in carrying a man. The man had a scruffy beard, prominent cheekbones, sunken eye sockets, and skinny bones. The most obvious thing was that he was using a crutch and missing a thigh. Boss Song. Yin Yin didn't expect that he was not dead. It seemed that the price was that leg. Yin Yin. Boss Song's voice was hoarse, and he looked at her with deep hatred. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been driven out, wouldn't have met that group of people, and wouldn't have lost his parents, wife, and children. He hated those people. But he hated Yin Yin even more. He wanted to eat her flesh and drink her blood. It seems that Miss Yin knows him. Captain Chen said this to prevent her from turning around and saying that she didn't know him. Yin Yin nodded and did not deny. I know him. My husband's eldest brother. Well, Song Dazhuang, do you have any evidence to prove that Yin Yin is Yin Xiaohua? Song Laoda narrowed his eyes slightly and laughed in a low voice. Uh-huh. Do you need to prove it? My second brother married Yin Xiaohua, and Yin Yin changed her name half a month ago. Yin Yin admitted. Yes, I changed the name. I used to be Yin Xiaohua. But what does that mean? Does Song Laoda know whether they are my parents better than me? So are they my parents or his parents? You are making a specious argument. Hee. You have the ability to refute it. Back then, my mother and I went to the Yin family to propose marriage. How could I not know who the Yin family was? Yin Yin smiled. This is just your one-sided statement and cannot be used as evidence unless you find your mother. That is, my mother-in-law. Song Laoda's eyes were red with anger. Where would he find the dead? Deputy General Han shook his head. It was useless to go on like this. Do you have any other evidence? Or someone you know to testify? Otherwise we will arrest people according to the rules. Mr. Song was upset. Those who could testify were either dead or on Yin Yan's side. He didn't expect that this woman would not recognize her parents. The Yin family members were also anxious. Song's eldest brother. You should think of a solution quickly. Mr. Song was angry and wanted to curse. You are her relatives. You can't do anything. What can I do? Is there no birthmark or something like that? Chapter 88. Swear if you can. She had a scar originally, but for some reason, it suddenly disappeared. Now she doesn't recognize it. And there's nothing we can do. If the other party is determined not to recognize it, what can they do? Where are the other people in your Song family? Where are your father-in-law and mother-in-law? Song Laoda's face darkened. If his parents were still alive, would he have gone through so much trouble now? Danny, if it weren't for your parents, would you be able to come into this world, grow up, get married and have children? There is heaven above and earth below, and conscience in between. Do you dare to swear to heaven that you are not your parents' daughter? Yin Daong had no choice but to force her to swear. Yin Yin chuckled disdainfully. Let me swear. Don't get it wrong. You are the ones pretending to be my family. Not me. You should provide evidence to prove that they are my family. Not me. Do you understand? Yin Daong was choked and said unconvinced. You don't dare to swear because you are guilty. Uh-huh. What a joke. If I have to swear just because someone pretends to be my family, then I don't have to do anything in the future. I can just wait for people to line up to recognize my relatives every day. Yan Xiaohua. You dead girl. Who are you talking about? Whoever rushes to recognize me is my relative. You, Deputy General Han. Now that we have watched the fun, it is time to get back to work. Or do you not want to eat instant noodles? Deputy General Han's face froze when he was named. Threaten him again? He greeted his men with a stern face. Come on. Take these imposters away. Yes, Deputy General Han. There were many soldiers who came to watch the fun, and they rushed forward and arrested the people after receiving the order. The Yin family shouted and cursed Yan Xiaohua for being a worthless person who didn't even recognize her parents. When they found that scolding was useless, they began to beg her with soft words. Yin was unmoved and watched them being taken away with a calm expression, thinking about the fact that the original owner would rather starve to death in the Song family than return to her parents' home. You can understand what she has suffered. Not killing them is already a face for the original owner. Xiao Dan's pupils shrank slightly, and the picture overlapped. She touched her eyes, with a hint of confusion in her thoughts. Yin looked at the person holding the indenture, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Captain Chen, do you have anything else to do? Captain Chen tore off the indenture in his hand with a dark face, thinking that he could turn the tables. But he was embarrassed again, sending her biological parents to jail. Miss Yan's cruelty has been seen by Chen. Goodbye. Before leaving, he did not forget to stab her. Yin didn't care at all. Goodbye. I won't see you off. By the way, take the purger with you. Humph. Captain Chen snorted coldly, waved his hand, and two soldiers stepped forward to carry Boss Song out. When they got outside, Captain Chen slapped Boss Song in the face. Waste. Boss Song lowered his head and hid the emotions in his eyes. Sir Chen, I was negligent. I didn't expect Yan Xiaohua to be so cruel. Please give me another chance. Oh, who do you think you are? She can't even recognize her parents. So why would she care about your life or death? He was full of ridicule and contempt. Throw him out of the city. Sir, I still have value. Please spare my life. Boss Song knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. No matter what he said, Captain Chen didn't want to listen at all. He waved his hand, and the two soldiers understood and changed from carrying to dragging. Boss Song struggled and wanted to walk by himself, but the two men didn't give him a chance at all, and even deliberately rubbed his broken leg against the ground. Soon a bloodstain appeared on the ground, and his wound, which had just healed, broke. Master Chen, please forgive me. I know other things about Yin. Just give me a chance. As the people got farther and farther away, the hatred in Boss Song's heart far exceeded the pain in his body. He knew that begging for mercy was hopeless, and laughed like a madman. Yin, I will kill you sooner or later, and I will never reconcile with you in this life. At this time, a carriage stopped, and a servant ran over. Wait a minute. Two generals. The two saw the mark on the carriage and stopped. Two generals. My young master wants to buy this man. Can you two help me? The servant handed over a silver note. Looking at the silver note, the two were moved, and they looked at each other. Should it be okay to sell it? Captain Chen meant to let him fend for himself. I'm afraid he will be remembered later. What should I do? I wanted to take the money, but I was afraid of being blamed. The servant said wait a moment and ran back. After a while, he ran back with a silver note in his hand. My young master said that he would follow Captain Chen's wishes. So please rest assured. Both officers. Well, with this sentence, the two of them accepted the money with peace of mind. Song Lauda, who originally thought he had met a good person, fell into an ice cave when he heard the next sentence. Is he destined to die? The next day, at the time of C, the store opened. Many people gathered here early. Originally, the residents didn't care. No matter what store was opened, they would not go to consume. They had to tighten their belts to live a hard life. But the soldiers and officers were all queuing there, and the long line was endless, which had to attract everyone's attention. Of course, their focus was not on what the store sold, but who opened the store that attracted these people to support it. The two shops were next to each other, and Yin directly connected them. The area was quite large. She made several shelves, on which the goods were placed, and the prices were marked. In front was a long counter, separating the customers from the staff and the goods. There were a total of 24 staff members, plus 10 to maintain order. 2 people were responsible for one product, 1 to collect money, and 1 to take the goods. And they took shifts in the morning and afternoon. Yin planned to sell 7 products a day, 2 of which were special limited products. When the time came, the store opened. Dania cleared his throat. Fellow villagers, today is the opening of our store. Our store mainly sells food and supplies 7 kinds of goods every day, 2 of which are on sale at a limited price. Deputy General Han asked. Which 2 are on sale at a limited price? Instant noodles and canned food. Instant noodles. Indeed. Deputy General Han had actually guessed it. So he had brought so many people to buy it today. As for what canned food is, and why it is limited, he was not very interested. Today, instant noodles are on sale. Buy 4 packs and get 1 pack free. Each person can buy a maximum of 1 or 2 silver coins. Each person is limited to 2 bottles of canned food. After speaking, Dania signaled Gao Lauda to set off firecrackers. Crackling, 2 strings of firecrackers were lit, adding a touch of festivity to the dull streets. The door of the store opened and everyone rushed in, except for Deputy General Han and a few others. Everyone else, whether soldiers or ordinary people, were curious about what instant noodles and canned food were. After entering, I found that the inside was very large, with lonely goods on the shelves against the wall. To be honest, such a big shop only has 7 products, which is really pitiful. The most important thing is that the store owner has hired so many people to look after it. Is it because they have too much money to burn? Chapter 89. This store won't close tomorrow. Will it? Instant noodles and canned food are placed at the edge. And Yin is watching here. Deputy General Han glanced at the things in the store, and then went straight to the instant noodles. Miss Yin, I have 1,000 soldiers here. Can you buy instant noodles? Yin smiled and said, of course. 1 tael of silver per person for 50 large bags. Pay here, and take the goods from here. There is a small door next to her. When the small door is pushed open, there is a big box inside, and there are instant noodles in the box. Boss Gao and 2 people are watching at the door. Seeing the familiar box instead of a room full of instant noodles, Deputy General Han felt that it was okay. This is 1,000 taels of silver notes. Look there. Yin pointed to a few big words on the middle wall. Only accepting cash and gold. No credit. I forgot about this. Deputy General Han took out 50 taels of silver and put them on the counter. Buy these first. I'll send someone to get the money. He paid for it himself and took up his place in the queue. Then quickly asked Xujia to take people to find General Liu and bring the silver over. Soldiers began to line up to get instant noodles, and then move them out and put them on the carriage. It can be seen that they came prepared. The instant noodles bought by 1,000 people are at least enough for them to eat for several days. He had told the general a long time ago that instant noodles are a very delicious food. It doesn't matter if you didn't buy them yesterday. You must take them back today. Other people in the store looked at the goods on the shelf very curiously, and no one bought them. Girl, is this a steamed bun? An old woman pointed to a bag and asked uncertainly. Mo Nyang nodded and replied with a smile. Yes, this is raw steamed buns. Take it back and steam it in the pot. Then give me one. Auntie, these steamed buns are sold in a whole package. Not individually. A whole package. 15 won each. 8 is 121. It's also cost effective. Then I'll take 8. The other party automatically regarded the price as 15 won each, although the packaging looked strange. It was a steamed bun. Mo Nyang knew that she had misunderstood and explained with a smile. Auntie, this whole package of steamed buns is 15 won in total. Not 115 won. What? A total of 15 won? Are you kidding me? Girl? Not only was she shocked, but others were also dumbfounded. No. They thought the store owner was dumbfounded. Don't say that this is flour. Even if it is a steamed bun made of coarse grains. 15 copper coins can't buy 8. Now bread is more than 100 yuan per pound. Mo Nyang said to everyone very seriously. It's really 15 cents a bag of steamed buns. And all the steamed buns are made of wheat flour. Oh my god. I must be dreaming. Oh my god. Don't you know the current grain prices? Why are they so cheap? What are you talking about? If it weren't for the drought, wouldn't 2 cents for a steamed bun be the normal price? If you say it's cheap, what if the store raises the price? Even if it doesn't raise the price. What if it's sold out? Everyone reacted instantly. I'll buy 2 bags. I'll buy 5 bags. I'll buy 10 bags. Everyone gathered around, holding money in their hands to buy steamed buns, fearing that they would miss them if they were a step late. White flour steamed buns. So cheap. They didn't remember how long they hadn't eaten steamed buns. More than 100 people gathered here, madly squeezing in. The high counter worked, blocking these excited people outside. Mo Nyang shouted at the top of her voice. Don't worry. We have enough goods and guarantee that everyone can buy. So, each person is limited to buying 10 bags. And you can come back to buy more in the afternoon. Dania hurried over to maintain order. Don't squeeze. People outside who can't squeeze and can look at other goods, which are not expensive. After the goods inside are sold out, you can go buy steamed buns. The people squeezed outside thought it made sense. Anyway, they couldn't squeeze in, so they might as well look at other goods. A box of snacks costs 41. And the cakes inside are large and delicate. Is this snack 41 for a whole box? Someone still asked uncertainly. Not to mention the drought years. Even on ordinary days, such delicate snacks cannot be bought without 1 or 2 taels of silver. The villager who was the clerk said quickly. Yes. Do you want to buy a box? It's so cheap. Then give me a box. No. 3 boxes. He looked at the money in his hand and decided to use half of it to buy snacks. This is a high-end product. You can buy fewer bags of steamed buns, but you must try the snacks. One clerk collected the money, and the other hurried to get the goods from under the counter. This situation also happened in front of other products. Everyone felt that the things were too cheap, no matter whether they had eaten them or not, or even had never seen them. They had to buy them to try. Soon, the flow of people was dispersed to the other 4 counters, and the pressure on the steamed buns was much less. After buying things, they ran home with the things, went home to get money to buy more, because they were afraid that the store would close tomorrow. Among them, steamed buns, snacks, and biscuits were the most popular, followed by snow cakes and wafers. In the first 2 days, Yin Yin would take out the food that could fill her stomach. Next are ham sausage, canned food, chicken legs, duck necks, etc. As for dumplings and glutinous rice balls, they are frozen foods and will be placed in the special offer area. Ice cream and drinks will be served later. First, everyone will be fed and clothed before they spend money to buy other things. With the publicity of those who bought things, people from the northwest area came over, and it was even more popular than before. The counter was surrounded by people in 3 layers, and it was crowded. If there were no officers and soldiers queuing in the special offer area, they would have wanted to grab it. Of course, because the officers and soldiers were there. No one dared to make trouble. Deputy General Han had been sitting next to him, and finally understood why Yin Yin limited the instant noodles. He estimated that the instant noodles would be limited for several days in a row. Of course, he was not wrong. Yin Yin thought so. Why not use it if you can use it? Soon, someone dressed like Xiaoxi came to buy things. Yin Yin had a smile in her eyes. She took the bait. She just didn't know how long they would come to her. Until noon, the business in the store was very good, and the number of people was still increasing. Deputy General Han looked at the queue on his side and estimated that the queue would last until closing time. He said something to Xiaojia and Lin Hai, then said hello to Yin Yin and left. He family. Mr. He looked at the things on the table and tasted each one. When he ate the canned food, his eyes lit up. So this glass bottle can be used like this? But isn't the cost too high? In his opinion, 30 cents a bottle of canned food is simply impossible. With such a small amount of money, you can't even buy a bottle, let alone the fruit inside. Young Master Yi shook his head. I don't know, but it was really bought for 30 cents. Dad, nothing in our store is expensive. He picked up the wafer and looked at it carefully. How is this thing made? And this bag and box? I have never seen such packaging. Mr. Yi's expression gradually became serious. Could it be that what Song Dajwang said is true? Young Master Yi frowned slightly, with doubt between his eyebrows. To be honest, I don't believe in gods. Most of them are used to deceive those ignorant people. But if not, how to explain these things? Chapter 90. Today is a good day. At this point, young Master Yi paused and lowered his voice. Even if it is the heavenly palace, it doesn't have the ability to take out so many strange foods. Right? Master Yi shook his head slightly. We don't know whether there is a heavenly palace or not. They are high above, and claim to be the spokesperson of the sky. How can they condescend for such a small amount of money? Besides, the drought was caused by them. So how could they sell food to the victims? After hearing what his father said, young master he was silent for a moment. The father and son didn't know what they were thinking. After a while, they both sighed at the same time. Young master, he said, no matter what the other party's identity is, it is not good for us if she sells food so cheaply. Dad, should we take it? A murderous look flashed in his eyes. Master, he understood what he meant, but he was still short-sighted. Son, have you ever thought about why Vice General Han respected her so much? Why did the army send people to buy food? Also, were the dumplings that the victims ate the day before yesterday provided by this person? If it was really her, do you think we can still touch her? This sentence woke up young Master He, and he immediately admitted his mistake. I was negligent. Don't blame you. She is a disaster victim. Helpless. I understand why you think so. You have to understand one thing about today's matter. When our interests are affected, some people can move. And some people can only cooperate. Cooperate with the other party? Will she? Obviously. Someone is backing her up. And she is not afraid of offending people. Will she share the benefits with others? Master Yi's smile deepened. Yes. And she has expressed her intention to cooperate. Young Master Yi opened his eyes in confusion. Is there? Why didn't I see it? Mr. Yi gave 2 words. Limited quantity. Limited quantity? Yes. Since she can satisfy the food needs of 900,000 people. Then what are the 200,000 people in the city? But she only opened 1 shop and sold it in limited quantities. This is her intention to cooperate. He was very sure. There is another point. Regarding the forced marriage by Captain Chen. She must want to find a new backer or ally to reach a balance with the official. And our big families in Jinchuan City are the best choice. Young Master He nodded thoughtfully. Dad is still thoughtful. He really didn't see this level. Son, this is an opportunity. You should visit the other party with gifts immediately to express our sincerity for cooperation. Since we want to cooperate, we must be the first. This way, no matter from which aspect, it is the most beneficial. Once you are sure, you must act immediately. This is his code of conduct. And he believes in his own judgment. Okay, Dad, I'll go now. His father has never made a wrong judgment. So young Master He admires his father very much. When he reached the door, young Master He paused. Dad, since we are going to cooperate with each other, should we deal with Song Dazhuang? Keep him. There is no unchanging friend. I understand. After they left, Master He looked at the glass bottles on the table. No matter where the things came from, he would buy as many as possible. Thinking of this, he called the housekeeper. Today is a day worth celebrating. Today is a good day. The people of Jinchuan have ushered in a good day. La la la. Oh, I can't control myself. The store is already crowded with people. And many people are pouring in. In order to allow everyone to buy food, Yin Yin had to change the conditions again, limiting each person to 5 portions. Once this rule came out, everyone mistakenly thought that the store had little stock, and more people were rushing to buy it, fearing that they would not be able to buy it if they were late. Some people had already bought it, so they asked other people in the family to buy it. As for instant noodles, some people quietly lined up behind the soldiers, thinking that if the army could rush to buy it, it must be a good thing. Even canned fruit. Some people went to buy it. Anyway, 30 won is not expensive. Even after 3 years of disaster, the people of Jinchuan still have some savings. After all, they are from the provincial capital, and they are confident. The porridge stalls that should have the most people were deserted, and the originally deserted streets became lively. There were also many vehicles rushing to the North District. When the housekeeper of the He family came over, he looked confused. Probably because he didn't expect it to be so lively here. After finally squeezing in, he took a look at the goods on the shelf, which were pitifully few. But the corresponding prices were also pitifully few, which was why people flocked here. Because it was too cheap. This price will shake the interests of many people. Looking at the soldiers and officers next to them, many people with ulterior motives also dare not act rashly. No wonder the master attaches so much importance to it. He came to the special offer area and raised his chin habitually. Are you the boss here? Yin Yang greeted him with a smile. Yes. What do you want to buy? How many canned food do you have? I want them all. Sorry. Canned food is sold at a special price and limited quantity. One person can only buy 2 bottles. Butler, he frowned, obviously not satisfied with her answer. 50 cents a bottle. I'll buy it all. Yin smiled and shook her head. If you want to give me more, I'll take it. But limited quantity is limited quantity. And no one can get special treatment. This is the first time for the boss to do business. What's wrong with the first time? Does your family have any objections? At this time, Deputy General Han walked in from outside, his face slightly gloomy. We all have to follow the store's regulations. Do you want to get special treatment? Seeing Deputy General Han, Butler, he immediately nodded and bowed, without the arrogance before. What are you talking about? General Han, I just want to buy canned food at a high price. The officials are all queuing up honestly. How dare he say that he is getting special treatment? Isn't this courting death? Humph. Deputy General Han snorted coldly, too lazy to pay attention to a servant. He sat on the chair and said nothing, which was enough to deter those who had ideas. Butler, he didn't dare to make trouble, and asked his men to line up quickly to buy canned food. As for the price, under the watchful eyes of Deputy General Han, he still bought it at 50 cents a bottle. Yin took out a bottle of canned peaches and a pair of chopsticks and placed them in front of him. I'll treat you to a meal. Vice General Han looked at the canned food. He had never eaten it before, and he felt that this kind of thing was not as good as instant noodles and dumplings. Whether it was a bottle or a fruit, it was a luxury. How could it be so cheap? His thoughts were the same as Mr. He's, and he felt it was incredible. It was because it was incredible that he would be more afraid of her and dare not act rashly again. When the first piece of flesh entered his mouth, Vice General Han's eyes lit up. It was cool and sweet, and the whole person couldn't help but shudder. So delicious? It seems that its value is not just the bottle. Miss Yin, can I buy some of this canned food? Who can resist the temptation of canned food? Yin smiled and nodded. Of course. 2 bottles per person. As many people as you want. Vice General Han immediately asked the soldiers, who were queuing to buy instant noodles, to buy 2 bottles of canned food and take them back. He asked Lin Hai to go to the general to get money quickly, and then told the general to have an extra meal in the evening to celebrate. Chapter 91. Please start your show. The shop assistants took turns again. Yin asked Mo Nyang to open a can of food for each of them, so that they could rest and eat something to replenish their energy. Looking at the crowds of people, Deputy General Han couldn't help but sigh. Your store will never be short of people. Yin smiled and said nothing. He continued, Miss Yin, will there be instant noodles tomorrow? Yes, but it's still limited. And dumplings will also be on sale. Still limited? Deputy General Han smiled bitterly. It seems that he still has to line up. It's nothing to be her free guard for 2 days. At this time, Dania came over and whispered, Miss, the eldest young master of the He family is here and wants to see you. The He family? Yin didn't expect that the He family would come first. That's right. The big ones look down on her, and the small ones are still waiting and watching, whether it's testing or seizing business opportunities. This kind of middle-class family will be the first to move. You help me watch here. I'll go over and take a look. She said hello to Deputy General Han, and then went to the back. He family? Deputy General Han narrowed his eyes slightly. Didn't the other party know Yin? Then why did they come here today? To discuss cooperation? Or to win over the other party? Once she gets together with those people, the situation will be bad. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he called Xiao Jia over and asked him to send a letter to the general. Besides, Yin came to the backyard and saw that the person who came was the young man she met on the road that day. Seeing the person, young master, he nodded slightly and spoke politely. Hello, Miss Yin. I am He Jiaoyang. Sorry to bother you. He kept his attitude low. Mr. He, you are too polite. Please sit down. There are stone benches and stone tables in the courtyard, and brewed tea is placed on the tables. Young master, he looked at the other person. Whether it was her demeanor or her temperament, she did not look like a peasant woman. Even his mother did not have the temperament she had. It was a feeling different from most women, but he could not describe it specifically. Yin let him look at her with a calm attitude and a faint smile on her lips. Ahem. Young master, he coughed lightly, knowing that it was impolite to look at a woman like this, and withdrew his gaze with a slight embarrassment. Miss Yin, I actually thought a lot before coming here, but after meeting you, I feel that my previous ideas are useless. You don't think it's necessary to beat around the bush with me, right? He nodded slightly. Yes. You give me a feeling that being honest is the best choice. Yin Yan's lips curled up slightly, with a faint admiration in her eyes. To be honest, you made me change my view of the big family, and I decided to cooperate with you. Her generosity surprised He Dashao. Well, Miss Yin, don't you want to hear the conditions? Yin Yan waved her hand generously. No, I believe in my own vision, and He Dashao will not let me suffer. He Jiaoyang was slightly stunned, then smiled and shook his head. Miss Yin, don't worry. Doing business is naturally fair and mutually beneficial. Although you believe in me, the conditions should still be negotiated. Okay, you say it. As long as I don't lose money. Of course not. I bought a copy of the products in the store. To be honest, no matter which one it is very precious in this situation. And there is no worry about selling. And the price is even too low. Yan Yan shook her head and disagreed. The price is not low. I have increased the price of each item by 20% to 30%. If it is more expensive, my conscience will be uneasy. He Dashao, I feel that you are implying the He family. Yan Yan continued. And my situation is different from yours. Your family's food has various costs such as labor, land, seeds, water, etc. So it is natural that it is more expensive. She found a way for them to back down. And He Dashao hurriedly responded. Yes, our family's food is indeed expensive. So there is nothing we can do. But the goods I sell do not have these costs. So I am very satisfied with a 30% profit. No cost? Finally getting to the key point. He Dashao couldn't help but sit up straight. Miss Yin, can you tell me the source of these goods? I see so many people outside. The inventory is tight? He asked tentatively, and his expression became nervous. Yin Yin hesitated, frowned, scratched her face, and acted very embarrassed. But looking at the other party's eager eyes, she gritted her teeth and clapped her hands. Hey, who made me treat Mr. He as a friend? Then I'll tell you the truth. She motioned to the other party to put his ear close and whispered. Actually, I know magic. Ah? What is magic? Mr. He was confused, hearing this word for the first time. Shh. Keep your voice down. Yin Yan looked around nervously, motioning him not to speak loudly. Because walls have ears. I didn't even tell General Liu and the others. Don't tell them. Excuse me. Miss Yin, can you tell me what magic is? Young master, he subconsciously lowered his voice and became as nervous as the other person. Yin Yin said mysteriously. Magic is a special ability. Just like special abilities. What are special abilities? He heard a new word again. Special abilities are magical magic. Young master, isn't this going around in circles again? Well, Miss Yin, can you explain it in detail? Or use a metaphor? Yin Yan looked at him dissatisfied. Meaning? I have explained it so clearly. Don't you understand? Young master, he touched his nose embarrassedly. He really didn't understand. And he didn't pay attention to those quacks. Sorry to bother Miss Yin. He had to lower his posture again and ask her to explain. Okay, I'll think about how to say it. She pinched her chin to organize the words. In the corridor in the distance, the two little ones slurped ice cream while looking at the two people whispering under the tree. Brother, what do you think Mom is doing? Why does it feel sneaky? Xiaoyong raised his lips slightly and said 3 words. Fooling people. Didn't Mother say to talk about business? Xiaodan asked in confusion. Xiaoyong asked back. Does it have any impact? Xiaodan, Well, fooling people and talking about business don't seem to have any impact. Okay, as long as Mother doesn't suffer any loss. I'm just worried that she is soft-hearted and believes whatever others say. Under the tree, Yin Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. I thought of how to explain it. He Dashao immediately leaned forward and listened attentively. Magic is fairy art. Yes, fairy art. Now you can understand it. He Dashao's face darkened instantly. What the hell is the difference? Doesn't it still not explain where the food comes from? It can't be made out of thin air. Right? If you don't want to tell him, forget it. Why bother to play with him? So angry. He resisted the urge to get angry, told himself to be educated, and then forced himself to put on a smile. Miss Yin, let's talk about cooperation. Yin Yin seemed not to notice the other party's suppressed anger, and said with a smile. Okay. Let's talk about cooperation. How do you plan to cooperate? Mr. He? But I have to make it clear that my shop will not close. Mr. He's eyes moved slightly. The other party's words made her attitude clear. Chapter 92 Test. On the surface, this sentence puts her in a passive position. But in fact, it puts the initiative in her hands. Pricing power. Mr. He thought for a while and said, Miss Yin, if this is the case, how much goods can you provide? If there is not a turnover of 1,000 taels a day, then I can't even cover the cost of labor, let alone make money. This is to defeat her. If you don't let the price increase, how many tens of coins will be needed to make up 1,000 taels? Yin Yin did not answer, but asked, Mr. He, how much do you think my shop can sell today? Mr. He estimated, there are a lot of people today, and they are worried about running out of stock, so they are not restrained. Purchase. So the initial estimate is that it will not be less than 10,000 taels. She continued, even if the crazy buying period of the past few days is over, as long as the drought is not over, my products will not be sold out. Even if there is no rush to buy, there will be no problem with the daily turnover of 1,000 taels of silver. Besides, I am in the North District, and the He family is in the East District, so it does not affect me. Young master, he nodded slightly. What you said makes sense. Then can I understand that you can provide as much as I want to buy? Since it cannot be sold at a high price, it is not impossible to sell at a low profit and high volume. If the quantity is too small, there is no need for their He family to intervene. Yin Yin smiled and said, Of course, if you have the ability, it will be no problem for 200,000 people in this city to buy from the He family. What a big tone. Young master, he stared at her. And this sentence also showed her other attitude. Hard-lined. This is not afraid of anyone. Her confidence is not ordinary enough. He suddenly admired her a little. Their family didn't have to sell grain at a high price, but they had no choice but to protect themselves. Because in Jinchuan, the He family was nothing. If they didn't follow those people, they would be the first to be destroyed. They had to form a group. To be honest, they didn't lack the money from selling grain. And they didn't start their business by selling grain. Forget about the whole city. My He family can't eat it. It's good enough to take over the North City District. I hope Miss Yin can give the He family a promise. What promise? Yin Yin actually had a guess. The exclusive agency rights of the North District. However, the He family didn't have such great ambitions, or didn't dare to give the He family the priority supply rights. The He family didn't plan to monopolize this business. Besides, when her store opened, it was destined to attract a lot of attention. If the He family had too big an appetite, it would be easy to be calculated by others. However, as the first cooperative merchant, it wouldn't be too much to ask for a privilege. Yin Yin immediately understood what he meant and gave him a reassurance. Okay. No matter how many companies in Beicheng District cooperate with me, I will give priority to the He family. If necessary, I can even limit the supply. She didn't mind giving the other party some benefits. With her words, Mr. He was relieved. The other party took the responsibility, problems or contradictions on himself. Even if someone was dissatisfied, they would not come to trouble the He family. However, he was not worried about her. After all, she had a backer behind her. Ms. Yen is straightforward. So let's talk about the goods and prices. No problem. I have more than a dozen goods to supply. As for the price, I have listed a table. Take a look. She spread out her hands, and a piece of paper appeared out of thin air in her hands. Young Master Yi's pupil shrank suddenly, and his mouth opened slightly. What did he just see? At the same time, in the corridor, Xiao Yong stood up with a serious look. Brother, what's wrong? Xiao Dan asked worriedly. Xiao Yong narrowed his eyes and looked at the distance, with a hint of danger in his eyes. Seeing his brother like this, Xiao Dan was a little nervous and at a loss. Brother, what's wrong? I didn't see any danger to my mother. Why did my brother become so serious and nervous? As for young Master He finally found his voice after being shocked. Miss Yin, is this magic? Yes. Now you can understand what magic means. Young Master He, no. It's not. Miss Yin, is this telekinesis? He searched for words that could be used in his mind and thought of a word. Yin Yin pinched his chin and thought for a while. It can be regarded as taking things from another space. I can trade with an unknown existence. By the way, the other party only accepts cash or gold, not silver bills. Unknown existence? Unknown food source. Weird means low cost. One link after another. He seemed to understand something, and the mystery was finally solved by him. Of course, yin yin is the key to connecting everything. He breathed a sigh of relief, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. A person with conscience and kindness is much easier to control than a person without conscience and vicious. For a while, he thought a lot. He could use the other party's weakness to do a lot of things. Even changing the existing class of the He family and changing the pattern of Jin Chuan are not a problem, as long as it is used properly. As long as the person is controlled in the hand, the He family will usher in the most glorious era. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and suddenly, he thought of his father's words. Goodness is the most precious thing in this world. Huh? He took a deep breath, and all the thoughts faded away, and his mind became clear. A gust of wind blew, and he felt a chill on his back, and he was sweating with excitement without realizing it. Desire is indeed the most difficult to control, and he is still too young. Miss Yin, I'm sorry. He apologized without thinking. Yin Yan's mouth curled up slightly, and her smile was much more sincere. She changed the price list in her hand and handed it to him. Take a look. If there is no problem, we can sign the contract. The first one is 30% higher than the original price, and this one is 10% higher than the original price, and there are more daily necessities in it, which is exclusive for them. If you cooperate with other partners, even if the price is the same, there will be no daily necessities such as towels. It is considered an exclusive agency. Young master, he didn't know this. He looked at the prices above. The steamed buns cost 11 won, while the store sold them for 15 won, which means there was a price difference of 4 won, which was a good profit. As long as the volume was large, it would be no problem to earn over 1,000 taels a day. As for the towels and soaps in the back, they should be similar to the sweat towels and soap nuts they used, so he didn't take them seriously. At this critical moment, food was naturally the most in short supply. Who would have extra money to buy these things? Looking at the dozen or so products above and only 7 items in the store, it was enough to show that the other party had the idea of cooperating with the merchant from the beginning. His father was really amazing. He detected the other party's thoughts through clues. He still had a lot to learn. Miss Yin, let's sign the contract. No problem. But I have a requirement. That is, the amount of goods you purchase from me every month must not be less than 10,000 taels of silver. Even if you can't sell so many things, you must buy from me until the amount reaches 10,000 taels. This is a mandatory clause. If you violate it, you must compensate me double the price. No problem. This is not a problem for the He family. Even if no one comes to buy, can't they buy it for themselves? If they can't finish it, they can give it to the servants, or donate it to the army. Chapter 93, Strength is King. Yin Yin once again used the method of taking things out of thin air and took out the drafted contract. In the other party's shocked eyes again, the first cooperation agreement was born. Major General, he left the gift, and then took the 3-piece gift box given by the other party and left. Xiao Yong walked over with a stern face. Mom, you are careless. The first sentence was to criticize her. How could she be so careless? Don't you know that people are treacherous? Yin Yin smiled and tried to get away with it. I know my limits. Don't worry. Xiao Yong pouted slightly and stared at her dissatisfiedly. It's fine if he doesn't reflect on himself, but he still wants to perfunctorily do it. Seeing that her son's face was calm and it was not easy to fool him, she had to surrender. Okay, I was wrong. I reflect on myself. I shouldn't have leaked the secret before I was sure. Listening to his mother's reflection, Xiao Yong's face looked better, but he still had to criticize her. Mom, this is not normal. Food is very scarce now. Besides, the other party is not a powerless common people. To be honest, I would rather you deal with the court. At least, they are doing superficial work. Speaking of this, he sighed slightly, with a trace of worry between his eyebrows. Officials of the court at least have a sense of responsibility in their hearts. But merchants are different. They are polite on the surface, but it is not impossible to stab you in the back. Looking at her son's frown, Yin Yin sighed again. Look how worried she made her son. It's too wrong. That Xiaoyong. You don't have to worry so much. Since mother dares to show her trump card, she is sure She decided to make it clearer so that her child wouldn't worry all the time. Let's put it this way. No matter whether it's a big or small family in the city or a soldier from the imperial court, if Jinchuan can't stay any longer, Mother has the ability to take you and Xiaodan away easily. Before Xiaoyong could say anything, Xiaodan questioned, Mom, that's tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. Yin raised her chin slightly, showing full confidence. Yes, it's not a problem for tens of thousands of soldiers and horses to go in and out 7 times. Level 3 superpowers enter the advanced ranks. Flying is a skill exclusive to high-level superpowers, and has nothing to do with whether it is an attack superpower. Do you really think that her previous ascension was fairy power? Wow! Mother is so awesome! Xiaodan hugged her mother's arms and cheered. She had an amazing and particularly awesome mother. And she was proud. 7 in and out? Xiaoyong seemed calmer. You know, being able to go in and out freely in front of so many soldiers is not just ordinary. Not to mention 7 in and out. All he could think of was the limited number of times his mother took off. Mom, can you fly long distances? Except for this answer. He couldn't think of anything that would allow his mother to face tens of thousands of soldiers calmly. Yin nodded with satisfaction at her son's sharpness. Yes, the completion of this mission has increased the energy in my body. And I can fly short distances. So I said so. Now my son is relieved. She touched the child's head with a smile. Xiaoyong's eyes lit up, and various thoughts flashed through his mind, and finally stopped at the supermarket. Mom, let's do the mission. The rewards for the mission are real even if nothing is done. In such an environment, cooperation and friends are all fake, and only strength is real. As long as their mother is strong, they can live in peace and security on this land. What big family, what court, and even the mysterious heavenly palace are no longer threats. Yin thought that the child should have figured it out, and was no longer timid. Sure enough, strength is the king. In fact, it is no wonder that he is worried and worried. Any small family in Jinchuan City can control them. Not to mention those big families and the court. The He family is actually a more suitable candidate. I tried it again. The other party obviously withstood the test. If nothing unexpected happens, I will give the He family a membership card. Xiaoyong thought about it, and understood what his mother did. Big families are more arrogant and disdain cooperation. Even if they cooperate, they will be superior. Small families don't have much courage. Only medium-sized and ambitious families are suitable. That's right. So I tried it. And the effect is good. You have to know what is the most important thing in drought. Food. After the big families are united, even the court dare not force it. If the He family does it, it is equivalent to tearing a hole in the monopoly industry. Moreover, the other party dared to say that they would take over the North City district, which showed their confidence and courage. Of course, there was one thing she didn't tell Xiaoyong. Pressure. The store didn't close until the sun went down. Even so, it was only after she repeatedly promised that it would open tomorrow that people left reluctantly. Xiao Zhang and the others were ready to settle the accounts. But Yin waved her hand and said no. With a swipe of her hand, 2 boxes of copper coins and silver coins disappeared. It was better than she expected. More than 35,000 taels. Minus the cost. She made more than 10,000 taels, which was quite satisfactory. It's time to distribute benefits. Everyone has worked hard all day. Let's discuss whether you want wages or food. Or half of the wages and half of the food. Everyone discussed it. And finally Mo Nyang was the representative. Miss, we mean to pay you back the money we owe you before. And if there is any surplus, we will exchange it for some food. This statement made Yin quite satisfied. Knowing how to be grateful is the best reward for her. Today everyone is working in succession. And the workload is more than 3 or 4 times the usual. So I plan to give everyone 5 taels of silver as a welfare. 5 taels? So much? Everyone exclaimed. 1 day's wages are more than a year's earnings. It's unimaginable. Miss, this is too much. Yes. Just give us 1 or 2 taels. 1 or 2 taels. What are you talking about? If it weren't for you, we would still be queuing outside to get porridge. How could we have such a good house and work? In my opinion, it is right to work for you for free. Yes. If it weren't for you, we might not have come to Jinchuan. We don't want money. No. Now more than 30 people spoke in unison. Yin smiled and waved her hand. One thing is one thing. Wages still need to be paid. I can't always provide you with free food. You still have to be self-reliant. The work in the store is your opportunity to earn money to support your family. How about this? Today we will pay 5 taels of silver per person. Tomorrow, Daniel, you can discuss with Emonyang and set a standard for paying wages. The first month's wages will be calculated on a daily basis, divided into basic salary and commission. The commission is linked to the daily turnover. If it exceeds 10,000 taels, each person will be rewarded with 2 taels of silver. I won't provide food. You can buy it yourself. As employees of the store, you can buy goods at half price. She doesn't mind giving everyone more benefits. Since the eldest lady has spoken, everyone will say nothing. In addition to gratitude, they can only work hard to repay the eldest lady. Okay, Miss Emonyang and I will come up with a charter tomorrow morning. By the way, do you need to keep watch at the shop? Dania asked. Yin shook her head slightly. No need. Go back to sleep. And come back to work at the beginning of the morning hour tomorrow. Chapter 94. This move worked well. The next day, when Daniel and his friends came, they found that there were many people gathered in front of the shop, pointing and talking, and no one knew what they were talking about. Everyone, make way, Dania shouted, and the people found that the people from the shop had come, and hurriedly made way for them to leave. When they walked in, they found that the door of the shop had been smashed open and broken into 2 pieces. Inside the store, the shelves, the words hanging on the wall, the tables and chairs were all smashed. The only intact thing might be the expensive custom-made counter, which also had marks of smashing, but it didn't have much effect. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect someone to smash the shop last night. Dania walked over with a dark face. Miss, the shop was smashed. I should have stayed to keep watch last night. Stay and get beaten? Yin seemed to have expected it. Her expression was calm, without a trace of anger. Let everyone clean up the shop. And you take people to buy new shelves, tables, chairs, and boxes. Oh, don't buy 2 good ones. Why not buy good ones? Because they will be smashed again? Dania had already guessed it vaguely, and he looked at the door on the ground. Miss, is the door of the shop going to be replaced? No. Just use it as it is. Okay. Dania swept away his previous sullenness and began to greet everyone to work, and then took Gao Laoda and the others away. The people who were surrounding came forward to ask, Boss, are you still selling steamed buns today? I want to buy some snacks. Is it still limited? I want to buy 2 cans to try. They talked at once, fearing that the other party would say that they were closed. Yin smiled and said, Don't worry. Our store is open as usual. Today, there are still 7 kinds of goods. The special limited items are instant noodles and dumplings, and the others are not limited. That's good. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But are there dumplings to eat? Those who have ideas immediately entered the store to help the staff clean up. After cleaning up, stand in front of the special counter and line up. Others saw this and hurried to the back. As soon as Deputy General Han walked to the street, he saw a long line of people. He frowned slightly. Are these people going to snatch instant noodles from the army? Some smart people who can read the faces quickly explained. Don't get me wrong. Military, sir. We are queuing to buy dumplings. They also want to buy instant noodles to try. But who dares to snatch them from the court? After hearing what the other party said, Deputy General Han's face looked much better. After returning to the barracks yesterday, instant noodles received unanimous praise from everyone. The general asked him to come to the store to line up to buy instant noodles these days. Buy as much as you can. As for other things, there is no rush for the time being. I bought 100,000 taels of food before, which is enough for the disaster victims outside to eat for several days. And instant noodles, bought back for their own people. Vice General Han brought 2,000 soldiers and more than a dozen carts to the store. When they arrived at the door of the store, the most eye-catching thing was of course the door panel that was split in half. Seeing that there was nothing inside except the counter, his eyes sank slightly, and he had guessed what had happened. Miss Yin, I will send a team to guard the store at night. Seeing Vice General Han coming, Yin greeted him with a smile. No, there is no loss except for some decorations, so I won't bother you. Besides, after they smash it a few times and find that it is useless, they will naturally stop smashing it. She didn't want to owe the military a favor, and she didn't want to make the relationship between the two sides awkward. She still hoped to do business with those people. After hearing what she said, Vice General Han stopped interfering and asked his men to line up. By the way, Miss Yin, General Lu wants to see you. I wonder when you have time to come. She lowered her attitude. It was not to ask her to go over, nor to find her directly, but to invite her like sending an invitation. She was asked first if she wanted to see him. If she wanted to see him, she would decide the time. Such an attitude makes people feel happy physically and mentally. It seems that the effect of the He family's move is not bad. But it is still not enough. When the time for the other party to buy the membership card comes, he will know who is the boss. And visiting in person is the result she wants. To be honest, she didn't plan to do this at first. It's good to lean on a big tree for shade. What's wrong with her lowering her attitude? But the incident with Captain Chen made her understand that her attitude must not be low. The food is limited. The opening of the He family's new store is only a secondary brand. And the membership card is the main brand. Pressure. The smile on Yin Yan's face became charming. At noon, I'll treat General Lu to instant noodles cooked with ham sausage, braised chicken legs, and duck necks. Vice General Han's eyes widened slightly. Miss Yin, are there any new products? Yin Yan smiled but said nothing. Want to know? Wait until noon. Soon the shelves and boxes were bought back. And a quarter of an hour later, the store opened. There are still many people today. Tens of thousands of people in the Northwest District alone. Less than 1/5 of the people came yesterday. And people from other districts came early. Opposite the store, at the corner of the alley, someone stared at the store with a gloomy look. When he saw someone coming out with steamed buns, the other party was a little puzzled. How could it be? There was nothing yesterday. So where did all this food come from? The people next to him were also puzzled. I have sent people to watch them. They came empty-handed, and no one went in through the back door. So where did their goods come from? Could it be that they came out of thin air? How can we explain it when we go back? One of them was worried. Maybe we didn't check it clearly last night and missed something? The other two fell into deep thought. They were recalling what happened last night to see if there was anything they forgot to search. Maybe it's underground? One of them suddenly asked. The other two suddenly realized. Yes, we missed the underground. There must be a cellar or underground secret room. Then let's look for it at night. Will the other party ask soldiers to help them guard the store? Someone asked worriedly. One thought for a while. If there is, leave it to me. I will be responsible for leading them away. But then the time will be tight. You can find more people tonight. Okay, let's do it. The three of them stared at the store for a while, and then left. At 9 p.m., in the Northeast City, the 5 shops of the He family opened at the same time. It was really. Gongs and drums were loud. Firecrackers were blasting. And there were crowds of people. It was not an exaggeration at all. Because the things sold by the He family were too cheap. And there was no limit on the quantity. Some people who went to Yin Yan's shop to buy things yesterday could see at a glance that the things here were the same as those in that shop. No, there were more things than in the other shop. And the price was not expensive. Steamed buns were still 15 when a bag. And snacks were 40 when a box. Since they opened a shop at their doorstep, why would they run all the way to the Northwest City to buy them? For a while, the 5 shops were crowded with people. Lin Hai visited the 5 shops and found many new things, including chicken legs, duck necks, ham sausages, and rice dumplings that they had never seen before. Of course, there were no instant noodles. He guessed that it was related to the limited sales by Miss Yin. After writing down the goods and prices in the shop, he left quickly and reported the situation here to the general. At the same time, many people from other families had the same idea as him and reported to the head of the family about the He family. Once the hole was opened, it would be impossible for them to sell their grain at a high price. They thought that the sudden availability of food in the court was accidental and would not affect anything. But with the opening of the He family shop, they realized that this matter was not simple at all. Chapter 95. Some people don't know how to appreciate it. The He family store has no impact on the Northwest area, and the customer flow is still very large. The only change is that the people are no longer scrambling to grab it. 1 store is rare. 2 stores are common. And when the 3rd and 4th stores are opened, it will become normal. When Liu came over, he looked at the people coming in and out, with no expression on his face. As for what he thought in his heart, only he knew. As a visitor, he deliberately changed into casual clothes, and did not bring the sword on his waist. The two guards next to him were carrying 2 gift boxes. Backyard. Yin Yin placed other goods on the stone table, including ham sausage, chicken legs and duck necks, zonzi, tangyuan, bread, cake, daily necessities, towels, soap, toothpaste and toothbrushes, as well as water cups, bowls and chopsticks. Lu Yu's eyes passed over the food and then fixed on the daily necessities. The water cup was made of glass, and the bowls and chopsticks, toothpaste and toothbrushes were materials he had never seen before, especially colored glass, which is so rare even in the royal family that it is considered a treasure. But here, it only costs a dozen copper coins. This is a subversion, a change to existing cognition. Miss Yin, it is better not to take out the colored glass products. Forget about the cans. And it is better to put away the water cups? He thought for a while and added, if you must sell them, it is better to raise the price. The things used by the royal family are so cheap that ordinary people can use them, which is disrespectful. The law stipulates that some things cannot be used by ordinary people. The reason why the colored glass products were not put in is that they did not expect that one day they would be so cheap. But this does not prevent conviction. She reflected and forgot about it. I understand what General Lu meant. After all, they need something that symbolizes their status. Lu Yu nodded slightly and just listened to the advice. It's good that Miss Yin can understand. What the people need is food, not some utensils to drink water. Yin Yin put away the cup. She should pay attention to new products in the future. Miss Yin, can I know what you are planning? After chatting, Lu Yu began to explain his purpose. Make money. Just make money? Yes, just make money. Lu Yu looked at her carefully, trying to distinguish the truth from the falsehood in her words. Miss Yin cooperates with the He family. Is it just to make money? Yin Yin nodded seriously. She really just wanted to make money. After all, it was a mission. But using some tricks is harmless. Harmony can do better. Like now. Isn't he carrying a gift to the door? Lu Yu can't see anything, so he can only think that she really just wants to make money. Miss Yin, if you just want to make money, then cooperating with the court is the best choice. Isn't it? Yin Yin smiled but didn't say anything. Is it the best choice? How could you not know? Her smile made Lu Yu a little uncomfortable. But he didn't think there was anything wrong with his words. Once your shop opened, it would affect their interests. So there was what happened last night. And I think it was not just a warning. And the opening of the He family shop today is a declaration of war against them. What do you think they will do? He asked the first question and asked the second question without waiting for her answer. Even if you join forces with the He family, you have no chance of winning. Either close the shop or join them. They control the pricing power. And even your personal freedom will disappear. Miss Yin, you are a smart person. You should understand that only by finding a strong backer who dares not touch you can you achieve your goal of making money. Right? Yin Yin raised her eyebrows and looked at him with a smile. Backer? You and Lord Zhu? Lu Yu saw the irony in her smile. But he was not annoyed. It was a misunderstanding before. I promise that similar things will not happen again in the future. As long as Miss Yin continues to cooperate with the court. I promise that no one in Jinchuan City dares to touch you. And what happened last night will not happen. This request is not difficult. And it can even be regarded as an olive branch. It doesn't matter who makes money. The court can also provide her with personal safety. It can be said that this is the best choice. The smile on Yin Yan's face deepened. If the incident with Captain Chen had not happened, she would naturally choose this way. Even if she was monitored, she would not care. Monitoring can also become protection. Right? But there is no if. Lord Lu is right. But you misunderstood. I don't want to break off cooperation with the army. As long as my conditions are met. It's fine. Conditions? Lu Yu frowned slightly. Could the matter of Captain Chen not be resolved? For General Lu's sake, I can change the conditions. As long as he kowtows to my little brother, Danu, the past will be written off. How about that? No. Lu Yu frowned. He felt that she was a little ungrateful. Now that she was being targeted by those big families, he took the initiative to extend an olive branch. But she was still holding on to the past. Was she really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Miss Yin, I thought that with your intelligence, you should know how to choose. To be honest, I am a little disappointed. She replied indifferently. Then I'm sorry to disappoint General Liu. Liu Yu's face darkened slightly. What does this mean? Miss Yin, I don't need you. And don't think that you can fight the court by relying on those big families. In fact, these families in Jinchuan City are nothing in my eyes. It's just a matter of a word for me to take them down. Yin Yin nodded in agreement. I believe what General Liu said. But you are wrong. I never thought of relying on them to fight against the court. And I never thought of relying on the court and losing the opportunity to cooperate with others. What do you mean? Stand on both sides? No. I said at the beginning that I just want to make money. Yin Yin emphasized her purpose again. No matter who it is. As long as they do business with me, I will not refuse. As for how much they sell the things after buying them back, I can't control it. And I won't control it. Just like the court distributes the food it buys to the victims. It's great. But I won't give it away for free. What you do has nothing to do with me. I am only responsible for selling things. That's all. She said it clearly enough. Liu Yu stared at her closely, and didn't miss her expression. It seems that this time it's true. Miss Yin, if that's the case, why are you still insisting on having Captain Chen kowtow and apologize to a servant? This doesn't fit what you just said. General Liu, if a petty thief bullies your brother, does teaching the petty thief a lesson have anything to do with your victory on the battlefield? It's different. Liu Yu admitted that what she said made sense. But how to compare a petty thief with Captain Chen is completely different. Yin Yin shook her head slightly and said meaningfully, No. It's the same for me. The other party's tone is not ordinary. She actually compared Captain Chen to a petty thief. Where is her confidence? Is it just because of the unlimited food source? Chapter 96. I don't believe you. The old man is very bad. Does the other party have some hidden cards that he doesn't know about? This is the only reason that can explain why she is not afraid of those big families and dares to go against Zhu Shifu before the function of the membership card is determined. Liu Yu does not intend to fall out with her. Maintaining the status quo is the best. Miss Yin, I understand what you mean. He stood up and said, I have something else to do, so I won't bother you. General Liu, have lunch before leaving? Yin Yin tried to keep him. Liu Yu politely declined and left after a few polite words. Yin Yin looked at the back of the person leaving and knew that the effect of this test or pressure was not obvious. Liu Yu didn't say it on the spot. Not only because it was difficult to explain to Zhu Shifu, but also because the other party did not take her seriously. In other words, she was not qualified to make him compromise and offend Zhu Shifu for her own sake. Yin Yin didn't care. There were still 5 days left, so she could sign a few more contracts in these few days. In the afternoon, an unexpected guest came. The Shui family's housekeeper. An old man in his 50s. With a reserved look and deep eyes. He was not like housekeeper he, who was full of arrogance and looked down at people. But his every move and every look revealed the style and pride of a big family. And he was just a housekeeper, not the owner of the Shui family. When Yin Yin saw the other party, her first impression was that he was not easy to deal with. She was not afraid of those who were arrogant, because such people often had no scheming and would not calculate. You must be Madame Yin. I am Shui Zheng, the housekeeper of the Shui family. And people call me Zheng Bo. As soon as the other party opened his mouth, Yin Yin felt that he was not simple. First of all, he positioned her as a lady. Not a lady. Different titles have different meanings. Second, he called himself Zheng Bo as a servant. If she called him Zheng Bo, it would not only lower her own value, but also lower her generation, which would be disadvantageous in the following conversation. The other party might also take advantage of his seniority. In this case, she would be at a disadvantage before the conversation even started. Yin Yan's mouth curled slightly, and she sat steadily, raised her chin slightly, and looked at the old man in front of her. Butler Shui, please sit down. Seeing that the other party not only did not stand up, but also removed the ladder he had set up with one sentence. Shui Yang's eyes dimmed. This was not like an ordinary farm woman. It seems that the purpose of today's trip is a bit uncertain. Shui Zheng sat opposite. He glanced at the things on the stone table, and after a moment of surprise, he quickly stabilized his mind. Congratulations, Madame Yin, for opening a new store. This is a gift from my master. He waved his hand, and the servant came forward with a mahogany box and opened it. Inside was a box of jewelry, including gold, silver, and jewelry. Was this a case of courtesy before force? Yin Yan's eyes lit up, and she came over impatiently, as if she saw a treasure. What beautiful jewelry. Steward Shui. Is this really for me? Shui Ying's eyes flashed with contempt. But his mentality became much more stable. As long as he had a purpose. We are all businessmen. And we will inevitably have dealings in the future. Madam Yin? Just accept it. Ha. Then I will obey your order. And thank your master for me. Yin Yin happily took the box and placed it beside her like a treasure. Zheng Bo. What are you doing here this time? The other party suddenly changed his words and smiled. Shui Zheng seemed to have expected it. And he began to explain his purpose. During the 3 years of drought, not only the common people had a hard time, but also the families had a hard time. Especially the big families, like the Shui family. They looked prosperous. But they were actually under great pressure to support hundreds of servants. In fact, they did not dismiss these people. Not for the dignity of the family, but to give these hundreds of people a way out. To be precise, it is to give a way out to the hundreds of families and thousands of people behind them. Yin Yin, ha. I don't believe you. You old men are very bad. She brewed her emotions for a while, and said with emotion, the Shui family is kind and righteous. Just like me. I opened the store to give the villagers a way out so that they can support themselves. It seems that we are the same. Shui Zheng, don't flatter yourself. Who is the same as you? An inferior? What Madame Yin said is that it's all for others. He touched his beard, calmed down, and continued, business is difficult nowadays, and the Shui family is struggling to survive. However, Madame Yan's store is doing a booming business, which makes the Shui family envious. Yin Yin grinned and smiled embarrassedly. Zheng Bo is too modest. How can a small store like mine compare with the Shui family? Shui Zheng. When did I say you can compare with the Shui family? Seeing that she didn't respond, he decided to make it clear. Madam Yin, I see that although the food in the store is simple, the price is affordable, and the goods are sufficient. I wonder where you get the goods from. This. Yin Yin gently patted the box under her hand. Zheng Bo. You also know that this is a commercial secret. Right? He patted the box again. Shui Zheng waved his hand. And another servant came forward. This time it was a box of pearls. Not small in size. All pink. Yin Yin stretched her neck to look at it, wishing her eyes were on it. Full of amazement, Zheng Bo smiled slightly and said, if Madame Yin is willing to tell me the source of the goods, this box of deep-sea pearls will be yours. Yin Yan's expression froze, and she reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Zheng Bo, you are making things difficult for me. In fact, I don't know where the source of the goods is. Madam Yin, don't joke. Let's not talk about the huge amount of goods sold in your store. The 5 stores of the He family alone have hundreds of thousands of pieces of inventory. If there is no source of goods, how can they support it? Want to fool him? Do you really think he didn't do any work before he came? He signaled his men to take back the pearls. Wait. Yin Yin hurriedly stopped him. Let's talk it out. I'm not saying it. But I don't know. Shui Zheng asked back. Then the He family's goods worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Don't they have anything to do with Madame Yin? I provide the goods. But that's all. What do you mean? It means that I can provide goods. And you can get as much as you want as long as you have money. But I don't know where the source of the goods is. Anyway, I can get the goods as long as I pay. Shui Zheng kept staring at her, not missing any of her expressions and eyes, wanting to know whether her words were true or false. From the current observation, the other party did not lie. But it was ridiculous because it didn't seem like a lie. How can you get the goods without knowing where the source of the goods is? Did it come out of thin air? He was more inclined to believe that Yin Yin was hiding something. Shui Zheng's face gradually darkened, and his expression was somewhat unhappy. It seems that Madame Yin doesn't want to tell the truth. If you understand it this way, I can't help it. Yin Yin held the jewelry box in her arms, implying that you can believe it or not. But don't think about taking the things back. Seeing her undisguised greed for money, Shui Zheng wanted to try again. The purpose of his coming here today was to test. And it would be best if he could find the source of goods. But it didn't matter if he couldn't find it. It was just a different means. As the saying goes, if you don't accept the toast, you will drink the penalty wine. Chapter 97. Is this your way of entertaining guests? Madam Yin, you also provided the food for the disaster victims outside the city. Right? The two knew why they asked this question. Yin Yin raised her eyebrows in confusion. Butler Shui. Why do you have to know the source of goods? Shui Zheng. How can you do business without knowing the source of goods? Nonsense. How can you monopolize and suppress you if you don't know the source of goods? If he didn't want to know the source of goods, would he come to her? A small peasant woman? Of course he wouldn't say these. Didn't Yin Yin know? No. Of course she knew. Butler Shui. I don't know the source of goods. But if the Shui family wants to do business with me, I can provide the goods you need. And the price is the same as the He family. As for how much you sell, that's your business. I don't care. As long as you really want to do business. This condition is good. What's wrong with her being an intermediary? And it doesn't hinder business. Unfortunately, the other party's purpose is not really to do business. Shui Zheng's face slowly darkened. It seems that Madame Yin doesn't take the Shui family seriously. So there is no need for cooperation. There was a hint of threat in his words, as well as the intimidation from the big family. Yin Yin sat steadily, without even raising her eyelids, and made a gesture of invitation. It was the first time that someone sent him away in this way. And Shui Zheng's face became a little ugly, with a hint of anger in his eyes. It's too much. Humph. Madame Yin, you'd better not regret your decision today. After saying a warning, Shui Zheng flicked his sleeves and left angrily. Yin Yin curled her lips. I'm afraid of you. After the people left, she called her daughter over to see if there were any jewelry she liked. Ready-made? So she didn't have to buy them. Because they knew their mother was very powerful. Even if she drove 2 people away, the 2 little ones were not worried. Girls all like beautiful things. And these jewelry are very good in terms of material, style, and workmanship. Xiaodan picked and chose, and wanted them all. Yin Yin simply gave them all to her, letting her change them every day. Xiaodan accepted the box of jewelry with a smile. Xiaoyong, wait a few days, and your mother will buy you some beautiful hair scarves. Children here only wear a crown after the age of 12. 5-year-old children mostly have a hairstyle with 2 hanging buns on both sides. Some of them shave their hair around, leaving a piece in the middle to comb into a hairband, and tie a rope or a copper bell at the end of the braid. Xiaoyong takes care of his hair by himself. He combs 2 buns and ties them up, and does not let them hang down, so that he does not look so childish. No. Xiaoyong refused directly. If it's a hair crown or jade hairpin, I want it. Yin Yin smiled and touched his head. You are still too young. When you are over the age of hanging a bun, Mother will buy you a lot of beautiful hairpins and jade crowns. Okay? Yes. Xiaoyong hummed lightly, looking forward to growing up. At this time, Dania came over. Miss, the 2 housekeepers of the Ding family and the Zhao family want to see you. Xiaoyong, take your sister to read books and learn to read. Yesterday she asked Dania to buy some more books. And Xiaodan's learning progress is unusually fast. Xiaoyong knew that his mother had something to do, so he took his sister away. After the 2 children left, Yin Yin asked Dania to invite people in. The housekeeper of the Ding family was in his early 40s. He was not as shrewd as the housekeeper Shui, but he was also steady. The servant who followed him held a box in his hand. The housekeeper of the Zhao family was relatively young, about 30 years old. He raised his chin and looked at the yard with a critical and contemptuous look. As for the servant who followed him, he brought nothing. Yin Yin curled her lips and stood up to greet them with a smile. Welcome, both of you. Please sit down. Please sit down. She said she welcomed the 2 of them. But her eyes and smile were only directed at housekeeper Ding. Madame Yin, you are too polite. Housekeeper Ding was polite. Butler Zhao snorted coldly and sat down on his own. Housekeeper Ding waved his hand, and the servant put the box on the table, which still contained jewelry. Madame Yin, congratulations on the opening of the business. It's a small gift. Please accept it. Haha. The Ding family is too polite. Since it is a gift, I will accept it. Yin Yin smiled from ear to ear and quickly hugged the box to her side. TSK. Housekeeper Zhao curled her lips in disdain. She was indeed a peasant woman. Not presentable. Yin Yin pretended not to hear. Daniel, bring a box of snacks and open a can of food. I want to entertain the guests. Okay, miss. When they heard that there were snacks and canned food, they were moved. The things they bought were for the head of the family to eat. They didn't have any share, so they didn't know how delicious the things that everyone was fighting for were. Suddenly they were looking forward to it. Soon the snacks and canned food were brought over. Yin Yin pushed the can towards Butler Ding. Butler Ding. Try this canned fruit. Thank you, Madam Yin. Butler Ding was not polite either. He picked up a piece with chopsticks. It was cool and delicious. And the taste of peach was very strong. Delicious. He couldn't help but squint his eyes and admire. The person who came up with this idea to preserve the fruit in this way is really amazing. It's delicious. Then try some snacks. They're not bad either. Yin Yin was promoting her own products. Butler Zhao looked at the people around him, who were eating and drinking. And then looked at this peasant woman who didn't say anything to let him go. And he felt very unhappy. Madam Yin, is this your way of entertaining guests? As expected, rural people have no sense of propriety. He couldn't help but ridicule her. Oh, there's another person here? Sorry, I forgot. Yin Yin looked apologetic and pushed the half cup of tea left by Butler Shui to him. Butler Zhao, drink tea. You, Yin Yin, you're going too far. Butler Zhao was so angry that his face turned blue. It was fine if he didn't give him canned food, but he actually gave him tea left by someone unknown. It was really abominable. Yin Yin blinked in confusion. Butler Zhao, why are you so angry? You gave me the leftover tea. You are so disrespectful to the guests. Can't I be angry? Why are you pretending to be innocent? Guest? My guest is Butler Ding. You see, I brought snacks and canned food. I entertained him well. What about me? Butler Zhao pointed at himself in dissatisfaction. Am I not considered a guest? Yin Yin shook her head and asked him. Who have you seen go to someone else's house empty-handed? Besides, as a businessman, don't you even know the rules of giving gifts when someone's store opens? I think Butler Zhao doesn't know, but doesn't want to give gifts. Since you don't treat me as a friend, why should I treat you as a guest? The Zhao family is big and powerful. I thought they were very polite, but I didn't expect it to be just like this. I have seen it. You, he really wanted to say, is there anyone who asks for gifts like you? But giving gifts when a store opens is indeed an unwritten rule. If you don't want to give, then don't rush to visit during the 3 days of the store's opening. Go at other times. Even if you come empty-handed, the other party won't be able to find fault. Did the Zhao family not prepare any gifts? Who knows? But their attitude already says it all. Chapter 98. Not even a gift. Stingy. Steward Ding watched the show and said to himself. Fortunately, he brought a gift. Otherwise, it would be the Ding family who would be scolded for not knowing etiquette. Steward Zhao's face turned red, white, and finally black. Yin Yin, I won't argue with you. You are just a small peasant woman who opened a small shop. Do you really think you are great? What qualifications do you have for the Zhao family to send you a gift? Anyway, the relationship has been torn apart, and Steward Zhao will not smile. Although he didn't smile at the beginning. For him, it was a great honor for the other party to condescend to a small shop. No matter how he flatters him and licks him, it is not too much. But he didn't expect that the other party would give him a cold shoulder and show his power. He can't bear it. Being said like this, Yin Yin couldn't hold the smile on her face and pretended to be very angry. Butler Zhao, please be careful with your words. I am the boss of the shop at the worst, with the same status as your master. You are a servant. What qualifications do you have for me to treat you as a guest? Are you worthy? You are an ignorant village woman. What's wrong with me? It's you who came to ask for scolding. Not me. You are great. You are noble. If you have the ability, don't come to my Yan's shop. You are so presumptuous. Do you know what the consequences of angering me are? How to report back is still a matter of his words. It can be said that the life and death of her shop is completely determined by him. Yin Yin is not afraid of his threats at all. I don't know. A stingy person who doesn't even take a gift. So what if I offend him? Humph. You come empty-handed and give me, your master, a cold shoulder. You are so arrogant. The door is over there. I won't see you off. You are so capable. Send the guest away. You will regret it. Butler Zhao left a threatening word and left with a flick of his sleeves. At this moment, he had 1,000 grass mud horses running through his heart. He had known that this man was so greedy for money, and he would bring something no matter what. TSK. Yin Yin snorted disdainfully, and when facing Butler Ding, she immediately put on a smile. Don't worry, Butler Ding. You are a guest if you bring gifts. Although it is only a small box, I will not drive you away. Butler Ding smiled awkwardly. Don't remind me so obviously. Okay. I will definitely bring more gifts next time. Madam Yin is joking. He laughed dryly twice, and decided to get to the point as soon as possible. Madam Yin, I looked at the goods sold in your store, which can be said to be very cheap. I would like to ask, is there any profit to be made? It is indeed presumptuous. But considering that you took the gift, I can tell you that it is profitable. Can you stop talking about gifts? Butler Deng complained in his heart. However, the goods are so cheap, and there is still profit. This news is very important. Is the supply stable? This is the purpose. Yan Yan smiled slightly. Stable? As long as there is money. It's fine. Butler Deng should know the He family. The goods are provided by me. As long as there is money. There are many meanings that can be associated with this sentence. Does the supplier only want money? And there is no other meaning? Or as long as Yan Yan is paid, she can get any goods? No matter which meaning it is. Even if someone in the city supplies Yan Yan with goods behind their backs. So many goods must have a transportation process. But they didn't find anything. The focus of several major families is not the impact of cheap things on grain prices, but the packaging of food, not to mention packaging bags and cartons. They know how rare glass bottles are. Such precious things are actually used to pack fruits, and sold so cheaply. They will never believe that there is no one behind Yin Yin. What they have to do is to find the other party, and do the glass bottle business. As for how to do business, only by finding the person behind the scenes can they make a decision. Madam Yin, I wonder if the Deng family can cooperate with the supplier behind you. Butler Deng's attitude is still relatively low, and his words are more tactful. Sure. Then let's set a time to meet. No. I'm the supplier. Butler Deng frowned slightly, and the joy on his face disappeared. What is Madam Yin saying? His first thought was to play a trick on him. Yin Yin replied seriously. The words of the great Zhou. Brush? Butler Deng's face immediately sank, and his temper was almost worn out. If Madam Yin introduces us, the Deng family will offer 3 boxes of gold, silver and jewelry. When Yin Yin heard about gold, silver and jewelry, her eyes lit up. Butler Deng. To be honest, the supplier you are looking for is really me. In view of your sincerity, I agree to cooperate with you. You? Butler Deng looked her up and down. Not to mention that he looked down on her. How could a small peasant woman get such a valuable commodity like a glass bottle? No one would believe that she had no one behind her. It seemed that she was not going to say it. Or the chips she gave were not enough. He felt that he could not ask anything more. So he got up and said goodbye. Yin Yin enthusiastically escorted the person out of the door, and reminded him not to forget to bring 3 boxes of jewelry next time he came to discuss cooperation. The person who left stumbled and almost fell. Jinchuan City Chamber of Commerce. There are more than 20 members of the Chamber of Commerce. And now there are 7 or 8 people sitting in the hall to discuss things. The theme of the meeting is the new outlier. Yan Yin, the Shui family, the Deng family, and the Zhao family briefly talked about what happened this afternoon. What do you think of this Yan Yin? The leader, an old man in his 50s, asked in a deep voice. The eldest uncle of the Deng family spoke first. From the description of the 3 families, it can be seen that this person is not very sophisticated, has a limited vision, is greedy for money and vanity, and has a typical peasant mentality. Mr. Zhao nodded and agreed with his opinion. This person got some opportunities from nowhere, happened to get in touch with the army, and then entered the city, and happened to be in the city. There was also a famine, so he opened a shop to make money. Someone on the opposite side disagreed. So many just happened to show that the other party is not simple. I said people to inquire. They don't have to worry about food and drink after they arrive at the disaster area. No matter how many troops go, they can get food. You know, they were in the disaster area at that time. There were tens of thousands of eyes staring at them, and no one was seen delivering food to them. The Shui family's uncle also shared the information he got. I just got the news from the military camp that the food for 900,000 disaster victims was provided by this person. Before that, General Liu asked them to build a big wooden box. Everyone. The weird thing is coming. The wooden box was originally empty. Not long after Yan Yan walked over, the box was filled with food. Isn't it weird? The other people pondered. This method is more than weird. Did the person you are looking for see how the food appeared? The Deng family uncle asked. Uncle Shui shook his head with some regret. No. His level is not enough. He can only help carry the goods. As for the people present, they are all Lu Yu's confidants. And I can't bribe them for the time being. It would be great if he could see it. And our mystery would be solved. Chapter 99. Who is willing to be a dog for the Heavenly Palace for life? The old man in the lead, who is also the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, stroked his beard. Since there are not enough clues, let's continue to collect clues. There can't be any anomalies in Jinchuan City. Then what do you think we should do? Mr. Chiu? Everyone respected the old man, who was also one of the founders of the Chamber of Commerce. The old man glanced at the people present and said calmly, "First, since this woman is greedy for money, let's start from this aspect and get more useful information and give it to the Ding family and the Zhao family." The two people named nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Second, investigate secretly. Send people to watch the shops and the places where they live. Also, keep an eye on the 4 city gates, especially the vehicles transporting large quantities of goods. This is left to the 4 families of Feng, Li, Wang, and Jiang. Third, the army cannot be abandoned. Since Lu Yu's confidants cannot be bribed, then bribe his confidants. By the way, isn't it said that Captain Chen and the other party are unhappy? See if we can start with Captain Chen. This matter is left to the Shui family. Okay, Mr. Chiu, Mr. Shui responded. He actually thought of someone. The wife of Prefect Zhu, who was also Captain Chen's aunt. Maybe this was a breakthrough. Mr. Chiu wanted to emphasize again why he mobilized so many troops. I still say that this woman is not scary. But we have to pay attention to the existence behind her, especially the means of using such cheap goods to open a hole in Jinchuan's trade. It can be seen that the other party is definitely a ruthless person. Everyone nodded. The glass bottle is so valuable. Selling it for a few dozen coins is equivalent to throwing it away. Isn't it a ruthless person? We understand that if we don't find the person behind the scenes, Jinchuan will be in chaos. Yes, it's possible that the other party's goal is the entire Jinchuan city. They use this method to drag us into the water, and then withdraw, and finally take over the entire Jinchuan trade and gain the highest voice. He has a big appetite. Do you think there is no one in Jinchuan? But what does this person want to do? In this situation, shouldn't we hold the food tightly in our hands? They just want to figure this out. Why? Don't say it's for the victims. They won't believe it even if you kill them. Old Chiu expressed his opinion. Let's analyze it. First of all, why does he want to take special care of the victims? Does he want the victims to support him? Let's not talk about the victims outside the city. There are nearly 200,000 people in the city alone. If they stand on his side, it will be very easy for the other party to do anything they want. Mr. Zhao added. Another point is that the other party's approach is in the interests of the court, and the person behind the scenes has the court as a backer. In this way, there are 2 favorable supporters, the victims and the government. Everyone's expression became solemn. This man is well versed in business, with the government and the people in his hands. Why worry about the business not flourishing? What should we do? Do the same as the other party and buy at a low price? After all, we have the advantage. The head of the Feng family asked. Old Chiu shook his head slowly. Not in a hurry. Still mature and steady. It's not yet at this stage. Old Chiu is right. Things haven't developed to that point yet. We can't lose our footing, let alone fulfill the other party's wishes. There are so many of them. But they can't beat an outsider? What qualifications does an outsider have to ask us what to do? The prices of goods in Jinchuan City are decided by the Chamber of Commerce, not by a guy who hides his head and shows his tail. He doesn't deserve it. Maybe it was the imperial court who did this, just to get us to lower the price. Mr. Deng is right. The imperial court is very likely the man behind this. Yes, if it wasn't for the imperial court's support, how could a peasant woman get so much grain? And how could she keep it strictly secret from the outside world? I think it's almost certain. This statement was supported by most people. Old Chiu nodded. We can't rule out this possibility. If it's really the imperial court, we have to make preparations for both scenarios. He paused and looked at Uncle Shui. You have to come forward to deal with Prefect Zhu. If the person behind the scenes is the imperial court, what should we do after finding out what they are going to do? We can't put all our hopes on the heavenly palace. If we provoke the government and the army, distant water can't quench the thirst. We should prepare in advance so as not to be particularly passive. Uncle Shui nodded with a serious expression. I understand. Leave it to me. There are many people who look as serious and worried as him. They are afraid that the heavenly palace can't suppress the people of the imperial court. After all, they are merchants and can't afford to provoke the army. Elder Chio smiled faintly and comforted everyone. Don't worry too much. If it is really the imperial court, their actions show that they will not force it. The price reduction and cooperation with the He family are just to express their demands. Elder Chio, do you mean that the imperial court wants to cooperate with us? Yes. They are afraid of the heavenly palace. If they don't take action, the imperial court's relief will not last long. Cooperation with major families is the best way. Cheap goods are a signal of cooperation. After Elder Chio's analysis, everyone was relieved. As long as they didn't force it. Then what should we do? Cooperation? The Jiang family asked. Which was what everyone wanted to ask. Old Chio stroked his beard, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. If the person behind the scenes is really the court, then cooperation is necessary. But how to cooperate is up to us. If it's not the court behind it, just make them disappear. He would let the other party know who has the final say in Jinchuan City. Mr. Zhao's eyes lit up, and he was a little impatient. Do you want to deal with that peasant woman? I'll do it. She actually dared to call him an old man. Dared to say that he was nothing. He would let her know what it means to say that disaster comes from the mouth. Old Chio looked at him inexplicably and waved his hand. No need. She's just a chess piece. Without her, there will be others. Her greedy character can be used. Besides, there are people from the court protecting her on the surface. If we take action, it will easily backfire. At this time, a person walked in from outside. Seeing him come back alone, Old Chio frowned slightly. A little unhappy. Didn't the family send anyone? The man shook his head and repeated what the other party said. No. Mr. He said he would not interfere in the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce. And he was not qualified to interfere. Mr. Zhao snorted coldly. Humph. Old man, you are holding a grudge. Mr. Shui tried to smooth things over. It is understandable that the He family has some temper. And there is no need to be angry about this. Besides, if it weren't for you, the He family wouldn't have been kicked out. Old Chio looked at the man. Did the He family ask you to bring anything? The purpose of asking the He family to come here is just to find out the details of the person behind the scenes. As long as there is an answer, it doesn't matter whether people come or not. Mr. He said that Miss Hien is not as simple as you think. Cooperation is the best way to break the deadlock. Do you want to be a dog of the heavenly palace for the rest of your life? The hall was quiet in an instant, and the words of the head of the He family touched their sore spots. If it weren't for the danger of extermination, who would be willing to surrender to the heavenly palace and find a master for themselves? Chapter 100. The situation has been revitalized. The drought is still going on. To keep the grain is to keep life. Do you really think they care about the money from selling the grain? If the grain is gone, no matter how much money they have, it is useless. The court will not care about their suffering and hardship at all. In one word, they buy grain. If they don't give it, they will be forcibly requisitioned. There is no other way. In order to survive, they can only turn to the heavenly palace, which is also the executioner who caused everything. Alas, Old Chio sighed slightly, looking melancholy. To be honest, if there is any other way, who would be willing to hand over so many children? No one said that these children would be treated well in the heavenly palace. They are not stupid. If the heavenly palace is really so good, there will be no drought in the great show. As for what the children are to do, it is unknown. Grandpa Shui frowned, very puzzled. I don't understand what Master He means. If we cooperate with the court, won't we still die? Unless it rains? How can we break the deadlock? Why did the other party say that cooperating with the other party is the best way? Master Deng's eyes lit up. Wait, Master He is saying that the court has a way? Others also looked hopeful. If so, then they would be saved. Large-scale droughts are still perennial, and no one can be spared. Old Chio thought about it, and decided to remain unchanged in the face of change. I am almost certain that the person behind the scenes is the court. As for whether they have a way, we will know as long as we try it. Master Chio, what should we do? Many people are eager to try. 2 ways. The first one is to delay, and see how much food the court can get out. There are nearly 1.2 million people outside and inside the city. I want to see how long they can hold out. Second, the Shui family, the Wang family, and the Jiang family. The three of you will go to that Madame Yen tomorrow and cooperate with her. Since there is low-priced food, the grain of each family has just stopped selling. We can't let them all be good people. I want to see how long they can hold on if we don't give out grain. Even if we really want to cooperate, they have to come to us and beg us to take the initiative. If the court can revitalize the situation, they will not be stingy to lend a hand. But the premise is that they have to take the initiative. Old Chiu is the backbone of the Chamber of Commerce. Everyone is not panicked in an instant and knows what to do. The next day, when Yin Yin and the others came, they found that the store was intact and nothing happened. No, there is a difference. The door of the store that was broken in half has been replaced with a good one. Although I don't know why the other party didn't do it. This is good news for her. Not long after the shop opened, someone came to visit again. Shui. The heads of the three families of Wang and Jiang came in person. And all brought gifts. Yin Yin didn't know what they discussed. And didn't want to know. As long as they could do business. She warmly welcomed them into the backyard. There were newly bought tables and chairs in the yard. With snacks, canned food, and tea on them. She showed that if there were gifts, she would treat them with delicious food and drinks. And her words were as gentle as spring breeze. When they left the store, each of them had a sales contract in their hands. The three of them looked a little relieved and relaxed. It seems that the court has really found a way. I guess so. Otherwise hundreds of thousands of pieces of goods would be given away at such a low price. I see, Grandpa Shui suddenly said. The two looked at him puzzled. What do you mean? Grandpa Shui looked around and lowered his voice. I got the news that the disaster victims outside the city will be relocated. If there is no food, why will they leave? The court does not rely on our families, and can solve the food rations for so many people. It can be seen that there is really a way. The head of the Wang family nodded thoughtfully. This is why the court collects money. From the previous free distribution to the current charging. Although it is cheap, it is better than giving it away for free. The two suddenly realized. Yes, although the goods are cheap, but with income, the deficit will not be too big. So that's it. No wonder they want to cooperate with us. They use cheap goods to open the market. The people have food. Then no one will buy the high-priced grain. The court is putting pressure on us. And the grain price will definitely drop. In this way, won't the market be revitalized? Buy grain from abroad and sell it to us at a low price. We sell it to the people. The court collects funds and then goes abroad to buy grain, which is equivalent to putting the people's grain planting abroad. And then build a few major projects to let the victims work and earn money. And they use the money to buy food from us. A perfect closed loop. The court's losses have been reduced to the lowest. High. Really high. It must be said that the court has capable people. In fact, there is no loss. Don't forget that the court still has to collect taxes. The head of the Jiang family reminded. Yes. The taxes we pay are equivalent to the money for the project. Haha. Drought is nothing more than that. When they thought that the country had revitalized the situation, the three of them suddenly felt proud. What about the Heavenly Palace? Unless the Heavenly Palace does not allow other countries to sell grain to the Great Zhou. But this is unrealistic. It is the nature of merchants to pursue profits. How can they give up if there is money to be made? If nothing unexpected happens, the grain output of foreign countries will be raised by 30% or 40% next year. And it is possible that they will encourage land reclamation. Then will we sell our grain? Asked the head of the Wang family. Uncle Shui thought for a while and said, when the nest is destroyed, the eggs will be broken. My opinion is to sell a small amount. But I have to ask Mr. Chiu for his opinion. The two agreed. It is always better to send charcoal in the snow than to add icing on the cake. Once the grain problem is solved, the last problem will be water. The wells are now being dug deeper and deeper. I don't know how long they can last. Once the water is gone, it will be really over. Speaking of water, Uncle Shui said mysteriously, this problem will be solved soon. Oh, is there any news from the court? Head of the Shui family. Tell us quickly. When it comes to dealing with the court, no one has more connections than the Shui family. I'll tell you when we get back to the Chamber of Commerce. What are you waiting for? Go back quickly and discuss how to open a store by the way. Good news one after another. It would be better if this damn drought ended sooner. The two of them hurriedly left with the head of the Shui family. Yin Yin didn't know that they had thought so much. She was very happy now. She had negotiated 3 more deals. This month's star-raising task was completed. And maybe she could get 2 stars. She decided to eat an apple to celebrate. However, what she and the people in the Chamber of Commerce didn't know was that trouble was coming soon. 50 kilometers away from Jinchuan City, a team of people was heading this way, and was expected to arrive in Jinchuan City tomorrow afternoon. There were still many people buying things that day, and everyone was not at ease. She calculated the money, and it was still more than 30,000 taels. The income did not decrease because of the opening of the He family. She felt that when the other 3 families opened tomorrow, the income would be reduced by half. According to the new system, everyone was very happy with a commission of 3 taels of silver per person. And now there was hope for the future. Chapter 101 Start with the people around her. The 7th day after entering Jinchuan City, several relatively large shops opened in the 4 areas of southeast, northwest, and northeast. The shops mainly sell food, and the prices are very low. They are surrounded by people. At the same time, the prices of other grain shops have also dropped a little, although they are still very expensive. This is the first price reduction after the drought, which is a very good signal. If these shops can continue to open, the money in the hands of most ordinary people can make them not worry about hunger in the next 3 to 5 years. The biggest stone on their shoulders has been removed, and many families are relieved. Even so, they still have to buy, and those with a shelf life of 1 or 2 years are directly stored in the cellar. However, their mood at this time is different from before, which can be seen from the rare smiles on their faces. Other shops, no matter what they sell, also have customers sporadically, instead of being deserted before. Some shops have also posted recruitment posts. This is the provincial capital. Almost no one in the city makes a living by farming. If they are really farmers, they will not live in the provincial capital. Apart from other things, the real estate alone is not something that ordinary people can afford. Either you have a skill to set up a small stall, or go to a shop or a wealthy family to work. You can always find a way to make money. Moreover, many shops only recruit locals. As long as they are diligent, their lives will definitely not be a problem. Roadside stalls have also appeared. Not many, but I believe that it will not be long before Jinchuan's economy will slowly recover. Liu Yu led people to patrol the streets. Seeing that the empty streets finally had some popularity, he couldn't help but sigh. It's not easy. I hope it will get better and better in the future. Next to him was his confidant, Staff Officer Gung, who was in his 40s, had a goatee and a wise look. Yes, I believe it won't take long. He paused, raised his head slightly, and looked at the sky in the distance, with a meaningful smile on his lips. I really want to see what the heavenly palace will look like when they know that God is protecting the great show. His smile was full of sarcasm. Liu didn't say anything, but a cold color flashed in his eyes. The heavenly palace brought such a great disaster to the great show, causing so many people to be displaced and lose their lives. One day, he will personally eradicate it. With a thought, a membership card appeared out of thin air in his hand, and his eyes deepened, and he became more confident. Staff Officer Gung frowned slightly in disapproval and reminded him, "General, this is not the mansion after all, so you better be careful. Who knows if there are any lackeys of the heavenly palace?" Liu Yu put the card in his arms without saying anything. At this time, Vice General Han rode over. His face was not very good. "What's wrong? They don't want to sell?" Staff Officer Gung asked, vaguely guessing the answer. Vice General Han nodded somewhat dejectedly. They said that the contract signed with Yin only applies to the people, not the army, and said that each family can only sell a maximum of 50,000 taels of goods. Because this was just a test, he didn't say too much to the other party. Liu Yu didn't change his expression and patted his shoulder. "In fact, I had expected it a long time ago, since she said that she would cooperate with us only after the conditions were met. She wouldn't let us take advantage of it. As for instant noodles, I guess they won't be sold in 2 days." "Why?" Deputy General Han didn't understand. Staff Officer Gung explained with a smile. "Because the other party doesn't need guards anymore. To put it bluntly, Yin used them as free guards from the beginning. Now that the major families have compromised, the people will no longer scramble for things, and guards are no longer needed. How can this woman be so calculating?" Deputy General Han gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. He didn't want to admit that he had made a mistake at the beginning. Staff Officer Gung sighed. "It's good to calculate. Only by calculating can you survive in this cannibalistic environment. Deputy General Han, well, let's worry about ourselves. General, there is not much food left in reserve. If they are unwilling to sell us goods, and the relationship over there is tense, what should we do next? 200,000 disaster victims were transferred one after another, and their food must be guaranteed. Lu Yu was not in a hurry. There are still 3 days. Go to Lord Zhu. This is his nephew's fault. Ask him to find a way to solve the food problem of 200,000 disaster victims. If he can't solve it, I will take people to Kyoto and apologize. Okay, I'll go now. Deputy General Han responded, turned his horse's head and left. After the people left, Staff Officer Gung touched his beard, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. General, I thought of a way that may be able to break the deadlock. Oh, what way? Tell me. Lu Yu was interested. To be honest, Captain Chen's matter was really a headache for him. On one side was the powerful Zhu family, and on the other side was a stubborn little woman who could not be offended for the time being. He, the victim, was caught in the middle and could not force either side. Find something for the people around her. As long as the person falls into the hands of Governor Zhu, wouldn't the matter be solved? Lu Yu thought about it and agreed. Although it's a bit mean, it's still a good idea. You will go to Zhu Jifu to make a plan later, and do it secretly so that Yan Yan won't find out. Don't worry about my work. Colonel Gung already had several plans in mind, targeting her subordinates, relatives, and even 2 children. He didn't believe that she could still hold on to her mouth. At this time, a soldier ran over. General, the second son of the Ning family is here, and with him are the envoys of the Tianji Palace. The team is still 5 kilometers away from Jinchuan City. Is it coming so soon? Lu Yu was not surprised. He knew there would be such a day after the Ning family guards entered the city 2 days ago. Colonel Gung asked in confusion. Why are the people from the Tianji Palace with the other party? There is still a lot of time before the next recruitment. Right? Is it because of these foods? I don't know what he thought of. And Lu Yu's face became ugly. It seems that the plan against Yan Yan has to be terminated. General, are you worried that Tianji Palace might try to win over the other party? Not maybe, but definitely. He was very sure. If you still make a fuss about the people around her at this time, it would be equivalent to pushing them to Tianji Palace with your own hands. Tianji Palace? Tian Palace? He recited the 2 names, and the murderous aura on his body was fully revealed. Colonel Gung whispered, General, a little impatience will ruin a big plan. Huh? Lu Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the resentment in his heart. Wait. Sooner or later one day. Old Gung. Do you think she, such a tough person, will compromise with the people of Tianji Palace? I don't know. Colonel Gung shook his head and looked into the distance with deep eyes. But I hope she won't compromise, so that we have a chance. What do you mean? No matter how good a wild horse is, it will become a good horse after being tamed. And a good horse will become a 1,000-mile horse after meeting a good horse trainer. Chapter 102. Stop making excuses for your waist. I think I understand. Lu Yu nodded thoughtfully. I'll go find her now. No. Staff Officer Gung reached out to stop him. General, don't be impatient. Let the other party rub her spirit first, so that it will be easier to subdue her. Lu Yu thought it made sense. Yan Yan's temper really needed to be tempered. Towards dusk, a team entered Jinchuan City. The sun set, and the shops closed. Yan Yan calculated the flow of water, and it was indeed half less than yesterday. Today, there were only more than 10,000 taels, and this number would drop in a few days. She planned to find 3 or 4 more companies to cooperate with, and then everyone would not hoard goods, and the income would be stable at about 1,000 to 2,000 a day, which would be no problem to support these 200 people. As for the mission, in fact, as long as Lu Yu is there, it is not a problem. And what she wants is long-term cooperation. The conditions for promotion in the future will definitely be more difficult. She has laid out the game in advance, and then no matter the amount or the number of members, it will not be a problem. This is also the reason why we don't look for more than a few in a city. Too many will lead to vicious competition, which is not what she wants. She will leave when Jinchuan is stable. After paying the wages, Yan Yan asked everyone to go home. Xiaodan fell asleep soon after eating an apple in the evening. Yan Yan guessed that her supernatural power was about to awaken. Xiaoyong didn't have any special reaction. If you want to talk about changes, is it a little more lively? At night, She meditated and practiced in her daughter's room. If there is any situation with her daughter, she can check it out at the first time. In the dark night before dawn, the meditator suddenly opened his eyes. Two people? Yin glanced at the child, moved, and appeared outside the door. The two were dressed strangely, wearing masks that only covered their eyes and hair, tights, and a red cape on their backs. This outfit doesn't look like a good person. Huh? We've been discovered. That's not easy, one of them said. Even if they were discovered, they were still very calm, without a trace of panic. It doesn't matter, another person replied. I'll take care of her. You go and bring the two little ones out. Okay. I heard she knows martial arts. You be careful. Heh, bastard. The man sneered. And the next second, he rushed over in a flash, and a short sword appeared in his hand at some point, slashing towards Yin Yan's neck. Yin Yan dodged sideways and kicked out at the same time. The man felt the danger and wanted to hide, but his body suddenly became sluggish, and he failed to dodge. He was kicked hard in the back by the opponent, and then flew out. With a bang, he fell to the ground solidly. Yin Yan curled her lips and said sarcastically, "Trash. 27. Are you okay? Why didn't you dodge?" The other man hurriedly helped the man up, very puzzled. In his opinion, the kick was not fast. How could his companion be hit? The man who was kicked, codenamed 27, was full of shame and anger. He actually made a mistake, and was called trash by the other party. It was simply unreasonable. I won't let you die quickly. I will torture you slowly, and then drink all your blood. He glared at the other party fiercely, pushed his companion away, and then rushed over again. Yin Yan flashed to the side, then slowly raised his leg and kicked the other party's waist hard. Bang! 27 fell to the ground again, his face full of astonishment. Why? Why didn't he dodge again? How could he be kicked when he was so slow? Yin Yan pinched her chin, looked down at him, and shook her head. You are so harsh, but your strength is not as good as your mouth. TSK. If you are so weak, don't come out and embarrass yourself. You are embarrassing your organization for nothing. Ah, I will kill you. 27 was stimulated to be a little abnormal. He jumped up from the ground, holding a dagger in each hand, and rushed towards her. Then his other waist was also kicked. Then the front and back of the chest. And finally the legs. Crack. 27 knelt on the ground in embarrassment, gasping for breath. And the dagger fell to the ground, making a crisp sound, as if mocking his incompetence. He was ashamed, angry, and more of a sense of powerlessness. He didn't know that he had regressed so badly that he couldn't even handle a woman? The other person had been watching and had no intention of taking action. You can block other people's acupuncture points, thereby affecting the flow of internal force. Right? He observed for a long time and came to this conclusion. They were not the best masters, but they were definitely not so weak. The only explanation was that the other party was very strong, or had a way to restrain them. Yin Yan shrugged. I don't know what you are talking about. I'm just a peasant woman who knows a little bit of kung fu. You insist on saying that I'm very powerful. Are you trying to find an excuse for your useless companion? The man kneeling on the ground, the little hope that had risen because of his companion's words, was immediately extinguished. If the other party was not a master, then he was really useless. Trash. You are lying. When 27 attacked you, you were not afraid or panicked at all. You were confident. Right? They are just two petty thieves. Why should I be afraid? Besides, my neighbors are all soldiers. I can call for help if I can't beat them. So why should I panic? By the way, with your rubbish level and useless skills, do you have the nerve to hang out? Is there no one in your organization? Or are they all scum and trash like you? You? Do you know who we are? How dare you say that the people in our organization are trash? Yin Yan sneered. Who are you, and what is the name of your organization? If you have the guts, tell me the name. I want to see which useless organization taught you useless subordinates to do all these sneaky things. You? 30. Stop talking. The man kneeling on the ground interrupted him, and slowly stood up. Yin Yan's eyes moved slightly. It was healed so quickly. You know, she didn't show any mercy. She broke the other's leg with her 2 feet. Did he repair the broken part in such a short time? Our mission failed. Let's go. 27 moved his legs and moved normally. There was no sign that they were broken before. 30 hesitated and tried to say, although she is powerful, it doesn't matter as long as she doesn't get close. You hold her back, and I'll go and catch her 2 children. I judge the mission failed. Come back with me now. 27 looked serious and spoke in an imperative tone. Although 30 was unwilling, he didn't dare to disobey the other party. Even if 27 was only 3 levels higher than him, he had to obey the other party's orders. 27 looked at Yin Yin and said politely, "Excuse me," and then turned and left. If it weren't for the blood on the ground and the fallen swords, Yin Yin would have suspected that they had been fighting before. It's fine if you don't want to fight, but you're being so polite. What's going on? Chapter 103. Is there anyone? Yin Yin watched them leave without stopping them. A group of people gathered outside the door. All of them were soldiers and neighbors. Although they did not see what was going on inside, they heard their conversation. They were not surprised to see the 2 people come out intact, as they had heard about the power of the Heavenly Palace envoy. It was only through the crack in the door that they saw the person standing proudly inside, which surprised them even more. The other party actually defeated the Heavenly Palace envoy? You know, even they couldn't do it. It was incredible. They underestimated her. Yin Yin waved her hand, and the door slowly closed, and the shock in everyone's eyes became stronger. Is there anyone? Yin Yin didn't care what the people outside thought. She retracted her gaze, and then turned around and pushed open the door. Xiao Yong was standing in front of the bed, his little face tense and extremely serious. When he saw that the person coming was his mother, he breathed a sigh of relief and put down the dagger across his chest. Yin Yin came over and gently touched his little head. You are a good brother. Xiao Yong pursed his lips slightly, and there was still tension in his eyes. I want to help mother. He spoke in a low voice. His little face puffed up, and his expression was annoyed and unwilling. Yin Yin understood what he meant and said gently, with you protecting your sister, mother can face the bad guys with confidence. He raised his head suddenly, and a light flashed in his clear eyes. He solemnly promised, I will protect my sister. From tomorrow, he will work harder to practice martial arts. Mother believes it. Yin Yin nodded, and her eyes became more gentle. The 2 children were gifts from God to her. On the bed, Xiaodan was still sleeping, and the previous movement did not wake her up. Mom, is my sister okay? This is the 3rd time he asked today. Yin Yin decided to confess something to her son. In fact, she had this idea before. After all, Xiao Yong is not an ordinary child. It's better to do it today than today. Xiao Yong, there is actually no supermarket fairy, and the energy in my mother's body is not fairy energy. Is it true? Xiao Yong was not surprised. As if he had guessed it, Yin Yin was a little surprised. How did you find out? The apple and the thing in my body. He pointed to the position between his eyebrows, and found the supernatural core. It makes me feel that my strength and speed have been improved. Rather than saying that it is the energy given by the fairy, I believe it is given by my mother. At first, he did believe it, and thought there was a fairy. But when the apple appeared to replenish the energy in his mother's body, when the pink energy body appeared in his body, when the supermarket needed to do tasks, and when the memory of the other world mentioned by his mother before, all kinds of factors were combined. It can be found that there are many loopholes in the fairy's statement. As I said just now, he believes that this energy is given to him and his sister by his mother. Well, I didn't expect you to be so perceptive. Yin Yin admitted that she underestimated this guy. She didn't think that the immortal's words could deceive everyone. It was okay to deceive ordinary people, but she didn't expect that even children couldn't be deceived. Well, that can't be said. Xiaoyong is not an ordinary child. Hearing his mother praising him, Xiaoyong was a little excited, with a faint smile on his face. Mom, can you tell me what this is? He pointed to the center of his eyebrows. Okay, I'll tell you. You just need to understand what kind of energy you have obtained. She took his little hand and sat down beside the bed to give him some science. Do you remember what I told you? I have memories of another world. Xiaoyong nodded. Remember? So it was related to another world? A special energy appeared in that world, which can stimulate people's potential and awaken superpowers. She didn't mention gene mutation. Otherwise she would have to explain what genes are. The thing in your mind is called superpower core, which is the carrier of energy. As superpowers are upgraded, superpower cores will also become larger. Is it superpower that you can fly in the air? Yes. My superpower is level 3. and I have entered the ranks of advanced superpowers, and have the ability to fly at low altitudes. Xiaoyong nodded thoughtfully. It turned out that my mother's confidence came from this. Suddenly, I was very curious about another world. It must be a very strange world. Yin Yin continued. My superpower is healing. Whether it is internal or external injuries, I can heal them. But broken limbs are not available for the time being. As she said, she spread out her hands, and there was a milky white light in her palms, full of vitality. Xiaoyong put his hand on it, and felt comfortable all over. It was magical. Mom, what is my superpower? He was eager to try. But the light pink light in his palm did not feel anything. Yin Yin shook her head slightly. I don't know either. The superpower core of the wood superpower is green. The fire superpower is red. And the water superpower is blue. The color of the superpower core corresponds to the attribute of the superpower. But this is the first time I have seen a light pink superpower core. Don't you know? Xiaoyong lowered his eyes slightly and whispered. Yin Yin thought he was disappointed and comforted him. Your superpower should be a rare superpower. And the rarer the superpower, the longer it takes to awaken. Mom thinks that the reason why you can't sense the superpower attribute is that it has not been fully awakened. So don't worry. Then Mother, how long did it take for your superpower to awaken? It took me 2 days. Healing superpowers are relatively rare. Ordinary superpowers can be awakened in half a day. And mutation superpowers usually take 1 to 2 days. So I think you and Xiaodan both have rare superpowers. She said this more to comfort the child. She had vaguely guessed what was going on. The body will feel uncomfortable after awakening superpowers. But Xiaoyong didn't feel anything. He had superpowers after a nap, which was the time it took for ordinary superpowers to awaken. At least Xiaodan showed symptoms of drowsiness after eating the apple, even though the time for superpower awakening was extended because of the scarcity of energy here. This is the normal awakening process of rare superpowers. Of course, in Xiaodan's case, she also deliberately delayed it to let her adapt slowly. Otherwise, she would have completed it quickly with a few apples, and it wouldn't take several days. Another point is that even the rarest superpowers, such as space superpowers, only took 3 days. Therefore, she was basically certain that Xiaoyong had awakened not elemental powers, but those useless auxiliary powers, such as increasing explosive power, increasing vision, increasing intelligence, and other auxiliary powers. This kind of power is useless in the other world. After all, killing alien species depends on high attack and high defense powers. But it is different in this world. As long as Xiaoyong knows some kung fu, he can become a martial arts master with his power energy. And he does not need high attack powers at all. At that time, she will use apples to pile up a high-level auxiliary power for him, so that he has the ability to fly at low altitude. Xiaoyong's mood was a little higher, and he obviously believed his mother's words. Mom, apples can upgrade superpowers. Right? He felt that every time he ate an apple, the superpower core would grow stronger. Yes, Mom doesn't have many apples now. You and your sister can eat half apple a day in the future. When Mom completes the task in the supermarket, you can eat 1 apple a day. Chapter 104. Something is going to happen. Mom, tell me what's going on with the supermarket. Yin Yin explained briefly. In another world, the supermarket is similar to the grocery store here, but the things inside are more comprehensive. However, I need to complete tasks to obtain higher permissions to unlock all the items in the supermarket. Xiaoyong asked. Is the task similar to opening a store to make money? Yes, whether it is sales or membership cards. To put it bluntly, it is to run it as a store and make its business better and better. The judgment of the business of a store is the flow of people and sales. My current task is to guarantee a minimum turnover of 50,000 taels per month. I can be promoted after a year, and then I will get more fruits. Guaranteed 50,000? Xiaoyong thought. This condition is easy to achieve in the current environment, but it will be difficult in the future. Yin Yin was very relieved that the child thought long-term. Xiaoyong suddenly realized. So this is the reason why Mother let those 2 people go? Yin Yin thought to herself. I let them go simply because I didn't want to go against the biggest force. And I never thought about cooperation at all. 2 words. Disdain. Although she is a businessman, she has a bottom line. Mom, I think they will come again tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. What should we do? Xiaoyong asked. Yin Yin patted his shoulder. Don't worry about it. Just leave it to Mom. Xiaoyong felt that his mother was more thoughtful and comprehensive than he thought. So he didn't worry about it. By the way, Mom, what is Xiaodan's ability? Looking at his sister on the bed, he asked. I don't know. Her ability core is in the shape of a crystal. Don't tell Xiaodan about the supernatural power. Xiaoyong nodded, indicating that he understood. The immortal's words were more conducive to mother's actions and tasks in this world. Xiaodan woke up when it was dawn. She felt very comfortable, and the previous tiredness and sleepiness were gone. Xiaoyong tried to ask, Sister, can you find anything here? He pointed to the position between the eyebrows. Xiaodan had never noticed it before. She closed her eyes and found that the position between the eyebrows was gray. She scratched her face, not knowing what was going on. What's wrong? Xiaoyong asked nervously. Is there a problem? Brother. I closed my eyes and felt that the position between the eyebrows was gray. I won't be sick. Right? Gray? What kind of supernatural power is this? Didn't Mother say it was crystal? Yes. There is something when you close your eyes, and there is nothing when you open your eyes. It's so strange. Xiaodan tried it a few times and found it very interesting. She was in a playful mood and her worries were reduced. Wait until Mother comes back and ask her. He didn't know what happened. Daniel stayed at home last night and didn't know what happened last night. The traces on the ground were gone. At this time, he was making breakfast in the kitchen, and the lady went to deliver goods to 4 families early in the morning. As for the shop, it didn't matter whether the lady went or not. Soon the dumplings were cooked. He served them and brought them to the main hall, letting the 2 children eat first. Thank you, Uncle Daniel. Xiaodan thanked him sweetly. Huh? Haha. Uncle Daniel is so stupid. So much dust rubbed on his forehead while making a fire. It's all black. Xiaodan laughed, then took out a handkerchief to help him wipe it. Dark? Daniel wiped it with his hand. And his hand was clean, and there was nothing on it. Xiaoyong looked at Daniel with a serious expression. His forehead was clean, and there was no dust on it. It's obviously there. Huh? Why can't it be wiped off? Xiaodan wiped it hard, and the handkerchief was clean, but his forehead was still black. Just as she was about to do it, she suddenly found that the black on Dania's forehead was gone. Why is it gone? Am I dazzled? She blinked hard, suspecting that there was something wrong with her eyes. Xiaoyong remembered the scene she saw before and had some vague guesses. Sister, your eyes are fine. It should be because of the intake of fairy energy that you have gained some ability. Xiaodan was a little confused. Brother, what do you mean? I know fairy magic. Almost. As for your ability, we have to wait for Mother to come back to confirm. Xiaoyong's expression was a little solemn. Not because of his sister's ability, but because of the black on Dania's forehead that she saw, which reminded him of the 4 words brows black. What does it mean? It means that his mother is going to be in trouble. Who is Dania? He is my mother's subordinate. If something happens to him, it means that something will happen to my mother. No. I must go to find my mother quickly. Uncle Dania, please find my mother quickly and tell her that there is something important. Okay, young master. Although Dania didn't understand what happened, he knew that the matter was urgent by looking at the young master's expression. He had just taken 2 steps when Xiaodan suddenly frowned tightly. Why did it turn black and red? Xiaoyong hurriedly called him after hearing this. Wait, Uncle Daniel. Come back. He looked at Xiaodan and said, Sister, look at the color of his forehead again. Xiaodan nodded. As Uncle Daniel walked back, the red color disappeared. Is it true? Xiaoyong pinched his chin and thought. Daniel and Xiaodan looked at him at a loss. When the young lady, Mother, was not there, the young master, brother, was the backbone of the family. After a while, Xiaoyong said, Uncle Daniel, did you originally plan to go to the shop? Daniel nodded. Yes. Then you changed your mind now. Stay at home today. And don't go anywhere. Daniel was stunned for a moment, then said, Ah? Okay. I stay at home and don't go anywhere. Ah. It changed. It changed. Xiaodan shouted in surprise, as if she had discovered a treasure. The black color on Uncle Daniel's forehead faded and then disappeared. It's so magical. Xiaoyong basically had a judgment in his mind. His sister's ability is prediction. Uncle Daniel, you have changed your mind again. Stay at home in the morning and go to the shop in the afternoon. Sister, take a look at the changes. He wants to find out when the problem occurs based on this change, and then let his mother and Uncle Daniel avoid it. Daniel nodded and changed his mind again. Xiao Dan seemed to realize something, put away his playful mentality, and looked carefully. No change. Then change it to go to the shop in the morning and go home at noon. It has changed. Black. Next. Go to the shop after Sishi and come back at Weishur. Go to the shop at 3:45 of Chishur and come back at 2:45 of Wushur. After repeated comparisons and attempts, the exact time was finally obtained. Something will happen between 3:45 of Chinshur and 3:45 of Sishi today, and Daniel will be in danger of his life. That means his mother will also be in trouble. Even though he knew his mother was very powerful, Xiaoyong was still panicked at this moment. If his mother was fine, would she watch Daniel get into trouble? From this, it can be inferred that his mother must have been in trouble too. It is now about 1500 hours in the morning, and there are less than 25:00 left before the incident. It is too urgent. This little time is not even enough to find my mother. Chapter 105 Assault. The two of them looked serious and worried. Brother, what should we do? Xiaodan was afraid that something might happen to her mother. Dania was also worried. Young master, I'll go find the young lady quickly. Time is running out. Xiaoyong was also anxious, but he forced himself to be calm. He took a deep breath and calmed down. There's no point in being anxious. There have always been soldiers queuing up at the shop, but there will still be trouble. I have two guesses. First, it was those officers and soldiers who took action. And second, those people last night. Who were they last night? The two asked at the same time in confusion, not knowing what happened last night. Xiaoyong explained briefly. The envoys of Tianji Palace. They came to test it last night, and the people around them didn't move at all, which shows that they are indeed above the court. When he said this, his expression was a little solemn. I'm afraid it's them. This can explain why there are so many officers and soldiers at the shop, and there will still be trouble. Tianji Palace? They have heard of this force. It is said to be very powerful, and even the court dare not provoke it. Brother, if the other party is Tianji Palace, then mother is in great danger. Right? What should we do? Xiaoyong was silent for a moment, and then felt something was wrong. After listening to the conversation between the two yesterday, the next step should be a peace talk. How could there be a conflict? He made a decision in his mind, and then pointed at himself. Sister, look at my forehead. Is it black? Xiaodan closed her eyes, opened them again, and then opened them wider and wider. It's so strange. The middle is light pink, and there is a circle of black around it. Light pink? Xiaoyong thought of his special ability. He adjusted his thoughts slightly, and asked again. What color do you see again? The black is a little bit darker, but the light pink still occupies the main position. Really? He had some confidence in his heart and adjusted again. What about now? Hey, the black has disappeared completely, and the pink has become darker. Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes slightly and pointed to the people around him. Sister, look at Uncle Daniel. Okay. Xiao Dan is not stupid either. She has guessed that her brother has a way. She endured the pain in her eyes and continued. The black on Uncle Daniel's forehead disappeared. Huh? Xiaoyong breathed a sigh of relief. He found a way. It seems to be similar to what he thought just now. Xiao Dan's body swayed, and he quickly reached out to support her. She rubbed her eyes, and found that the gray fog between her eyebrows had shrunk by more than half. If it was an apple before, it was only as big as an apple core now. Brother, is there a way? She asked weakly. Well, I probably guessed it. Let's go to the shop. Uncle Daniel, you stay here and don't go out today. Ah? I stay here? Daniel was stunned and said quickly. Why? Also, I'm worried about you two going out alone. The young lady asked me to take care of you. Xiaodan didn't understand either. Brother, why did Uncle Daniel stay here? Because I guess the accident was caused by Uncle Daniel. If he wasn't at the shop, nothing would have happened. Or even if something happened, it wouldn't have been a big problem. The two of them didn't expect his statement. They all thought that something had happened to their mother, young lady, based on my mother's fighting power. Those messengers are not my mother's opponents. Since they tried yesterday, they wouldn't take action easily again. So I suspect the key to the problem is not my mother. So I made three assumptions. My mother, and Uncle Daniel were at the store. I was with Uncle Daniel over there, and my mother and I were over there. The three conclusions showed that as long as Uncle Dania was not there, bad things would not happen. So that's it, the two said in unison, and suddenly realized at the same time. It seems that the problem is with me. Did I offend the envoy of Tianji Palace? Is he impulsive again? Xiao Yong shook his head. I don't know. I will know only when we get there. Dania was a little disappointed and discouraged. He didn't expect that he had caused trouble for the young lady. Young master. Wait a minute. I'll go find my wife and ask her to send you two to the store. No. The situation is still unclear. The fewer people we have, the better. Xiao Yong refused. There are so many people around. Just find someone. Originally, these people came to monitor them, and even had ideas about his mother. But because of Captain Chen's incident, many people gave up this idea. Dania was still worried. Why don't you go over there and let the young lady stay at home? Xiao Yong shook his head slightly. He looked at his sister. Although he knew there was danger over there, and that his sister's energy was overdrawn, he still wanted to take her there. After he arrived at the store and found his mother, he had to figure out what would happen next. It would be safest to have Xiao Dan by his side. Sister, you've worked hard, he said apologetically. Xiao Dan smiled and shook her head. Brother, that's our mother. Why should you be humble to me? And I'm very happy that I can help her. She was not as smart as her brother, and could not help her mother with advice. Now that she could finally help, she said she would go there no matter what. The two siblings left hand in hand. Dania was very worried. But he was powerless. He could only stay at home and pray. At the same time, he felt that he was very weak and wanted to become stronger, so that he could always stay by the lady's side. The two children followed the temporary Captain Han to the shop on Northwest Street. They stood diagonally opposite the shop, and did not go over immediately. Xiao Yong wanted to observe the situation. There were still people coming and going in front of the shop, and the soldiers and officers were still queuing. Everything was normal. He looked up at the time, which was almost the same as the time predicted before. Did I guess wrong? Xiao Yong muttered to himself. Suddenly, a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and Xiao Yong turned his head away subconsciously. At this moment, two people suddenly jumped out from the side, rushing over with knives in their hands. Be careful, Captain Han shouted. And with a clang, the sword at his waist was unsheathed. Then with a clang, the sound of the sword colliding was a bit harsh. Captain Han blocked the attack of one person, and then kicked him out with one foot. At the same time, another knife chopped down. There were two children next to him. If they hid, they would be injured. It was too late to draw the knife back to block. He could only raise his arm to block, protect his neck, and then kick the other person out. Blood flowed out instantly, soaking most of his sleeves. But he didn't even look at it. He held the sword in his hand and blocked in front of the two children, staring at them with his eyes like sharp swords. Everything happened too fast. Almost in just one breath, Xiaodan opened her mouth stupidly, and didn't react to what happened at all. Xiao Yong held his sister behind him. His little face was tightly tense, but his heart was rolling like a huge wave. No matter how steady he was just a child. Even if he was used to life and death, this kind of attack and glaring blood was the first time he saw it. He took a deep breath and told himself to calm down. At this time, fear and terror were useless, and he could only stay calm. At the same time, he was very upset. He had learned martial arts. So why was he so slow to react? He didn't react until Captain Han was injured, and his legs were too scared to move, let alone fight back like Captain Han. How could he protect his sister? How could he be his mother's right-hand man? Chapter 106, Who sent you here? Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Captain Han looked at the two coldly. His sword-like eyebrows were raised, and his whole body was full of murderous aura. They got up and picked up the knife that fell on the ground. One of them spat a mouthful of saliva, mixed with a trace of blood red, which showed that the other party's kick was not light. We have encountered a tough guy. What should we do? Continue? The other rubbed his abdomen and asked his companion. Isn't he just an ordinary farmer? How can he be so powerful? Before he answered, a group of people ran over from the other side of the street. Captain Han. What's going on? A dozen people surrounded the two people, because they came to buy things. They didn't bring weapons, but it was more than enough to take down the two people. Captain Han. Are you injured? Xiao Jia was surprised when he saw the wound on his arm, and hurried over. These two people suddenly appeared and rushed over with knives in their hands. I didn't pay attention for a while, Captain Han explained, but didn't say that it was because he wanted to protect the two children. Leave these two to me. You go stop the bleeding and see a doctor. Well, please send these two children to Miss Yin. Because of excessive blood loss, his face and lips gradually turned pale, and his body was a little shaky. Don't worry. Xiao Jia asked his two men to follow Captain Han to see a doctor. Then took a deep breath and looked at the culprit with a sharp look. You are so brave that you dare to attack Captain Han. What Captain Han? The two were confused. Isn't that Song Daniel? Song Dania? Xiao Jia sneered. The two are completely different in appearance and aura. Don't tell me that you have mistaken someone. Do you want to use the identity of a slave to exchange for an officer to reduce your crime? Ha! That's a nice thought. No matter who you say you want to kill, you actually assassinated an officer. The evidence is irrefutable, and the sentence should be severe. Assassinating a slave. As long as the master does not pursue it, nothing will happen. Even if he pursues it, he does not have to pay for his life, and can redeem his crime with money. Assassinating an officer is different. Not only will he be sentenced to death, but he will also be severely punished, affecting his family. The two were shocked. Didn't they kill Song Dania? They immediately threw away the knife in their hands and knelt down to beg for mercy. General, spare us. We really thought the other party was Song Daniel. Otherwise we would not dare to attack you even if we had 100 courage. Xu Jiao laughed in anger and did not listen to their explanation at all. Do you think I am a fool? Tie them up and take them to the barracks. Wait. Xiaoyong stopped them. The matter has become clear. It turned out that this was the disaster that Dania was going to face. If they hadn't discovered it in advance, Dania himself would be injured now, and maybe even his life would be lost. He had always thought that they were messengers from Tianji Palace, and only they could have taken action in front of his mother and succeeded. As a result, he guessed wrong. The other party was coming for Uncle Dania, and ambushed on the street, and had nothing to do with Tianji Palace. It would be better if he didn't clash with the giant Tianji Palace. And he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he thought of another question. If these two people were not from Tianji Palace, who sent them? Why did they target Uncle Dania? Then, Captain Shijia's attitude made him feel strange, giving people a feeling of eagerness to cover up. Shijia's expression was slightly startled. Then his expression recovered, and he lowered his head and looked at him gently. Xiaoyong and Xiaodin must be scared. I will take you to find Miss Yin now. Xiaoyong glanced at him. His expression was too fake, and he felt guilty. Uncle Jia, I have something to ask them. Can you wait a moment? The two are too cruel. You are still too young. Maybe Captain Han was injured for Uncle Daniel. Uncle Daniel is my mother's servant. We can't just sit back and watch. The little guy brought up his mother, making Xiaojia not know how to refuse for a while. Xiaoyong blinked his clear eyes, looked at him and said, Is Uncle Jia afraid that I will ask something? So he is anxious to take the person away? Huh? Xiaojia looked at him in surprise. This kid is too smart. He can see this? He smiled awkwardly. Xiaoyong, ask whatever you want. Forget it. If I stop him, I will be really guilty. Besides, what can a child guess? Xiaoyong stepped forward and looked at the person kneeling on the ground and asked, You said that you want to kill Song Daniel, right? The two looked at each other and nodded. Yes, the person we want to kill is Song Daniel. Xiaoyong continued to ask, Do you know Song Dania? The two were stunned for a moment. If they answered that they didn't know him, then there would be no reason to kill him. If they said they knew him, it meant that they knew that the other party was not Song Daniel. And then, their crime of killing the officer was set in stone. This question was too sophisticated. They didn't know how to answer it for a while. Xiaoyong gave them the answer. Did someone ask you to deal with Song Dania? No. The two answered without thinking. Xiaoyong raised his lips slightly and reminded them. Think about it before answering. The two were silent again. If they answered yes, they would not have to bear the crime of assassinating the officer. But they would not have a good end for betraying their master. If they answered no, they would have recognized the wrong person again, and they would not be able to escape the heavier crime, and their end would be miserable, and they might even implicate their families. No matter how they answered, they both had a bad end. The only difference was whether they implicated their families. They looked at each other, and had the answer. Someone instructed them. The two lowered their heads and whispered. Very good. Now tell me who ordered you. I can prove to Vice General Han that the person you are dealing with is Song Daniel, not Captain Han. Xiao Jia saw that it was almost done, so he interrupted their conversation. Xiao Yong, leave the rest to us, and I will give your mother a satisfactory explanation tomorrow. Xiao Yong asked suspiciously. Uncle Jia, you are not protecting anyone. Are you? How could it be? The injured person is Vice General Han's cousin. This is a very serious matter. Xiao Jia immediately made a promise. Xiao Yong suddenly laughed. Since Captain Han had this relationship, Xiao Jia still had to hide the person behind him. So it was basically certain who the person behind him was. He stopped stopping and took his sister to the shop opposite. Seeing that the child did not ask questions, Xiao Jia breathed a sigh of relief and quickly signaled his men to take the man away. Then he whispered a few words in the ear of a man. The other party's expression became solemn, and then turned and left, and did not go to the store to queue up again. Brother, don't you want to ask clearly? Xiao Dan asked in a low voice as she walked. She felt that the matter was very strange. Xu Yong's mouth curled slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. No need to ask. I already know who it is. Ah? Who is it? Is the person they want to deal with just Uncle Dania? She was worried about her mother's safety. Don't worry. They don't dare to attack her for the time being. So they set their sights on Dania. They? Not the same person? Xiaodan's focus was unusual. Chapter 107. Kneeling and apologizing are not as good as gold. Xiaodong slowed down his pace and lowered his voice. Who do you think has a grudge against Uncle Dania? Or wants him to disappear? No one. Dania listens to his mother in everything. If there is a grudge, it is his mother's enemy. Wait. Xiaodan thought of someone. Captain Chen? Xiaodong shook his head slightly. Close, but not to the point where Captain A covers up the truth. Xiaodan figured it out instantly. Is it Prefect Zhu? This time. He nodded. What else? He was talking about them. Not him. Xiaodan thought of another person, and immediately frowned and worried. Brother, can our mother handle it? Yes. He said this just because he didn't want his sister to worry. But he didn't know what to do. Just look at what happened to Daniel. They are still very fragile. Xiaoyong clenched his fists. What happened today reminded him that he wanted to have a good talk with his mother. When strength is not enough to intimidate everyone, power and status are still necessary. For example, the Heavenly Palace. He believed that when the other party was not strong enough, it would definitely not directly declare itself above the court. It had to be done slowly. He believed that one day, those people would not dare to deal with his mother, let alone the people around her, let alone assassinate her. On the other side, Yin Yin was walking back after delivering the goods, and was stopped halfway. The wife of the prefect wanted to invite her. She didn't want to go at first. What was there to talk about? But the other party didn't give way, and looked like he would not stop until he invited people over. Yin Yin didn't want to conflict with the government yet, so she asked Boss Gao and the others to go back first. And she followed the other party to the Zhu mansion. Zhu's residence is just behind the government office, separated by a street. The security and environment here are both top-notch. Since she entered the street, she has seen 3 waves of patrol teams. I don't know if they were so vigilant before, or if it was more strict during the disaster period. Xiao Si, who was accompanying her, was silent all the way and didn't talk to her at all, so he couldn't be expected to answer her questions. They soon arrived at Zhu's residence and entered through a small door on the side. There was an old woman waiting for her inside. Madam Chen, the person is here. The old woman, Madam Chen, looked at her coldly, and then curled her lips. Are you Yin Yin? There was a hint of disdain and contempt in her words. Yin Yin pinched her chin. It was indeed a common problem for these people to treat people with different dishes. She didn't answer, but asked back. Are you the prefect's wife? Nani Chen frowned and thought. She is indeed not easy to mess with. I really don't know what the madam likes about her. No. My madam is waiting for you in Qingzhou Pavilion. Come with me. After saying that, she turned around and left without paying any attention to her. Yin Yin shrugged and followed the other person slowly, looking at the surrounding environment and buildings from time to time, just as if she was traveling. It must be said that the houses and layouts of wealthy families are extraordinary. Even a piece of stone is bought from outside. Nanny Chen slowed down her pace and observed the other person. She saw that there was only pure appreciation in her eyes, without any other emotions. She was nervous and estimated that the madam's plan would not go smoothly. She shook her head and quickened her pace, passing the corridor, the garden, and then to Qingju Pavilion. Outside the attic, a graceful and elegant woman was doing needlework, and two beautiful little maids stood beside her. "Madam, Miss Yin is here," Nanny Chen reported softly. "Is she here?" Madam Chen handed the needlework in her hand to the maid next to her, and then looked at the woman in front of her. She was not particularly beautiful, but she had clear eyebrows and eyes, and her eyes were clear and upright. She gave people a feeling of neither servility nor overbearing, without the cautiousness and timidity of rural women. "Not bad." She nodded with satisfaction. Yin was also looking at the other party. She was originally in her 50s, but because she was well maintained, she looked like she was in her early 40s. She had kind eyebrows and kind eyes, and gave people a very gentle feeling. She did not have the domineering, arrogant, and disdainful demeanor of the wives of big families. To be honest, this wife of the prefect surprised her a little. She didn't look like the aunt of Captain Chen at all. "Are you Yin? I have heard of you for a long time. When I saw you today, I felt a little surprised." Madam Chen was not arrogant. She spoke softly, and did not hide her curiosity. "I've heard of you, Madam Chen, and I'm a little surprised." "Really? Sit down." She pointed to the seat next to her. Mrs. Chen looked at Yin with a slightly gloomy face, meaning that she hoped she would be more self-conscious. Yin ignored her gaze, and sat down unceremoniously. "Madam Chen, what do you want me to do?" "Yes, I wanted to wait until I met you before making plans. Now it seems that Xiaoji has good taste." She had a smile on her face and spoke softly, which made it easy for people to have a good impression and get closer. "Xiaoji? Eyes? It should be Captain Chen. What is he doing? Is he trying to make love or matchmaking?" Seeing that she didn't say anything, Madam Chen sighed slightly and apologized to her. "I'm sorry, Miss Yin. Xiaoji was reckless before. He wanted to win your favor, but he used the wrong method. I asked you to come here today because I wanted to be a peacemaker and resolve the misunderstanding between you." Yin raised her eyebrows and asked, "Misunderstanding? Madam Chen, do you know what your nephew did?" "I know. He had a conflict with your subordinates and asked someone to pretend to be your parents. He wanted to marry you, but he used the wrong method. Fortunately, there was no irreversible consequence." As she said, she waved her hand. 5 Shaoxi came over, each holding a box in their hands. The box was opened, with 3 boxes of jewelry, jade pendants, a box of gold melon seeds, and a box of gold peanuts. These jewelry are to apologize to Miss Yin. As for the gold melon seeds and gold peanuts, they are for your subordinates. I hope the previous things are over. As for Xiaoji, I will definitely discipline him well. Look, this is a person who knows how to do things. The other party even prepared a big cow's share. Yin had a good impression of Madam Chen, and the other party's attitude was also very good. If you had brought the silver earlier, she would have put this matter behind her. As for kowtowing and apologizing, is it better than gold? Madam Chen is really too polite, so I'll accept it. Madam Chen curled her lips in disdain. She was indeed greedy for money. Madam Chen smiled a lot more. In her opinion, things that can be solved with money are not a problem. Miss Yin is straightforward. I'll ask them to send the things to your shop. The 5 people closed the box and retreated. One thing was done, and Madam Chen started the next topic. Miss Yin, I heard from Xiaoji that your husband died in the battlefield 3 years ago. It must be very hard to raise 2 children alone. Yin said. Not hard. Madam Chen didn't know how to respond. Well, you are still young. Have you ever considered getting married again? Chapter 108, Even the King of Heaven Can't Do It. Yin glanced at her and thought, if it's delivered to the door, don't use it. Thinking of this, she sighed slightly. It's not a question of whether I consider it or not. The key is that I can't remarry. There is a way, Mrs. Chen immediately asked. Oh, why? As long as you are willing. Who can stop you? Yin nodded helplessly. It's not that no one is stopping me. Although the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty stipulate that widows can remarry after 3 years. My husband died in the army, so I can't remarry. Mrs. Chen smiled and said, There is such a rule. But if your husband's family gives you a divorce letter, you can still remarry. Yin Yin shook her head regretfully. It's a pity. There is no one in my mother-in-law's family. Only the third brother's wife is left. And she doesn't have that right, Mrs. Chen said. No. There is another one. Your husband's eldest brother Song Dazhuang. As long as he writes a divorce letter for your husband. Is the eldest brother still alive? Yin Yin opened her eyes wide in surprise. A little bit unbelievable. Mrs. Chen smiled and nodded. Miss Yin, if you get the divorce letter and remarry, would you consider Xiaoji? The conditions were put forward. Yin Yin did not agree immediately, but frowned in embarrassment. Mrs. Chen, I am just a farmer's wife, and a widow with children. We are not a good match. I really don't deserve your nephew. Of course, being a concubine is even more impossible. Mrs. Chen frowned slightly. She blocked the way to being a concubine. In fact, I arranged for her to be a concubine at the beginning. No matter her family background or her status as a widow, she was not qualified to be Xiaoji's wife. As a result, she rejected it before I even mentioned it. To be honest, I still like her very much. But it's a pity that her status is a bit low. After all, I am just Xiaoji's aunt and can't make this decision. However, the other party's weird way of getting food is what her husband particularly needs. Maybe he can move up a level. Only by becoming a family member is the safest. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth. Miss Yin, it's impossible to be Xiaoji's wife for the time being. But I can guarantee that once you give birth to a child, you can become the wife. Are you willing? For her husband's career, she can only sacrifice her nephew's position as the wife. But she still left room for herself. This condition is a blessing for a farmer's widow. Yin Yin pretended to be very excited. Thank you, Madam Chen. As long as I get the divorce letter. If I marry again, I will definitely consider Captain Chen first. Consider? Madam Chen frowned slightly. This was not the answer she wanted. Yin Yin added. But madam, you can't change your promise. No matter whether it's a boy or a girl, you have to make the baby your wife. This made her frown relax. And she smiled and promised. Don't worry. I'll keep my word. What about the divorce letter? Yin Yin stretched out her hand to ask for it. Madam Chen stared at her eyes for a while, then signaled the little maid next to her to take the divorce letter. Yin Yan's lips curled slightly, opened the divorce letter, and took a look. The general meaning was that because Song Erzwang died in the war, in order to allow her to remarry, she was granted a divorce letter, and the two children could be taken away, but the surname could not be changed. There was Song Dania's signature on it. It can be said that it was a good condition to let her remarry with the children. As for not being allowed to change the surname, it should be because they didn't want to divide the family property. The divorce letter was prepared in advance. Sure enough, it was all planned. However, this trip was worth it. She put the divorce letter in her arms, but actually put it into the package. Mrs. Chen, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. It is just right to go to the government office to change my information. No hurry. Someone else wants to see you. Who? Lord Zhu or Captain Chen? Mrs. Chen smiled and shook her head. Neither. You will know when you get there. Nani Chen. Take Miss Yin there. Yin Yin stopped asking and wanted to see who wanted to see her. Mrs. Chen looked at her leaving back with a faint smile in her eyes. She was happy with this marriage. It is not simple to be able to give her husband a headache and make Xiaoji suffer. She has both means and brains. And most importantly, she can control Xiaoji. In addition, the other party is obviously very reasonable. And he is not tough and unreasonable. Nor does he ask for a sky-high price. The situation they are worried about did not happen. She said her method would definitely work. See, isn't it easy? Having completed her task, she concentrated on her needlework. Yin Yin followed Nani Chen around and finally came to a yard. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw 2 rows of guards, each standing guard with a stern face and expressionless face. When Nani Chen passed by the guards, her steps and breathing became much lighter, and she seemed a little nervous. The other party's behavior showed that the person in the hall was not simple. Stop! As soon as she stepped onto the steps, a guard stopped Yin Yin and said 2 words coldly. Search. 2 people came over and were about to start. Yin Yan's eyes sank, and she took a step back to avoid their hands. What do you mean? The guard had a deadpan face and said 2 words. Search. He didn't bother to explain. I'll search your uncle. Yin Yin was so angry that she turned and left. Miss Yin, why are you leaving? Madam Chen hurried over and explained in a low voice. The adults inside are of high status, so we have to search them. Just bear with it, and it will pass. Yin Yin laughed in anger and raised her voice. High status? Ha! Who do you think you are? Even if the King of Heaven comes today, don't even think about searching me. Madam Chen was so scared that she quickly covered her mouth. Speak softly. Speak softly. Yin Yin pulled her hand away and said coldly. If you want to see me, come out. Otherwise I will leave immediately. I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Very good. Goodbye. She turned around without hesitation. Ning Qi invites people in. A man's voice came from the hall. Yes. The prince? The guard who stopped her at first accepted the order. Miss Yin, my prince invites you. Ha! Yin Yin sneered and left without stopping. Ning Qi frowned unhappily, moved, flew in front of her, and held the sword in his hand horizontally, trying to stop her. Yin Yan's eyes flashed with cold light, and she hit him with a palm. Ning Qi couldn't feel the palm power and palm wind, and the other party was just a weak woman, so she didn't take it seriously and didn't plan to hide. 1 second later, bang! Ning Qi hit the wall heavily, and then slid down. He spit out a mouthful of blood. Confused? Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Smash! With a sound, 2 rows of guards drew out their swords at the same time. One team guarded the door, and the other team surrounded Yin Yin. Mother Chen was so scared that she trembled all over and dared not breathe. This guy is really awesome. He actually dared to do it. Is she a tiger or a fool? It's just a pity for the lady. Everything she did before was in vain. Being surrounded by people. Yin Yan's expression gradually turned cold, and a murderous look flashed in her eyes. Get out, or I'll send you to see God. Chapter 109. Today is the day to see blood. Yin Yan really wanted to kill. Body search? When has she ever been insulted like this? Even in the other world, when superpowers were rampant, no one dared to humiliate her like this. Not to mention the backward ancient times. She doesn't cause trouble, but she's not afraid of it either. To be honest, except for the boss of the heavenly palace, there is no one in this world that she is afraid of. Strength is her confidence. At this time, someone walked out of the room. The man was in his early 20s, handsome, and dressed luxuriously. He put his hands behind his back and looked extraordinary. Retreat, the man said lightly. The guards immediately sheathed their swords and stood on both sides to continue their guard. The man looked at the person in front of him. Are you Yin Yin? Yin Yin looked at him calmly. Her thin lips slightly opened, and asked, Who are you? The man frowned slightly, looking a little unhappy. He probably didn't expect the other party to be so presumptuous and rude. I am Ning Yi, the prince of the Ningguo mansion. Oh, Yin Yin said lightly, without any reaction. Oh, that's it? Ning Yi was a little angry. He had a rank, and officials below the 4th rank had to bow to him, not to mention ordinary people without rank, before he could use his power to pressure others. Yin Yin asked directly, What do you want from me? Ning Yi suppressed his unhappiness and looked at this peasant woman who didn't know etiquette. Go back and pack up, and come back to the Ningguo mansion with me tomorrow. Heh. Hearing this tone of alms in favor, Yin Yin couldn't help laughing. Where did this idiot come from? What's your attitude? Ning Yi could hear her disdainful tone, and he could no longer maintain his calmness on his face. Is it wrong for you to work for the Duke's mansion? Yin Yin did not deny. You said it. I didn't say it. You? Ning Yi's face showed a trace of anger. Yin Yin, recognize your identity. Are you coming to the Duke Ning's mansion? He issued a final ultimatum. Yin Yin rolled her eyes, really thinking she was a big shot, and gave him 2 words. No. Ning Yi's expression changed, probably because he didn't expect that instead of being grateful, he was rejected. After all, for ordinary people, being favored by the Duke Ning's mansion is a great gift. I thought it was just a matter of a word, but in the end, it was a setback. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes, and he wanted to kill her. Not only could she not be used by him, but mainly to maintain the dignity and pride of the Ning family. This person must die. Very good, he sneered. Don't think you are great just because you have some skills. You are nothing to us aristocratic families. Deal with her. He waved his hand. Swish. 20 guards drew their swords in unison and surrounded her. Wait. As the situation became tense, a voice came from the house. And then 3 people came out. All 3 wore masks and red cloaks. And they were in the same group as those people last night. Seeing the people coming, Ningyi stepped aside and his attitude changed. Mr. Envoy. This woman is arrogant and domineering with her little skills. I'll let someone deal with her. Will the aristocratic families be short of food? No. Are you short of people? No. Are you short of money? No. The reason for recruiting Yin Yin was not because she could provide food, nor because she posed any threat to the aristocratic families, but because she happened to know such a person when she came to Jinchuan to do business. And she was in her hands. To put it bluntly, the other party did not take her seriously at all. The envoy waved his hand and ignored him, but looked at Yin Yin. Are you willing to become the envoy of Tianji Palace? Before Yin Yin answered, Ning Yixin shouted in surprise. What? Envoy? How can a lowly person like her be qualified to become an envoy? The envoy just glanced at him lightly, then looked at Yin Yin, waiting for her answer. Yin Yin looked indifferent, without any joy or excitement on her face. Seeing this, the messenger continued, Don't rush to refuse. You may not know what Tianji Palace is. Let me tell you. You make the decision. No need. Yin Yin interrupted him. I don't want to. Ningyi breathed a sigh of relief. Just refuse. This person is on his must-kill list. No one can live well after offending the Ning family. He hoped that the messenger would be angry and deal with her. However, the other party seemed to have anticipated her answer and was not angry. Instead, he put forward another condition. Then are you willing to cooperate with Tianji Palace? This time Yin Yin did not refuse directly. How to cooperate? I heard that as long as you have money, you can take out a lot of goods. From today, your goods are contracted by Tianji Palace, and you can't sell them to others. Yin Yin was not surprised by this condition. When she knew that the drought was likely caused by Tianji Palace, she thought that she would be discovered by the other party sooner or later and stopped. Otherwise, what would be the meaning of Tianji Palace's punishment? This is why she doesn't want to do business with Tianyin. Even if they give her a lot of money, she won't cooperate. Yin Yin curled her lips and smiled slightly. Sorry, I can't agree to this condition. After hearing the answer, the other party was silent. Although his expression could not be seen, his breathing became heavier, indicating that his emotions fluctuated. Prince Ning, I'll leave the person to you. He said this and turned away. You don't know what's good for you. Ning Yi snorted coldly and waved his hand. Solved. After saying that, he turned back to the hall. In his eyes, Yin Yin was already a dead person. Yes, 20 guards said in unison. Their aura changed, and they rushed towards the other party. A bloodthirsty light flashed in Yin Yin's eyes. Today is the day to see blood. The next second, the person flew up. Clang, clang, plop, plop. Soon there was the sound of weapons and people hitting the ground. The few people who had just arrived at the door stopped and turned their heads to see a shocking scene. Yin Yin was standing in the middle, and 20 guards were lying on the ground. He was killed by a sword. Neat and tidy. Ningyi was stunned. Is this a human? His guards were carefully trained by the family. Not cowards. One person can beat 100, but one person can beat 10. In the end, he was gone? He took less than 10 steps. Right? The 3 envoys of Tianji Palace looked extremely solemn. I said she was very powerful. Now you believe it. 27 whispered to the people around him. It's not that he is weak, but that the other party is too strong. A trace of fear flashed in 30's eyes. He felt that this person was more powerful than the angel. The leader pursed his lips tightly and didn't speak. He should be thinking about what to do next. The current situation is 4-1. The people in the yard held swords. Their eyes were cold and full of murderous aura. Ningyi felt scared. What if the other party was not afraid of the Ning family attacking him? Even if the Ning family killed her afterwards, she would be dead. So what was the point? The envoys of Tianji Palace were silent, but each of them had an extra weapon in their hands. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chapter 110. Why do you care about that loser? After a moment, Yin Yin sighed with regret. She still couldn't do whatever she wanted. Wasting my time. She rolled her eyes, turned and left, and threw the sword in her hand at the same time. The sword flew straight to Ningyi's head. He was so scared that his legs trembled and he sat on the ground. Clang! The sword was inserted into the pillar. And the sword was 3 inches into the wood. That was a close call. Ningyi wiped the sweat from his forehead, and felt the horror of death for the first time. Looking at the other person's back as he left. The fear in his eyes was replaced by hatred. This was the first time he had been insulted like this since he was a child. He would not be a human being if he didn't take revenge. By the way, Yin Yin suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. What is your relationship with the eldest son of the Ning family? What's his name? Ningyi quickly put away the expression on his face and replied nervously. My eldest brother Ning Yuan. Is he really called Ning Yuan? Yin Yan's heart moved, and a strange feeling arose. Then why are you the prince? She continued to ask. Ningyi didn't understand why she suddenly asked these questions, but still answered honestly. He has been weak and sick since he was a child. And he has been critically ill several times. Who knows when he will go? Weak and sick? Almost died? Is this the reason why Ning Yuan has been silent? Why did he appear among the refugees? Ningyi frowned. Why did she care so much about that waste? I don't know. He is moody and locks himself in the yard and rarely sees people. Is that so? It seems that Ning Yuan's situation is not very good. But as long as he has supernatural powers, I believe it will not be a big problem. Next question. Where is Ning Yuan now? She wanted to find him to confirm whether he was the captain. Ningyi shook his head. Not sure. He was taken away by young Marquis Song. It seems to be in the direction of Liangqiu. Young Marquis Song? Yin Yin thought of the man she met outside Jinchuan City, who seemed to have a good relationship with Lu. She stopped asking and turned to leave. Ningyi asked in confusion. Why do you ask so many questions about Ning Yuan? Do you know him? No. I'm curious. After that, she left directly. After the people left, Ningyi clenched his fists. Hatred emerged. He looked at the people around him. Borrowing a knife to kill. Mr. Envoy. Yin Yin offended the heavenly palace. Are you going to let her go? The leading man glanced at him lightly. There is no need to provoke her. Anyone who offends the heavenly palace can't live well. Ningyi was delighted and asked. What does the envoy plan to do? Will you ask the angel to take action? Although this person is quite skilled, it is not necessary for the angel to take action. We don't bring many people this time. Bring more people next time. As long as the person is in the city, send someone to keep an eye on him. Ningyi was a little unwilling. He wished he could kill the other party right now. Mr. Envoy. I have a way. Besides, Yin Yin just left Zhu Mansion and met Lu Yu. He just turned over and got off the horse, with an anxious look on his face. Behind him was a large group of people. At least 200 people, each wearing armor and hanging weapons around their waists. When he saw Yin Yin come out intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. No one is giving you trouble, right? Lu Yu tried to ask. Yin Yin understood instantly, but she didn't expect him to protect her. No, General Lu. Why are you here? Lu Yu made up a random excuse. Oh, I came to see the prefect Zhu. If you have nothing to do, go back. By the way, if someone comes to see you in the future, just let them come to me. Yin Yin had a faint smile on her face. She nodded. Okay, I got it. Lu Yu asked a personal soldier to send her back, and then entered the Zhu mansion. No one could touch Yin Yin before the membership card was confirmed. At this time, Yin Yin and the others didn't know what happened in the store. It wasn't long since the incident. Only half an hour. Yin Yin took a carriage when she came, and walked when she went back. And it took another half an hour to get back to the store. As soon as she came back, Mo Nyang hurried over. Miss, something happened. What happened? Yin Yin asked. Captain Han was assassinated and almost killed. Ah? Who is Captain Han? She had never heard of this person. Besides, what does it have to do with her if someone in the military camp got into trouble? Mo Nyang explained. Captain Han sent the young master and the young lady here this morning. They were almost killed opposite the shop. After the other party was caught, he shouted that he had killed the wrong person. The person they wanted to kill was Song Dania. What? Xiaong and Xiaoding got into trouble? Yin Yan's eyes flashed with cold light, and a cold air instantly emanated, carrying a murderous aura. Mo Nyang was shocked. It was the first time she saw the eldest lady in such a terrifying appearance. No, they are fine. It was Brother Dania who got into trouble. That's not right. It was Captain Han who got into trouble. He blocked the disaster for Brother Dania. Let me tell you. Xiaoyong came to the front, and was relieved to see his mother back safe and sound. Mom, let's go to the back and talk. Yan nodded, and followed the child to the backyard with a cold look. When she saw that the two children were fine, her body temperature slowly warmed up. Xiaoyong, tell your mother what happened. And who is going to attack you? Do you have any clues? No matter who it is. If you dare to touch them, you will die. Mom, this is what happened. Xiaoyong briefly told what happened in the morning, including his guess about his sister's supernatural powers, and then his guess about the person behind the scenes. After listening, she asked the child, Are you sure that the other party is coming for Daniel? Not you too? Xiaoyong nodded. I'm sure. Huh? Yan slowly exhaled and suppressed her murderous aura. She recalled what happened this morning. Daniel was assassinated, and Madame Chen invited her to act as a matchmaker. Ningyi recruited her. Tianji Palace cooperated, and Lu Yu led troops to rescue her. First of all, was the matter of Dania done by Zhu Shifu, or was it Captain Chen's own idea? Or did both of them know about it? Is Madame Chen still unaware? If she hadn't sent someone to invite her over, she should have returned to the shop before the incident. As for her matchmaking for herself, and the gold specially prepared for Daniel, it might just be a cover-up. Not right. Yan shook her head. If it was just a cover-up, how could she explain the divorce letter that had been prepared long ago? Moreover, she felt goodwill from the other party, which could not be faked. Therefore, Madame Chen should not have participated. Then there is Lu Yu. He cannot be excluded just because he brought people to rescue her. These two things are not contradictory. He will not take action, but he will not stop it either. Suspicious. Mom, what do you think? And where did you go before? Xiaoyong asked, watching the change in his mother's expression. Yan did not answer immediately. She thought about it, and looked at the two children. Xiao Dan. Xiaoyong. If Mom gets a divorce letter, what do you two think? Although Old Man Song and his family said that they did not mind her remarrying when they separated the family, they were just talking and did not plan to give a divorce letter. So she did not talk about this topic with the children. Now that the divorce letter is there, the topic naturally cannot be avoided. Chapter 111. You have done very well. Xiao Dan thought very simply. As long as mother takes us with her. Xiaoyong lowered his eyes slightly. His mother's question had already shown that she had received the divorce letter. His heart was complicated. He was happy for his mother, but also a little uncomfortable. Did mother and father really have nothing to do with each other? His father went to the army for this family and died in the end. In his heart, his father was a hero. But how many people remember him now? Brother, why are you hesitating? Don't you want mother to be happy? Xiao Dan asked. Xiaoyong shook his head. I don't. But he didn't mention the word father. The two most important people in his life were right in front of him. For their happiness, he could sacrifice anyone, including himself. Then father, let him miss him. Thinking of this, his mood changed and a smile appeared on his face. Mom, my sister and I have the same idea. No matter where you go, just take us with you. Yan felt warm in her heart and touched the little heads of the two children. You are my only relatives in this world. They are also the only people she recognizes. From the initial responsibility to the complete acceptance now, she regards them as her own children. Mom is also our only relative. The two children each hugged her arm. Intimate and dependent. Mom, what were you thinking about just now? Is it related to what happened this morning? The danger has not been resolved yet, and Xiaoyong's heart can't calm down. I'll tell you, and then tell you my opinion. See if there is anything I missed. Then, Yan briefly talked about her affairs in the Zhu mansion, including the conflict with the Ning family's son. Then, there was her opinion. I think the matter of Daniel was the idea of Zhu Shifu, and Mrs. Chen was not aware of it. The Ning family's eldest son should have come for his eldest brother, and it was just a temporary idea to recruit me into the mansion. As for the envoys from Tianji Palace, they may have come for me. Xiaoyong thought of the key point. Last night's test? This would show that the other party came specifically. Yes, there should be their people in the city. So they came early. She meant that there was less than half a month to collect the child. Xiaoyong pondered for a moment. Mom, I think whether it was the test last night or the recruitment today, it means that they will not give up. I thought that only Uncle Daniel would have trouble today, but I didn't expect that something would happen to you. Mother. Fortunately, Mother is very powerful. Don't worry about me. Besides, I am not without help. Are you talking about General Liu? He didn't expect the other party to go to Zhu's house to save his mother, and thought he would not meddle in other people's business. That's right. Regardless of my mother's ability, or the relationship between the court and the heavenly palace, General Liu's choice to protect my mother is the best choice. Yin Yin nodded. I think so too. Besides, his membership card can only be used the day after tomorrow, before it is confirmed. He should not let anyone hurt me. There is another point she didn't say. That is, the transfer of 200,000 disaster victims. She actually knew that these people took the remaining food. I believe that it won't be long before Liu comes to her and uses this favor in exchange for the right to buy food. Xiao Yong was about to say something when he saw his sister yawning. Mom, do you have any apples? Give one to Xiao Dan. She has overused her energy today. Yes. Yin Yin quickly took out the apples and gave one to each child. Xiao Yong shook his head and didn't take it. Mom, I'll give my share to Xiao Dan in the future. Her ability should be prediction. Let her help you take a look before going out every day. Xiao Dan waved her little fist and said firmly, Mom, I can do it. She can also help her mother. Yin Yin didn't object. Okay. But your ability level is still too low. Don't overuse it. I know. Mom. She was really uncomfortable because of overusing energy. After the apple went into her stomach, Xiao Dan's originally sluggish spirit was immediately watered. And soon her energy became sufficient. She closed her eyes and looked. Hey. The gray fog is gone. Yin Yin checked her ability core, which was still a transparent crystal. I guess the color Xiao Dan saw should be related to what is going to happen. When the event is over, the color will disappear. At this point, Xu Yong's eyes flashed with a light. If that's the case, it's a good warning. Sister, check the color of your forehead every morning. Okay, brother. Xiao Dan was very motivated. She also had a magical skill. The children's superpowers were equivalent to the ability to protect themselves, so she felt more at ease. However, from now on, she couldn't let them leave her sight. She had to work hard on the task. And then the children could eat apples as they pleased. Xiao Yong suddenly said, Mom, I want to join the military camp. Yin Yin was a little surprised. Why? He recalled the scene at the door of the store, and his body couldn't help trembling because of fear. I'm too weak. If he can't overcome his fear, how can he protect his sister if something like this happens again? Does he count on the kindness and goodness of the enemy? Yin Yin probably guessed what he was thinking, and her eyes became gentle. Xiao Yong, you are still a child. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's my fault today. I shouldn't have left you to others to take care of. Captain Han was a good person today, but who can guarantee that others would do the same? After all, Xiao Yong and Xiao Dan have nothing to do with them. She didn't blame anyone, but herself for being careless. Fortunately, the children were fine. Otherwise she would have regretted it too late. Xiao Yong shook his head violently. Mom, don't blame you. I'm too weak. When I saw them coming with knives, I was so scared that I forgot to protect my sister. So I wanted to become strong and wanted to go to the military camp to train myself. Yin Yan's heart softened, and she gently hugged him in her arms. Xiao Yong, you've done a good job. Don't say you're only 5 years old. Even adults would be scared and stunned when they face this situation for the first time. Mom. Xiao Yong's words were a little nasal. Yin Yan gently stroked his back, giving him warmth and a sense of security. She knew the child was frightened, but it was more like fear than fear. Mingming was so young. His shoulders were so tender, but he had to force himself to be like an adult. If he had a stable, happy and complete family, how could he be so precocious? Look at Xiaodan. For the same thing, the daughter didn't feel anything, but the son's heart was very heavy. Mingming was so young, but he had to go to the military camp. How could such a Xiaoyong not make her feel distressed? Xiaoyong, you did a good job today. Mom is proud of you. Really? Xiaoyong looked up, his clear eyes still shining with water. Yin Yin smiled and nodded. Yes, you handled it well. Mom is very happy. Whether it was analyzing the location and time of the incident to prevent Dainyu from getting into trouble, or making inferences from the interaction between Xiaojia and the murderer, she was proud. Chapter 112 News about the eldest son of the Ning family. Mom, what about me? What about me? Xiao Dan came over, and Xiao Yong consciously gave up his mother's arms to his sister. Yin Yin scratched her little nose and praised her. Xiao Dan did a good job. And she and her brother avoided the disaster of Daniu. Mom is proud of you. Hee hee. Xiao Dan rubbed against her mother's arms, feeling happy that she had the magic. Xiao Yong felt that he needed to talk to his mother about his future plans. Mother, I think it's better to be Loki in the future. Although you are powerful, your foundation is too weak, and it's easy to be broken by one blow. Not to mention the Heavenly Palace. Nor the Prefect Zhu. It's just a small officer. If you use some tricks, no one can stop you except you. This will be very passive. If you want to do tasks and make money with peace of mind, power, status, or backing are indispensable. Otherwise, things like today will happen frequently. Money can move people's hearts. If those big families didn't think that the court was behind you, they would have taken action long ago. Yin Yin naturally agreed with her son's opinion, especially what happened to Dania today, which made her no longer blindly confident. You are right. I decided to cooperate with the court. It's just a temporary loss of freedom. Compared with your safety, these are insignificant. If you want to grow stronger and no one stops her from doing business, you need to find a backer. The court that can compete with the Heavenly Palace is the best choice. And the court that needs food will maximize her interests and be relatively free. I gave in, she murmured softly. Compromise with this world. She is not a god after all. And because of her concerns, she cannot do what she wants. Listening to the helplessness and bitterness in his mother's words, Xiao Yong felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to become strong and let his mother not compromise with anyone. The superpower core in his body flashed, and the color became darker. At this time, Boss Gao came to the backyard. Miss, General Lu is here and is outside. Yin Yin didn't expect him to come so quickly. Please bring him in. She asked the two children to sit in the corridor. And soon Liu came to the backyard. He was still dressed in the same outfit as when he went to Zhu's house. And he should have come straight here from Zhu's house. General Lu, please sit down. She waved her hand, and 2 bottles of juice appeared on the table. I haven't thanked General Lu yet. Liu waved his hand. Don't be so polite. After all, so many disaster victims still rely on you. I can't watch those people attack you. Test? Yin Yin smiled slightly. Okay. I'm a person who distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. The previous conditions can be cancelled, but if you want to continue the transaction, you must agree to my 2 conditions. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. As long as the condition of kowtow is cancelled, everything else is easy to talk about. Tell me, what are the conditions? First, kick Captain Chen out of the barracks. I think General Lu can understand why I put forward this condition. Lu nodded. I understand. Miss Yin, I promise you that I don't know about Dania's affairs. And Lord Zhu doesn't know either. All this is Chen Ji's own idea. Oh! Yin Yin didn't say whether to believe or not, or whether it's true or false. What's the point? The people have been taken away by them. Isn't it their decision about the truth? Her attitude annoyed Liu a little. But he was annoyed by the idiot Chen Ji, who insisted on doing it even though the plan was cancelled. Fortunately, it was his men who got into trouble. If Dania was really injured or seriously injured, then he would have a real falling out with Yin Yin. If she defected to Tianji Palace, there would be no room for maneuver. Yin Yin continued to put forward conditions. Second, give me an official position, and I will get discounts on all transactions with the court in the future. For the 7th rank, 10% discount. For the 5th rank, 20% discount. For the 3rd rank, 30% discount. For the 1st rank, 40% discount. And for those with a title, 50% discount. Since we have to deal with the court, let's do it big. Lu Yu was stunned for a moment, probably because he didn't expect her to put forward this condition. Then he smiled. This was the best. He didn't have to think of ways to imprison her in Jinchuan. And he didn't have to worry about her going to the opposite side of the court. I agree to both of your conditions. As for the official position, it may take some time. I need to report to His Majesty. No problem. During this time in Jinchuan, I will move to the military camp with my children. This is why she put forward the first condition. She didn't want to see someone in the military camp. She was afraid that she couldn't help but take action. Lu Yu readily agreed. Okay. No problem. This result made him unexpectedly satisfied. He didn't expect that Tianji Palace would play a big role. If he had known, he would have brought them here earlier. so that those unpleasant things would not have happened before. After finishing the business, Yin Yin wanted to ask about the eldest son of the Ning family. General Liu, are you familiar with the eldest son of the Ning family? Liu Yu was a little surprised. Why did you ask about him? I'm just curious. Can I tell you? It's not that I can't tell you. In fact, the Ning family's affairs are not a secret. Most people in Beijing know about it. Then tell me in detail. She had a feeling that Ning Yuan was also coming, so she wanted to know about it in advance. Okay, I'll tell you. Liu Yu did not refuse, and told her some of what he could say to satisfy her curiosity. The Ning family is a noble family. Duke Ning was a founding hero. The title was inherited from 3 generations, and it was the 3rd generation when it came to Prime Minister Ning. The eldest son of the Ning family is called Ning Yuan. His mother is Princess Anha, the eldest daughter of the Song family, and she is of noble status. Originally, Princess Anha was betrothed to the 5th prince at that time, who is the current emperor. But no one knows what happened. In the end, Princess Anha married Prime Minister Ning, and then died of dystocia. The child she gave birth to was weak and sickly since childhood. Because Princess Anha broke her engagement with the 5th prince, the Song family did not recognize her and the child. In order to take care of the child, Prime Minister Ning married a 2nd wife. And then less than 9 months after the two got married, the 2nd son of the Ning family was born prematurely. As a result, the premature child was healthier than the full-term one. He smiled with a hint of sarcasm. What happened later? Yin Yin asked. Later, the eldest son of the Ning family fell seriously ill and almost died. Song Yan got the news and rushed over. Only then did he know how his nephew was doing. Since then, Song Yan went to see him and his life became better. He didn't say how difficult it was, but it was clear if you think about it. With his 2nd wife in charge and his own children, it was nonsense to say that he had no idea about the title. For 12 years when no one cared about him, the eldest son of the Ning family was lucky not to be killed by the other party. Then how did he appear in Jinchuan and become a refugee? Yin Yin asked. Liu Yu shook his head. I really don't know. He was in a coma from the time he entered the city to when Song Yan took him away. Is his health so bad? Yin Yan's heart couldn't help but rise. Then General Liu. Where is he now? Chapter 113 An Emergency. This question made Liu Yu's eyes sharp. He looked at her carefully. The worry in her eyes was not fake. But Liu Yu could not tell her. Thinking of this, he shook his head in embarrassment. In fact, I am not very clear. I only know that Song Yan took him to Liangqiu. It is said that there is a miracle doctor there. I think he went there to seek medical treatment. Liangqiu again. It seems that it should be near. Yin Yin had some confidence in her heart, and decided to leave Jinchuan and go to Liangqiu after she got the official position. The two agreed to leave the city tomorrow morning, and Liu Yu left. Soon it was evening. The shop closed, and Yin Yin took the children back home. Dania had been waiting in the yard, fidgeting. He didn't know what the situation was outside. He wanted to go out and see, but he was afraid that his unauthorized actions would bring unknown consequences. The young master said that today's disaster was aimed at him, and he didn't want to implicate the young lady. Finally, before the sun set, the young lady was expected to come back. Amitabha. God bless you. Seeing the young lady and the two children come back safe and sound, Dania finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in his heart. Young ladies, you must be hungry. There are steamed buns in the pot. I'll bring them over. Daniel. Wait a minute. Yin Yin called him over and briefly told him about Captain Chen's killing him. Today's incident was caused by me, and I almost implicated you. She apologized. Dania waved his hands repeatedly, feeling very guilty. Speaking of which, it was my impulse that day. I caused trouble for the young lady. Yin Yin patted his shoulder. Don't blame yourself. You did a good job. By the way, after dinner, pack up your things and we will leave the city tomorrow morning. Dania was stunned and asked in confusion. Miss, are we leaving Jinchuan? No. Today's incident makes me feel unsafe here. So let's live in the military camp. I don't believe they dare to take action in the military camp. She was referring to the envoy of Tianji Palace and Ning Yi. Daniel understood it as Captain Chen and thought that Mrs. idea was quite good. Okay. I'll pack it up in a while. After eating quickly, Dania packed up his things, and Yin Yin packed the clothes that she and her children would wear into the box and took them away together. The time spent in the new house was not long. In addition to clothes, daily necessities, and food, there was nothing else to bring. But 4 large boxes were packed with these. It was getting late, and Yin Yin asked Dania to rest. At this moment, there was a hurried knock on the door. Second sister-in-law. Open the door. Second sister-in-law. Please save Xiaobao. Xiao Zhang? Yin Yin heard the voice of someone and quickly asked Dania to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Xiao Zhang ran in a panic. Her hair was disheveled. She was wearing a single piece of clothing. Her face was full of tears, and she looked terrified. Second sister-in-law. Please save Xiaobao. Woo-woo. She knelt down with a plop, knocking her head loudly. What are you doing? If you have something to say, get up and tell me. Yin Yin hurriedly pulled her up. Her forehead was already red and swollen. Don't cry first. Tell me what happened to Xiaobao. Xiao Zhang said while crying. Xiaobao was captured, and they said that if you don't go over in half an hour, they will kill Xiaobao. Woo-woo. Second sister-in-law. Please save Xiaobao. I only have this child. Xiaobao is her lifeblood. Yin Yin comforted her. Don't worry. Tell me in detail. Little Zhang calmed herself down and said with a sob. We had already gone to bed, and Xiaobao got up to go to the bathroom. Not long after he went out, I heard him shouting. I ran out and saw a man holding Xiaobao. He said that if you want to save Xiaobao, you have to go outside the North City gate. He only gave me half an hour. What does that man look like? He was wearing a mask and his face couldn't be seen. Oh! He was wearing a red cloak. The messenger of Tianji Palace? Yin Yin had a plan in mind. If he couldn't deal with her, he would threaten her with the people around him. Second sister-in-law. Xiao Zhang knelt down again with a thud. Xiaobao is still too young. I am willing to die for him. Please take me to the north of the city. Wait for me to replace Xiaobao. Second sister-in-law. Don't worry about me. I only have one request. I hope you can help me raise Xiaobao. Get up. The other party is coming for me. I can't ignore it. Yin Yin helped her up. Her expression became serious. Daniel, go find Deputy General Han and ask him to take people to the North Gate. You and Xiaodan and Xiaoyong follow Deputy General Han together. Don't act alone. The benefits of being surrounded by soldiers came. Dania responded. Yes, Mississippi third sister-in-law. Time is running out. Let's go to the North Gate to see the situation first. Listen to second sister-in-law. Xiao Zhang was at a loss, and she could only rely on Yin Yin. Fortunately, the place where they lived was not far from the city gate, and they could get there in half an hour. There was no one on the street, and the two ran quickly towards the city gate. On the way, Xiao Zhang fell several times, which was because she had no arms and her balance was poor. The two of them slowed down a lot. Finally, the city gate appeared in sight. Before they got close, Yin Yin heard screams and shouts outside. Outside the city, the fire illuminated the night light. What's going on? Yin Yin couldn't help but slow down her pace. Her intuition told her that this matter was not simple, and it was not just threatening her with a child. What were the people in Tianji Palace going to do? At this time, the crying of a child came from the city gate tower. Mother! Save me! Mother! Xiaobao. Xiao Zhang heard the crying of the child and ran towards the gate like crazy. But she was immediately stopped by the guards. Those who break into the city gate will die. Sir, my son is upstairs. Please let me pass. Please. Xiao Zhang knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. Yin Yin looked up at the city gate tower. The night did not affect her vision. I saw Xiaobao being caught in the air by a person who was the messenger of Tianji Palace. She frowned and looked at the other party fiercely. Aren't you here to see me? I'm here. I'll release the child. If you have anything, come to me. Her voice was not loud, but it was accurately transmitted to the other party's ears. The messenger raised his mouth and said loudly, Want to save him? Then you leave the city immediately. I can leave the city. But can you promise to release the child? Although she didn't know what happened outside, she was not afraid. The messenger said, Of course. As long as you leave the city, I will release the child immediately. I don't believe you. I need a middleman. The other party agreed. How about General Liu? Okay. Soon a person appeared on the city wall. It was Liu Yu. Yin Yan's face sank slightly. She didn't expect Liu Yu to be on the city wall. Did they join forces? Or was it a coincidence? Or was it to sow discord? She didn't know. But her trust in Lu Yu was greatly reduced at this time. Chapter 114 Joining the Game. Yin Yan looked at the people above and asked in a deep voice. General Lu, can I still trust you? Lu Yu did not answer immediately, but was silent for a while before speaking. You can leave Song Xiaobao to me without worry. I will guarantee his safety. His words made Yin Yan's heart sink. Even he was involved? Then Xiao Yong and Xiao Dan. When they thought about asking them to find Deputy General Han, they felt a chill in their hearts, and could not stop sinking. She looked at Xiao Zhang, and saw that her eyes flickered slightly. She did not dare to look at herself, and recalled her stumbling along the way. It turned out that she was stalling for time. To be precise, she was stalling for time for Deputy General Han. Her thoughts were soon verified. The chaotic footsteps came from far away. Deputy General Han led people to rush over. Dainu and the two children were among them. The three of them looked very free, and there was no sign of being controlled. But the other party stopped 20 meters away from her, and did not move forward. The soldiers around her were holding weapons and ready to go, which made her realize that she did not think much. Now it was just that the window paper had not been broken. Once she took action, she would be surrounded by enemies. These were not to be feared. The key was whether she could snatch the two children with her speed? Yin Yan frowned slightly. The distance was still a little far. It would be better if it was closer. Now she did not dare to gamble, so she could only let others manipulate her. She did not expect that she would fall so hard. These people taught her a good lesson. Yin Yan gave the children a reassuring smile, then retracted her gaze and adjusted her mood. Open the city gate. She looked ahead calmly. The city gate slowly opened, and the shouts and screams from outside came in. The person upstairs said, Miss Yin, please come in. As long as you can survive, I will release the child in my hand as promised. Yin Yan ignored the other party at all. She didn't care about Song Shiba's life or death. Except for the two children. She didn't care about anyone else. Life and death had nothing to do with her. She walked out of the city. Mom! Xiao Dan shouted and was about to run over, but was stopped by the soldiers around her. Let me go! I want to find my mother. She suddenly saw that her mother's forehead turned gray, and her mother was going to get into trouble. Yin Yan stopped, turned around and waved to her daughter with a smile. Don't worry. Mom is very powerful. Just listen to your brother. Xiao Yong held his sister's hand tightly. He had discovered something unusual. Everything was a game. A game against his mother. As for the chips, it was not Song Xiaobao, but the two of them, falling in the trap. He hated himself for not seeing it earlier. Hated himself for being powerless, and not only unable to help, but also becoming a burden to his mother. He hated himself so much. Hated himself, and hated these people even more. They deserved to die. Strong hatred filled his mind, and the energy core between his eyebrows reacted violently, and the color accelerated to darken, and soon the light pink turned into dark pink. Brother, something is going to happen to mother. What should I do? Xiaodan cried anxiously. She could not do anything, and could only watch her mother walk out of the city gate. Xiaoyong held his sister's hand, looked at his mother's back. His eyes were unusually firm, and he said word by word, Mom will be fine. Definitely. After he finished speaking, the energy core between his eyebrows flashed a pink light, and then the color of the energy core became much lighter. With a muffled bang, the gate closed. It was like hell on earth outside, with soldiers holding weapons on one side and victims waving sticks on the other. Both sides were bloodthirsty, and only if one died could the other live. There were only 100 soldiers on this side, most of whom were injured and were struggling to resist, while many victims on the other side died. But there were still tens of thousands. Even if they had weapons, even if they knew some kung fu, it would be difficult to deal with tens of thousands of victims. Yin Yan didn't know what happened, why the victims had DL, why there were so many garrison troops, but only 100 people were sent to suppress them. Did they let her out to be killed by the victims? Or did they want her to help the soldiers kill the victims? She didn't want to care about either one. What did it have to do with her? It wasn't her who created all this. Yin Yan didn't go out, but hid in the doorway, hiding herself in the darkness and watching quietly. The shouting continued. The victims fell to the ground one by one, and the blood dyed the ground red. They opened their eyes wide and died with their eyes wide open. Yin Yan's eyes moved slightly. She had good eyesight and memory. She had seen the man waving a wooden stick and running towards the soldiers like crazy. He was a victim from Sanji Town, Zhao County. Yin Yin frowned slightly and looked carefully at these rioting victims. Most of them were victims from Zhao County? Was this killing for her to see? Jean Dequan. Be careful. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from my ear. This name finally made Yin Yin come out of the shadows. A man was kneeling on the ground. The knife in his hand fell to the ground, and a group of victims raised wooden sticks and smashed down. Yin Yin moved. The next second, the stick hit nothing, and the person on the ground disappeared. Whether it was the disaster victims or the two soldiers who ran to save Zhang Dequan, they were all stunned. Where was the person? The next moment, the two came to their senses, waving their knives, and ruthlessly harvested lives. The city gate. Zhang Dequan was gasping for breath. He had just walked through the gates of hell, and now he was still in shock and scared. But he didn't expect that he was saved, and it was Miss Yin who saved him. Yin Yan looked at the person in front of him. There was a lot of blood on his body, and the bloody smell was very strong. But it was basically the blood of the disaster victims. He had some stick wounds on his body, but they were not serious. He was mainly exhausted. After a simple examination of his body, Yin Yan asked in a deep voice, "What happened? Why were you pushed out to die?" Zhang Dequan smiled bitterly. Not only me. At the beginning, he raised his head and tried his best to control his emotions, but his eyes were already red. All the people who went to eat with me were pushed out. I killed them. Both the officers and soldiers? Yin Yin was shocked, because the soldiers were basically facing away from her. She didn't recognize them. If someone hadn't called Zhang Dequan, she wouldn't have known that they were all the people who had eaten for free. The victims of Zhao County? The soldiers who had had a few meals with her? Fuck. Yin Yin felt a strong anger in her heart. She turned her head and stared at the city wall fiercely. She wanted to go through the city wall and destroy Tianji Palace and Lu Yu and the others. Are they still human? Just because they have a little relationship with her. Let them kill each other. She hasn't been so angry for a long time. The last time was that group of scum who ate their parents. In the end, she burned them all in one fire. For these people who treat people as non-human, she has the intention to kill them. If she can't kill them openly, then she will do it secretly. In any case, no one can be spared. Wait. Chapter 115 Dead End. Zhang Dequan didn't know what she was thinking, and continued, Lord Zhu ordered that only one side of the officials and the people can survive. We only have 100 people, and there are more than 30,000 disaster victims in Zhao County. It would be good if we died in exchange for so many people, but I was unwilling to accept it. I have old people and children to take care of. Why should I die? And I have implicated more than 20 brothers. I can't let them die with me. So, they resisted, even though they knew they would die in the end. This is the cause of the unrest. Yin Yan's face was as cold as ice. She had already understood the plans of Tianji Palace and Zhu Shifu, forcing her to join one side. To be precise, forcing her to join the disaster victims and become a mob. Because 100 officers and soldiers could not stop 30,000 disaster victims at all. Even if she joined, so many people could wear her out. It seemed that the only way to survive was to join the disaster victims. In fact, even if she did not take action throughout the whole process, she would still be charged with rebellion after the incident, and she would still be unable to escape death. No wonder the people of Tianji Palace didn't threaten her with a child before she took action, because the moment she stepped out of the city gate, she was destined to die. Sure enough, they calculated so many people's lives to calculate her life. Shouldn't she say that they really respect her? However, it is not a dead end for her. With her ability, it is no problem for the soldiers to help the officers and soldiers kill 30,000 disaster victims. But, Yin Yin lowered her eyes slightly and looked at her hands. Whether it was in another world or this world, they were all stained with blood. But there was no blood of innocent people. With so many people, she couldn't do it even if she was cold-blooded. She entered a dead end. If she wanted to break the dead end, she would have to put herself in a dead end and then survive. Thinking of this, she touched Zhang Dequan's neck with her index finger. The other party looked at her in confusion, and the next second his eyes closed. He lost his breath and lay softly on the ground. Yin Yan's eyes flashed with cold light, and the anger rushed to Dantian, and she shouted loudly, "Stop it!" The sound waves spread out with waves of pressure. and everyone was shocked and stopped their actions. The next moment, her figure swayed in the crowd like a ghost. Soon all the 100 officers and soldiers lay on the ground and lost their breath. We won. Many people murmured to themselves, unable to believe that the fight was over. We won. We don't have to die. Great. We survived. Woo-woo. Soon the victims reacted. They cheered and hugged each other. As they laughed, they began to cry. So many people on the ground died. These were all their relatives. After crying for a while, they looked at the person in front of them and recognized her. She was the woman with a lot of food. They envied her a lot at the beginning. But why is she here too? Didn't she say she was moving to the city? Thank you, Madame Yen. Someone bravely thanked her. If it weren't for her, they didn't know how many more people would have died. Thank you, Madame Yen. The victims thanked her at the same time, and their voices spread far away. Squeak! The city gate opened, and Deputy General Han led his men out. He looked at Yen Yen with a complicated look, and was a little surprised at her choice. After all, this was a charge of treason. Yen Yen ignored his gaze and said loudly, Deputy General Han, can you let them go? Wait a minute. He asked his men to check the 100 officers and soldiers and make sure they were all dead. The victims won. He waved his hand, and a large number of soldiers rushed out of the city with spears in their hands. The victims were startled and looked at the soldiers surrounding them in panic. The previous joy disappeared. Deputy General Han cleared his throat and said loudly, You mobs killed officers and soldiers, and you should be executed. Didn't you say that only by killing them can we survive? Yes. It was you who asked us to do this. What did we do wrong? At worst, we can fight with them. Anyway, we will die. Killing one will make back the cost. And killing two will make more money. Yes, fight with them. And you won't be alone on the road to the underworld. They had just experienced the baptism of blood, and the fierceness in their bones had been aroused. Isn't it just death? Who is afraid? Everyone be quiet and listen to me. Yen Yan's voice was loud, covering their voices. The victims quieted down one after another. Yen Yan pointed at the bodies of the officers and soldiers on the ground and said to Vice General Han, I killed all these people, even if they were mobs. It was me. It has nothing to do with them. Vice General Han asked, Miss Yen, do you want to take the responsibility alone? Hee hee. Yen Yan sneered disdainfully. Isn't this your purpose? Faced with her ridicule, Vice General Han did not take it to heart. This was a trap set against her. Anyway, she just admitted it. Since you admitted it yourself. That's good. Come on. Arrest Yen Yen. Wait. Let them all go first. This is all she can do. If they are used next time, it has nothing to do with her. Vice General Han waved his hand, and the soldiers withdrew. Then, they surrounded Yen Yen in 3 layers. She was the target. The victims ran away when they saw that the danger was over. As for the person who took the blame, some of them were grateful. Some called her stupid, and no one stayed no matter what the feelings were. The 30,000 victims ran away in an instant, not even caring about the bodies of their relatives on the ground. Deputy General Han said, Miss Yen, everyone is gone. Put on the handcuffs. 2 soldiers came forward with heavy chains. Wait, may I ask Deputy General Han what law I broke and why you want to arrest me? Yen Yen asked back. Deputy General Han laughed and pointed to the bodies of 100 officers and soldiers on the ground. Miss Yen, you just admitted to killing them yourself. What? Do you want to regret it? Yen Yen nodded. I did, but they are not dead. Is it illegal for me to just say it? You want to cheat? They are obviously not breathing. Before Deputy General Han finished speaking, someone suddenly sat up among the people lying dead. Zhang Dequan touched his neck and was a little confused. Then, all the other 90 people came back to life. They all sat up, as if they had a dream, and everything was over when they woke up. How could it be? Deputy General Han was dumbfounded and got angry at the people around him. How did you check? Didn't you say that the people were dead? Several people were also confused. We checked, and they were indeed dead. I don't know how they came back to life. It's a ghost. Yen Yen curled her lips and said with a smile. Deputy General Han, can I go back? The officers and soldiers are fine, so her crime is not established. If Deputy General Han still doesn't know that he has been fooled by Yen Yen at this time, then he is a fool. Huh? What should I do? Is the bureau that was arranged with great difficulty broken like this? At this time, a soldier ran over. Deputy General Han. 20 more bodies of officers and soldiers were found next to them. Have you checked? Are you sure they are dead? Deputy General Han didn't want to be tricked by the other party again. The soldier replied, they were all killed by a sword. And they are sure they are dead. Chapter 116 Method. After hearing this, Vice General Han's eyes lit up. Thinking, the general still has a method. Let's see how she can deny it this time. Carry them all here. Soon, 20 people dressed as officers and soldiers were carried over, each with a bloody scar on the neck. And the same death. Yin Yen looked at the 20 people who were supposed to be Ningyi's guards, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. They really colluded with each other. Vice General Han. I said I didn't kill these people. Do you believe it? Miss Yin. What do you think? It doesn't matter whether it's her or not. They just need a reason to arrest her. Okay. Arrest me. She didn't deny it. Even if there weren't these 20 people, there would be others. The point is that the child is still in their hands. And she has to compromise. Vice General Han winked at his men. And 2 soldiers stepped forward and put heavy handcuffs on her wrists. Yin Yin shook the thing weighing dozens of kilograms in her hand. And the chain collided and made a rattling sound. Deputy General Han frowned slightly. She was still in the mood to play at this time? Or what else did she rely on? Take them away, he said in a deep voice. Yes. A dozen people escorted her into the city. Inside the city gate, a group of people looked at her quietly. Song Xiaobao had returned to Xiao Zhang's side. And Yin Yin also saw Song Dazhuang, who was missing a leg. Beside her, Xiao Zhang hugged the child tightly, with a face full of guilt and pain, and did not dare to look at her at all. Song Dazhuang looked proud of his revenge. She did not see the 2 children in the crowd. Not even Daniel. Originally, he wanted to pretend to be caught, snatch the 2 children away when he passed by, and then take off directly. As long as they are in the air, it will be impossible for them to deal with me, and that will be the beginning of my revenge. However, it seems that the plan has failed again, and the child is controlled by them. On the other side is the envoy of Tianji Palace, and Ningyi. Ningyi slightly raised his chin, full of disdain, as if mocking her for not knowing her own limits. Next is Lu Yu. His face has no expression, as if the one who said he would cooperate in the morning was one person, and the one who turned around and betrayed her was another person. When passing by him, Yin Yin stopped and turned her head slightly to look at him. General Lu, I look forward to seeing you the day after tomorrow. Lu Yu's heart moved. What do you mean? Yin Yin gave him a meaningful smile, and then left. Lu Yu frowned tightly, and he could almost guess what Yin Yin meant. Was he really controlled by her? General Lu, don't forget our cooperation, the envoy of Tianji Palace reminded him. Lu Yu replied calmly, I haven't forgotten. He has become a villain, so he will not betray again. Besides, Tianji Palace is not as weak as Yin Yin. If he breaks the contract, the price will be very high. The night passed quickly. A ray of morning light shone in from the top of her head, and Yin Yin opened her eyes slightly. At this time, footsteps were heard outside. The iron door opened, and a jailer came with a bowl of dumplings and put it on the ground. It's time to eat. He said a word, then went out and locked the door. Yin Yin sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, looked at the food at the door, and did not move. She was not hungry, and it was not difficult to leave here. Although it was a prison made of pure iron, it was surrounded by steel plates on all sides, and there was only a window the size of 2 palms near the roof. Although she had an iron chain tied around her waist, and the other end was fixed to the wall, these were not enough to lock her up. But she did not move, but waited for someone to come. She believed that they did not kill her immediately. They must have some purpose, and if they had some purpose, they could cooperate. It was not until the afternoon that someone came, and it turned out to be the He family. The prison door opened, and young Master He walked in with a food box in his hand. Why is it you? Yin Yin was particularly surprised. She thought that the envoy of Tianji Palace would come. Ningyi, Lu Yu, Zhu Shifu, or Chen Xiaowei. But she did not expect it to be him. Looking at the people in the prison, young Master He had a complicated expression. In just a few days, she had fallen to this point. As her father said, they could not tolerate anomalies unless they were in their own hands. Miss Yin, my father asked me to come here. I don't have much time. Let me make it short. My father wants to cooperate with you once. Cooperation? Yin Yin pointed to the environment where she was and smiled bitterly. Mr. He, I'm in this state. I might be convicted and executed tomorrow. Don't joke with me. Seeing her talking about execution so frankly, Mr. He felt a little sympathetic to her. She didn't do anything wrong. The ones who wanted to control others were wrong. Miss Yin, my father has a way. There is an 80% chance that you will not be sentenced to death. For this method, our He family will pay a lot. So Miss Yin needs to give a promise or guarantee. Oh! What method? She was a little curious. You know, it's the Ning family's son, and the envoy of Tianji Palace, who want me to die. Are you sure that the He family, as a businessman, can change their minds? In fact, your problem is that you have affected the interests of some people. As long as you solve this problem, it will be okay. On the contrary, Prince Ning and the envoy of Tianji Palace are easier to deal with. This statement made Yin Yin feel novel. Can you deal with the Ning family and Tianji Palace? You know, even Governor Zhu and General Liu gave them 3 points. Young master, he said with a smile. They are powerful. But whether it is Governor Zhu, General Liu, Prince Ning or Tianji Palace, they are all outsiders, and will leave sooner or later. The survival and development of this city still depends on our big families, and the people in the city. This is a very powerful energy. So powerful that they have to pay attention to concessions. Yin Yan's eyes lit up. The He family wants to unite other families to put pressure on the government? He added. To be precise, big and small families, and the people of the whole city. Huh? Yin Yan took a deep breath. It was indeed a big deal. No wonder he said that the He family paid a lot. If you unite the families and incite the people, you really need to pay a lot. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Although this path is different from what she expected, she is willing to accept it. She found that sometimes, the interests of merchants are simpler and more straightforward. Instead of relying on Liu Yu and being calculated by him later, it is better to cooperate with the He family. It's actually very simple. Miss Yin should enter the Chamber of Commerce at that time. No matter what goods, they must be sold at the Chamber of Commerce. My father hopes that the He family will be excluded and become the second largest supplier besides the Chamber of Commerce. In other words, Miss Yan's goods will be sold to the Chamber of Commerce in addition to herself, and then to the He family. This requires Miss Yin to fight for the He family. After hearing this, Yin Yin asked curiously, is the Chamber of Commerce so domineering? Young master, he nodded helplessly. Yes, the original intention of the Chamber of Commerce was to protect the interests of weak merchants. But with the entry of large families, the Chamber of Commerce became a tool for them to control small families. It was also at that time that the He family withdrew. Chapter 117. I'm doing this for your own good. He paused and looked at her seriously. Miss Yin, in my eyes you are a good person who cares about the people. But I'm still worried that you will change after joining the Chamber of Commerce. But my father said he wants to take a gamble and use half of the He family's assets to gamble on the future of the He family and Jinchuan. I hope Miss Yin won't let us down. He kept this sentence in his heart and didn't say it out loud. But the firm eyes and serious look have explained everything. Yin Yan's heart moved, and she understood why they wanted her to supply a loan. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be to balance the price of food. As long as the He family is there, the Chamber of Commerce will not set a high price for these foods. As for why she joined the Chamber of Commerce, it should be the bargaining chip used by the He family to win over those people. To be honest, such a He family surprised her. A businessman with a bottom line is more worthy of cooperation. Okay, I agree to cooperate, but I have to add a condition. As long as the He family can do it, I will give you a surprise. As he said, a golden card appeared in his hand, which was the membership card. Looking at the card that appeared out of thin air, young master, he asked curiously, what is this? Surprising? Membership card. With it, you can trade directly with the supermarket immortal without going through me. With it, even if I am not in Jinchuan in the future, or change my original intention, you don't have to worry. Young master, his pupils shrank slightly, and he opened his eyes wide. Supermarket immortal? Is it the unknown existence you mentioned? Is what Song Dojwan said true? And Yin Yin is really the immortal agent? Huh? It seems that his father has made the right bet again. Yin Yin nodded. Yes. The supermarket fairy saw that the people of Dezhou were living in poverty. So he chose me as an agent to help the people. Now you can understand why there are so many goods, and they are so cheap. Right? So that's it. Only divine skills can explain all this. He was in awe, and his attitude towards her changed, with a little more respect. However, in this way, he didn't have to worry that Yen Yen would change after joining the Chamber of Commerce. Miss Yen, please tell me your conditions. Looking at the membership card, his eyes were full of determination. Help me bring Xiaoyong and Xiao in here. Bring them here? Young master, he pointed to the prison. Are you sure you didn't say the wrong conditions? In fact, the He family can help you take care of them. For him, taking care of the 2 children is not a condition. Yin Yin shook her head, her expression firm. Just bring them here. She doesn't trust anyone now. Young master, he frowned slightly. It's not easy to put people in the cell, but it's not impossible. For the membership card, you have to do it no matter what. This is a great opportunity. Okay, I agree to this condition. Give me some time. I will come again tomorrow morning, whether there is any result or not. Okay, bring 1,000 taels of silver next time. You need money to activate the membership card. Okay, Master He. It's almost time. It's time to go. At this time, the jailer's urging voice came from outside. Master He clasped his fists to her, and then left the cell. The footsteps gradually disappeared. Yin Yan's eyes flashed. It doesn't matter whether the other party is really here to cooperate or who sent them. If they are really here to cooperate, they will find a way to bring the child for the membership card. If someone is behind this, and the other party knows the existence of the membership card and her identity, they will be more cautious and will not easily attack the 2 children. No matter which one, the situation will not be worse. So she said that as long as someone comes, it will be fine. Yin Yin exhaled slowly, took out a chicken leg and a bottle of water out of thin air, and ate. As for the dumplings and the food box, she did not move. Outside the cell, next to the window, Lu Yu looked solemn. Sure enough, this woman knew the membership card. No wonder, she said, she would come to her. This woman has been acting before, and she has too many tricks. Although the He family can use the membership card when they have it, it is best to have it in your own hands. Besides, 200,000 disaster victims have arrived in Qishan, and the subsequent food is a big problem. It seems that I have to go see her soon. Footsteps sounded again in the prison. Yin Yin curled her lips. Are you here? The performance is about to begin. The cell door opened and Lu Yu walked in, looking at the person meditating on the bed. He did not speak, but sat down and looked at her quietly. Immortal agent? He did not believe it. But her methods were indeed strange. If she was really an immortal, she should go to His Majesty. Only the king of a country can better save the people, not a peasant girl. Now, she has just emerged a little bit, and she has not yet shown her edge. But she has been suppressed. How can a peasant girl with no power, no influence, and no status save the people? So the idea of the immortal agent was pure nonsense in his opinion. Fooling those fools. However, she should have had an adventure. Neither of them spoke. One closed his eyes and meditated, and the other looked at her quietly. It was like a silent contest. Both of them were waiting for the other to speak. After a long while, Yin Yin opened her eyes, with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Lu Yu didn't care. After all, he broke the contract first. Miss Yin, I know you are very angry, but I can't help it. No, I'm not angry. Yin Yin interrupted him. I don't want to hear your explanation. The door is over there. I won't see you off. Even in the cell, she still had a strong aura and directly ordered her to leave. Whether Lu was angry or not, her reaction showed that she cared a lot, which was what he wanted. Whether you believe it or not, I never wanted to hurt you. Yin Yin sneered. Ha. What is it now? A day trip to the prison? Hearing the hidden anger in her words, Lu Yu closed his eyes in pain. I have no choice but to sacrifice the lives of 30,000 disaster victims in exchange for Miss Yan's several days of imprisonment. Yin Yin opened her eyes wide in shock. What do you mean? Explain clearly. Lu Yu sighed and said helplessly. Miss Yin, if you offended Tianji Palace, I could still fight back and die with them. But you offended the young master of the Ning family, and I have no power to stop you. Yin Yin frowned and asked. Ning Yi? He threatened you with the lives of the disaster victims? Yes. Lu Yu nodded helplessly. If I don't cooperate with him to convict you, he will kill more than 30,000 disaster victims in Zhao County. Why the disaster victims in Zhao County? Just because I am also from Zhao County. She was very angry. Yes. He said it was a collective punishment. Lu Yu, no. They were going to die anyway. It's just a waste recycling. Yan Yan's face darkened. And she looked very angry. Ningyi is so hateful. How can he do whatever he wants by relying on his status? Lu Yu shared the same hatred with her. This is the family. The benefit of power. I can't stop him. The only thing I can do is to minimize the loss. Yan Yan asked back. Even so, why did you collude with Tianji Palace? And threaten me with 2 children? He explained. The envoys of Tianji Palace have a high status. Even Prince Ning is afraid of them. In order to save you, I had to cooperate with them. So after the incident, you just went to jail. Not killed on the spot. What he meant was that I was doing it for your own good. For you, I cooperated with Tianji Palace, which I disliked the most. And for you, I took the risk to go against the Ning family. Chapter 118, 2 roads for you to choose. Miss Yan. Actually, this is the best outcome now. There are no casualties among the officers and soldiers. And hundreds of victims died, which is much less than what was expected at the beginning. This step is to gain her trust. And saving the victims is just a convenience. However, they will escape from Jinchuan City. And whether they can survive to the next city is not his consideration. Yin Yin stared at him silently, as if considering the truth of his words. After a long while, she sighed. Well, if that's the case, then I blamed you wrongly. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, and passed the first level. Miss Yin, this matter has a great impact after all. I only temporarily suppressed Prince Ning through Tianji Palace. If he says something in front of Prime Minister Ning after returning to Beijing, I am afraid I can't protect you at that time. Are you going to negotiate terms? Yin Yin nodded. I understand. Does General Lu have any good ideas? There are 2 ways. The first way is to marry Captain Qin. I can act as a matchmaker and make you his legal wife. The Zhu family is also a noble family. Although it is not as good as the Ning family, it should not be underestimated. As long as you become the nephew-in-law of Lord Zhu, he can use the family to protect you and your children. What is the second way? She passed this directly. Well, actually this is the best way. Lu Yu had some regrets. Second, you join the garrison army and become my subordinate. Then all your previous actions can be said to be ordered by me. At that time, I will be the one to fight against the Ning family. He looked a little solemn and seemed to be under a lot of pressure. I am actually just the eldest son of the Lu family. If I want to get the support of my grandfather, I need to come up with enough chips. Fortunately, the current disaster is a good breakthrough. Yin Yin understood. The first method is to marry Captain Qin and be controlled by the Zhu family. The second method is to join the garrison and be controlled by the Lu family. No matter which one, she can't escape the fate of being controlled by the other party. So this is the reason why he broke the contract. That's right. Being able to control her for his own use and let the family move to a higher level is better than applying for an official position for her and being on an equal footing. Mr. He is right. These people are used to controlling others and can't tolerate any anomalies. She is still naive. She thought she was calculating them. But they calculated her to death. These people have too many minds and are no match for them at all. It also shows that she is too weak, small, so that they can be calculated at will. Suddenly, Yin Yin felt that Mr. Yi's method would not work. She must not enter the Chamber of Commerce. She would definitely not be able to play with those people. Thinking about the Yi family, who she thought were good people, they also had 180 minds. Right? Oh my god. It's so scary. She wants to go home. Seeing her face changing, Lu Yu couldn't guess her thoughts. According to the 2 methods he proposed, joining the garrison army is the best choice for her. Why is she still hesitating? No. Add more chips. Miss Yin, if you marry Captain Chen, I will also seek an official position for you, so that both you and your 2 children can have a good foothold in the Chen family. If you choose to join the city defense army, I will take Xiao Yong as my apprentice and bring him up with me. He thought it was adding chips and doing it for her good. But in Yin Yan's view, it was a threat. Using 2 children to threaten her to choose one of the 2. General Lu, if I don't choose anyone, what will happen to me? Will I be executed? Lu Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that she would not be willing to accept such good conditions? He didn't understand. A good marriage. The future of the children. Her own status. Aren't these enough? What else does she want? Is she too greedy? Lu Yu frowned slightly, thinking that she didn't know what was good for her. Miss Hyun, you should know that you have offended the Ning family, one of the top 10 families in the Great Zhou Kingdom. He reminded her in a slightly heavy tone to see her situation clearly, and that she had no right to bargain. Yin Yan's mouth curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. Yes, I offended the Ning family, but I am not fighting to the death with the other party. Right? He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a dangerous light flashed across his eyes. What do you mean? I have done so much for you. And you want to join the Ning family? Listening to the tone of questioning, those who don't know would think that Yin Yan is a scumbag. General Lu misunderstood. I didn't want to join the Ning family, but I hope General Lu can help me find a third way out. She didn't fall out with the other party. It's not the right time. Oh, how do you want to leave? He wanted to see what she wanted to do. Leave Jinchuan. Yin Yan, I admit defeat. You are all big guys. I can't afford to offend you. But can I hide from you? No. Lu Yu immediately objected. He had calculated so much. How could he let her leave? Both he and the country need her. Don't object in a hurry. You can listen to my conditions. Yin Yan asked him to be patient. Let's be frank. You should know that I gave you the membership card. Did you admit it? Lu Yu's eyes dimmed and nodded. I had an adventure. I met a supermarket fairy. She gave me 5 membership cards. All cardholders can trade with the supermarket fairy and buy goods. Do immortals really exist? He asked back. Yin Yan shrugged. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Anyway, I believe it when I see it. Lu Yu also felt that it was useless to dwell on this. Okay. Go on. Yin Yan took out a membership card with the word senior membership card written on it. This is my senior membership card. Senior membership card? Lu Yu's mind moved, and a membership card appeared in his hand. It said junior membership card. Can it really be upgraded? Miss Hyun, what are the functions of the senior membership card? It's okay to tell you. Sooner or later, your membership card will be upgraded to senior. Senior members have 20% discount coupons every month. And the storage cabinet is expanded to 100 cubic meters. And the storage time is extended to 30 days. At the same time, senior members also have an additional item safe, which can be used to put things outside. Like this. She picked up the bottle next to her and disappeared in her hand in an instant. The next second, the bottle appeared in her hand again. Lu Yu's eyes were hot. Whether it was an item safe or a temporary storage cabinet, he needed it very much and was more eager to upgrade his membership. However, the problem at hand is that the membership card is controlled by the other party. Haha. It seems that the balance that was just broken has reappeared, and she is bargaining chips with me again. A woman who makes people look at her with admiration. Miss Hyun, if the membership card can only be traded with your consent, then I will always be controlled by you. Yin Yan shook her head. Do you think the supermarket is mine? Except for the first use opened by me, a senior member. There will be no restrictions in the future. Really? He asked back. Yes. The appearance of the supermarket fairy is for the suffering people. How can I control it alone? Also, if I restrict others' use, will I give you the membership card in the first transaction with you? It's because you are dedicated to the people. I hope that you can let the victims have food after getting the membership card. This is also the intention of the supermarket fairy. This reason made Lu Yu unable to refute, and he even began to believe it. Chapter 119 Poisoning. Yin Yan continued. I came to Jinchuan to investigate and see which of these merchants is more suitable for getting a membership card. So I will cooperate with them. Lu Yu asked. Did you take a fancy to the He family? Yes. She nodded, with a faint admiration in her eyes. Not only do they want to save me, but also because they can think about the people of the whole city, which is also in line with the will of the supermarket immortal. Lu Yu also knew something about the He family, compared with other families in Jinchuan. It was indeed good. When do you plan to leave Jinchuan? Yin Yan's heart moved. Is this a resignation? I originally wanted to stay for 2 or 3 months. One is to settle the villagers who followed me, and the other is to find someone who can give membership cards. After completing these 2 things, I will set off to another province to find the next person who can get a membership card. This is the mission given to me by the supermarket fairy. I will find a favorite city to settle down after I give away all 5 membership cards. Before that, I will not stop. Is that so? No wonder she didn't take the 2 broad roads I chose for her. Luyu began to believe it. Only in this way can he explain why the supermarket fairy chose this farm girl instead of the best candidate, he thought, the emperor. Because only the grassroots people with sincere hearts can better screen out people who are dedicated to the people. Besides, which family can say that they have no selfishness? The family is a support, but also an obstacle, which can make a person have many distracting thoughts. For example, after getting the membership card, although alleviating the disaster was his first goal, what after that? He thought about his official position, his situation in the family, and many other things, all mixed with his own selfish desires. If he had 5 membership cards, he would never be able to selflessly give them to someone who was dedicated to the people. In this comparison, he found that he was not as good as Yan Yan. Shame. Because of his own imagination. Yan Yan's words finally fooled him. Looking at Yan Yan again, Luyu's eyes changed. No longer full of calculations. Miss Yan, I was narrow-minded before. I will help you. Wait for my news. After that, Luyu clasped his fist to her and left. Yan Yan smacked her lips, wondering if her deception was successful. To be on the safe side, she still had to bring the child to her side. She didn't dare to trust anyone now. Soon the sun set. On the 2nd day of October, there was no moon, and the dungeon fell into darkness. Late at night, Yan Yan suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the skylight. Thick smoke floated in from the window and soon filled the entire dungeon. She must have been poisoned to death. I didn't hear any noise. It's full of poisonous smoke. If she takes one puff, she'll die. Let's wait and make sure she's dead before we report back. Dare to go against our master. It's simply courting death. The people outside quieted down and listened to the noise inside. Suddenly, someone spoke. Oh no! General Lu is here. Retreat quickly. Damn. Why is he here so soon? The mission hasn't been completed yet? Don't worry. It's over if we get caught. Soon. The cell door was opened, and Luyu rushed in, picked up the unconscious person on the bed, and was about to run out. Clang. The iron chain hanging on the wall stopped the person. Luyu just remembered that she had an iron chain locked around her waist. Damn it. He cursed in his heart. He held the person in one hand and grabbed the iron chain with the other. Hey! He shouted in his heart. His eyes glared. He kicked hard, and the veins on his arms popped out. The iron chain was tightly stretched, and Luyu formed a powerful tug-of-war with the wall. Bang! The iron chain suddenly broke in the middle, and Luyu stepped back several steps until he hit the wall. And then, he released the great force. Well, he groaned, endured the pain, and walked away quickly with the person in his arms. Before the membership card is opened, Yan Yan must not get into trouble. And Ningyi, do you really think he dare not touch him? It is not difficult for him to kill him silently, but it is difficult to deal with the Ning family. However, as long as he has the membership card in hand, His Majesty will never stand idly by. He has the confidence. Soon he came out of the dungeon and came outside. At this time Zhu Shifu rushed over. Is the person okay? Obviously he also got the news. Breathing is stable. No danger to life. Probably in coma. Lu Yu's face was very gloomy. He is really lawless. Rushing to the dungeon to kill people. Zhu Shifu knew who he was talking about. And his face was also very ugly at this time. After all, the dungeon was his base. I have sent people to surround the yard where he is. What if he is the prince? This is not the capital. The emperor is far away. Lu Yu agreed with his approach. Well, send someone to ask the doctor to come and see her. She must not get into trouble. The project has already started, and it must not be stopped. Don't worry. I have sent someone to ask. Zhu Shifu also knew the severity of the matter, but he was still a little worried. Is the news reliable? If it fails, the consequences will be serious. Lu Yu paused. Jiwen came here not only for Ning Yuan, but also brought the secret order of His Majesty. Zhu Shifu's worries disappeared, and he sighed. Since His Majesty has agreed, it seems that there is no problem. Whether the drought can end early depends on this plan. Lu Yu's eyes became unusually firm. As they spoke, they had left the place of imprisonment and came to Zhu's house. Lu Yu put the person on the bed, and the doctor was quickly invited to examine her body. It was confirmed that the poisonous fog did not have a serious impact on her. But she was just in a coma. Then he prescribed a detoxification prescription. And she would wake up around noon tomorrow after taking it. With the doctor's diagnosis, the two breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the unconscious person, Lu Yu thought for a moment and said, "She is not suitable to be locked up in the dungeon in this situation. I will send more people to enclose this yard later." Zhu Shifu asked, "Have you reached an agreement with her? Which path did she choose?" Lu Yu shook his head slightly. "Neither of them." "Why?" Zhu Shifu was puzzled. "No matter which one, it will not harm her, and can solve this crisis. I thought of another way. And I have a membership card in my hand. Putting her somewhere else can be more useful." Lu Yu did not say that the other party had a membership card. Once he said it, there was no guarantee what the person in front of him would think. Zhu Shifu glanced at him and guessed that he was hiding something from him. But he did not ask any more questions. After all, Jin Chuan not only relied on him for protection, but also relied on him for food supply in the future. "It's up to you." At this time, a servant walked in. "Sir, there's a commotion over there. Prince Ning, please go and have a look." With His Majesty's order, Prefect Zhu was much more confident. He said to Lu Yu, "I'll go and see him and get him out as soon as possible." Lu nodded, and Prefect Zhu left quickly. He glanced at the person lying on the bed. His eyes were a little complicated. "I owe you a favor for breaking the contract before. I'll bring them here." After taking a deep look at the other person, Lu Yu turned around and left the room. The corners of the person on the bed curled up slightly. Chapter 120. The result is out. Soon there were chaotic footsteps outside. After another hour, a maid came to feed her medicine and then left. Yin Yin estimated that no one would come before dawn, and there were people guarding outside. So she slept peacefully. When it was dawn, the maid came in to check on her condition. And when she saw that she was not awake, she quietly went out. Yin Yin was not in a hurry. She knew that there would be no next move if Lu Yu did not confirm it. Soon it was around 10 o'clock, and she received a message. Junior member Lu Yu requested to shop. Please ask employee Yin Yin to set the items that can be purchased and the price. Here it comes. Yin Yin directly clicked to refuse. She could not add conditions to the membership card, but she could refuse the transaction, which was also her confidence in Lu Yu. At this time, on the other side, Lu Yu was full of expectations and soon received a reply. The supermarket manager rejected your shopping request. You can apply again after 1 hour. Sure enough, Lu was not very angry. He had thought about this answer before trying, but he still wanted to try. As for applying again after an hour, if Yin Yin's problem was not solved, the result would be the same. Supermarket manager? It seems that her words should be credible. It's amazing. There are really gods in this world, and they appear beside him. The most important thing is that the gods have descended in the great show. He wants to see how the so-called heavenly palace will react after knowing this. As for the other 4 membership cards in Yin Yin's hand, no matter who they are given to, he must control them. At this time, a subordinate knocked on the door and came in. General, the eldest young master of the He family is here. Lu Yu withdrew his thoughts. The He family, which had a membership card, must be used by him. Noon. Yin Yin slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Xiaoyong and Xiao Din lying in front of the bed, looking at her without blinking. Mom, you are finally awake. The 2 children threw themselves on her, one crying, and the other crying silently. Yin Yin knew that the 2 of them must be frightened and scared, and it was difficult for them. I'm sorry to worry you. Mom is fine. She sat up, patted their little heads gently, comforted them gently, and checked the condition of the 2 children. Except for being a little tired and having 2 dark circles under their eyes, there were no other problems. It seems that her words still worked, and they didn't do anything to the children. Where did you rest last night? Xiaoyong said. The military camp. Uncle Dania wanted to come, but General Lu didn't agree. Yin Yin thought to herself, the military camp? It seems that Lu Yu is also on guard against Tianji Palace and Prince Ning. She glanced to the side, and saw young Master He standing not far away. There was no one else in the room. Whether the He family did it on their own, or there was someone behind them. If they brought the child as promised, she would keep her promise. Young Master He, thank you for sending the child. She thanked him sincerely. Now that the child was by her side, She had nothing to worry about. At least now, she could leave at any time. Young master, he waved his hand without taking credit. If it weren't for General Lu's consent and guarantee, I wouldn't have been able to bring the child here. This answer surprised Yin Yin a little. Did she guess wrong? And there was no one behind the He family. Anyway, you fulfilled our agreement, so I should keep my promise. As he spoke, he took out the membership card. Did you bring the silver? Young master, he showed a happy expression and hurriedly took out 2 ingots of gold. Miss Yin, this is 100 taels of gold. Is it okay? Yes. Yin Yan's hand passed over the gold and the gold disappeared. Facing the other party's shocked eyes, he put the membership card in his hand. As soon as he touched the membership card, a pleasant voice came from young master He's mind. Congratulations on becoming a junior member of the supermarket. Do you accept the rules and regulations of the junior member? It's amazing. Young master, he opened his eyes wide and his pupils shrank slightly. Instantly, he felt that his father spent so much money and thought that it was worth it. Yes, he responded in his mind. Instantly, a screen appeared in front of him, which showed the various rights of junior members and the functions of the membership card. He stretched out his hand and shook it in front of his eyes to make sure that the screen was not real. He became more curious about this membership card. After a long while, he carefully put the membership card close to his body in his arms. This is a treasure. Yin Yin smiled and said, Master He, don't worry about losing it. The membership card is bound. When you silently say the membership card in your heart, it will automatically appear in your hand. Is it so magical? Master He tried it. And sure enough, the membership card appeared in his palm the next second. He put the card on the table, ran outside to try it again, and then came back with infinite emotion. Xiao Din covered her mouth and laughed secretly. The other party looked silly, as if she had just received the membership card, which was very interesting. Junior members can trade once every 10 days, and it will remind you that you can trade at that time. With a membership card, you don't have to buy from me anymore. Speaking of purchasing, he thought of the contract between the 2 families. Miss Yin, there is a clause in the contract about the monthly transaction limit. What should we do about it? It doesn't matter. It can be done through the membership card. That's good. Xiao was relieved. At this time, he was convinced of her identity as the agent of the supermarket fairy. Miss Yin, my father is trying to win over people from other families. It's easier to deal with the people when they know that the person who can bring them cheap food has been arrested by the government. A large number of people have already blocked the gate of the government. My father said that he would put pressure on the government first, and then send someone to negotiate and solve the problem. If nothing unexpected happens, the results will be seen the day after tomorrow. 200,000 people against hundreds of officers and soldiers. The victory or defeat is obvious, unless the army intervenes. But, will it? Yin Yin was very grateful. Thank you and your father for your help. When I get out, I will definitely come to thank you. The 2 exchanged a few polite words. Yin Yin said she was tired, and Xiao said goodbye and left. After a while, the servants brought the food up, and Yin Yin led the 2 children to eat. During this period, Xiaoyong wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yin Yin. Walls have ears. After dinner, the 2 children were coaxed to take a nap. They had not slept all night and were already very sleepy. The afternoon passed like this, and no one came during this period. Yin Yin was not in a hurry. With the children around, no one could threaten her. She was happy to stay here, with food and drink, which was much better than the dungeon. This was why she did not force the children to leave. And she was waiting for news from Lu Yu. If she could leave Jinchuan City safely without using force, it would be the best. She didn't want to be wanted by the court at the beginning of her business, which would affect her business. When the sun was about to set, Lu Yu appeared. Miss Yin, the verdict on you has come out. Yin Yin was relatively calm. Oh, what's the charge? Gathering a crowd to fight. Gathering a crowd to fight? This charge surprised Yin Yin a little. She thought it was treason. There were many victims who caused trouble that night, not to mention that 20 guards died. Chapter 121 upgraded. Lu nodded and continued. You are the leader of the gang fight, with 100 people under you. If there are more than 20 people, it is a gang fight of a relatively serious nature. You are sentenced to exile. The place of exile is Mount Zion. By the way, Liangqiu belongs to Mount Zion. Yin Yin analyzed his words. First of all, The 100 people exiled with her should be monitoring her, but in a different identity. Secondly, the place of exile is Liangqiu, which she had asked about before, which should also be deliberately arranged. I just asked once. Can he determine that she wants to go to Liangqiu? I have to say that Liu is very thoughtful, and this exile point makes it difficult for her to refuse. Is this a calculation that she will obediently go to Mount Zion? As for whether Liangqiu has a backup plan, you can know the answer with your toes. Lu Yu has been observing her expression, and then the corner of his mouth curled up, knowing that he guessed right. As long as she follows her own arrangements, there will be people who meet her requirements. He will control the remaining membership card holders. Miss Yin, they will take care of you and the 2 children along the way, so don't worry about anything happening. Get ready and set off early tomorrow morning. Okay, I understand. Yin Yin did not object, and agreed to this result. Lu Yu hesitated and asked, Miss Yin, can I use the membership card now? Yin Yin nodded. General Lu can try again when he goes back. She was not worried that he would go back on his word. When the other party sent 100 people to follow her, she knew that her safety was temporarily safe. With this sentence, Lu Yu felt relieved. He was anxious to leave the city, and then return to the military camp. There were several boxes of silver in the main tent. Lu Yu took a deep breath, took out his membership card and applied again. This time he did not refuse, but he did not agree immediately. He could not help but frown. Could it be that Yin Yin was still dissatisfied? Just as he was about to put away the membership card, the screen changed. There were a lot of food on it. Dumplings, steamed buns, instant noodles, snacks, ham sausage, biscuits, etc. In addition to daily necessities. Everything that he store had appeared here. It's done. Lu Yu walked back and forth in the tent excitedly. The first and most important step was finally completed, and he was confident. The next step was to continue to transfer the victims and strive to complete the task as soon as possible. Whether this plan could end the drought early is still uncertain, but at least the task should be completed first before talking about the rest. Otherwise, if it is stuck on the task, the drought will definitely not end early. A little more expensive? Lu Yu's mood gradually calmed down, and he found that the price of the items was a little more expensive than buying directly from Yin Yin, but a little cheaper than the store. It doesn't matter. Just deposit the money into the account first. He imitated Yin Yan's previous behavior and put his hand on the silver. A question appeared in his mind whether to recharge. He answered yes, and in an instant, 5,000 taels of silver disappeared, and the balance in the account changed from 0 to 5,000 taels. At the same time, Yin Yin received a reminder of recharge cashback. She very unceremoniously pocketed 10% of the cashback, which was 500 taels. It's not a real supermarket, and there is no such thing as rebate to customers. After a while, she received a cashback of 10,000 taels. Haha. A small profit. The small treasury is relatively sufficient. When the 2 children's purchase time comes, they will be directly upgraded to senior members. As for Lu Yu, if it weren't for the fact that there was not enough time left, he would rather go to Qishan to buy food when he came to the granary, so as to save transportation. Click on instant noodles. 10,000 taels. Buy. Millions of bags of instant noodles appeared on the ground, occupying 1/3 of the huge granary. Ding. Because you spent 10,000 taels at one time, you have been upgraded to an intermediate member. The pleasant sound appeared in his mind again. Lu Yu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took out the membership card. The words on it really changed to an intermediate membership card. He clicked it, and the information about the member changed. The biggest change is that the transaction time has been changed from 10 days to 7 days, which greatly shortens the time. And then the temporary storage cabinet has become larger, and 2 more 20% discount coupons have been issued. Lu Yu clenched his fists, his eyes shining. He wanted to see what privileges the senior members have. He continued to buy dumplings, steamed buns, and snacks, each costing 10,000 taels of silver. There were still 700,000 disaster victims outside the city, and they also needed food. Even if the transaction time was shortened to 7 days, the food he bought now was far from enough. When he bought more than 50,000 taels of silver, a pleasant voice sounded in his mind again. Ding! You have been upgraded to a senior member because you have spent 50,000 taels. Finally a senior member. Lu Yu stopped buying, and the granary was already full. He asked Deputy General Han to bring people in to load the car and send the food out. As Yin Yin said, the storage cabinets for senior members are bigger, and I can put a lot of things in them. The valuables cabinets require a storage fee, but it's okay. Not expensive. The transaction time is shortened to 3 days? Lu Yu widened his eyes. This is the authority he wants most. After the time is shortened, the flexibility is greatly increased, and he can do a lot of things. Huh? What is this? Lu Yu originally planned to continue buying and use the coupon later, but suddenly found that there was an extra button at the bottom of the screen. The button said waste recycling. He clicked it curiously, and a new page appeared. Plastic waste, 10 cents per pound. Carton waste, 15 cents per pound. Glass waste, 10 cents per pound. Iron waste, 30 cents per pound. Other types of waste, 10 cents per pound. Does this refer to food packaging? Lu Yu was thoughtful. He didn't expect that packaging bags could also be recycled. But the price was too low. First of all, glass should be colored glaze. How can this thing be considered as waste? And are you serious about 10 coins per pound? Let alone 10 coins. He thinks he can't get even 100 coins. Secondly, iron products are also very expensive, and no one will sell them as waste. As for bottles, they can be used to hold water, and the only useless plastic bags and cartons can be used as firewood. It seems that this waste recycling is useless. Lu Yu closed the page. He continued to buy food, but not much. After all, he could continue to buy in 3 days. Next, chicken legs, duck necks and other meat products were bought for his subordinates to eat, as they hadn't eaten meat for a long time. 5,000 taels of goods. Once the 20% discount coupon was used, 10,000 taels of silver were saved, which was good. He thought it was good, but Yin Yin thought it was not good, because 10,000 taels of income were lost for nothing. With a sales volume of 100,000 taels, this month's task can probably be exceeded. Yin Yin was very happy. 10 times 50,000 is 500,000. Plus the He family, it should be no problem. Then there's a 10% commission, and another 10,000 taels of income. Lu Yu alone contributed 20,000 taels of income to her. The court is still rich. Unlike Li Chong, who made only a little over 1,000 taels of income after 2 transactions. Chapter 122. It's a good time to stretch your muscles when it's dark and windy at night. We should leave Jinchuan City tomorrow. But I didn't expect to leave in such a mess. She must be very happy to be plotting against him. If I don't give them a gift, wouldn't it be a shame for her to come here? It's a good time to go out and stretch your muscles when it's dark and windy at night. Yin Yin stood on the roof in black clothes. After identifying the direction, she disappeared instantly. Half an hour later, someone came in quietly, saw the 3 people sleeping soundly, and then quietly retreated. Soon there was chaos outside, and the light of fire could be seen faintly. Yin Yin curled her lips, turned over, and went to sleep. At dawn, a little maid came in to call them to get up, and they would leave the city in an hour. Yin Yin and her friends had just finished breakfast when Lu Yu brought people over. Miss Yin, did you sleep well last night? It seemed like a simple greeting, but it was actually a test. Yin Yin yawned and asked. Not good. It was a bit noisy outside in the late night. What happened? Lu Yu shook his head slightly. Nothing. Just a petty thief. Oh, that's good. Yin Yin automatically ended this sensitive topic. By the way, General Lu, can I meet the eldest son of the He family? I need his help with something. What help? Maybe I can help. Actually, it's nothing. I can't ignore the villagers who came into the city with me. So I want to ask the eldest son of the He family to continue to supply my shop. I will tell him. Don't worry. Lu Yu said he would help her do it, but did not let her see anyone. Yin Yin did not force it, leaving Zhu Mansion and heading to the city gate. The west gate is the closest, but Lu Yu took a detour and went out from the east gate. General Lu, why don't you go out from the west gate? Yin Yin asked curiously. The road is being built in the west. Lu Yu gave a random reason. Oh! Yin Yin stopped asking. A faint smell of burning could still be smelled in the air, and the black ashes floated in the air, as if dancing, which made people feel happy. Along the way, there were not many servants, and even if there were, they were in a hurry. Before leaving the house, Lu Yu asked his men to handcuff her and then get in the car. The car drove along the wall of Zhu's house, making a big turn. and arrived at the north gate half an hour later. When Yin Yin and the 2 children just got off the car, Dania ran over excitedly. "Miss, I finally see you." He was originally in the military camp with the 2 children. Yesterday, General Lu suddenly appeared and said that he would send the 2 children to the young lady. He tried to stop them, but it was useless. He could only watch them being taken away, and he was locked in the tent and could not move around freely. He spent the whole day in fear. Today, he was taken to the north gate. Seeing that the young lady and the 2 children were fine, he finally let go of his worry. Dania. Yin Yan's expression was much lighter. Dania was shocked and felt that he was going to be abandoned by the young lady. He fell to his knees with a plop. "Miss, I failed your trust and failed to protect the young master and the young lady. Please punish me." Yin Yin shook her head slightly. "Don't blame you. Even I failed. Dania, the master-servant agreement between us has been cancelled. I will ask the He family to take care of the shop. You can go home. She is now afraid of snakes. Except for the 2 children. She doesn't trust anyone. Xiao Zhang is considered to be a close friend of hers, but she still betrayed her." "Miss." Daniel was shocked and took 2 steps forward on his knees. "I, Daniel, have sworn to be your servant in this life. If I break my oath, I will be struck by lightning. If you don't want me, I would rather die." Yin Yan's eyes sank. "Are you threatening me?" He shook his head violently. "It's not a threat, but what I really think. I have already regarded you as my master for life. If I am abandoned by my master, is there any need for me to live?" This statement made Yin Yin frown. "Don't you consider your parents and wife and children?" Speaking of family, Dania's eyes became more determined. "It is because of them that I must keep my promise. My parents and my children have always been proud of me." This logic made Yin Yin speechless. She couldn't understand it because of the difference in culture and time. She hesitated a little. To be honest, since accepting Daniel, he has done a really good job and there is nothing to complain about. Maybe she can try to believe him. "Daniel, I'm exiled. I don't know when I'll be back. If you go with me, what will happen to your parents, wife and children?" "Miss, let Dania go with you." At this time, Uncle Song's voice came from behind. I saw that Uncle Song's family had all come, and Dania's wife was leading a child in each hand. Song, Dania's mother, said, "Miss, there are Ernie and others at home, but you don't have anyone by your side. So let Dania go with you." His wife also spoke. "Miss, if it weren't for you, we don't know how many times we would have died. It is our family's honor and pride that Dania can be with you. Our whole family supports him. I hope you can give Dania this opportunity and let him take care of you instead of us." As Daniel said, his family supported him. It was an honor to follow the eldest lady. So how could they object? Yin Yin finally agreed to let Daniel follow. Not long after they left the city, Ning Yi left with his men. How glorious it was when he came. How embarrassed it was when he left. Only 5 of the more than 50 guards he brought were left. He borrowed 50 officers and soldiers from the prefect. Otherwise it would be unsafe along the way. Zhu Mansion. Prefect Zhu looked very ugly, with a large part of his hair missing and burns on his arms. Humph. They are really lucky. Lu Yu frowned slightly, thinking that things were not that simple. Why did they do this? I always feel that it doesn't make sense. Hee. When did the people in the Heavenly Palace talk about the Tao? If I hadn't run fast last night, I wouldn't have been injured so little, and I would have confessed directly. The house where he slept last night suddenly caught fire, and when he found out, the fire was already very big. He ran out in the fire and found that the servants who were on guard had fainted. Otherwise, why would no one remind him? Because they didn't have time to put out the fire. The whole yard, more than 10 houses, were burned down. Before the fire was put out, the envoys of Tianji Palace rushed over and insisted that they had killed their people. They acted without knowing right or wrong. If General Lu hadn't come, he would have been injured. What should we do with the man in the prison now? Zhu Shifu asked. Lu Yu was also in a dilemma. It took more than 20 brothers to catch him, and I'm not willing to let him go. And I'm not at ease. What if the other party comes back to seek revenge? Zhu Shifu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then kill them. I thought about it. But if none of them went back, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of Tianji Palace. What are you afraid of? Burn the body and deny it directly. They have no reason to blame us. Zhu Shifu wanted them to taste the feeling of being burned by fire. Chapter 123. Does Xia Yuan know Yin Yin? Lu Yu had no choice but to silence her. However, he had a headache when he thought of the person who easily killed the two messengers 27 and 30. I'm worried that the person who killed the messenger is still in Jinchuan. In terms of strength, the other party is definitely a top existence. He began to wonder if it was Yin Yin. Her move outside the city gate showed that she was very good at martial arts. But he quickly denied it. In half an hour, one person was seriously injured. 2 messengers were killed, plus dozens of guards of Prince Ning. The servants of Zhu Mansion were knocked unconscious and set on fire. After doing all this, it was impossible to lie down and sleep without being discovered, let alone other things. Are the messengers of Tianji Palace so easy to kill? Not only are they highly skilled in martial arts, they also have powerful strength and self-healing ability, and are difficult to kill. Didn't you see that he lost so many soldiers in order to capture a seriously injured person? So he was more inclined to believe that the master was someone else. Prefect Zhu was not so worried. It's better to be in Jinchuan, so that when the envoys from Tianji Palace come again, they won't dare to act recklessly. Li was more worried. I don't know if the other party is an enemy or a friend. Although he taught the Ning family and the envoys from Tianji Palace a lesson, he didn't kill them all, leaving the conflicts and problems to us. One Ning Xianghua and one Tianji Palace. I'm worried about facing either one. Not to mention that I don't want to cause trouble now. I just want to complete the task quickly. Prefect Zhu had a different view from him, and was more optimistic. For Ning Xianghua, let your majesty contain him. It shouldn't be a problem. As for Tianji Palace, just say you don't know. By the way, didn't they come to Jinchuan with Prince Ning? If it doesn't work, guide them to the Ning family, and let them fight each other. As for the mysterious man, I think he is more inclined to the court. You see, the servants in my house have all fainted, and he didn't kill them. As for Prince Ning, they only taught him a lesson and didn't do anything to him. On the contrary, the biggest loss was in Tianji Palace. That makes sense. I hope so. Liu knew that worrying was useless. The most urgent thing was Tianji Palace. He would refuse to admit it until his death and delay it as long as possible. By the way, the conditions he promised to Tianji Palace were also cancelled, which was good. Zhu Shifu asked another question. By the way, General Liu, how did you know that Yin Yin would agree to exile if Liang Qiu was mentioned? Did she really know the eldest son of the Ning family? Liu shook his head slightly. I'm not sure either. I just tried it. I didn't expect her to agree. As for Ning Yuan, I don't think a rural widow with 2 children can have any intersection with him. Maybe she wants to use her special identity and means to attract Ning Yuan's attention. Is that so? Zhu Shifu felt that this reason was a bit far-fetched. Given his physical condition and his situation in the Ning family, wouldn't it be better to choose Prince Ning? Why choose someone far away? Liu Yu smiled and said, it was precisely because of Ning Yuan's physical condition and situation that she chose him. Zhu Shifu seemed to understand, but also seemed not to understand. She is not after the status of the Ning family? No. She is after the status of the Ning family. But she knows that with her identity as a rural widow, even if she is really an agent of the immortal, she is not qualified to be the wife of the prince. But Ning Yuan, who is not favored by the Ning family, is different. Maybe, after the second wife knew about it, she would be eager to promote this marriage, so that Ning Yuan would become a joke in the whole capital. Liu Yu sneered, but he did not sympathize with the eldest young master of the Ning family. Everyone has his own way to go. He was born in the Ning family. It was fate. Just like he was the eldest son. But he was born out of wedlock. It was fate. Zhu Shifu felt the coldness of the people around him, and knew that he remembered something that was not going to happen soon. Although the Lu family is not as good as the Ning family, compared with the eldest young master of the Ning family, Liu Yu, the eldest son of the illegitimate family, is not bad. At least he is healthy and has the opportunity to succeed. As for Yin Yin, I don't know what her expression will be when she arrives in Liangqiu and finds that the eldest young master of the Ning family is not there at all. Humph. I told you to look down on Xiaoji. I will make sure you get nothing. As for Yin Yin, after they left the city and walked 10 miles, the escort took off her handcuffs. She was with the 100 soldiers and officers that night, including Zhang Dequan. And the escorts were Xiujia and Lin Hai, who were also acquaintances. These 100 people were ostensibly protecting her on the road to exile. But anyone with a brain knew that it was surveillance. They knew it. And Yan Yan knew it too. So everyone knew it tacitly. However, the 100 people were very grateful to Yan Yan. If it weren't for her, they might have died long ago. Miss Yan, thank you that night. They thanked her together, and did not complain that the incident happened because of her. Having been in the workplace for so long, they are not rookies. So they naturally understand that whether it is them, the victims, or Miss Yan, they are all the ones being calculated. Miss Yan changed the outcome of both parties, and saved their lives with her own efforts. And they are too grateful to her. So even if it was in the name of exile, they didn't care. Yan Yan waved her hand. They were all poor people. No need to thank me. There is still a long way to go. Let's take care of each other in the future. Yes, Miss Yan. 100 people responded at the same time, as if she was the leader. Lin Hai and the others looked at it, and didn't say anything. They knew whether these people were guilty or not. But they were powerless. Since their mission was to send people to Mount Zion safely, they didn't care about anything else, and gave them the greatest freedom. Although they didn't have to wear handcuffs. It was exile after all. So they had to walk and couldn't take a car, or ride a horse. A team of 100 people left Jinchuan, and headed for Mount Zion. It was estimated that it would take about 15 days to walk. 3 days later, Song Yan, who was reading in the study, received a letter from Lu Yu. It mainly talked about Ning Yi, although he was ordered to pick up Ning Yuan. From his attitude, he didn't want to pick him up, and even wished that the other party was dead. It also mentioned that Ning Yi and the envoy of Tianji Palace entered Jinchuan City together. I don't know what their private relationship is like, and whether there is any transaction. Then 3 days ago, Ning Yi left Jinchuan and returned to Beijing with his guards. At the end of the letter, Liu Yu asked if Ning Yuan knew a woman named Yan Yan. As for who Yan Yan was, everything in Jinchuan, and the conflict with Ning Yi, he didn't say anything. Yan Yan? Song Yan had never heard of this name. And there was no one with the surname Yan in the big family. Forget it. Since Liu Yu asked, there must be something wrong. I'd better go ask Xiao Yuan. He put the letter down, then left the study and walked towards the courtyard where Ning Yuan was. On the way, he happened to meet the doctor leaving. Dr. Chang. I wonder how Xiao Yuan is doing today. Song Yan was very polite in his words, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Chapter 124 Xiao Yuan's sweetheart? Dr. Chang is an old man in his 60s. It is said that he learned from Chiu Guzi, and has superb medical skills. Song Yan found out about him, and brought people to find him. Don't worry, Lord. Mr. Ning's condition has stabilized, and he can take some liquid food. But? Dr. Chang paused for a moment, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. But what? Song Yan's heart was lifted instantly. But, Mr. Ning's illness I can't cure. I need my master to help. The centenarian Chiu Guzi? He had heard of Chiu Guzi when he was a child. At that time, he was called a centenarian. Now decades have passed. And he is still alive? Not only him. Many people thought that he had passed away long ago. This is also the reason why he was particularly surprised. Dr. Chang stroked his gray beard, feeling quite pleased. It is indeed my master. I have sent a pigeon to my master. My master will arrive in 5 days at the earliest and 10 days at the latest. Hearing this, Song Yan was overjoyed. That's great. With Elder Chiu here, Xiao Yuan's illness can be cured. Dr. Chang poured a basin of cold water on him. My lord, don't be too optimistic. Young Master Ning's illness is very special, and it is not so easy to cure. As for what illness it is, he did not say. Song Yan was not sad. How could it be worse than now? During the 10 days when he was in a coma, he was prepared for the fact that he would never wake up again. It would be best if he could be cured. If not, then I want Xiao Yuan to have a bloodline, so that I can be worthy of his mother. Dr. Chang stroked his beard and thought for a while. It is not impossible to have a bloodline, but it will consume his last blood essence. And I am afraid that his lifespan will be shortened by half. Is it so serious? Song Yan was silent. Should he have a child or live longer? Also, it is unknown whether his disease will be passed on to the child. If the Marquis really wants to take the step, let's wait for my master to come. Well, let's talk about it later. It's not that step yet. If possible, he still hopes that Xu Yuan can live well. After saying goodbye to Dr. Chang, Song Yan came to the yard where Xiao Yuan lived. As soon as he entered the door, He saw him standing up with the help of the bedpost. The two maids next to him wanted to help but didn't dare to step forward, so they could only watch anxiously. Siyuan, why did you get out of bed? Song Yen ran over in 3 or 2 steps and hurried to help him. Uncle, I want to get better as soon as possible. Even though Ning Yuan was trembling all over, he still gritted his teeth and insisted. You haven't eaten for a few days. You are very weak. Don't rush. Song Yen forced him to sit down. I understand your feelings, but everything should be done step by step. Besides, your uncle is here and will not let anything happen to you again. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and comforted him. Ning Yuan lowered his eyes slightly, and his thick eyelashes cast a shadow like a small palm leaf fan. There was no trace of blood on his pale and handsome face. He looked at his white and almost transparent hands, and the blue blood vessels in his skin were very obvious. Weakness was his biggest feeling, which made him very frustrated. He had been in this world for almost a month, not to mention finding someone. He even had problems walking, and even had to guard against someone's assassination. He longed to be strong, even more than when he was in another world. Uncle, how long will it take for Dr. Chong to get better? Song Yen thought for a moment and said, maybe it will take a month. You have been ill for many years. It won't be cured in a short time. So you have to listen to the doctor's advice and rest well. 1 month? That's enough. Although his ability will be low level, as long as he doesn't suppress the toxins in his body, he can quickly repair this body. By the way, he can ask his uncle to help him find someone during this period. Uncle, I will take good care of my body. But can you do me a favor? As long as you treat your illness well, Uncle will help you with anything. He is the next head of the Song family. He has the confidence to say this. Except for rebellion. Even if Siyuan wants to become the son of the Ning family, he can handle it for him. Ning Yuan's eyes lit up, and a hint of joy appeared on his weak face. Thank you, Uncle. I want to find someone. Her name is Yen Yen. Yen Yen? Song Yen shouted in surprise. Do you really know Yen Yen? Uncle, do you know Yen Yen? Where is she? Ning Yuan tightly grasped his hand, looking excited. Ahem. Because he was too excited, he suddenly coughed, and there was a sweet and fishy smell in his mouth. Ning Yuan quickly covered his mouth with a handkerchief. Xiao Yuan, are you okay? Seeing the blood on the handkerchief, Song Yen was shocked and hurriedly ordered the servants. Invite Dr. Chong quickly. Uncle, don't worry. I'm fine. Ning Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his breath was 2 points weaker. But he didn't care at all. He just wanted to know the news of Yen Yen. Uncle, tell me where Yen Yen is. Is she okay? Song Yen shook his head. I also want to know where this Yen Yen is. In fact, I only know this name, and I don't know anything else. How could it be? Ning Yuan didn't believe it, thinking that his uncle was worried that he would go to her regardless of his health. Song Yen briefly told him the letter that Liu wrote to him. There is only one sentence at the end of the letter. I don't think Liu would write this sentence for no reason. So I came here to ask if you know Yen Yen? Is that so? Ning Yuan calmed down and thought about the meaning of this sentence in the letter. It was definitely not a simple inquiry whether he knew Yen Yen. It should be that Yen Yen asked about his information. So Liu added this sentence. Also, Yen Yen's identity is estimated to be not simple. She should also be from a big family, so she can know Liu, who is a general. Huh? As long as she is not a disaster victim. Ning Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. In the situation of the show, ordinary people live too hard, especially disaster victims. Wait, will Yen Yen also be in Jinchuan? Uncle said that Liu was stationed outside Jinchuan with his soldiers. He never left and had contact with Yen Yen. So the biggest possibility is that Yen Yen is also in Jinchuan. Ning Yuan's heart moved. Did they get so close to each other? Unfortunately, he used his supernatural power before entering the city, which caused the poison to be unable to be suppressed, and he fell into a coma, thus missing the opportunity to meet Yen Yen. Fortunately, there is news about her now. Uncle, send someone to Jinchuan to find Yen Yen now. Tell her that I am in Fengqiu, and then escort her here. Song Yen looked at his nephew suspiciously. Is he so sure that she will come to find him? No. The key point is who is this Yen Yen? And why Xiao Yuan is so concerned about her. Okay. I'll send someone right away. If she is really in Jinchuan, I will ask Liu to send troops to escort her here. Thank you. Uncle. Ning Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. After knowing Yan Yan's information, he felt much more relaxed, and there was even a blush on his pale face. Looking at his nephew's reaction, Song Yan had some guesses. Sweetheart? It would be nice if she was really a sweetheart. No matter how much he takes care of her, he is not as careful as a girl. Maybe Xiao Yuan's illness will get better faster. Chapter 125. Did she scheme against me? Originally, he wanted to ask who Yan Yan was, which girl she was from, and how the two knew each other. Xiao Yuan said that he was tired, so he had to swallow his words. He returned to the study and immediately wrote a letter to Lu Yu, and then asked his men to deliver it as fast as possible. 2 days later, Lu Yu received a reply from his friend. After calculating the time, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. It took 3 days to ride a horse from Fengqiu to here, but it only took 5 days from sending the letter to receiving the reply. It was abnormal. Obviously, the letter was sent in an expedited manner. Why was it expedited? His first thought was that his friend was in danger. It was not until he opened the letter that he realized that he was wrong. Then he became even more worried. How could they really know each other? And the relationship seems to be complicated. What should I do? Lu Yu frowned. Thinking about how to reply, Jiwen asked him to send the person to Fengqiu, but he sent the person to Liangqiu. Although both have the word Qiu, one is west and the other is east. Jinchuan is the transit point between the two places. Let alone sending the person in 3 days. He can't do it in 13 days. But why would the eldest son of the Ning family know a peasant girl? He couldn't figure it out. Unless Yan Yan concealed her identity. Did she plot against me? Or is there someone behind her who wants to plot against me? Lu Yu suddenly felt cold on his back. When Yan Yan's identity became a mystery, he couldn't help but have conspiracy theories. It can be said that he can't achieve what he is now without the Song family. Even if a concubine's eldest son is talented, how can he become a second-rank border general without someone to promote and guarantee him? Rely on the Lu family? They wish they could accomplish nothing. If it weren't for his friendship with Jiwen when he was young, he wouldn't be able to climb up step by step, forcing the Lu family to look up to him. Now, the woman that the eldest son of the Ning family likes was exiled by his scheme, and she almost died before. If Jiwen knew about it, his future might be ruined. If he is ruined, who will be the beneficiary? This is a trap. A trap for himself. And the person behind the scenes is about to be revealed. I have already separated from the family. And you still want to kill me? It's simply too much. Why did Yan Yan pretend to be a farmer's wife? Why is she with the disaster victims? Why is she not friendly to herself? If the Lu family is behind it, then everything is clear. Lu Yu clenched his fists tightly. His face turned blue with anger, and his eyes flashed with cold light. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. We are all one family, and he doesn't want to be too ruthless. Now, he wants to let them know that he is not easy to mess with. One plan after another flashed through his mind. He wanted to use this secret mission to destroy the Lu family. Wait. Lu Yu had a plan in his mind, and his mood was much calmer. What happened next was how he explained to Jiwen. Also, send someone to bring Yan Yan back quickly. The 6th day after leaving Jinchuan, Yan Yan and her companions were not in a hurry to travel. They rested when they were tired, built a stove and cooked when the sun went down, and then rested and set off again the next day. Except that there were few people on the road. The land was yellow and bare, and the wind and sand blinded the eyes. The whole journey was almost like a trip. The environment was harsh, but Yan Yan felt that it was much better than in Jinchuan. And there were not so many calculations. At least before arriving in Liangqiu, she was relaxed and comfortable, especially when she thought that she would see Ning Yuan soon. Her mood was even better. It was Liangqiu, not Mount Zion. She had never planned to go to Mount Zion. With so few people, she could handle it in minutes, and no one could stop her. Miss Yan, there is a town not far ahead. Shall we spend the night there? Xiao Jia came over to ask. Although he was escorting officers and soldiers, the team all listened to her. It was because of her. There was still an hour before the sun went down. If they hurried, they would basically not be able to see any villages or towns. Let's spend the night in the town. Let's have instant noodles and boiled chicken legs tonight. Yan Yan was very generous in food and didn't ask them for money. Okay. When Xiao Jia heard about instant noodles, she immediately went to arrange the team happily. Everyone was very happy to know that they would have instant noodles and chicken legs to eat at night. And they accelerated towards the town. Yin Yin calculated the itinerary and estimated that it would take 5 days to reach Liangqiu. In these 6 days, Liu bought items twice in a row, spending 40,000 taels once and 30,000 taels once. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be fixed in this range. She was a little curious about how much money the court had. On the 13th, Master He's membership card could be traded. Together, the two of them could earn 100,000 taels a week. With the 100,000 taels above, 500,000 taels this month would be no problem. However, the fundamental problem was still not solved. How to spend the money collected by the supermarket. If there is only money in but no money out, sooner or later there will be no money to trade. She also discovered the waste recycling function. But the money recycled was too little to form a balance. Also, in modern times, these packaging materials are not rare. But in ancient times, it was difficult to recycle them unless you paid extra money. Other things are fine. But she wants to recycle plastic products the most. She plans to sign an agreement with her partners in the future and add a plastic recycling clause. And she will pay extra money. As for the problem of only in but no out, she had no other way. She just hoped that the supermarket would have new functions. By the way, she felt that the waste recycling function was related to how many membership cards she had issued, including the eldest son of the He family. There were a total of 5 membership cards. Maybe this was the new function that was unlocked. She had a feeling that the supermarket was definitely not simple, and the functions would be more comprehensive in the future. Let's wait and see. Let's talk about Fengqiu. Ning Yuan was anxiously waiting while exercising his body. He didn't want Yin Yin to see him so weak. He was the captain. He had already thought about it, confessing to her when he saw her, and never missed it again. Because of the opposition of his family, he had been suppressing his feelings in order to protect her. But in the end, she still got into trouble. After coming to this world, no matter what was waiting for him, he decided to be with her. The wait has always been long. And suddenly I can understand what it feels like to spend days like years. Song Yin was also anxious, and sent someone to pick him up halfway. But what he got was an apology letter. After reading the letter, Song Yin was a little embarrassed, and didn't know how to tell Xiao Yuan. He had seen the changes in his nephew in the past few days, which showed how much he cared about that woman. Should we keep it secret from him for the time being? Song Yin hesitated. He wanted to wait until Chiu Guzi came. At this time, a subordinate came in to report. My lord, the eldest son wants you to come over. Song Yin raised his eyebrows slightly. Does he know that Song Qi and the others are back? Yes. The eldest son has been paying attention to the movements in Jinchuan. The news of their return could not be concealed. Song Yin sighed slightly, and took the letter to find Xiao Yuan. Seeing his uncle coming, Ning Yuan hurriedly got up, and went to greet him with a little shaky legs. Uncle, is Yin Yin here? I asked Qijiu. But he didn't say anything. The recuperation in the past few days has brought a trace of blood to his pale face, and his mental state has improved a lot, turning him into a delicate sick beauty. Chapter 126 Uncle, I need a reason. Song Yin helped him sit down. Don't worry. Although Yin Yin didn't come, she is safe. What do you mean? What happened to Yin Yin? Ning Yuan stood up, unable to sit still. Uncle, I'm going to Jinchuan. Don't get excited. Things are not that bad. Jinchuan has Lu Yu. Yin Yin will not be in trouble. You should read the letter first, and then we will make plans. Song Yin handed him the letter. The letter was very thick, and Lu Yu said a lot. First, Yin Yan's identity. He wrote directly according to the supermarket immortal's words, and her ability. Second, because of her specialness, she attracted the attention of Tianji Hall, and wanted to win her over. If she failed, she would send someone to assassinate her. Third, Ningyi and the envoy of Tianji Hall came to Jinchuan together, clashed with Yin Yin, and jointly set up a plan with Tianji Hall to convict her of treason. In order to protect Yin Yin, he had to arrest her. And then he united the Chamber of Commerce and the local people to put pressure on Zhu Shifu, Tianji Palace and Ningyi. Finally, she was exiled to Mount Zion. However, he sent people to protect her, and he had already made arrangements for Mount Zion, so she would not suffer. The so-called exile was just a statement to the outside world. In fact, it was to change her to a new place. Fourth, The reason why he did not escort Yan Yan was to stay in Jinchuan to deal with the envoys of Tianji Palace and stop the danger, so that Yan Yan would be safe. Fifth, Liu explained that he did all this because he wanted to save Yan Yan. Her ability was too important to the Great Zhou Kingdom. At that time, he did not know the relationship between Yan Yan and Ning Yuan. Otherwise, he would have chosen Fengqiu as the place of exile. The last point. Apology. Yan Yan asked him about Ning Yuan, but he didn't say anything out of caution, and because Ning Yi was also in Jinchuan, he should have asked her privately, so there would be no misunderstanding now. The letter did not mention Yan Yan's identity as a peasant woman, nor did it say that she had 2 children. Liu cleverly concealed these. After reading the letter, Ning Yuan frowned and did not speak for a long time. Tianji Palace, Ning Yi, exile, Lu Yu, supermarket. At first glance, he was a little confused when he saw so much news. He didn't know whether he should worry or be happy for her. Song Yan observed his nephew's expression. What expression was this? Xiao Yuan. Although Tian Palace is a behemoth, Tianji Palace is only a branch palace, and we still have to give some face to the aristocratic family. As long as I take action, Tianji Palace will not be a problem. Ning Yuan looked at him gratefully. Thank you, uncle. The Ning family is also a noble family, but the identity and status of the original owner can't play any role at all. Song Yan smiled and waved his hands. Why are you being polite to your uncle? As for Ning Yi, it's even less of a problem. I'll write a letter to your second uncle and ask him to settle this matter. How dare he say such a thing? What does he rely on? That's the eldest princess, who is also Ning Yuan's grandmother and the aunt of the current emperor. Ning Yi said he was the prince, but after all, he was a child born by the second wife, and he didn't have the noble status of his nephew, the eldest son. As for the position of the prince, they wanted it back, which was very simple. But the child was in poor health. If he took on this title, he would have to spend a lot of time and effort on various social events, family gatherings, and activities in the future, which would affect the child's recovery. So the Song family didn't say anything about Ning Yi becoming the prince. There is still exile. I will send someone to Mount Zion to pick them up. Uncle only has one request. You stay in Fengqiu and recuperate. This is what he cares about. Ning Yuan frowned slightly, and his beautiful eyebrows and eyes were worried. It takes a month to go back and forth. It's too long. I'm worried. Knowing this, Song Yan sighed in his heart and still wanted to persuade him. Although it takes a month, there are guards protecting us on the way, so nothing will happen. But can Uncle guarantee that before reconciling with Tianji Palace, their people will not bypass Jinchuan to Mount Zion? Ning Yuan asked back with a serious face. Don't say that Liu will send someone to do this. To be honest, Uncle, I don't believe him. Will he be unmoved in the face of huge benefits? If he really doesn't move, how did he get the position of general? He didn't deny that this person was capable, but he said that there was no help from the Song family behind him, and no one would believe it. Huge benefits? Song Yan smiled and shook his head. Does Xiao Yuan believe the supermarket immortal's words? It's just an excuse for Tianji Palace and Ning Yi to deal with Yan Yan. As for why they deal with Yan Yan, it should be related to her being Xiao Yuan's sweetheart. Ning Yuan looked at his uncle with a ridiculous smile. And if it was anything else, it would be fine. The word supermarket came out, which means it's true. He and Yan Yan can travel through time. So what's wrong with a supermarket? Regarding the supermarket, Uncle can write to General Liu and ask in detail. Anyway, I believe it. And I'm leaving for Mount Zion tomorrow. What if Yan Yan has an accident? What if Yan Yan is like me, and her ability is reduced to the lowest level? How can she survive in troubled times? Looking at the enemies attracted by the supermarket, you can imagine how dangerous she is now. Another point is that if she is not desperate, Yan Yan will not easily tell her about the supermarket, so he has to find her even more. Xiao Yuan, how is your body? Ning Yuan interrupted him. Uncle, don't persuade me. I know my body very well. Hey, you kid. Song Yan sighed helplessly. I can't beat you. But it will be 2 days later, and I will go with you then. Uncle, I need a reason. Otherwise he will not agree. Dr. Chang's master will arrive in Fengqiu the day after tomorrow. He came so far. Let him check your illness. Besides, do you want to see your sweetheart in this sick state? The last sentence caught Ning Yuan. He really looks terrible. What if Yan Yan disliked him? Are you sure about the day after tomorrow? Song Yan was delighted and said quickly. Yes, the day after tomorrow. We will set off immediately after Elder Chiu examines you. I will reply to Lu Yu and ask him to send more people to Mount Zion to ensure Yan Yan's safety. Okay. Then I will wait for 2 days. But uncle, please send someone to pay attention to the movements in Tianji Palace. Don't worry. Leave it to uncle. Song Yan was relieved after persuading his nephew. But it seems that he has found a way to deal with Xiao Yuan. If he doesn't obey in the future, he will try again. 2 days later, Lu Yu received a reply. After reading the content of the letter, he was relieved. It seems that Jiwen believed him. On the same day, Qiu Guzi, the centenarian master of Dr. Chang, arrived in Fengqiu. I thought that Dr. Chang's master would be very old. But when they met, I found that he had white hair and a young face. If it weren't for the white hair, no one would doubt that he was 30 years old. Is there really immortality? Or are people just fakes? Song Yan began to doubt his life. Chapter 127. What is a person who has been dead for so many years? Song Yan did not expect that the centenarian, who has been passed down for so many years, is actually so young. Is he rejuvenated? And his youthfulness is not just in his face, but in his whole body. There is no tendency of aging. If it were not for Dr. Chang carefully following him and serving him, he would have suspected that this was a fake. Qiu Guzi was wearing a gray Taoist robe. His hair was white, but his face was not wrinkled at all. And a small boudoir mirror was hung around his waist. Qiu, old man. Hello. Thank you very much for coming. Song Yan looked at the face that was younger than himself. And it was not easy to say this name. Qiu Guzi waved his hand. A little impatient. Don't do these empty things. Where is the patient? Hurry up and finish the examination. I still have to hurry. Master, do you have anything to do? Dr. Chang, who had a wrinkled face and gray hair and beard, asked carefully. If you hadn't sent me a pigeon, your junior sister would have been pregnant. Qiu Guzi glanced at him unhappily. Isn't it just a case of death? Didn't your master tell you how to treat it? Why do you bother me? Your master? Dr. Chan felt wrong. Master, the Ning family's young master's condition is a little special. I'm a little undecided and dare not use medicine casually. How special can it be? Either death or rebirth. Let the other party choose a treatment method. That's what I planned. But there is a special power in the body of the young master Ning. I wonder if it's... He didn't finish the rest of his words. But Qiu Guzi's expression immediately became serious. Where is the patient? I'll go see. The master and apprentice left, leaving Song Yan confused. What is death and rebirth? Are they professional terms? And, wasn't Xie Yuan poisoned? He hurriedly followed. In the courtyard, Ning Yuan was reading under a tree. The original owner's memory was very limited and intermittent. Apart from sleeping, he would forget things during his waking hours. His mind was often blank, and he knew very few people, except for the original owner's father, his stepmother, brothers and sisters. There were servants who served him. And then, there was nothing else. He knew very little about the capital, or even the entire Great Zhou. So after he could walk, he asked his uncle to buy him some books to supplement his knowledge about the country. In his spare time, he would ask his uncle to talk about the various families in the Great Zhou. Not to mention that his identity was destined to return to the capital and the Ning family sooner or later. Just the existence of Yan Yan supermarket made it impossible for the two to live an ordinary life. Since they would have to face the struggle for power in this world sooner or later, they might as well take the initiative to prepare positively. The three of them came to the yard. Ning Yuan put down the book and looked at Qiu Guzi in shock. Is this a centenarian? Xiao Yuan. This is Dr. Chang's master, Qiu Lao, who was specially invited to treat you. Song Yan saw him in a daze and hurriedly reminded him. Ning Yuan quickly stood up and raised his hand to greet him. Meet Senior Qiu. No thanks. I'll take a look for you. Qiu Guzi didn't care about these. He asked the other party to stretch out his hand, and then put his index finger on his pulse. The originally calm eyebrows gradually wrinkled, and the middle finger was placed on it. Strange. After saying that, the ring finger was also placed on it. Dr. Chang next to him thought, See, I said there was a problem. And you old man used 3 fingers. After a moment, Qiu Guzi looked at him suspiciously. Have you ever practiced martial arts? Although his meridians were not like those of a martial artist, and there was no trace of qi in his dantian. What if? Ning Yuan shook his head slightly. Never. Strange. He said it again, and then took his hand back. Song Yin hurriedly asked, Mr. Chiu, can Xiao Yuan's disease be cured? I don't know. Ah. What do you mean by I don't know? Song Yin was a little confused. Isn't he poisoned? Xiao Guzi raised his eyelids and snorted coldly. It's been so many years, and you still don't know what's wrong with him. Song Yin shook his head. He really didn't know. Even the imperial physician said he was poisoned. I have seen all the doctors in the capital, and because they can't cure it, I am looking for Chang Yixingshou. That is, Dr. Chang. Forget it. Just treat it as poisoning. Xiao Guzi didn't want to discuss this topic, and took out a white porcelain bottle from his arms. 1 pill a day. A total of 30 pills. And I will come to diagnose and treat you in detail in a month. As he said, he stood up and was about to leave. Song Yin would never let him go. Xiao Yuan's body was not poisoned. So many doctors could not tell. Only this one was the most reliable. Master Chiu, can't you stay? No. I have to find my apprentice. Where is your apprentice? I'll send someone to invite him over, so you don't have to bother. I don't know where he is either. Song Yan's face froze at the other party's answer. Are you sure this is not a quibble or a perfunctory answer? Dr. Chang asked curiously. Master, is the little apprentice sister born? He remembered that the master said that there would be a closed disciple in the future. But the person had not appeared yet. More than 10 years had passed. And finally there was news. To be honest, their fellow apprentices were all very curious about who the future junior sister would be. Xiao Guzi nodded. I calculated that your junior sister appeared in the world at the beginning of this month. And there will be a disaster soon. So I rushed back from abroad. If I hadn't received your letter, I might have found her. Then Master, in which direction is the junior sister now? I asked the brothers and sisters to help. I don't know. She must have encountered something, which caused the chaos of the heavenly secrets. Now I can't calculate it. Xiao Guzi pinched his fingers and calculated again, shaking his head in disappointment. He had no choice in this situation. It was best to calculate while rushing on the road, waiting for the moment when the heavenly secrets reappeared. Hearing what the master said, Dr. Chang became nervous and asked worriedly, Will the junior sister be in trouble? It's okay. Although I don't know where she is. The results of the calculation are all good luck. He came to see a doctor only because he knew that the person was fine. Hearing that it was okay, Song Yin immediately interrupted. Master Chiu, since your beloved disciple can turn danger into safety, can you stay in Fengqiu for a few more days? Master Chiu glanced at Ning Yuan. This special patient thought for a moment and nodded. Then stay for 2 days. It's just right to see what's going on with this person. He should have died long ago. And even if the Song family tried to save him, it was already the limit to delay him until now. In his opinion, the other party's vitality was basically exhausted, and he should have died a month ago and returned to dust. But he survived, and there was a special energy in his body, which not only suppressed the erosion of the drug on vitality, but also created vitality and nourished this broken body. He was obviously a person who was dying, but he had a glimmer of life. To be honest, he was also very curious. Song Yin was overjoyed when he heard it, and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Master Chiu. Ning Yuan did not object. He also wanted to heal his body as soon as possible, so that he could use his supernatural power to protect Yin Yin behind him. Chapter 128. Don't let me get in trouble if you commit suicide. On the way to exile, Yin Yin and her friends traveled for 10 days, and they will reach Liangqiu in 2 days. After lunch, Xiaojia took more than 20 people to Liangqiu in advance. The reason was to make advance arrangements for food, clothing, housing and transportation. Yin Yin didn't have to guess what was going on, and she didn't care. With the children in hand, she could leave at any time. From the 6th, after the 2 children's membership cards could be used, the food they ate was all bought by the 2 of them before. Yin Yin originally wanted to upgrade them to intermediate members, but the upgrade quota for members increased to 10,000 taels. It's not that she has no money, but she has no place to put the things she bought. Her temporary storage cabinet is very large, but it can't be used for the 2 children. They are elementary cubic meters, and they can't put much things at all. The prices of goods in the supermarket are cheap, and there are too many things that can be bought with 10,000 taels. And they can't put them. Throw it away. Impossible. She would rather upgrade next time than waste food. The day after tomorrow is the second transaction. It happens to be Liangqiu. With people, it will be easier to upgrade. After dinner, a group of people started boxing. These days, Yin openly gave apples to the two children and taught them martial arts openly. They can think whatever they want. Zhang Dequan and his friends were itchy and tried to ask if they could learn boxing together. After obtaining her consent, more than 100 people followed the two children to box. They fought for half an hour. Zhang Dequan and his friends felt that this trip was worth it. Although some of them were officers and soldiers. Some were soldiers. They only knew some mediocre kung fu. They had never seen a complete set of boxing. And no one would teach them. Poor people study, and rich people learn martial arts. 1 tael of silver can get you half a year of school. But 10 taels of silver can only get you into a martial arts school for a month. If you want to learn a set of kung fu, you have to spend 3 years. That's 360 taels of silver. How can ordinary people afford it? Of course, rich people can directly hire a martial arts master. Not to mention 3 years. 3 months will teach you. So this opportunity is equivalent to saving more than 300 taels of silver. Isn't it worth it? As soon as they rest, they practice martial arts or fight each other. Their martial arts value rises sharply. They estimate that when they go back, it won't be a problem to be promoted to a constable or a team leader. Yin sat aside and watched. The two children have already mastered it. They can break and change their moves. They have broken away from stereotyped imitation. And every move they make is full of energy. Although they are small, one can beat 10 people. Suddenly, she looked sharply at the mound not far away. The next second, she appeared beside the two children and protected them behind her. At the same time, a group of men in black appeared on the mound. They were all masked and holding knives in their hands. "Who are you?" Lin Hai shouted. Everyone stopped boxing immediately and picked up their weapons. "Bandits? My dear friends, we are from the Imperial Court. Please give us a favor when we pass through your place." Lin Hai showed his identity. Ordinary thieves would not rob the Imperial Court, unless they were desperate and did not care about life and death. In his opinion, these people should be mountain bandits formed by the victims of the disaster. Although there were no less than 100 people, they were not afraid. One of the men in black stood up, pointed the knife in his hand at the position where Yin was, and said loudly, "The 3 of them stay. You can get out." Coming for Miss Yin? The remaining more than 80 people immediately protected the people behind them and were ready for battle. Not to mention that Miss Yin was their savior. Based on General Lu's order, everyone had to be sent to Mount Zion intact. This was a military order. The fact that they could blatantly kidnap prisoners and go against the court showed that their forces were not afraid of the court. Before departure, General Lu told them that the Tianji Palace might kidnap people on the way. So they must be careful. I didn't expect it to come. At this moment, everyone was ready to fight to the death. "Sorry, I can't hand over the people to you." "Really?" The man in black waved his hand. And another 100 people appeared, each holding a bow, with the bow and arrow fully drawn, and the arrow tip flashing a dazzling light under the sun. More than 200 people? And archers? Lin Hai and the others' faces became extremely ugly. It's more dangerous than good. Huh? He took a deep breath and whispered to the people behind him. "Zhang Dequan, take 20 people to escort Miss Yin away, and make sure Miss Yin is safe." "Captain Lin?" Zhang Dequan felt very uncomfortable. "Follow the order. If the enemy rushes down, no one can escape. They can sacrifice. But the sacrifice must be valuable." Zhang Dequan suppressed the grief and anger in his heart, and called on 20 people to move slowly back and surround Yin in the center. As soon as Lin Hai and the others moved, he led them to run quickly. "Brothers!" Lin Hai raised the knife in his hand and shouted loudly. "Yes!" More than 60 people shouted in unison. Their voices were extremely loud. Their eyes were fearless, and they had seen through life and death. Looking at them, Yin seemed to see herself in another world, and the will to fear no life and death that she and her comrades burst out when facing danger. The will of the soldiers, fearless of difficulties, bravely moving forward. She was shocked and couldn't watch them die. "Wait. Everyone turned back to look at her. Yin curled her lips and said with a smile, "Captain Lin, let me go with them. I ask you to help take care of the two children. The other party has bows and arrows. and they can't take care of the two children when they attack. So they'd better stay here. Anyway, it won't take long. Miss Yin, our mission is to protect you. No. The two children must be together. Lin Hai and the man in black spoke at the same time. The other party's request made Yin Yin raise an eyebrow. Wasn't it for her? Or did he know that he was powerful, and used the children as a bargaining chip to threaten himself? There was a hint of coldness between her eyebrows. Looking at the people on the mound, and said coldly, "Give me a reason. Give a reason, so that she can decide whether to kill them with a sword or break all the bones in their bodies and let them die in pain." He actually wanted to kill Xiao Yong and Xiao Dan. Looking for death. The man in black didn't say anything, nor did he give the order to start. The two sides were in a stalemate. After a long while, the other party seemed to have made a decision and took off the black scarf covering his face. A face that was very familiar in her memory, but now very unfamiliar to her, appeared in front of her. How could it be? Yin Yin opened her mouth slightly. Is he resurrected? Dad? Xiao Yong looked at the man in black and shouted in surprise. Dad? Lin Hai and the others were confused. What was going on? This man was Xiao Yong's dad? Isn't that Miss Yan's husband? Xiao Dan was also confused, staring at the man above without blinking. Are you the dad? Her memory of her biological father was very vague, and she had no impression of him. The man in black, Song Erzwing, who died 3 years ago, looked at them tenderly. It's me. I'm here to take you home. Yin Yin raised her eyebrows slightly, and she was indeed resurrected. Song Erzwing, you're not dead? Yin Yin's address and cold tone made Song Erzwing frown unhappily. But soon, his brows loosened, and he looked at her affectionately. Xiao Hua, I'm sorry. You've worked hard all these years. I'm back, and I will make it up to you and the children in the future. Come home with me. His affection made Yin Yin feel artificial and disgusting. Since you're not dead, why don't you go back? And, do you know what your current behavior is called? Don't let me and my two children get hurt by asking for death. Prisoner robbery. This is a capital crime. Don't let her get hurt by asking for death. Chapter 129. Why don't you continue to pretend to be dead? How can you do business happily in the future if you become a wanted criminal of the court? Besides, her captain is still waiting for her in Liangqiu. Song Erzwing automatically ignored her last sentence and explained. I was seriously injured at the beginning, and they thought I was dead. Later, I was rescued and recovered for a year, because of some special reasons. I can't go back temporarily. I have been thinking about you all these years. Finally, I have my own power and can take you away. Oh, you have your own power and still come to rescue prisoners. It seems that you are either rebels or spies from other countries. Song Erzwing's face darkened. When did this woman become so smart? What rebels? When the old emperor died and did not designate an heir. Isn't it normal for everyone who is qualified to fight for it? The army I joined at that time was directly under the 7th prince, and it was still a regular army when he died. This is also the reason why the Song family had no problems later. Yin Yin curled her lips. You also said it was time for you to die. Not now. If you really care about us, you should continue to pretend to be dead, instead of appearing as a rebel, or even using the method of kidnapping to turn us into wanted criminals. If you insist on doing this, I doubt whether you are Song Erzwing. You? Song Erzwing was speechless after being rebuked by her. He didn't expect her to be so sharp-tongued. Compared to the great Zhou, I am a rebel. But for me, my master has always been the 7th prince, and there has never been a rebellion. Besides, I now have an official position, and I enjoy endless wealth and glory. So I want to take you to enjoy the happiness together. This is a very good and powerful reason. Yin Yin smiled slightly. What's the point of living in a corner and leaving your hometown? I still have some faith with General Liu. Why don't you go to Mount Zion with us? And your status as a rebel can be exempted. Also, don't forget that the place where you were born and raised is the great Zhou, not the 7th prince. Of course, if you are greedy for glory and wealth, just ignore what I said. See, my reason is also very good. You? Song Erzwing was so angry that his face turned red and his neck was thick. He couldn't argue with this woman at all. Are you my father? Xiao Yong on the side suddenly spoke. Seeing the child, Song Erzwing's tone immediately became gentle. Of course I am your father. Have you forgotten the rabbits that your father caught for you? Also, your father often took you to the market to sell game. And you said that when you grow up, you want to be a man like your father. Then, father, do you still remember what you said when you joined the army? Song Erzwang was asked and was stunned. It's not that he forgot, but he didn't know how to start. You said that even if you die in battle, you are still a hero defending your country. Hero? Uh-huh. Xiao Yong had a faint mocking smile on his face. But he was laughing at himself. He laughed at himself for being stupid, thinking that his father was a hero, and even almost hindered his mother from pursuing happiness because of this idea. What did he wait for? All the beautiful images of his father were shattered. You are not my father. My father was a great hero who died on the battlefield 3 years ago to defend his country. Not a rebel. No! He roared with all his might, trying to release the pain and resentment that filled his heart. Xiao Dan, who was standing by, felt extremely distressed when she saw her brother in such pain. Brother, don't be sad. Dad died a long time ago. If you really feel bad, just pretend he doesn't exist. We only have Mom. Xiao Yong didn't say anything, but his eyes gradually turned cold as he looked at the man on the mound. It's unforgivable that he was a rebel, but he even wanted to drag his mother and sister with him. From this moment on, he was no longer his father, but an enemy. Looking at the two children looking at him with hatred, Song Erzwang had a constipated face, and a hint of anger appeared between his eyebrows. You are still young. You will understand Dad's painstaking efforts in the future. Come to Dad now. No. The two shook their heads, with a firm attitude. Song Erzwang gradually lost his patience, and his tone turned cold. I'll say it for the last time. Come here. Otherwise I will kill all these people. Xiao Yong felt that the person in front of him was so strange. His dad was really dead. Lin Hai and the others held weapons in their hands, stared at them nervously, and were ready for battle. Through communication, Yin Yin basically determined that Song Erzwang came for the two children, and she was just a byproduct. Then try again. Who is his target? Song Erzwang forgot to tell you. I have been divorced by you, and the two children belong to me, so you can marry someone else and have children. There is no need to be obsessed with Xiaoyong and his sister. What did you say? Song Erzwang was confused, suspecting that he was hallucinating. Who gave you the divorce letter? Your elder brother. Why? No. You got married? He was surprised at first, and then he felt green in his head, gnashing his teeth in anger. You unfaithful bitch. You actually remarried with my child? You are not allowed to say that about my mother. Xiao Dan and Xiao Yong defended their mother at the same time, and they were even more disgusted with the man who claimed to be their father. Cousin, how did you become like this? Song Daniel, who had been guarding the young lady, was so heartbroken that he almost didn't recognize him. Seeing Song Daniel's defense, Song Erzwang laughed angrily. That adulterer is you, right? Don't spit blood. The young lady is not that kind of person. And it was obviously you who faked your death and left for 3 years without caring about the family. Do you know how the young lady lived in these 3 years? What qualifications do you have to blame the young lady? Bah! Song Erzwang spitted in disgust. Young lady? You call me so intimately. Yen Xiaohua. I was thinking of taking you home to enjoy a peaceful life, but I didn't expect you to be so fickle and hook up with people everywhere. I was really blind to marry you. Everyone listened to my orders, except for the two children. Everyone else. Okay. I'm just testing you to see if you care about me. Why are you crazy? Before he could finish the sentence, kill without mercy, Yin Yin interrupted him. What do you mean? The angry man was stunned. Is it fake? Yin Yin rolled her eyes and said unhappily. Do you think your family will give me a divorce letter? Not to mention taking Xiao Yong away. He is your only child. Yes. Song Erzwang just remembered that how could his parents agree to divorce his wife? He was too angry just now, and didn't have time to think about these things. That Xiaohua. I'm sorry. I was too excited just now, so I spoke without restraint. His first reaction was to apologize and repair the relationship. Yin Yin was sure that he really came because of the child. As for why she was exiled and what happened in Jinchuan, she had no idea. I am happy that you are angry, which shows that you care about me, but you are not allowed to distress me in the future. Understand? No. I will definitely believe you. Song Erzwang hurriedly promised that it would be best not to take action. These are his personal soldiers, and it would be painful to lose one. Xiaohua. Believe me, I have always had you in my heart. Bring the children back with me. Our family will never be separated again. Chapter 130. Talk about something happy with a straight face. Okay. Yin Yin agreed. Miss Yin, Lin Hai, and the others shouted hurriedly. Yin Yin waved her hand. Captain Lin, thank you for taking care of us these days. Now the father of the child is here to take us home. And you have an explanation when you go back. She looked at Daniel. She knew he wanted to follow. But he couldn't. The situation on Song Erzwang's side was different from the officers and soldiers sent by Liu Yu. His life might be in danger at any time. She had to take care of the two children, and couldn't take care of him at all. Daniel, you go back with Captain Lin and the others. And then go find young Master He. Compared to Liu Yu, who valued the value of a person's use, she believed that the He family would take care of Dania for her sake. Dania wanted to say something, but the lady looked at him, and he had to obey. Miss, take care of yourself. I will wait for you in Jinchuan. Okay. We are leaving. Yin Yin walked towards the mound, holding a child in one hand. After spending more than 10 days with her friends, she really couldn't bear to watch them die. Fortunately, Song Erzwang seemed to care about the children very much, and believed that they would be fine in the short term. Now that the crisis was over, they would find a chance to get out later. Seeing the mother and the children coming over, Song Erzwang smiled, and an unknown light flashed in his eyes. Xiaohua, you have worked hard these years. His eyes were gentle and affectionate, and he reached out to hold her shoulders. Yin Yin dodged slightly to the side, her face not very good. Second brother, can you ask them to put away the bows and arrows? I am panicking. And the two children are also scared. The two little ones immediately cooperated with their mother, and their little faces changed and fell into her arms. Song Erzwang didn't think much about it, and thought it was normal for them to be afraid. The people have been picked up. Let's go back to the city. With one order, more than 200 people retreated. Lin Hai and the others watched Miss Yin and the others leave helplessly, without any solution. If they fought, they would be in danger. It can be said that Miss Yin saved them again. Captain, what should we do? Someone asked. Lin Hai wiped his face and cheered up. Go to Liangqiu first and prepare food and horses for the return to the city. With Yin Yin here before, they didn't have to think about eating at all. Now that she is gone, they can't rush to Jinchuan immediately. Besides, Yin Yin and the others got on the carriage, and the direction of travel was unknown. On the way, she asked about how Song Erzwang had been living these years. Song Erzwang's reason was that he was seriously injured and couldn't go home in time. When the injury was healed, the fifth prince ascended the throne, and the seventh prince became a rebel and took them to Yingzui Mountain to station. At this time, he didn't dare to go back even if he wanted to, for fear of bringing disaster to his family. Then, the imperial court sent troops to attack, but because the terrain of Yingzui Mountain was easy to defend and difficult to attack, the two sides fought for more than half a year without any results. Later, due to severe drought, the imperial court withdrew its troops. He decided to accumulate military merits and climb up. Only when he had his own power and personal soldiers could he come out of the mountain to find them. This accumulation took more than a year. Fortunately, God had mercy on me. Not long after I came out of the mountain, I got news about you, so I quickly brought people to rescue you. Yin Yin was moved and couldn't help sighing. So that's how it is. It's not easy for you either, Song Erzwang said quickly. It's not easy to get ahead. But it's all over. You can enjoy the good life with me in the future. Yin Yin expressed her happiness, and then said something happy with a straight face. Old second, your parents are gone, as are your eldest sister-in-law and your third brother. Your eldest brother is missing a leg. Your third brother's wife is missing 2 arms. And the only child left is Song Xiaobao. Except for Xiaoyong and Xiaodin. Ah, Song Erzwang sighed. But he was not very sad. There has been a drought for 3 years, and the people are living in poverty. Cannibalism is the norm. In fact, I have prepared myself mentally. Now that I see you and the 2 children are doing well, I am satisfied. Yeah. Yin Yin didn't expect that he was quite open-minded. Was he open-minded or didn't care at all? This meeting made her feel that the original owner's memory was wrong. The honest and kind Song Old Second seemed to live only in the original owner's memory. Old Second, are we going back to Yingzui Mountain? Yin Yin asked, and found that they were heading west. Song Lauer nodded. Yes. But we will stop at Changjabao on the way, and stay for a few days. Oh! Where is Changjabao? Is it far from Liangqiu? Liangqiu is in the northwest direction. Not far. 3 to 4 days by carriage. Oh! Yin Yin roughly understood and stopped asking. Song Erzwing felt that he had fooled people. And the stone in his heart fell. And then looked at the two children. Xiaoyong and Xiaodan. Your mother has forgiven Dad. Why don't you call me Dad? Yin Yin winked at the two. Xiaoyong controlled his expression and whispered. Dad. Xiaodan didn't want to recognize him. She instinctively felt that this father had ill intentions towards her. But for her mother and brother, she awkwardly called Dad. Then she turned her head away and didn't look at him. Little girl. Song Erzwing touched her head with a smile. Just like a loving father. When Dad left, you were still young. And you were afraid of Dad. Dad can understand. In the days to come, I will fulfill my responsibility as a father and accompany you well. Humph. Xiaodan snorted. Thinking who wants you to accompany her. Xiaoyong said yes, showing a slight affection. But not too close. Song Erzwing didn't care. He looked at the scenery outside through the car curtain. His eyes became deep and unfathomable. After driving for half a day, it was dark soon and the car stopped. Song Erzwing brought some dry food and water bags. Which was dinner. The conditions on the road are quite difficult. You can make do with what you have. It will be fine when we get to Changjabao. Yin Yin took it with her hand and smiled. We can be together as a family. So it doesn't matter what we eat. Besides, these are good enough now. She tried again. On the way to the provincial capital, our Xiaodan was almost replaced with food. In the end, it was Mother who stood up. And then, woo-woo. Song Erzwing's face changed. He didn't look guilty. And his sadness was a bit forced. The past is over. Xiaohua. We should look forward. Right? Seemingly comforting her. But there was a hint of impatience in his tone. Yin Yin thought. Could it be that we had just left the mountain not long ago? Later, we encountered a group of bandits. Many victims fought hard to kill them. It was also at that time that my father and my third brother, Okay. No more talking. After eating the dry food, you can rest in the carriage. I'll go out and take a look. Song Erzwing was a little impatient. He gave them a few instructions, and then got off the carriage. Mom. Xiaodan called softly. Yin Yin shook her head slightly at her. Then handed the dry food over. Eat it. And sleep after eating. Xiaodan had to swallow what she wanted to say, and took the hard multigrain cake. Chapter 131 Attitude says it all. He took a bite. But he couldn't bite it off. And it hurt his teeth. Xiaodan covered her cheeks, and looked at her mother aggrievedly. Since her mother had a supermarket, she has never eaten hard and unpalatable food again. Seeing her daughter's sour expression, Yin Yin smiled unkindly. Mother. Xiaodan shook her arm in dissatisfaction. Mother was too mean. Xiaoyong tightened his little face, and tried not to laugh. Since you are not hungry, eat it later. Yin Yin deliberately said it to the people outside, and then took back the cake. She couldn't bear to let them eat this. After a while, she was sure that Song Erzwing had left and there were only a few people watching nearby. So Yin Yin took out the snacks. She lowered her voice and said, Eat it. Xiaodan's eyes lit up. And she hurriedly took it and took a big bite. Xiaoyong was the same. They had been rushing for a long time and were already hungry. Soon the two snacks were finished. And a gust of wind blew in, blowing away the smell of the snacks in the carriage, and even took away the residue. Not far from the carriage, a man in black took a look, confirmed that the person was still there, and then retracted his gaze. Mom. Xiaoyong lowered his voice very low. His little face was worried. Yin Yin knew what he was worried about, touched his little head, and gave him a reassuring look. Be careful. He used his mouth to express the last two words, my father. Yin Yin nodded slightly, indicating that she knew. At the beginning, so many soldiers risked their lives to protect her. Even if Song Lauer didn't know her identity as a supermarket agent, he would be curious and suspicious when he saw the scene. But along the way, he didn't ask at all, as if he had forgotten. Also, for his parents and family, it's fine if they are dead. He didn't even ask about the situation of Song Lauda, who is his own brother. Abnormal. Very abnormal. Everything shows that he has problems. And big problems. She couldn't help but wonder, why did Song Lao take the two children back? Was it really because they were his children? Her intuition told her that maybe when she arrived at Changjibao, all the answers would be revealed. The two children fell asleep quickly, and she meditated to rest. There were only a few people around. And as for Song Lao-er, no one knew where he went. Until the next morning, Song Lao-er appeared, and he gave an order, and 200 people appeared from all directions and gathered, 100 of them holding bows and arrows. Yin Yan's mouth twitched. Should she be glad that she didn't act rashly last night? Song Lao-er. You uncle. Wait. Xiaohua. I came back last night, and saw you guys were asleep. So I didn't disturb you. Song Erzwang explained why he didn't go back to the car. Yin Yan, you didn't come back at all. Okay? She said very considerately. Well, you're still thoughtful. Oh there. What are we going to have for breakfast? The biscuits last night were too hard, and the children didn't eat much. I neglected it. I'll boil some water later, and put the biscuits in it, and it will be okay. Soon his men started to build a stove and boil water. After Xiaoyong and Xiaodan went to the toilet, they stayed with their mother near the carriage. Song Erzwang wanted to cultivate some feelings with him, but the two of them were indifferent, especially Xiaodan, who always had a stinky face. After a while, he lost his patience and left. He didn't come back until they finished their meal and set off. The speed of the carriage was neither fast nor slow, and the number of black-clad men following them was reduced by half. The carriage didn't stop at noon, and no one asked them if they wanted to get off the car to relieve themselves. They didn't even give them dry food and water, and they didn't care whether they were thirsty or hungry. Yin felt that Song Lao was taking revenge. Or in other words, he made them realize the reality that he was the only one they could rely on. If they wanted to live well, they had to please him instead of turning their backs on him. The car kept bumping, and there was no sign of stopping. Xiaodan stamped her feet in anger, and even Xiaoyong couldn't help but change his face. He is so childish. Childish? Yin smiled and shook her head. If it were ordinary people, they would have been unable to bear it and compromised with him. The three of them had superpowers and food, so they could hold on until now. Xiaoyong had a sneer on his face. I'm increasingly suspicious of his motives. Yin patted his little head and whispered, when we stop the car, if he comes back, you two should be nicer to save yourself from suffering later. Also, those archers have not withdrawn, so we have to find a way after we get to Changjibao. As long as there are no archers, I think it will be easy to take you away. Well, I know. Mother. Xiaoyong said he would show weakness. Xiaodan was very unhappy and pouted. I hate him so much. Xiaoyong pinched her little face and said with a smile, Brother understands. If you don't want to deal with him, just leave it to brother. He didn't want to wrong his sister. Brother is the best. Xiaodan hugged his arm and acted like a spoiled child. Her expression suddenly became firm, and her clear eyes were unusually bright. For my brother and mother, isn't it just to make that annoying person happy? What's the difficulty? Xiaodan has grown up. Yin encouraged, and did not reject the child's choice. I will stop the carriage in a while. Xiaoyong, you test them. Xiaoyong understood what his mother meant. Okay, mother. The three of them were whispering throughout the whole process, and the sound of the carriage rotting covered the movement inside. After a while, Yin lifted the curtain and looked at the coachman. Young man, can you stop the carriage? What's the matter? The coachman looked forward, his tone a little impatient. Respect, courtesy, politeness, none. Attitude says it all. I've been sitting in the carriage for most of the day. I'm very tired. Can I take a break? This time the other party didn't even reply. Yin changed her words. It's been a bumpy ride, and the two children's legs are numb, so they want to get off and move around. The driver frowned and reluctantly slowed down. She thought to herself, it seems that the child is heavier. Soon the car stopped, and the team behind also stopped. Yin took the child down, and then asked again, Brother, we are hungry. Can you give us some food? Wait, the driver said coldly and went to the back. He quickly brought a small bag of dry food and a water bag and threw them directly to her. Xiaoyong curled his lips in disdain. How can we eat it if it's so hard? You, and you too. Handle the food like you did this morning. He pointed at two people at random. The two did not move and ignored him directly. Xiaoyongji put his hands on his waist and raised his chin slightly. Are you dead? I am your master. Now I order you to make lunch for me. If I am hungry, I will let my father spank you. Little brat. One of them stared at him unkindly, with a flash of anger in his eyes. Xiao Yong stared back, not willing to be outdone. What? You dare to touch me? My father is your boss. Believe it or not, I can make you pay for it with just one word? Chapter 132. What is Song Lao planning? You? Forget it. Why are you arguing with a child? The person next to him stopped him and shook his head slightly, signaling him not to be impulsive. The man suppressed his anger, glared at him fiercely, and then left with a wave of his hand. In the end, they didn't eat the boiled grain cakes, but the coachman brought them a bowl and asked them to soak them in water. They rested for about half an hour. Yin Yin found that the number of people accompanying them was indeed reduced by half. There were more than 100 horses, but only more than 20 were left. Most of them were running to follow. After running for so long, they were also tired and sat on the ground without image. She estimated that if she didn't say to stop the car, they would stop in a short time. Song Erzwang was not there, which meant that he had left with his people on horseback early in the morning. During the rest period, she and Xiaoyong tried to make some requests again. Whatever she asked, the other party ignored it directly. Even if she learned from her son and threatened them with Song Lao, it was useless. As long as Xiaoyong's request was not too excessive, the other party would agree even if they looked very unhappy. The difference was immediately revealed. Continue on the road. In the carriage, Yin Yin said her speculation. The relationship between these people and Song Lao is not a simple superior-subordinate relationship. They seem to listen to him along the way, but when you threaten them with him, they are not afraid at all. At this point, she paused to give the two children time to think. Aren't they the subordinates of that person? Xiaoyong thought of a possibility and replaced the word father with that person. Xiao Dan touched her head, and she could see that these people were particularly arrogant and disobedient. Yin Yin nodded slightly and said softly, "This is a possibility, and it is also the answer I prefer. But it does not rule out another possibility." Xiao Yong continued her words. "Mom, what you mean is that man doesn't care about us at all. So his subordinates have this attitude? Yes, his target is you too. But his concern and care for you are not like the attitude of a real father. In short, it is very strange. I also found it. Mother, I think there is another possibility." "What?" Yin Yin asked. "What is he planning?" "Xiao Dan and I are very important in this plan. So he took the risk to come out of the mountain to find us. As for these people, it is better to say that they are escorting than protecting us. And their motives are no different from those of Lin Hai and others." Yin Yin narrowed her eyes slightly. "You mean that Song Lao Heir's goal is to send us to the designated location, which is equivalent to the trap set by Lu Yu against us in Mount Zion and Liangqiu. Only when we get there can the trap begin. It is equivalent to exile. But the location has changed." Xiaoyong didn't say anything, but seeing his tense face and worried eyes, I knew that my guess was right. Things are a bit troublesome. Yin Yin pinched her chin, wondering, who is targeting us? Oh, no. It's you two kids. From the beginning of fleeing famine to Jinchuan, there was nothing unusual along the way. Even if I have a supermarket, it is the court and the merchants in the city that attract attention. Oh, and add Tianji Palace. First, exclude Lu Yu. His backup is in Mount Zion. And then those merchants. They don't need to do anything unnecessary. Their goal is to make money. Finally, it was Tianji Palace, the most likely one. But the timing was wrong. She killed two, seriously injured one, and deliberately spared the other's life to divert the trouble. If nothing unexpected happened, Lu Yu would solve the last person. That is, if the yellow mud fell into the crotch, it would be shit. Even if there were more people from Tianji Palace, their conflicts would be diverted by Lu Yu, and they would not cause trouble for her in a short time. Excluding Tianji Palace, who else? Ning Yi? She believed that the other party would directly send people to kill them, instead of beating around the bush. It seemed that there was a conspiracy that she didn't know about approaching. Too little information is known, and it can't be analyzed. She was worried. Xiaoyong spread his hands, saying that he couldn't guess what was going on. Yin Yin thought about it, and let the two children decide what to do next. If we continue on our way, Chengjiabao may be our destination. We will face unknown dangers and conspiracies. If we don't continue on, I will take you away at midnight. The danger we may encounter is an ambush with bows and arrows. We are not sure if we will get hurt while running. She suspected that the archer was targeting her. He was too mean. 2 roads. Which one do you decide to take? Xiao Dan scratched her face. She felt that neither of them was good. Was there no third way? Xiao Yong lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. Mother! If the other party had already planned it, would they let it go after running away this time? Will there be a next time? Or the next time? Do you mean to go to Chengjiabao? Yin Yin raised her eyebrows. The little guy was very brave. Xiao Yong nodded. Yes. Only by figuring out who is plotting against us can we avoid the next time. Otherwise, we will be unable to prevent it. She patted his little head and agreed with his choice. Okay. Then go to Chengjiabao. No matter what conspiracy it is, it will always be profitable. Since there is a plot, we can discuss cooperation and meet the person behind the scenes. Having made a decision, Yin Yin no longer thought about running away. At least before reaching Chengjiabao, she was relaxed. At night, boiled dry food, ate and went to sleep. At dawn, they continued on their way. Today was the second time that Mr. He applied for shopping. He was promoted to a senior member when he used it for the first time, and he could shop once every 3 days afterwards. Yin Yin put each item on the shelf, and the price increase was still 20%, of which 10% was her commission. Today was also the second shopping time for the 2 children. The original plan was to reach Liangqiu today and then upgrade them to intermediate members. But now, let alone intermediate members, they basically couldn't buy anything because there was no place to put it. And the temporary storage cabinet was only valid for 1 day. A good opportunity can only be wasted. Xiao Dan was very resentful and kept complaining about Song Erzwing, the annoying father. All the way, Xiaong pursed his lips tightly. Although he didn't say anything, Yin Yin could still feel that the little guy was unhappy. As for Lu Yu, yesterday was a shopping day, and he still bought 30,000 taels of things. In addition to food, he also bought a lot of soap, toothbrushes and toothpaste. And Li Chong, he is still an intermediate member, trading once every 7 days. He just bought once on the 12th, and the amount is stable at 5,000 taels. I didn't expect that he still has so much money. After a few more transactions, he will probably be promoted to a senior member. Next time I give you a membership card, at least it should be the level of the He family. Li Chong's case is just an exception. In the afternoon, green vegetation can gradually be seen. The drought did not spread throughout the Great Zhou, and Yingzui Mountain was not implicated. Chengjiabao is the front station of Yingzui Mountain, built on the hillside. Whether it is Chengjiabao or Yingzui Mountain, they all belong to the Yanbugua mountain range. The mountain range stretches from north to south for thousands of miles. Yanbugua mountain range, as the name suggests, is too high. Even wild geese cannot fly over it. Chapter 133, Is the information wrong? Another day passed, and in the afternoon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain range. The towering mountains, rolling hills, lush trees, flourishing weeds, and various small animals formed a great contrast with the drought outside. Why didn't the disaster victims come here? This was Yin Yan's question. The other party's answer was that wild beasts often appeared here, not to mention the disaster victims. Even ordinary villages were dozens of miles away from here. This reason is good. But when survival is a luxury, will the disaster victims still care about wild beasts? Besides, it is not certain who will eat whom. It's good for everyone to know it. And she won't ask questions. The mountains that are obviously full of vitality give people a sense of oppression at this time. This is the sixth sense of human beings. Danger. The carriage will give up the next road. Yin Yan led the 2 children out of the car and started walking. She thought it was a narrow road. But after walking for a while, she found that the official road was maliciously destroyed. Wood, pits, stones, traps, walking for more than an hour. All these things. If we give up the official road and take a detour from the foot of the mountain, the road is not only long but also difficult to walk. And it is even more impossible to take a carriage. Of course, whether there are other traps, only they know. We haven't even reached Yingzui Mountain yet, and the road conditions are so bad. No wonder the court has been unable to attack it. We walked for another hour, because there are mountains here. The sun has already set, and the sky has darkened. Brother, how long will it take us to get there? If we can't make it, why don't we take a rest? We are so tired. Yin Yan made a bitter face and tapped her legs. indicating that she was very tired and needed to rest. The man who had been driving the car before glanced at her lightly and threatened her. If you can't get to the fort before dark, you'll be fed to the wild beasts. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Ah? Then forget it. Let's hurry up. The man snorted coldly, turned his head, and continued on his way. As they walked, the sky soon darkened, and a not-so-round moon rose. Fortunately, they were walking on the official road. If they were in the mountains, they would have been pitch dark. Yin Yin held the children by the back of their necks in each hand. It seemed that they were walking on tiptoes. But in fact, the two children had no strength at all. The people next to her just glanced at her and then looked away. After walking for a while, the team finally stopped. On the left side of the mountainside, a huge stockade appeared, which was Chengjiabao. They climbed up the stairs and walked more than 500 steps before finally arriving in front of the gate. There was a sentry at the gate, and they ran out when they saw them. Butler Yun, you're back. The guard was very polite to the man driving the car. Well, open the door. Okay. The two guards opened the thick gate. The man driving the carriage, that is, Steward Yun, walked in front and asked questions. Is the son-in-law back? The guard replied. Not yet. I heard he will be back tomorrow. Standard Yun hummed and didn't ask anything else. The eyes of the people behind him moved slightly. Steward. Son-in-law? This has nothing to do with being an official. She didn't know whether this Steward Yun said this in front of her on purpose, or didn't care that she heard it at all. She thought it was interesting. A servant led them to a courtyard. This is where you live. The fort is heavily guarded. Don't run around unless there is something important. It's best not to leave this courtyard. Otherwise you will bear the consequences if something happens. The servant had a stern face and talked about the rules here. Yin Yin smiled and nodded. Don't worry. We will stay in the yard obediently. He is quite sensible. The servant glanced at her lightly with drooping eyelids. His expression was so proud. Yin Yin didn't care at all, and asked with a smile. This young man? We are tired and hungry after a day's journey. Can you prepare some water for us to wash and give us some food? There is a well in the yard. If you want water, you can get it yourself. If you want food, there is food in the kitchen. You can make it yourself. He pointed to the well and the kitchen with his chin, put his hands behind his back, and his eyelids were still drooping. Yin Yin thought, do you have enough food and clothing by yourself? Don't treat them as outsiders at all. Excuse me, is Song Erzwang in the fort? Can he come to find us? No. The servant's face suddenly darkened, and his tone became not so good. He flicked his sleeves and left directly. What's wrong? Yin Yin complained. I asked about my husband's whereabouts. Why are you angry? I heard the people outside quicken their pace. Yin Yin felt that there were two people watching around, and they were both outside the yard. So she had some privacy. She led the two children into the house and lit the candles. The furnishings in the house were clear at a glance. Although the people here were not good, the house was cleaned very cleanly, and the bedding was complete. You two sit down and rest. Mother will go to get water. Mother! The two children looked at her worriedly, holding her sleeves tightly with their little hands. They both understood what the word son-in-law meant, so they were worried about their mother. Yin Yin smiled and touched their little heads. Don't worry. Mother doesn't care at all. Don't forget. She leaned close to their ears and whispered. Divorce letter. Mother and your father have actually had no relationship for a long time. Oh, right. The two children just remembered that mother had taken them away from the Song family. So, whether this father remarried or not, what does it have to do with mother? After giving the two children a simple wash, Yin Yin went to the kitchen. The kitchen was full of things. In addition to rice and flour, there were eggs, pork, and vegetables. These foods were probably grown and raised by them, and they didn't feel what drought was at all. She cooked porridge and boiled a few eggs, then brought them into the house and ate with the two children. After eating, washing the dishes, and washing up, the mother and her children lay on a bed and fell asleep. Slept? Yes. She slept after eating. She didn't make any noise or come out for a walk. Strange. Is the information wrong? I think so. Along the way, she was walking and breathing like an ordinary person. Not to mention flying. She didn't even have internal strength. According to what you said, she should be an ordinary person. You continue to monitor. I will report to the young lady. Yes. The leaves swayed, and a black shadow disappeared into the night. Jin Chuan. After Ning Yuan's condition stabilized, he urged his uncle to set off quickly. Song Yen couldn't persuade his nephew, so he had to ask Chiu Guzi, hoping that he or Dr. Chong would go to Liangqiu with him. Chiu Guzi didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that he also wanted to go to Liangqiu, so he agreed to go with him. It took 2.5 days, that is, on the 18th, to arrive in Jinchuan. The first purpose of coming to Jinchuan was to increase supplies, and the second was to learn more about Yin Yin. When they arrived at the city gate, Deputy General Han came to greet them. "Where's Lu Yu?" Song Yin glanced around, but didn't see him, and his face darkened slightly. "Didn't you ask him to wait for me in the city?" The letter was sent a day in advance, mainly because they were in a hurry. After the supplies were replenished, they would set off as soon as possible. "This guy is not here," Vice General Han hurriedly explained. "The general is in the city, but he can't leave." Chapter 134 Xiaoyuan. "You have found a treasure. What happened?" Song Yen asked in confusion. "The people from Tianji Palace are here to ask Lord Zhu and the general for an explanation. Now the two sides are in a stalemate and are about to fight." "Tianji Palace? No wonder. Has Lord Angel come?" Deputy General Han shook his head. "No. There are 5 messengers, 7, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Song Yin had a bottom line in his heart. As long as Lord Angel didn't come, it would be easy. Go into the city. On the way, tell me how Liu clashed with Tianji Palace. It was the Marquis. Deputy General Han's face was happy. He knew that the Marquis words would be enough. His statement was similar to the letter written by Liu Yu. Among them, he specifically talked about how Tianji Palace coveted Miss Yan's magical ability, including that the other party had sent people to assassinate Miss Yan twice. After speaking, he secretly glanced at the face of the eldest son of the Ning family, and could feel the strong murderous intent from a distance. He thought, "Hate it. It's better to fight as soon as they meet." Song Yen nodded slightly, thinking, 2 assassinations? Is there someone around her? Deputy General Han's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "From the beginning, the general knew that Miss Yan was special, so he sent us to protect her. Our people are all around her where she lives. It's rare that Lu has such a thoughtful attitude." Song Yin was quite satisfied with his arrangement. There was another thing that he was very curious about. "You have always said that Yin Yin has a magical ability to take out food out of thin air. Is it true?" "My lord, we will pass by the He family shop in a while. You will know when you go in." He didn't say how magical it was. No matter how much he said, it's better to see it with your own eyes. Song Yin didn't care about his suspense, but wanted to see what kind of magic method it was. Soon he found that the people on the road looked much more relaxed, unlike the last time they came. All frowning. Some of them carried baskets, and they didn't know what was in the baskets. They were covered with cloth and looked full. Some carried bamboo baskets, which were not covered with cloth, but cotton. Interesting. His interest was now lifted. Huh? Ning Yi's eyes were attracted by the milk in a person's hand. It was indeed a supermarket. He thought, if it wasn't a supermarket, how could there be modern things here? Then the question came. Yin Yin was not in Jinchuan, and these things were still sold in large quantities. Compared with Jinchuan's large inventory, he was more inclined to believe that supermarkets could trade remotely. If so, could they communicate remotely? His long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he couldn't wait. The closer he got to the He family store, the more people there were. Even at the door of the store, it was difficult for cars to pass. The store had been open for more than 10 days, and there was still a lot of traffic. Song Yen looked at the items in their hands curiously. His eyes became more interested when he saw the bottles and cans, and the price tags on them. His curiosity turned into surprise. Glass products are actually sold so cheaply? Deputy General Han. Are these all taken out by Yin Yin? He still couldn't believe it. Yes. We couldn't believe it when we saw it for the first time. What's the quantity? No limit. Whether it's the 900,000 disaster victims outside, or the 200,000 people in the city, they all eat these cheap foods. No limit? For a moment, Song Yin thought a lot about individuals, families, and countries, and finally returned to the starting point, the drought. At the same time, his mind moved slightly, and he thought of the secret decree of the emperor. So, This is why Lu Yu would rather go against Tianji Palace and protect Yin Yin. If it were him, he would not let the other party get into trouble. Because she is too important to the country. Ning Yuan's heart sank slowly. These things are nothing in modern times. But in ancient times, it was still a country experiencing drought. Once the supermarket was exposed, it would be too dangerous. Not everyone is his uncle. National interests are above everything else. Most people, even including the father of this body, are the kind of people who forget their principles when they see profit. He looked at his bloodless palms, feeling the pain brought by the collision of the two forces in his body. And a wave of powerlessness rose. Why is it such a broken body? He had resentment in his heart. When Yin Yin needed him the most, he not only could not do anything, but also could not be with her. This feeling of frustration was really uncomfortable and tortured his spirit. Well, the two energies collided, and he groaned, and blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. Xie Yuan, what's wrong with you? Although Song Yin looked outside curiously, his peripheral vision was always on his nephew. As soon as he showed any abnormality, he immediately noticed it. Mr. Chiu, he called out, and Chiu Guzi, who was sitting next to him, understood and slowly stretched out his hand. When his fingers touched his wrist, an electric current came, and Chiu Guzi quickly retracted his fingers. The fingertips hurt slightly. Chiu Guzi looked a little surprised. Ning Yuan had no internal force in his body. So what was the attack just now? Could it be the special energy in his body? He probed again, and everything was normal again. There was some interest in his eyes, wanting to know what the energy in his body was. Maybe miracles can happen again. Because of this episode, Song Yin thought his nephew was anxious, and he didn't dare to delay any longer. So he hurried on his way. On the way, he still asked about the source of the goods. After all, he was not in Jingchuan. Deputy General Han told the general about the membership card as ordered. His Majesty already knew the existence of the membership card, so it was no longer a secret. Membership card transaction? So magical. I must see it later. Song Yin looked at his nephew. Xiao Yuan, the woman you like is amazing. I picked up a treasure. Ning Yuan looked calm, without any expression change, but his eyes looked into the distance, wondering what he was thinking. Song Yin knew that he was usually very dull, sometimes not speaking all day, staring blankly in one direction without moving. Now it is actually much better. Although it is still dull, at least the gloomy and cold atmosphere has disappeared. Ning Yuan didn't speak until the car stopped at the gate of the yamen. Uncle, I want to be the head of the Ning family. Not wanting, but wanting. Song Yin was stunned for a moment, then smiled and patted his shoulder, promising, no problem. Uncle will help you. Thank you, Uncle. Ning Yuan thanked sincerely. Is it difficult? It is very difficult. But Uncle agreed without hesitation, which touched him. These are the only two people he cares about in the other world. Chiu Guzi on the side counted on his fingers on a whim. He was slightly startled, looking at Ning Yuan with an unclear look, and counted again. The result is still nothing. How can the other party have no numerology? This is the second time he has met someone without numerology. The first one is himself. He thought of accepting a disciple, so he calculated the relationship between himself and him. Then he frowned slightly. They are not master and disciple, but they have a deep relationship. No master and disciple fate. Chiu Guzi felt a little regretful. People without numerology are equivalent to jumping out of the three realms, not in the five elements, and transcending the cycle of life and death. For example, he has lived for more than 200 years and is immortal. It's interesting. He has made up his mind to make friends with this young man. Chapter 135 about taking the blame. Ning Yuan followed his uncle into the yamen. As soon as he entered, he found a bunch of people lying on the ground. They were wearing the clothes of yamen runners and soldiers, either hugging their arms or legs, wailing. They looked miserable with bruised faces and broken arms and legs. With this bunch of people as the dividing line, the two sides stood opposite each other, each with a stern look and a tense situation. His eyes swept over Lu Yu and the others, and then fell on the envoy of Tianji Palace. Even if the original owner was not well informed, he had heard of Tian Palace. The branch palaces named after the Big Dipper were stationed in the 4 major countries, and they traveled the world relying on the identity of angels of God, which was very awesome. There were 2 hall masters in the branch palace, called the angels, both of whom were disciples of God. Only when they were facing the monarch of a country would the other party give them some face. The subordinates of Lord Angel are called Lord Messengers. They have no names but code names. The code names are ranked according to the strength of the force. The higher the code name is, the more powerful the person is. Only the people from the top 10 families will be given some face by the other party. The leader of this team is number 7. It is said that the top 10 have the ability to fight against 10,000 people, which is very powerful. Such a powerful number 10 suddenly disappeared in Jinchuan. So Tianji Palace sent 5 messengers at a time. Except for number 7. The others are also ranked in the top 20. This lineup should not be underestimated. Looking at the dozens of court people lying on the ground, and then looking at the 5 people who are calm and composed, it is clear who is strong and who is weak. Jiwen. When seeing Song Yin coming, Lu Yu's frown could not help but loosen, and hurried to meet him. I'm really sorry. I have to receive the envoy of Tianji Palace, so I can't pick you up outside the city gate, he said with a smile, as if the person lying on the ground didn't exist. Song Yin? Envoy 7 frowned slightly. This person is on the list and can't be offended easily. Although Tianji Palace is very arrogant and domineering, the strong dragon can't suppress the local snake, the 10 major families of Dazhou. Song Yin nodded to Lu and greeted him. Then came to the envoy. Sir number 7. I am Song Yin. I didn't expect to meet Sir number 7 in Jinchuan. The envoy's clothes are all tights, with a head cover, a red cloak behind, and a 7 on the chest. This outfit, at a glance, you can tell that they are people from Tianji Palace. The words on the chest can understand their ranking and title without the other party introducing them. Number 7 put away the arrogant expression on his face and nodded slightly to him. So you are the young marquis of the Song family. Nice to meet you. The other 4 also put away their chins and nodded to Song Yin. The prefect Zhu on the opposite side wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought, it's settled. The soldiers behind him also breathed a sigh of relief. If they faced the envoys of Tianji Palace, 10 of them would be useless. If they broke their arms and legs, it would be fine, but they might also lose their lives. Sir number 7, did my brother do anything wrong to offend you? Song Yin asked directly. Humph. Number 7 snorted coldly, and had to give him some face, and patiently explain the whole story. It turned out that they got the news that Jinchuan suddenly had a lot of food, which they had never seen before, and the price was low. So they sent 3 people to check the situation. After nearly half a month, the 3 had not returned. Later, the investigation found that the 3 were missing and had not left Jinchuan. After the angel learned about it, he sent the 5 of them to find out the situation and asked Jinchuan to give an explanation to Tianji Hall. Song Yin had an idea in his mind and asked, do you mean you don't know where the 3 adults are? A murderous look flashed in number 7's eyes. Where? 10, 27 and 30 were either captured or killed by them. Don't think I don't know. We also have spies in Jinchuan. The 3 of them lived in Zhu Mansion and never left. There was a fire in Zhu Mansion before they disappeared. I have reason to suspect that the fire was aimed at 10 and them. With their skills, no one in the whole Jinchuan is their opponent. So these people use despicable means. Zhu Ji, Fu hurriedly explained. There was indeed a fire in the mansion, but the place where the fire broke out was my residence, and more than a dozen houses were burned down. I can take you to see it. And the house is being rebuilt now. That night, both the servants who were on night watch and the guards who were on patrol were knocked unconscious. If I hadn't been alert, they would have burned to death that night. After the fire, I was worried about the safety of the 3 envoys. So I took people to check, only to find that the 3 had left without saying goodbye. Can I suspect that they set the fire? He wanted to say the last sentence but didn't dare to say it, so he could only mutter in a low voice. What did you say? Number 12 glared and swung the whip in his hand. You dare to slander the envoy of Tianji Palace? You are looking for death. With a crisp sound of snap, the whip was swung towards the other party. Prefect Zhu shrank his neck in fear and took several steps back. Almost sitting down, Lu Yu rushed over and grabbed the whip in his hand. Why is the envoy angry? Master Zhu was almost killed. Isn't it normal for him to complain? How outrageous. He has only 1 life. If you really want to kill him, why do you need to set fire to him? Or even run away? It's ridiculous. They want to kill people. Openly. Yin Yin, I wonder who attacked me that day. A dog? Prefect Zhu gnashed his teeth in anger. You have only one life. I really hope that the master is still in the city and kills you all. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Song Yan came out to smooth things over. Everyone calmed down. It's obvious that there is a misunderstanding. Why don't both sides sit down and have a good talk? Prefect Zhu was definitely willing. Then it was the Tianji Palace. The four looked at number 7 and listened to him in everything. Number 7 glanced at Song Yan, suppressed his anger, and nodded in agreement. Front hall. Song Yan and number 7 sat opposite each other. Prefect Zhu and Lu Yu sat below Song Yan, and the 4 envoys sat below number 7. Ning Yuan and Qiu Guzi sat in the background, sitting in the second row. As a mediator, Song Yan spoke first. Sir number 7, I have learned about the course of events. Prefect Zhu and the 3 envoys are all victims in this matter. I suspect someone is interfering and diverting the blame. Number 7 asked back. Who does the young Marquis think it is? Who has the guts to offend the court and Tianji Palace at the same time? Song Yan did not say who it was, but guided. You can think about it. Who else was there at the time? Only a person who is not afraid of Prefect Zhu and the envoys of Tianji Palace dared to plot against you. And even if he was discovered, he could get away with it. Both parties pondered and thought of one person at the same time. Prince Ning? He also lived in Zhu's mansion at the time, and was protected by masters around him. The most important thing was that his identity made him not afraid of being exposed. Wait a minute. Number 12 found a question. Why would Prince Ning take the risk of offending Tianji Palace? Lu Yu suddenly realized. I think I know the reason. Chapter 136 Ning He will definitely take the blame for this. Song Yan's eyes flashed with a smile, and he asked curiously, Oh, Lu Yu, tell me about it. This matter also involves another person. That is young Master Ning Yuan's fiancée. Lu Yu made up a marriage contract out of thin air. Ning Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and his long eyelashes trembled slightly. But the envoy was confused. Why did another person appear? Envoy, listen to my explanation. Young Master Ning Yuan is the eldest son of Prime Minister Ning and the eldest brother of Prince Ning. I don't need to say more. You can understand the grudge between the two. Young Master Ning Yuan's fiancée came to Jinchuan and was discovered by Prince Ning. Not only did he steal his eldest brother's position as the prince, but he also wanted to steal someone else's fiancée. As Lu Yu explained, they imagined many scenes and plots of love, hatred and vengeance. Then what? What does it have to do with him attacking the envoy? Lu Yu continued. In order to get his future sister-in-law, Prince Ning used many methods, but none of them worked. He turned from love to hatred. And if he couldn't get her, he would destroy her. So he came to me and wanted me to cooperate with him to plot against the other party. I didn't agree, because Song Yan and I are good friends, and Song Yan is Ning Yuan's uncle. I couldn't help him plot against his friend's nephew's sweetheart. Later, Prince Ning found the 3 envoys of Tianji Palace. After I learned the news, I reached a cooperation agreement with the 3 envoys with 500,000 taels of silver as a bargaining chip, asking them not to take action on the day of the plan. That night, there was a mob riot outside the city, and many victims and soldiers died. The woman was driven out of the city by Prince Ning. Fortunately, I sent 100 people to guard her secretly, so she escaped. I stood on the city wall with the envoy and did not take action. There were many people who saw it at that time, and they can all testify. If you don't believe it, the 5 envoys can go and check it. Several people did not say anything. As he said, whether it is true or not, we will know when we check it. However, they believed it 50% to 60%. Lu Yu continued. After the riot, Prince Ning's plan failed, and he wanted to sentence her to death in the name of rebellion. I joined the Chamber of Commerce and the people in the city to plead for her. And finally, the woman was exiled to Mount Zion. On the second day of the riot, the people in the city asked for mercy outside the government office, which can also be checked. In addition, I moved people because I was afraid that Prince Ning would take action against her again. On the day when the woman was exiled, a fire broke out in Zhu's mansion, and Lord Zhu was almost burned to death. The 3 envoys disappeared, and Prince Ning took people away. By the way, there is a doubt. Oh, what's suspicious? 12 asked. Before leaving, Prince Ning asked me to borrow someone, saying that his people had left in advance for something, and only 5 people were left with him. I didn't think much about it at the time, But now I find something wrong. Where are his dozens of guards? They were all guarding him. Why did they leave? Even if he had something to do, he wouldn't leave only 5 behind. One of the messengers asked. Will he send someone to intercept the woman halfway? Lu Yu shook his head. No. I was worried at the time. So I sent someone with hundreds of people to escort her for a while. And nothing happened. Now that I think about it, the whereabouts of these dozens of people should be settled. He didn't say it very clearly, but everyone understood. Number 7 slammed the table in anger. His face full of anger. You are going too far. Do you really think that my Tianji palace is easy to bully? Number 12 said. Sir, this matter still needs to be verified. If it is really done by Prince Ning, we must naturally ask him for an explanation. He always felt that it was unlikely that dozens of guards would kill 3 people, especially with number 10 among them. He knew how terrifying the combat power of the top 10 was. Lu Yu was not worried. Just check it casually. What he said can withstand verification. Ningyi must bear this pot. The original tense and serious atmosphere disappeared with the departure of the Tianji Palace envoy. Zhu Jifu patted his chest in fear. These people are finally gone. He felt like he had survived a disaster. Lu Yu puffed out his chest and said righteously, Don't worry, Lord Zhu. Right and wrong will be judged by justice. We are upright and upright. If we didn't do it, we didn't do it. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, you are also a victim. Zhu Jifu secretly gave him a thumbs up and echoed. General Lu is right. The envoy is reasonable. I am not afraid anymore. After a while, a subordinate came in to report. After confirming that there was no one nearby, they breathed a sigh of relief. General Lu, it's more tiring than fighting a war. Zhu Jifu, it's more tiring than solving a case. Song Yan smiled and said, Okay, stop complaining. I have to thank you for Yin Yan's matter. I will settle the matter with Tianji Palace. You don't have to worry about it. Thank you, Lord Marquis. Thank you, Jiwen. The two thanked him at the same time. With his words, they have overcome this difficulty. By the way, I heard from Deputy General Han that you have a membership card. Can you show it to me? No problem. Lu Yu wanted to show off. So he stretched out his hand and spread his palm upward. He said membership card. And the next second, a golden card appeared in his palm. So magical? This way of appearance surprised him. Holding the membership card in his hand, Song Yan exerted a little force, and the card did not change at all. The 5-word senior membership card were written on it. How do I use this? It just so happens that today is a day for trading. Because the envoy of Tianji Palace came. And I haven't shopped yet. As he said, Lu Yu silently read the membership card in his heart. Song Yan's hand was empty. The membership card disappeared. And reappeared in Lu Yu's palm. What is this? He asked curiously. Lu Yu shook the card in his hand with some complacency, explaining, The membership card is bound to me. No matter where it is, it will return to my hand as long as I have a thought. So magical. This time, Song Yan believed the statement about the immortals about 70%. Lu Yu opened the transaction page, clicked to request shopping, and the request was quickly approved, and the shopping page appeared. He chose canned food, snacks and ice cream. The next second, a canned food, a box of snacks and 4 ice creams appeared on the table. Song Yan was once again shocked by the items that appeared out of thin air. After tasting it, he was full of praise. It's not that it's delicious. Born in a rich family, he has eaten all kinds of delicious food. But within the range of 50 cents, it's considered delicious. Especially ice cream. Except in winter. Those who can use ice are not ordinary people. 12 cents for an ice cream can make most people spend a wonderful summer. Soon the ice cream was finished. And Song Yan had a little yearning for the membership card. Lu Yu understood it at a glance and explained. The membership card was given by Miss Yin. She said that she was ordered by the supermarket fairy to send 5 membership cards to people who can help the people survive the drought. So I and the He family each have one. I am responsible for the victims outside the city. And the He family is responsible for the people in the city. I see. Song Yan withdrew his gaze with some regret. Ning Yuan glanced at the card in his hand and snorted. He was not jealous. Yin Yan must have left one for him. Humph. Chapter 137, He doesn't need friendship at all. When Song Yan saw tens of thousands of goods appear out of thin air, his previous shock turned into emotion. And many thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, His eyes fell on Xiao Yuan. Ning Yuan felt that his uncle was looking at him again, and turned his head. Uncle, what's wrong? Song Yin shook his head slightly, stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Be good to Yan Yan. Understand? Knowing the immortal, Xiao Yuan's illness can definitely be cured. Ning Yuan nodded firmly. I will. This is needless to say. If he can live again, he will abandon all shackles and concerns and be with her. Lu Yu was still buying supplies, and Lord Zhu glanced at him, then looked at Ning Yuan. The son of a noble family, whether in appearance or temperament, is superior. The appearance and demeanor of the person in front of him are even more superior. How could he fall in love with a widow? In his opinion, such a person can be used, but it is completely unnecessary to marry him home. However, he could only complain about these things in his heart. If Lu Yu didn't let him say it, he wouldn't meddle in other people's business. At noon, he learned about Yan Yan's affairs with Lu Yu, and took a few carts of food. Song Yin and his friends started on the road to Mount Zion. Lu Yu said, I also want to go with you, but I can't leave here. Song Yin also understood that he couldn't leave just for the food. Later, Lu Yu asked Deputy General Han to escort them with 100 people. Soon they left the city. And Su, the envoys of Tianji Hall, also left. Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Zhu Shifu, who was standing aside, asked in confusion, Why did you confess to him? Yes. In the end, Lu Yu confessed to his friends about his calculations against Tian Yin and used Tianji Hall and Ning Yi. The main thing is that Captain Chen's affairs have also been exposed. This is what Zhu Shifu is afraid of. Otherwise, he would not act with Lu Yu. Looking at the figure of the team going away, Lu Yu said faintly, Do you think we can really hide it from Jiwen? Zhu Shifu was speechless. It can't be hidden for long. When they find Yan Yan, they will naturally know the truth. But didn't he have a glimmer of luck? What if Yan Yan didn't say anything? Lu Yu shook his head. In fact, it doesn't matter whether the other party says it or not, but whether Jiwen will care about it with me. What do you mean? I chose to lie to him at the beginning, but he didn't care, and even cooperated with me to solve the matter of Tianji Palace. Do you know why? Why? Zhu Shifu asked again. He really didn't understand. Because Jiwen knows everything. He allows unavoidable deception. But you must confess and apologize to him afterwards. Is that so? Zhu Shifu thought of a word. Don't care. Because you don't care, you won't be angry. And you will easily forgive when the other party apologizes. Of course, it could also be that he is broad-minded, kind and tolerant. But he didn't think that a young master from a big family, or a man from a family of 2 marquises, could be so simple and kind. Let's talk about Ning Yuan and the others. After leaving Jinchuan, Ning Yuan also knew what happened. To be honest, he was angry. Not only because Lu Yu was scheming against Yan Yan, but also because he was not worthy of his uncle's friendship. Song Yin smiled and patted his shoulder. If you want to control the Ning family, you still have a lot to learn. Now your uncle will give you the first lesson. Controlling people. Control people? Ning Yuan's heart moved, and he understood what his uncle meant. Yes, if a family's prosperity depends only on its own people, it cannot become a noble family and stand for hundreds of years. It depends on many factors, one of which is people, which is also the most complicated one. Take the Song family for example. In addition to in-laws, there are various family forces that are attached to the Song family, including Lu Yu. I met Lu Yu back then, and after getting to know him, I deliberately sold him a favor, and then naturally got him into the army. He is just a chess piece to me, making up for the lack of military power in the Song family. As for whether he is being clever or doing something under my banner, I don't really care. He said it casually and calmly. Xiao Guzi on the side found that his expression changed slightly when he said the latter sentence. Ning Yuan asked, Aren't you afraid that he will betray you in the end? Song Yin smiled and shook his head. I still have a lot of chess pieces in my hand, and it doesn't matter if one is wasted. If you really want to plan for military power, how can you bet on one person? Xiao Guzi suddenly said. You are disappointed. He could see the loneliness flashing in his eyes. Song Yin raised his eyes, looked at him sharply, and then pulled the corner of his mouth indifferently. How is it possible? I am the future heir of the Song family. I don't need friends at all. Besides, would I be sad because of a little bastard? Huh. What a joke. He raised his chin, snorted coldly. and turned his head to the side. Xiao Guzi didn't expose him. I think he gave up because he had accumulated enough disappointment. Ning Yuan looked at his uncle, who suddenly became arrogant, and recalled the scenes between him and Lu Yu. He seemed to understand the hope hidden under his uncle's calm eyes. Unfortunately, Lu Yu didn't really want to be friends with his uncle, or he was using him more than being friends. Uncle, are you still going to help him deal with the Lu family? He heard the conversation between his uncle and his wife. Lu Yu said that when Yan Yan said her husband's surname was Song, he had doubts. But later the Lu family obstructed his investigation and concealed Yan Yan's identity, which led to him plotting against her for the court. If he had known earlier, he would have written to him as soon as possible, and the subsequent events would not have happened. Hearing this, Ning Yuan just smiled and said nothing, and the responsibility was pushed away quite cleanly. Song Yan did not answer directly, but asked him back. If it were you, would you help him deal with the Lu family? Ning Yuan thought for a while and replied, if he is my friend, of course I will help him. If he is just my pawn, then the Lu family cannot be destroyed. Song Yan was quite satisfied with his answer. Not bad. But people are greedy, and the identity of friends can easily magnify greed, especially when the identities of the two sides are very different. So for friends, you have to. He didn't have such an attitude towards Lu Yu at the beginning, but as time went by, he had to face him with orders and the attitude of a superior. After so many years, he is no longer the young and energetic boy who clamored to make good friends. On the way, Song Yin was teaching his nephew how to get along with people, and different identities adopt different strategies. Among them, the identity of a leader is the most useful and worry-free. Unfortunately, some things cannot be accomplished as a subordinate or a servant. Ning Yuan listened attentively. These things, his father in another world did not teach him. The children of a big family, especially those who are carefully cultivated as heirs, are indeed not simple. He suddenly felt that he was quite naive before. Chapter 138, he didn't want to compromise anymore. Time passed quickly, and they had been away from Jinchuan for an hour and a half. Ning Yuan learned a lot from his uncle. Uncle, when we find Yan Yan, I'll ask her to give you a membership card, he suddenly said. Song Yan was stunned at first, then smiled and shook his head. Thank you, Xiao Yuan, for your kindness. But it would be a waste to put this thing in my hands. There are so many things in this world that he envies. He doesn't have to have them. He just needs to know how to use people. As for whether the person who got the membership card would be a threat to him, he didn't care even more. If it really appeared, it would be a good opportunity to practice. The 10 major families are intertwined and closely connected. If one family is in trouble, the other 9 families will not sit idly by. This is also one of the reasons why they can stand firm. Xiao Guzi on the side suddenly spoke up. Your worries are unnecessary. Every family has taken turns to be the founding duke. Ning Yuan didn't understand what it meant at first. It's no wonder he didn't understand. In the other world, his family was good, but it was far inferior to the top 10 families in this world. So he had no contact with these things. Later, the alien suddenly descended, and he spent all his energy on killing aliens and robbing supplies. Not to mention the consortium. Even the economy collapsed, and he didn't need to learn the intrigue. After arriving in this world, although the original owner was the eldest son of the Ninghua family, he had been isolated from the world, and the original owner's vision and knowledge were not as good as his. In the area of fighting for power and profit, it was blank. If he knew a little, he would not be suppressed by his parents in the other world, and he would not dare to confess to Yan Yan for fear of hurting her. In fact, he still hurt her. Fortunately, they traveled to this world, and he no longer had to worry about so much, and could be with Yan Yan openly. Don't worry. When you become the head of the Ning family, your uncle will slowly teach you. Song Yan comforted him. The head of a noble family. He can be the head just by saying so. Look, this is the confidence. Ning Yuan nodded heavily. He wanted to become strong, as powerful as his uncle. The wheels turned quickly. The sun moved to the west, and it would soon set. By the way, uncle, there is no problem with Yan Yan's identity. After arriving in Jinchuan, Song Yan sent someone to inquire about Yan Yan's news. Naturally, he learned that she had been married. Her husband had died, and she had 2 5-year-old children. Seeing the worry in his nephew's eyes, Song Yan smiled and said, No problem. Her identity as an agent of the immortal can ignore many family rules. And the supermarket where she can shop can push away various obstacles. If your father knew, he would agree. However, what I mean is that you should first seek the position of the prince, and then marry her. If it is the other way around, it will be much more difficult to become the prince. This is also unavoidable, even if she has the support of the immortal behind her. Her identity as a widow is there after all. If necessary, it is possible to marry a daughter of a big family first. He didn't say this because he would try his best to avoid this from happening. Ning Yuan frowned slightly. Are you going to compromise again? He thought of the other world, and what his parents had said to him. For the family's right to speak in the base. He compromised and gave in again and again. But what did he get in return? Yin Yin was plotted against and died. He didn't want to go through it again. I'm sorry, uncle. I wanted to become the head of the Ning family to protect her. Not, Lord. We met General Lu's soldiers ahead. They seemed to be rushing back from Mount Zion. Before he finished speaking, someone outside reported loudly, and the car slowed down. Mount Zion? The people in the car were alert at the same time. The door opened, and Deputy General Han came over and said with a serious face, Lord Song, things have changed. Miss Yin was kidnapped. What? Is Yin Yin okay? Who did it? The uncle and nephew asked at the same time. Deputy General Han glanced at young Master Ning, and then said, the other party claimed to be Miss Yin's husband, Song Erzwing. Ah? This time it was Ning Yuan's turn to be dumbfounded. What was going on? Didn't they say that her husband died in the war? No. It was the man before Yin Yin came. Wasn't her husband gone? Song Yin thought about it and asked, is it Ning Yi's people? Deputy General Han was not sure. The other side brought 200 black-clad men, all masked, so their faces could not be seen. 100 of them were armed with bows and arrows. Our people were no match at all. From the conversation between Miss Yin and the other side, we can know that the other side is 80% likely to be Song Erzwing. Also, he seems to be a rebel, and he left in the direction of the Yanbuguo Mountains. The 7th Prince's people? Song Yin knew that there was only one rebel over there. The 7th Prince, who was entrenched in Yingzue Mountain. The Imperial Army attacked for more than a year, but failed to take it down. Later, due to severe drought, they withdrew their troops and nothing happened. It's not clear yet. Lin Hai sent people to follow far behind, and no news has been sent back yet. Deputy General Han looked serious, knowing that this matter was troublesome. It was difficult to explain to the general or the 2 big men in front of him. Uncle. Ning Yuan grabbed his sleeve and stared at him closely, with a hint of hope in his worry. He couldn't do anything in his current situation, and could only rely on his uncle. Song Yin patted his hand and told him not to worry. It's not that bad. If the other party is really Yin Yan's ex-husband, then she is not in danger for the time being. What we have to do now is to determine the person who kidnapped her and the location, so that we can formulate a rescue plan. He looked at Deputy General Han and said, go back to your general and transfer 20,000 troops. By the way, let the person with the card from the He family follow. Deputy General Han immediately stood at attention and replied, yes, I will go now. He knew that there was going to be a war, and it might be a protracted war. Otherwise, he would not let the eldest young master of the He family follow. Unauthorized mobilization of troops is a capital crime. TSK. You are indeed a descendant of a noble family. Is this a privilege? Indy. Deputy General Han left with the people who returned from Mount Zion. Song Yin left the 2 of them and asked about the incident on the day of the incident. Are you sure that Song Erzwing said that everyone except the 2 children should be killed? He said that Miss Yin followed the rebels for us. Speaking of what happened 4 days ago, the soldier was still very moved. It was Miss Yin who saved them. Okay. The second question. You fought to protect Yin Yin, but the other party didn't ask why. The soldier shook his head. No. The matter seemed simple. Song Erzwing came to pick up his wife and children. But Song Yin found that it was not that simple. Ning Yuan also found the problem. Uncle, Song Erzwing clearly doesn't care about Yin Yin, so she's still in danger. Song Yin nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, he should have come for the 2 children. And being the mother of the children is just a byproduct. However, he knew that so many people would rather die to protect Yin Yin. But he still took the risk of offending the court and took her away. One can't help but wonder if he has other plans. Chapter 139 Treatment Methods. Any other plans? Ning Yuan said. Supermarket? Very likely. Song Yin nodded slowly, thinking and speaking as guess. Although Yingzhou Mountain was not affected by the drought, they must not have enough food to eat when the national grain production was reduced. So they set their sights on Yin Yin. Ning Yuan's eyes lit up, with hope in his eyes. In this case, Yin Yin will not be in danger for the time being? Even if we guess wrong, she can take the initiative to blow up the supermarket to protect herself. So you don't have to worry. This is not to comfort his nephew, but his true thoughts. Ning Yuan clenched his fists. Hoping so. Rebels. He can't do anything. He can only rely on his uncle. It's really passive. I don't know when this body will be healed. The ability doesn't need to return to the advanced level. As long as it is the second level, he won't be so restrained. Thinking of this, he looked at Chioguzi, who has always been in the background. Old Chio, can my body be cured quickly? Chioguzi stroked the white hair on his chest and said slowly, Young man, don't be anxious. Your body has been broken for a long time. If it weren't for the unknown energy in your body, you would have died a month ago. Ning Yuan knew that this energy was his superpower, but the key was that the energy was too small. Old Chio, is there a way to make this energy bigger? At least let him be like a normal person, instead of being so sick. Chioguzi suddenly fell silent. Ning Yuan's heart moved, and he asked quickly, Does old Chio have a way? Song Yin also looked at him, with eager hope in his deep eyes. Old Chio, as long as you can cure Xiao Yuan's disease, you can set any conditions. This is the only blood left by my sister. As long as there is a little hope, the whole family will do their best to protect him. Okay. Chioguzi sighed, and his originally young face suddenly gave people a sense of vicissitudes. Song Yan's heart couldn't help but lift up. Is it dangerous? Resurrection has always been an opportunity and a danger. In his current situation, instead of becoming a reborn person, it is better to try and see if he can become a new person. What do you mean? Is it really dangerous? Song Yan retreated instantly. In fact, it's not impossible to take it slowly. But Ning Yuan refused. No. I would rather be resurrected than to be half dead like this. Since he traveled through time and had supernatural powers, it was impossible for him to die so easily. He wanted strength. Xiao Yuan, there is no need for us to take risks. How about taking it slowly? Song Yan persuaded him. But Ning Yuan refused, with an unusually firm attitude. No. If I can't even protect the people I love, then I might as well die. He died once, not afraid of the second time. Song Yan was so worried that he choked his teeth. Why is this kid so stubborn? Uncle, I've had enough of these past 20 years. Instead of dying in a cowardly way, I want to try my luck, whether in the other world or now. He felt that he was living a miserable life, like a puppet, without a self. He hated himself for being like this, and he didn't even dare to fight for what he wanted. He could only succumb to their good for him. Again and again. The only time he was brave was to go against his father's wishes and chase Yin Yin. At the moment of the explosion, he was not afraid at all, but felt it was a relief. He followed his heart and hugged his beloved woman. Even death would be a kind of happiness. Uncle, I know you are worried about me, but I don't want you to influence my thoughts and decisions in the name of doing good for me. I want to follow my own wishes. His words were a bit ignorant, but he didn't regret saying it. You are as stubborn as your mother. Song Yan was not disappointed or sad, but patted his shoulder with relief. You have grown up. Uncle is very happy. Okay. Listen to you. Uncle? Ning Yuan opened his eyes slightly, a little surprised. He thought his uncle would be unhappy. Silly boy. Do you think your uncle will be angry? How could it be? Although I hope you can always rely on me like a child. But if you want to become the head of the Ning family, independent judgment and a firm character are necessary. Otherwise, how can you calm down those people below? The relief and encouragement in Song Yan's eyes are not fake. They are different. Uncle is indeed different from them. Ning Yuan's mind can't calm down for a long time, and his eyes can't help but redden. Song Yan was a little amused. I just praised you for growing up. Why are you crying? No. I just didn't expect. He didn't say the rest. His expression was a little aggrieved. Song Yan's heart softened, and he hugged him gently, comforting him. You have suffered a lot these years. Ning Yuan now accepts this uncle from the bottom of his heart. Song Yin patted his shoulder, let him go, and then looked at the people who had been watching the fun. Mr. Chiu, tell me, what is the treatment method? There is a kind of energy in his body that is constantly eroding his vitality, and eventually his vitality will be cut off and he will die. I call him a person who has been cut off. The simple treatment method is to use a medium to convert the energy of destruction into vitality, so that people can be reborn, and at the same time, the body's energy can be greatly improved. This is a reborn person. Of course, there is another way, which is to use a special method to completely absorb the destructive energy in his body, and finally get a new life after mutation. This is the newborn. So this is what it means to be reborn. Reborn. And reborn. Song Yin finally understood what Chiu Lao said to Dr. Chang on the day he first arrived. Wait. He found a problem. Chiu Lao. Xu Yuan's disease is not an isolated case. Otherwise, there would be no professional terms, and even treatment methods. Xiao Guzi shook his head and looked into the distance, his eyes flickering slightly. It's not an isolated case. It has existed for a long time. Has it existed for a long time? Then why don't the imperial doctors know about it? Song Yin muttered to himself, feeling a little strange, but thinking about it again. Maybe it's a difficult and complicated disease among the people, and it seems reasonable that these imperial doctors don't know about it. Chiu Lao, according to you, regeneration can make people powerful and safe. Shouldn't it be the best choice? Are there unknown dangers and hidden dangers? You are right. Although the reborn are powerful, they will be controlled by that medium. He didn't say it very clearly, but Song Yin understood. Not to mention Xiao Yuan's special identity. Even ordinary people don't like to be controlled, unless it is absolutely necessary. This plan cannot be chosen. It is said that danger and opportunity coexist. Old Chiu, if the new method succeeds, will there be more benefits? Xiao Guzi nodded. Yes, there are many benefits. But no one has succeeded in more than 100 years. No one. He frowned and his expression became serious. Old Chiu shook his head slowly with a solemn look. Except for him. There is no second one. But he won't say it. Song Yin hesitated again. There is no successful example. So can Xiao Yuan be an exception? Chapter 140. Xiao Zhang regretted it. How about? Uncle. Ning Yuan interrupted him, and then looked at Xiao Guzi with a firm gaze. I choose a new life. If I am controlled by others, I would rather die. He wants to be himself. Song Yin looked at him without blinking, and his eyes became firm after a long time. Okay. Uncle listens to you. Thank you for your support. Uncle, I will definitely get better. Well, Uncle believes in you, and you will definitely be reborn. Uncle, Xiao Yuan. Xiao Guzi couldn't stand it anymore, and quickly interrupted them. Stop. Don't be too happy too soon. If you want to be reborn, you need to absorb all the destructive energy in his body, which is not easy. Old Chiu, don't I have an unknown energy in my body? He is very confident in his ability. Xiao Guzi nodded. Yes, it is because of this special energy that I want to try the method of rebirth. However, when absorbing it, an external object is needed to control or encircle the destructive energy, so as to ensure that they are absorbed completely without omission. Song Yin immediately said, what external object is needed? I will find it. Golden Dragon. Xiao Guzi said 2 words. Ning Yuan. Dragon? Song Yin. Gu King. Yes, it is Gu King. Why is it said that there is no successful case? Because Gu King is hard to find. It can only be Gu King. Substitutes will not work. He tried substitutes, but without exception, they failed and people died. Song Yin frowned, a little embarrassed. Hasn't the Ta tribe been destroyed long ago? Where can I find Gu King? Chiu Lao. Do you have any news? Xiao Guzi did not answer, but raised his hand to calculate. After a moment, he pointed to the west. Wild geese do not cross the mountain range. The Gu King is in the wild geese do not cross the mountain range. Song Yin could not help but open his mouth wide. What is the difference between this and looking for a needle in a haystack? No one knows how big the entire mountain range is, and no one will even go deep into it, because they will get lost and never get out again. Even if they don't get lost, in such a large mountain range, 10,000 people entering it is like a drop of water in the sea, which can't cause a ripple. Don't be impatient. I just calculated the key item for Master Ning's treatment. Since it can be calculated, It means that it will definitely be encountered. This is where his calculation is different from others. When he was reborn, he had this ability. Later, he learned divination. He only needed to simply pinch his hands to calculate the answer he wanted. There's another thing he didn't say. The apprentice he was looking for was also there. Such a coincidental arrangement of fate made him look forward to it. With Chiyoguzi's words, Song Yin breathed a sigh of relief. And at the same time, a feeling of joy rose in his heart. He would definitely meet him. Does this mean that Xie illness will be cured soon? It's simply God's help. Chiyoguzi thought to himself. As expected of a person without destiny, everything is possible. The wild geese cannot cross the mountain range. Whether it is to save people or to find the Gu King, they must go. The next step is to wait for Deputy General Han to lead the troops. Ning Yuan didn't have the patience to wait like this, because Yin Yin had an ex-husband. Uncle, why don't we set off first? It's not far from Jinchuan. I believe Deputy General Han and his men will catch up soon. It takes more than 10 days to get from Jinchuan to Yingzui Mountain. 1 second earlier is 1 second. Song Yin was also a little impatient and wanted to get to the Yanbu mountain range as soon as possible. Okay, let's hurry up. Soon the army started moving. As for Deputy General Han, he led his men to rush back to Jinchuan. He did not enter the city, but went directly to the military camp. He could buy supplies today, and the general should be in the military camp. When he arrived at the main tent, he heard crying and shouting inside before he entered. General Liu, please have mercy and save Xiaobao. Please, I kowtow to you. I can't do anything. I don't believe it. You are a general. Can't you bring a child back? Whether you believe it or not, I can't do anything. Okay, go out. No, if it wasn't for you and I, could I betray Yin Yin? If she was still there, how could she watch Xiaobao being taken away by those people? You must be responsible. Insolent. Liu scolded coldly, and the atmosphere became heavy and depressing. There was a brief silence in the main tent. Deputy General Han and the 2 soldiers beside him dared not speak. Don't say how innocent you are. If it wasn't profitable, would you betray Miss Yin? Also, I can't offend the envoys of Tianji Palace because of a child. If you want to save her, go and save her yourself. Come on. Send her out. She is not allowed to approach the military camp without permission. Yes, General. The 2 soldiers went in immediately and quickly escorted Xiao Zhang out. Xiao Zhang cried and struggled and shouted loudly. General Liu, please tell those envoys that I am willing to exchange my life for Xiao Bao's life. Xiao Bao is her lifeblood. Liu waved his hand impatiently, not wanting to see her at all. The soldier immediately blocked her mouth and dragged her away. No matter how she kicked and cried, it was useless. She was worthless without any use. Xiao Zhang regretted it. Why did she betray her second sister-in-law? If it was her second sister-in-law, she would definitely save Xiao Bao. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. She harmed Xiao Bao herself. Deputy General Han didn't know what happened, but he could probably guess from a few words whether this was retribution. Who's outside? Come in. Yes, General. 2 days later, a man wearing a red cloak with the number 80 on his chest walked out of the dungeon. Facing the dazzling sunlight, he squinted slightly, curled his lips, and seemed to be in a good mood. How was it today? How many died? A man next to him came over with a tray, and the number on his chest was 78. Number 80 replied. 8 died. 2 survived. Number 78 scolded him. Why are you laughing? This batch of experimental subjects is too small, and it can't reach the goal set by the angel at all. Number 80 laughed. This time it's different. 2 are equivalent to 20. What do you mean? Did you meet a good seedling? Number 78 was stunned, then frowned. Could it be someone from the royal family? Number 80 shook his head. No. They were all captured from Jinchuan. A 5-year-old child, and an adult with a broken leg. Their conditions are not ordinary. There is almost no rejection reaction, and they quickly merged with the drug, and there is almost no loss of vitality. The man with a broken leg? How is it possible? Number 78 didn't believe it. Why did they only choose children for their experiments? It was because it was almost impossible to merge drugs over a certain age. Not to mention a middle-aged man in his 30s. I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, go in and take a look. Both of them are in good condition. Could it be that what the immortal said is true? Are they protected by the immortal? Number 78 made random guesses. Otherwise, how could he explain such a strange result? I don't know. I'll report to Lord Number 9. Maybe we can complete the task ahead of schedule. Number 80 happily went to the main hall. Chapter 141 Don't Let Dad Down. On the third day in Changjibao, Yin Yin and the others slept until the sun was high in the sky before getting up. When they came to the hall, they saw Song Erzwang sitting in the main seat with a grudge on his face, looking at the three people with dissatisfaction. Before he could speak, Yin Yin took the initiative. Hey, Song Lao, when did you come back? Why didn't you say hello in advance? Hearing the complaints in her words, Song Erzwang's face became even darker. Didn't they tell you yesterday that I would have breakfast with you in the morning? It was really unreasonable to make him wait for more than an hour. Yin Yin smiled embarrassedly. Did you say that? Sorry. I forgot. You don't mind? Do you? Song Erzwang gritted his teeth in anger and told himself to be patient. He suppressed his anger and scolded with a stern face. Whether I come back or not, you can't get up so late. Look at the time now. It's almost time for lunch. Yin Yin sat down with the two children and said indifferently. Since it's late, let's just have lunch. Is this a question of breakfast and lunch? Song Erzwang's voice became louder, and his anger was about to be overwhelmed. Will this man listen to his tone? He meant not to let her sleep in. Okay. Yin Yin blinked innocently and spread her hands. What's the problem? Didn't you say it's time to have lunch? It's just a meal. You look so anxious? Forget it. Let's not eat it. She stood up and was about to leave with the two children. Song Erzwang hadn't said anything yet, but she blocked him back. Now she was even more angry with him and threatened to leave. He was so angry that his face turned red and his neck was thick. But he couldn't say anything. He felt so aggrieved. Yen Xiaohua, I haven't seen you for 3 years. You are really good at talking. He mocked her. Yin Yin raised her chin proudly. Thank you for the compliment. If I don't have a good tongue, how can I beat your sarcastic and mean mother? You? Song Erzwang stood up angrily. Why? Are you saying I'm unfilial? The person is gone. How can I be filial to him? She rolled her eyes and said impatiently. If you want to make trouble for me as soon as you come back, then you should continue to go away. In the past 3 years, I have raised the child without you and lived a good life. The person who wanted to get angry originally had a rare guilty look on his face after hearing her later words. And his tone softened a lot. I didn't bother you. Forget it. Let's go eat. Okay. Yin Yin smiled immediately. Song Erzwang felt much better. After all, he owed her. It seemed that he had to think of a way to save her life. The two children secretly gave their mother a thumbs up. I thought this person would get angry, but I didn't expect that she would be easily dealt with by her mother. As for getting up late, they certainly did it on purpose. The family of 4 came to the wing room, and breakfast was ready. Steamed dumplings, buns, flour rolls, rice porridge, eggs, and some side dishes. There was also a pottery pot on the table. When Xiao Dan saw the pottery pot, he paused, and then the expression on his face changed from confusion to shock. At the same time, he couldn't help but squeeze his brother's hand, which made Xiao Yong feel a little painful. What's wrong? Sister? Are you uncomfortable? Xiao Dan's abnormality made him feel nervous, and he asked in a low voice. She shook her head slightly and said nothing, but her face was still not good. Yin Yin focused her eyes on the pottery jar. Is there a problem? Sit down. It's time to eat. Song Erzwang sat down with a smile, looking at his wife and children with a smile on their faces. Our family hasn't eaten together for a long time. Now we are finally reunited. Let's never separate again. Okay? Oh, this is so delicious. And there are dumplings. We haven't eaten dumplings for a long time. Yin Yin ignored his expectant eyes and looked at the food on the table and shouted, looking like she had never seen the world. Song Lao Er felt like he was playing the lute to a cow, and the smile on his face froze. Yin Yin ignored him and called the two children to eat. Xiao Yong, Xiao Dan, hurry up and sit down to eat. Huh? Song Lao Er took a deep breath and smiled again. Xiao Yong, Xia Dan, you both look thinner. This is the medicinal food that Dad prepared for you. Eat more, and you will grow fat and white soon. As he spoke, he opened the lid of the pottery jar, and a medicinal fragrance came to his face. Inside was a light yellow medicinal porridge. except for ginseng. The other ingredients should have been ground into powder. At first glance, there is ginseng, which is for nourishing the body. Song Lauer served a bowl to each of the 2 children and said kindly, "Eat it." Xiaodan looked at the medicinal porridge cautiously. Under the table, she held her brother tightly and stopped him from moving. "Eat it," Song Erzwang urged with a gentle look. "This is what Dad prepared for you. It cost a lot of money." Xiaoyong suddenly said, "It's too expensive. Let Daddy eat it." He pushed the porridge towards him. "This is what Daddy bought for you to nourish your body." Song Lauer pushed the bowl back. "Dad worked so hard to support the family, and he should nourish his body. Let Daddy eat it." Xiaoyong stretched out his hand to stop him. Yin Yin interrupted the 2 people's fatherly and filial drama. "Okay. Why refuse? You 2 can each have half." Xiaoyong agreed. Mom is still thoughtful. "Dad, let's each have half a bowl. If Dad doesn't eat, I won't eat either." Song Erzwang suddenly covered his face with a painful look. "Oh, my toothache comes back again. You eat first. I'll go see the doctor." After that, he immediately got up and left. Yin Yin looked at his hurriedly leaving figure. The corner of her mouth curled. Her acting was too poor. Xiaoyong's expression became serious. There is something wrong with this medicinal porridge. He just tried to probe. And the other party immediately revealed his true colors. What does he want to do? Does he need to beat around the bush to kill us? There are so many opportunities on the way. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Yin Yin narrowed her eyes, thought for a moment, and then looked at her daughter. "Xiao Dan, what did you see? Tell your mother." Xiao Dan's expression eased a lot at this time, and she pointed to the medicinal porridge in the bowl. "I saw my brother drink this porridge, and he fainted soon after. And I vomited blood." "Fainted? Vomited blood?" A cold light flashed in Yin Yan's eyes. Another one looking for death? I thought he would never do anything to the 2 children. After all, they were his own flesh and blood. And even a tiger would not eat its own cubs. Suddenly, she signaled the children not to speak. Soon someone came in. It was the housekeeper Yun. "Madam Yin?" "Master." "Miss, I am Yun, the housekeeper of Chengjiabao." He introduced himself. Although he was a housekeeper, his condescending attitude made it no problem to say that he was the owner of this place. "My master was not feeling well, so he sent me to serve you." This medicinal porridge was obtained by the master with great effort. Master and Miss should not let the master down. It was called serving, but in fact it was supervision. Chapter 142. How do you plan to deal with that woman? Yin Yin raised her chin slightly and asked in a bad tone. "Butler Yun, what if we don't eat this medicinal porridge?" Butler Yun smiled with a knife hidden in his heart. "If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. But the master's mind will not change." Yin Yin understood what he meant. This time it was a medicinal meal. Who knows what it will be next time? Unless you don't eat anything here, you will be hard to guard against. Threat? Naked threat. She suddenly laughed, and her smile was very bright. "Uh-huh. This is the child's father's intention. How can I refuse it? So, Butler Yun, let's eat first, and drink the medicinal porridge after the meal. Okay?" Butler Yun nodded with a smile. "Of course. As long as you don't disappoint the master's intention. We don't like people watching us when we eat. Can Butler Yun go to the door?" Yin Yin smiled and pointed outside and asked him to go out. Steward Yun smiled and nodded. Of course. The 2 were polite to each other. And when Steward Yun turned around, the smiles on their faces disappeared instantly, and their eyes became cold. Standing at the door, although he was far away, he could still monitor. He watched the 2 children drink the bowl of porridge with his own eyes. After a while, the 2 children lay on the table, and Yin Yin looked a little flustered. "It's done," Steward Yun thought in his heart, and then walked in with a smile. "Mrs. Yin, don't worry. The young master and the young lady should be sleepy. I will carry them back to the room to rest." "No need." Yin Yin stopped him, stabilized his emotions, and held them under his armpits one by one. "Go back to the room. Put the 2 on the bed, and then walk back." She looked at the person at the door with a fake smile. "Butler Yun, we are going to rest. Should you step aside?" "Yes. I wish Madam a good rest." Butler Yun bowed and greeted politely. "Humph." Yin Yin snorted. "Paw." The door was shut heavily. Butler Yun left with a triumphant smile on his face. Courtyard. Seeing Butler Yun come in, Song Erzwang hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "How is it? Did they drink?" Butler Yun replied, "Drank. I saw Yin Yin feed them with my own eyes." "Great." Song Erzwang clapped his hands, and the stone in his heart fell. By the way, how did they react? Both of them were unconscious. Just unconscious? Sure enough. Flesh and blood are the most suitable. Song Erzwang was glad that the two children did not die on the road of fleeing famine, which gave him a chance. Steward Yin reminded him, "Sir, how do you plan to deal with that woman?" Song Erzwang paused with a smile on his face, and then said tentatively, "It's just a woman. It's okay to keep her as Qianqian's foot-washing maid. Right?" Standard Yun looked at him suspiciously. "Sir, are you willing to do that?" Song Erzwang smiled indifferently. "Why would I be reluctant? If Qianqian doesn't like her, then send her to the military camp." This sentence made Steward Yun put down his guard and felt that he should have thought too much. If he really still had feelings for her, he would never suggest sending her to the military camp. In this case, he didn't mind giving the other party a face. "Sir, my lady is sincere to you. Please don't let her down." As for Yin Yin, the envoy said that she is good at martial arts and is not suitable to be a maid for the lady. It is better to send her to Yangdu to farm. "I think you're worrying too much. How could I not know whether Yin Xiaohua can do martial arts?" He felt that the envoy had recognized the wrong person. Just in case, even if she doesn't know martial arts, there's no guarantee that she won't have bad intentions towards the young lady. Butler Yun still insisted. "Okay, wait a month and she won't be needed anymore. Just make the arrangements." Song Erzwang agreed verbally, but he hated this dog slave so much in his heart. Sooner or later, he would kill him. At noon, Song Erzwang came to see once. The children were still sleeping. He pretended to care for them and left. After an hour and a half, he came again. Seeing that the children were not awake, he no longer expressed his concern verbally. He wanted to go in and take a look, but was stopped by Yin Yin. Finally, he took a look through the window. Another hour passed, and Song Erzwang appeared again. When he learned that the child was still awake, he looked a little strange and kept muttering that it shouldn't be. Although the voice was very low, Yin Yin still heard it. She estimated that it was time to wake up. The fourth time he came, the sun had already set, and there was a doctor with him. When he arrived, he saw the mother and her two children sitting in the yard eating. Song Erzwang's face immediately darkened. "I was worried for a long time. But you are eating here? When did the child wake up? Why didn't you send someone to tell me?" he asked in a very unfriendly tone. "They woke up half an hour ago. They were yelling that they were hungry. So I went to cook." "Why are you so angry? If it weren't for your bowl of porridge, would they have slept for so long?" he asked in a resounding voice. "Well, okay." Song Erzwang knew he was in the wrong, so he couldn't get angry anymore. Although they woke up, "Let the doctor take a look." Yin Yin didn't stop them and asked the doctor to take their pulse. The results came out quickly, and the two children were in good health. Song Erzwang breathed a sigh of relief, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help curling up. Next, every morning, Song Erzwang would come to accompany them for breakfast. Of course, the main purpose was to let the two children drink the medicated porridge. Yin Yin would drive people out every time before feeding them. Song Erzwang was driven out twice, and he was unhappy. So he simply stopped playing the role of a loving father, and the role of monitoring was handed over to Yun Guanjia. Every time after eating, the two children would fall into a coma, but the coma time was getting shorter and shorter. On the fourth day of drinking the medicated porridge, they only fell into a coma for an hour and woke up. Song Erzwang was very happy when he learned about it. Xiaoyong took the opportunity to propose for the third time that he wanted to go out for a walk, and he finally nodded and agreed. Chengjiabao was built on the hillside, with a large area and beautiful scenery inside the fort. The three of them came to Chengjiabao and walked out of the yard openly for the first time. "Dad, the scenery here is so beautiful. Standing high, you can see far and the beautiful scenery is unobstructed." Blowing the mountain breeze, Xiaoyong put forward a condition to the people around him. "Dad, can we all go out for a walk in the future? We will only look at the scenery here, and we promise not to run around." Xiaoyong raised his hand to promise, and his clear big eyes looked at him expectantly. Song Erzwang's heart softened and agreed. "Okay, come here to play for a while every afternoon." "Thank you, Dad," Xiaoyong called people sweetly. Song Erzwang patted his little head lovingly, which was a compensation for them. After accompanying the children for a while, Yun Butler came over. Master, there is something important that you need to deal with. Song Erzwang looked at the two children. Dad has something to leave for a while. Do you want to go back or play here for a while? Xiaoyong raised his little head and asked. We want to play for a while. Can we go back before noon? Chapter 143. You people in Chengjiabao really know how to have fun. Song Erzwang was in a good mood today. So he agreed. The mother and her two children were walking outside. They seemed to be walking aimlessly, but they were actually slowly approaching a yard next to them. Ha. Crawl. Crawl quickly. You scabby dog. A child's rampant laughter came from the yard, and a group of people around him clapped and cheered. Is there anything else fun? Master, how about bringing the dog food over for him to eat? Good idea. Bring Yan Xiaohua's food over. Since you want to be a dog of the Chung family, you should eat dog food like Yan Xiaohua. A wall separated Xiaoyong, and a murderous aura rose from his body. At this moment, he wanted to kill someone. Xiaodan's face turned red with anger, and he wanted to rush in and beat the other party up. Yin stopped them, shook her head slightly, and told them not to act on impulse. Mom. Xiaoyong looked up, his face full of hostility, and his eyes were filled with haze. It's okay. It's just a name. Xiaoyong shook his head slowly with a firm look. For me, no name is acceptable. The hatred of insulting one's mother is irreconcilable. Xiaodan clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth in hatred. I want to beat him to death. Yin was moved to hug the two children in her arms. She was so lucky to have such filial and caring children. Okay. Mother understands your filial piety. Let's act according to the plan first. There is no rush for revenge. Touching their little heads and comforting them, the two little ones were much less angry. At this time, the child shouting came from the yard. Hurry up and eat. If you don't eat, I will ask someone to beat Xiaoyu to death. Young master. Please don't, The woman screamed, probably because she was beaten. After a moment, a young man's voice was heard. Unable to compromise. Stop beating me. I'll eat. Eat quickly. Eat on the ground like a dog. Suddenly, a voice broke in. What are you doing? Everyone looked at the gate of the courtyard, and a big one and two small ones were curiously looking at them. A group of people surrounded a child about 3 years old, who had a small hair comb on his head, a red hairband, and 2 golden leaves on it as decoration. A young man was lying on the ground. The boy was in a mess. There were many footprints on his clothes, and there was a white porcelain bowl in front of him, which was filled with white rice. Of course, what was in it was not important. The important thing was that it was for the dog. Not far away, a girl was lying on a long bench. The clothes behind her buttocks were stained with a lot of blood, and there were 4 men standing next to her. 2 of them were holding her, and 2 were holding a board. Who are you? The little kid asked in a childish voice, with a pair of round eyes on his chubby face looking at them curiously. We are guests visiting Chengjiabao, Yin replied with a smile, leading the child in. So you are my mother's guests. The little boy did not doubt it. Excuse me. What are you doing? It looks like fun. Yin showed great interest. The little boy seemed to have found a partner and invited. I'm playing the game of pretending to be a puppy. Auntie, do you want to join us? Sure. Yin agreed cheerfully. I have several games for teasing puppies. Who wants to be the puppy? A maidservant beside the little boy pointed at the person lying on the ground with her chin, and said disdainfully, Isn't there a ready one? Yin looked at the boy who lowered his head and couldn't see his expression clearly, and asked puzzledly, Do you Chengjiabao like to let the master be a dog? This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. What do you mean? The little boy didn't understand. He was still too young. Not everyone is Xiaoyong. The little maidservant was furious when she heard it, and immediately retorted, He is not the master. My young master is the master. Yin pointed to the woman being beaten in the distance. That little girl called him the eldest young master. Is it fake? The little maidservant was speechless for a moment. Yin continued, Let your eldest young master be a dog. Then what is your young master? The dog's younger brother? The faces of the people around him changed instantly. They had never thought about this problem at all. Or in other words, with the tacit consent of the young lady, no one regarded him as the eldest young master. Yen Yen sneered. If he is a dog, what is your madam? Aunt of a puppy? Uh-huh. I didn't expect you Chengyabeo to be so good at playing. The master is treated as a dog and beaten and scolded by the servants. I am really enlightened today. You are talking nonsense. We didn't. These people were so scared that their legs went weak. Once this statement was known to the madam, no one would care what they thought. If they offended the madam, they would die. It was the young master who wanted to play. What does it have to do with us? They wanted to put the blame on the little boy. Yen Yen smiled faintly, with a look of disdain and sarcasm. What does a 3-year-old child know? Do you dare to say that it was not instigated by you? She exuded a faint pressure, and the momentum of the superior was well controlled, giving these servants a feeling of facing the madam, trembling with fear, and dared not breathe. The little boy touched his head, not understanding why these people were crying. But this had looked like a mother when she was frowning, which was scary. The boy kneeling on the ground still lowered his head, but from his tightly clenched fists, it can be seen that his emotions were not stable. Yen Yen felt that it was almost time, so she put away her momentum, waved her hand, and said, Don't worry. I'm just a guest here, and I won't complain. But if you play like this again, maybe your wife will find out one day. A group of servants immediately shook their heads. They definitely didn't dare to be so blatant. Besides, there are many ways to coax the young master to play. So why bother yourself? After all, the master is the master, no matter how poor the other party is. They can't be bullied by servants like them at will. Today's incident is a lesson and warning to them. Then disperse, as if what happened today never happened. After that, Yen Yen led the child away directly. The remaining group of people didn't dare to play anymore, and hurriedly coaxed the young master away. Only the boy and his maid were left in the huge garden. Young master. The young man was covered in a gloomy atmosphere, lying on the ground motionless, until the woman Xiaoya, who was not far away, called him weakly. He came back to his senses. He hurried over and looked at the pale, weak woman with a look of guilt and heartache in his eyes. Xiaoya. I'm sorry, I have implicated you again. Xiaoya shook her head slightly and looked at him infatuatedly. For the young master, Xiaoya is worth it no matter how much suffering she endures. Xiaoya. I can't protect you. Or you can leave me. No. My life belongs to the young master, and I will not leave the young master unless I die. Xiaoya's attitude was unusually firm, saying that she must stay with him. The young man held her hand. His eyes became firm. Xiaoya. Believe me, I will definitely give you a bright future. Xiaoya lowered her head shyly and replied softly. I believe in the young master. For the future, these pains are nothing. Chapter 144. Do it at this time tomorrow. It was a dark and windy night. Yen Yen, dressed in black, flew through the air like a ghost, and then landed gracefully. It was the garden in the daytime. A figure walked out from the shadows of the trees. What do you want me to do? The figure spoke, and his voice was still a little childish. The woman's child had secretly said something to him during the day, and he hesitated again and again, but still came. Yen Yen spoke slowly. Chung Tai, the eldest son of the original owner of Chengjibeo, was originally a high and mighty master, but now he is not even as good as a servant. He must be very frustrated and angry. The figure, that is, the young man Chung Tai in the morning, clenched his fists tightly and looked at the person in front of him angrily. If you called me here just to humiliate me, then your goal has been achieved. He turned around and was about to leave. Yen Yen spoke slowly. Don't you want revenge? The footsteps of leaving suddenly stopped, and after a moment, he turned around and stared at her closely. What do I need to pay? He didn't believe there was a free lunch in this world. It's very simple. Information. She believed that there must be someone around him who could find out information that she couldn't find. Just information? Information about Chengjibeo? Chung Tai was not sure that the other party wanted so simple. Seeing her nod, he hesitated and agreed. Deal. It's easy to negotiate a deal with a smart person. Yen Yen knew that the goal had been achieved. The two talked for half an hour. About half an hour. And then left. Yen Yen returned to her residence without disturbing anyone. Xiao Yong was meditating on the bed, and he opened his eyes immediately when he heard the noise. Mother! Seeing his mother, he was delighted. How did the talk go? It's basically done. He will give me an answer the day after tomorrow. Yen Yen said softly while taking off her nightgown. I have explored the entire Chengjabeo almost completely. If nothing goes wrong, we can leave the day after tomorrow. She has not been idle these days. She starts to get busy at night. The most heavily guarded place in Chengjabeo is where the owner lives. It took her 2 nights to find out clearly. She has figured out how many people there are in the entire Chengjabeo. The patrol route at night. And the news that Song Erzwang remarried and had children. The only thing missing is the purpose of Song Erzwang's trip. The 3-year-old baby seen during the day is the son of Song Erzwang and the owner of the fortress, Chung Qian. Song Erzwang joined the army 4 years ago. 3 years ago, the news of his death came. Judging from the child's age, he should have had an affair with Chung Qian not long after joining the army, and then had a child. So who knows whether he died in battle or faked his death. It is worth mentioning that Song Erzwang married into the family. The news about Chengjabeo was almost known. But Song Erzwang's case had not made any progress. So Yan set her sights on Chung Tai, and found a reason to take action to help the boy get revenge. Mom, have you figured out the name of the dog? Who gave it to you? Xiaoyong couldn't forget about this matter, and was determined to get revenge. Yan gently scratched his little nose. You are so vindictive. Okay, I asked. It was Steward Yun who gave it the name. Standard Yun? Xiaoyong remembered this person. Mom, leave this person to me. What do I do for you? To get the first kill? Yan tapped his forehead. Mom is here. You just have to be good. No. He dares to insult mother like this. If I don't take revenge, I am not worthy of being a son. Xiaoyong's attitude is very firm. His mother and sister are his weak points, and he will never allow anyone to touch them. Yan was stunned for a moment, and then a warm smile appeared on her face. Okay. Leave it to you. The feeling of being protected is really good. The 9th day in Chengjabeo. In the middle of the night, 2 figures, one big and one small, met in the garden. This is the information you want. Chung Tai handed her an envelope. Yan took it, opened it directly, and read the contents of the paper in the dark. Chung Tai opened his eyes in surprise. He didn't expect her eyesight to be so good. The reason why he didn't doubt that she couldn't see clearly was because the breath on her body changed, gradually becoming cold and carrying a strong murderous aura. He always felt that this person was very strong. Even his aunt couldn't fly in the air as easily as her. But when the strong murderous aura pressed him so hard that he couldn't breathe, he knew that he had underestimated her. This person was more powerful than his aunt. Danger was his first feeling. Beware. That was his first thought. Huh. Yan took a deep breath and suppressed the strong murderous aura. You didn't lie to me about the content of the letter. Did you? She confirmed again. Chung Tai raised his hand quickly. I swear. The content of the letter is true. I would never dare to lie to you. I ask you, when did Song Erzwang get together with Chung Qian? I only know that Song Erzwang came to Chengjabeo in October 4 years ago, and my parents disappeared a month later. And then my aunt took over Chengjabeo, and they got married not long after. He suspected that his parents were killed by his aunt, but he could not find any clues. Later, when his cousin was born, he was plotted against twice by the housekeeper Yun, making his aunt think that he was going to attack his cousin. Since then, his life has fallen from grace, and he has lived a life worse than that of a servant. Yan continued to ask, are the envoys mentioned in the letter from the Tianji Palace? Yes. They live with the King of Jin. The 7th prince named himself the King of Jin. No wonder. Yan finally understood why Song Erzwang brought so many archers. Because the envoys of the Tianji Palace knew that she knew martial arts. So the archers were indeed targeting her. Another point is information asymmetry. She guessed that it was the message conveyed by the 3 envoys on the 27th, which would explain why Song Erzwang and others didn't know that she owned a supermarket. However, Song Erzwang should not believe that she knew martial arts. Otherwise, he would not have sent only 2 people to watch her. And even the people watching her often dozed off and lost their minds, which gave her time to move. Everything is clear. And it's time to end it. Get ready. I will start at this time tomorrow. Tell your people not to patrol tomorrow night, so that I don't kill the wrong person. Yes. Chung Tai responded in a low voice, with a bit of complexity in his nervous mood at this time. Can you spare my aunt's life? He begged. Yan's tone was cold. No. She and Song Erzwang must die. Dare to plot against her child. Already on her must-kill list. Okay. Chung Tai did not beg for mercy. Having come to this point, He could not turn back. After Chung Tai left, Yin Yin did not rush back, but thought about the information in the letter. Medicine man. Take blood. Become stronger. Thinking about number 27 whose leg was broken by her that night. But the other party's leg was healed in a few breaths. At that time, she felt strange. How could ordinary people have such a strong recovery ability? If it is this method, then it makes sense. Is the Tianji Palace, or the Heavenly Palace, such an existence? The purpose of sending so many children there is also clear? She suddenly shuddered and shuddered. If everything is as she thought, this is not the Heavenly Palace. It is simply the Demonic Palace. Chapter 145 Take Action. She came back with a heavy heart. This time, both children were waiting for her. Xiaodan leaned against her brother, her eyes half open, and she looked listless. Why hasn't Xiaodan slept yet? Seeing her daughter, Yin Yin asked with concern. These days, Xiaodan has been using her supernatural powers frequently. The route she took to explore Chengjiabao at night was planned according to Xiaodan's predictions, so she was able to travel smoothly without being discovered. Although she eats an apple a day now, she will feel very sleepy at night and needs to sleep to replenish her mental strength. Mom. Xiaodan rubbed her eyes and called out softly. Xiaoyong touched her little face distressfully and said to her mother, Sister has a nightmare. If you are worried, you must wait for mother to come back. Yin Yin's heart was filled with warmth. She stepped forward and kissed her forehead and whispered, Mom is back. Go to sleep. Girl. Xiaodan opened her eyes, endured the headache, and used her supernatural power. When she saw that her mother's forehead was smooth and colorless, she closed her eyes with peace of mind. Xiaoyong carefully helped her lie down, and then covered her with a quilt. The mother and son came to the table and sat down. Xiaoyong's face was tense, and his expression was very serious. Mom, what are your plans for tomorrow? My sister dreamed that you fell off a cliff. I think her dream can't be simply regarded as a dream. Fall off a cliff? Yin Yin smiled. It seems that Xiaodan's prediction ability is still quite strong. Ah? What do you mean? Mom, are you planning to jump off the cliff? Xiaoyong was a little confused. Will it be too dangerous? It's okay. There will definitely be danger. But if she sticks a nail and doesn't arouse suspicion from the people of Tianji Palace, she can't leave Chengjiabao safely. Mom. The little hand held her big hand, and the little guy was very uneasy. Yin Yin gently pinched his little face and gave him a reassuring smile. Believe in Mom. I will definitely protect you and your brother and sister. Xiaoyong shook his head, his eyes slightly moist. He looked at his mother steadily. Mom, don't abandon me and Xiaodan, regardless of life or death. The last sentence is the key. I won't abandon you. You are so well behaved and filial. I am really lucky to be your mother. This is what she said in her heart. The two children made her quickly feel a sense of belonging in this strange world, and had a goal and direction to strive for. When you first come to a strange place, confusion is inevitable. You say you want to live freely, but you don't feel a sense of belonging here. You always look at the world and the people in this world with a game mentality. The two children made her heart feel at home and slowly integrated into this world. Thinking of the children, she had to consider another problem. Xiaoyong, I will send Song Erzwing to see God tomorrow night. Has it really come to this? Xiaoyong was stunned. His emotions were very complicated, and he didn't speak for a while. Yin Yin took out the letter. Take a look. Because the child has awakened his superpowers. All aspects of his body have been strengthened, including his eyesight. In the dark night, Xiaoyong quietly read the contents of the letter. After a moment, he slowly raised his head and looked at a place on the roof without focusing. The warm scene of getting along with his father flashed in his mind. Obviously, his care and love for him were so real. Why did he become a different person now? He said that he didn't recognize him as his father, but it couldn't change the blood relationship between the two. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. How could he be so cruel to attack himself and his sister? Is being strong more important than family affection? Or does he have a new family and can abandon them at will? Tears slipped quietly from the corners of his eyes. Yin Yin hugged him in her arms with heartache. He was still a child. Xiaoyong couldn't hold it back anymore and cried out in grievance. Even so, he controlled himself not to cry out loud, and his small body twitched. So pitiful. Yin Yin made another note of Song Erzwang in her heart. The next morning, the mother and the two of them got up. Xiaodan was full of energy again. while Xiao Yang's eyes were full of red bloodshot and a little swollen. Brother, what's wrong with you? Seeing her brother's appearance, Xiao Dan asked with concern. Xiao Yong shook his head. Nothing. I didn't sleep well last night. He didn't want his sister to know. Even if she didn't have much impression of her father. The truth was still too cruel. Yin Yang came over and put her hand in front of Xiao Yong's eyes. White light flashed. Xiao Yong felt his eyes cool, and the soreness disappeared. Take his hand away. And his eyes returned to normal. Wow. Mother. You are amazing. Of course. I am your mother. Song Erzwang still didn't come for breakfast. And it was still Yun Butler who supervised. The two children pretended to be unconscious for half an hour. And then woke up. Yun Butler nodded secretly. And estimated that the second stage could be carried out tomorrow. Thinking of this, he walked in. Madam Yin, there is a pianist who has taken refuge in the castle. Do you want the pianist to give lessons to the young master and the young lady? By the way, the master likes to listen to the piano very much. He added at the end. Yin Yan's eyes lit up. And she said in surprise, Is it possible? That's great. Thank you. Yun Butler. You're welcome. Steward Yun curled his lips. By the way, Steward Yun, I wonder if you have time tonight at midnight. I have something to ask you. So late. You can ask now, if you have something to ask. Not now. Anyway, I'll be waiting for you under the big tree at the gate of the courtyard at midnight. Remember to come. After saying that, she threw him a wink. Steward Yun's face sank. What is this for? Seduce him? Heh. He won't like anyone except the young lady. But since this woman has this intention, he might as well take the opportunity to take her away from the son-in-law. Well, he nodded lightly as an agreement. And then left. Everything in Chengjibeo is normal. But it seems different. Late at night, a ghost-like figure passed over the roof of Chengjibeo. And no one survived wherever it passed. In order for Cheng Tai to regain control of Chengjibeo, these diehards of Cheng Qin must die. Which is also the content of the deal between the two. And his people have already hidden. As for the servants, Yin Yin did not move any of them except for the housekeeper Yun, leaving them to Cheng Tai to deal with. The process went smoothly. The only surprise was that Cheng Qian was actually a martial arts master. And she failed to kill the other person with one blow, allowing her to escape with serious injuries. An hour later, she returned to her residence, and as soon as she entered the yard, she smelled a strong smell of blood. Two children were digging a pit with shovels. Mom, seeing their mother coming back, the two little eyes lit up, put down the shovels in their hands and ran over, each holding an arm. Yin Yin glanced at the housekeeper Yun who was lying on the ground with broken limbs. And he was still breathing. She then retracted her gaze and said, Let's go. The person hasn't been buried yet? Xiao Dan looked at the half-dug pit with some regret. Xiaong patted her hands. Spare his life. Okay. I have to listen to my brother. Xiaodan said unwillingly. You are lucky. You bad guy. If you dare to insult my mother again, I will kill you next time. Hee hee. Butler Yin wanted to say something, but his tongue was gone, and he couldn't make any sound. Chapter 146 Jumping off a cliff. Looking at the people who were living a life worse than death, Xiao Yang's mouth curled slightly. This is the end of bullying his mother. Suddenly, there were chaotic footsteps outside, and then the firelight illuminated the surroundings. Cheng Tai led more than 200 people to surround the yard. Many of them were holding bows and arrows. And the arrows on the strings were all pointed at the three people in the yard. Yin Yan's face sank, and she asked unhappily, What do you mean? Do you want to regret it? Cheng Tai looked at her with complicated eyes. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You actually killed so many people overnight. Hee hee. Isn't this your order? And if you hadn't given me the patrol route in the fort, could I have killed them quietly? She had a mocking smile on her lips. You are the same as me. Don't say how innocent you are. Cheng Tai was silent. Red flames were dancing in his eyes. And he looked at her quietly. After a moment, he sighed. I won't pursue the others. But you promised to spare my aunt's life. Where is she? Yin Yin shrugged. I don't know. She ran away by herself. Cheng Tai didn't believe it at all. I searched the entire Chengjibeo, but I didn't find anyone. Then you keep looking. Where can she run if she is seriously injured? Yin Yin. I don't care about you killing so many people. But I can't touch my aunt. She is my only relative in this world. He said the following words word by word. emphasizing each word. His expression became serious, and there was a murderous look between his eyebrows. Hand her over. Otherwise, die. As he said that, he raised his hand, and 50 archers aimed at her. Yin Yan's expression also became serious, and he said in a cold voice, I said. She dodged my killing move and ran away. You can't believe it. It seems that you don't want to hand over the person. I'm sorry. After saying that, he put down his hand, and 50 arrows with fire shot towards Yin Yan's position. Hee. The person lying on the ground was immediately surrounded by fire, and his clothes were quickly ignited. He squirmed in pain. Miss, I'm sorry that I can't accompany you all the time. I have to go first. You must live well. Butler Yin closed his eyes and merged with the fire. Where are the people? They found that the target was gone. On the tree. Yin Yin flew and landed on a big tree with 2 children, avoiding the first wave of shooting. The bow and arrow flew over again, and she hurriedly jumped with the children in her arms and appeared outside the wall. Then, there was a shout of killing from the other side of the wall. Chung Tai's face turned black, and he ordered, Chase, regardless of life or death. Yes, young master. A group of people chased out quickly. Along the way, Yin Yin wanted to break out from the front and go down the mountain from the gate, but there were too many people on the other side, so she was forced to step by step to the cliff at the back of the mountain. At this time, she was stained with a lot of blood, leaning on a big knife that she didn't know where to snatch from, and the blade was dripping with blood. She was panting heavily, obviously exhausted and had little fighting power. Both children were unconscious. One was tied behind her with a rope, and the other was clamped under her armpit. A group of people surrounded her, and behind her was a bottomless cliff shrouded in clouds and mist. She had no way to retreat. Soon Chung Tai arrived. Yin Yin, I know you are powerful, but there will always be a time when you are exhausted. For this person, he had undisguised admiration in his eyes. I'll give you another chance. Where is my aunt? Hand her over, and I'll let you live. Ha. Do I need you to give me a way out? Yin Yin sneered, her eyes full of disdain. As for your aunt, go to hell to see her. After saying that, the knife in her hand flew towards him with a sharp murderous aura. Young master, be careful. The person next to him was quick-witted and pulled the person to his side. The knife flew past his ear. Chung Tai was so scared that his face turned pale, and he almost died. Kill her. He gave the order in a rage. A group of people rushed over. Chung Tai, I will remember you, Yin Yin shouted, and jumped into the abyss with the child. In another yard, a man in black appeared. My lord. Yin Yin jumped off the cliff with 2 children. I saw it with my own eyes. Oh! Jumped off the cliff? The man with the number 20 written on his chest and wearing a hood was a little surprised. The other person with the number 8 on his chest was not surprised. Jumping off a cliff. That's normal. Since she knew about the existence of the medicine man, she would never leave the 2 children behind. She would rather take them with her to die. Number 20 said, Sir, how did she know that the medicine porridge was problematic? He looked at the 2 people on the ground. There were 2 people lying in the room. One big and one small. The big one was bleeding from all 7 orifices and breathing weakly, although the small one also vomited blood. His breathing was stronger. There were also broken bowls on the ground, with medicine porridge on the fragments. It was what Song Erzwang had prepared for Xiaoyong and Xiaodin. These 2 people were Song Erzwang and his 3-year-old child. Yin Yin did not kill them, but fed them the medicine porridge, giving them a taste of their own medicine. Number 8 shrugged. Who knows? Maybe it's intuition. Number 20 asked. Is this person still on the list? Number 8 shook his head. No. Her martial arts are good, but she is not on the list. And falling off a cliff with 2 children. No matter how good her martial arts are, she will be disabled if she doesn't die. Number 20 nodded, thinking it made sense. That's right. There are people with better martial arts than her, but they still surrendered to the heavenly palace. I think Lord Number 10 is worrying too much. What's so powerful? Easily beat Number 27. In his opinion, Number 27 is too weak. If he had taken action, he would have taken him down long ago. Lord Number 8. Is Chung Tai available? Chengjiabao is a base in the Yangwushan Mountains. Now that Chung Qian is dead, a new agent is needed. It's okay. This boy is brave and resourceful. He first used Yin Yin to eliminate dissidents and took over Chengjibeo. Later, he killed his aunt and put the blame on Yin Yin. He is cruel and ruthless. He is a suitable chess piece. Then should I give him the magic pill? I'm worried that there will be another greedy person like Song Erzwang. Number 20 asked. Number 8 did not hesitate or worry. Give it to him. It's better to be greedy. We can control him. I'm afraid he is not greedy. I understand. What about Song Erzwang? Do you want to save him? Number 20 pointed to the dying man on the ground. If he is to be saved, it's not impossible. Just convert him into a reborn person. Number 8 snorted disdainfully. Chung Qian is dead. So he has become a useless child. Let him die. As for this child, take him away. Okay. By the way, do you want to find someone to contain Chung Tai? He seems to care about the maids around him. You can do it yourself. Things here are over. I have to go back. Chapter 147. Did you go the wrong way? The king of Jin is over there. At night, the large army stopped at an open area by the road and set up camp. There was also a small team patrolling the camp. Green vegetation was seen on the roadside. They entered the Yambukwa mountain range. It was estimated that they would reach the foot of the mountain in less than a day. In the tent, Ning Yuan covered his chest with his hands, frowned tightly, and felt unspeakably flustered. Qiu Guzi was taking his pulse. Mr. Qiu, what happened to Xiao Yuan? Song Yan asked worriedly. The nephew suddenly woke up in the middle of the night, covered his chest and turned pale. He was so scared that he quickly invited Qiu Guzi over. Qiu Guzi withdrew his hand with a faint expression. You had a nightmare. Would your body react so strongly to a nightmare? Song Yan thought it was unlikely. Is it not possible? Qiu Guzi rolled his eyes, then got up and left. He was old and needed to sleep more. Song Yan wanted to ask more, but the other party just left. He touched his nose awkwardly and looked at his nephew. Xie Yuan, how do you feel now? Are you still uncomfortable? Ning Yuan lowered his eyes and looked at one place without focus. The scene that made his heart palpitate flashed again. Was it a nightmare? But it was too real, making him think that Yin Yin really fell off the cliff. Under the palm of his hand, his heart was still beating violently and irregularly, and the feeling of fear of heartbreak did not subside. He didn't want to think about the worst, but the nightmare just now made him think about the worst. If it was fake, it would be great. But what if it was true? Yin Yin needed him very much at this time. Uncle. Ning Yuan looked at him with burning eyes, and his expression became firm. I'm going to Chengjibeo. They have received news that Song Erzwang led his men into Chengjibeo, a mountain villa founded by martial artists. Song Yan was stunned for a moment. Ah? When? Now? Now? Song Yan's voice suddenly increased, pointing to the sky outside. Can't we wait for 2 more hours? We'll set off when it gets light. Vice General Han has caught up with them with a large force. Now they are not as casual as before. Ning Yuan shook his head stubbornly. Uncle, just send 2,000 elite soldiers to follow me. I want to go now. She is waiting for me. Who she is? He didn't say, but Song Yan understood. Is the nightmare you just had related to Yin Yin? Ning Yuan nodded gently. Uncle, whether it is a nightmare or a warning, I can only help her by rushing to her side. I also hope it is a nightmare. He lowered his head, looking lost and sad. Song Yan couldn't say what he wanted to persuade. He had also loved before, so he understood his anxiety and uneasiness. Okay, I'll go with you, and try to get to Chengjibeo as soon as possible so that you can rest assured. Uncle, no need. I'm alone. Don't say it. You worry about Yin Yin, and Uncle worries about you for a reason. I'll go find Deputy General Han now. Song Yan interrupted him, patted his shoulder, and then went out. Ning Yuan pursed his lips slightly, watching his uncle's back as he left. His heart warmed. This feeling made him somewhat dependent and fond of him. His parents in the other world rarely cared about him. They were either busy or on their way to be busy, and the most they gave him was money. He knew that they were creating a good environment for him, so that his starting line would be higher than most people, and everything he had was inseparable from his parents' efforts. He understood, but he also had his weak moments, and wanted his parents to accompany and care for him. When he awakened his thunder power, they finally set their sights on him. Unfortunately, he died after only accompanying them for 3 years. He was unfilial, but he had no regrets. Yin Yin was the woman he fell in love with the first time he met her. and he wanted to spend his life with her. In that world, he had too many concerns, which led to him harming her. In this world, he only lived for her. Soon, Song Yan organized the troops. Because it was only a day's journey, he didn't bring much food, and all 5,000 people rode horses. Ning Yuan didn't expect there would be so many people. After all, Chengjabeo is a martial arts sect, so it's safer to bring more people. Let's set off first, and the main force will catch up early in the morning, which is about 2 hours later, Song Yan explained. When Ning Yuan got on the carriage, he saw Qiu Guzi with a dark face. He asked in surprise, "Old Qiu, are you coming with us?" Qiu Guzi rolled his eyes and glared at Song Yan fiercely. "Do you think I am willing to follow you? It was your uncle who was so shameless that he dragged me here desperately." Ning Yuan scratched his face in embarrassment and smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Qiu." "Humph." Qiu Guzi snorted coldly and closed his eyes to rest. The little bastard only knows how to torment others. Is it easy for him? The car started quickly and headed towards Chengjabeo. After driving all night, they rested for an hour after dawn in the morning. Everyone had some simple food, mainly to let the horses rest, eat some grass and drink some water. They had entered the Yambukwo Mountains, far away from the drought, with green trees, small rivers flowing, lush grass, and fish swimming in the water. However, Ning Yuan had no mood to appreciate the scenery. He was no longer panicking, but he still couldn't rest assured. Looking at the shadow of the mountain in the distance, he wished he could grow wings and fly over. Even if his ability was downgraded and he couldn't fly, as long as he could use it, at his speed, it wouldn't take him even an hour to travel a few hundred kilometers. Unlike now, sitting in a carriage like a useless person, he only hoped that Yan Yan's ability core would not be greatly affected by the crossing, so that even if she had no means of attack, she could at least protect herself. Seeing his nephew looking at the direction of Chengjabeo with a solemn and worried expression, Song Yan sighed slightly. It's not that he didn't want to hurry, but the horse always had to rest. After an hour passed, the large army continued to hurry. After an hour and a half, the large army arrived at the foot of the mountain. Because the official road was destroyed, the carriage could not go there, so Ning Yuan had to change to riding a horse. Chung Tai, who was cleaning up Chengjabeo, received news that 5,000 officers and soldiers were heading towards Chengjabeo. The opponent was very fast, and it was expected that they would reach the foot of the mountain in 1 to 2 hours. Chung Tai's first reaction was that they were the king of Jin's men, but he immediately felt something was wrong. The king of Jin's men would not come from that direction. Are they the people of the court? Chung Tai panicked instantly. There were 5,000 soldiers and horses, and there were only more than 200 guards in the fort. What could he use to resist? If his aunt was still there, the fort had not lost so many people. Maybe he could have fought back with the help of the terrain of the villa. But now he had so few people. Damn. Why did these people come to fight him? The king of Jin was over there. What's more terrible is that with the strongest fighting force of 1 against 100, the 2 envoys left early in the morning. And now, he has almost no chance of winning. Master, what should we do? The subordinates were also panicked. That was 5,000 officers and soldiers, and they were going to die. How should I know what to do? He was only a 12-year-old child. Chapter 148. It's too hard for him. If I had known that the court would come, I might as well postpone the plan for a day. With Miss Yin here, I will at least not die. Wait. Chung Tai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought of a possibility. They won't come for Miss Yin, will they? The more he thought about it, the more possible it was. He knew that this person was snatched from the officers and soldiers by Song Erzwang. It is said that more than 100 people were not afraid of life and death to protect her. It is precisely because he knew that she was not simple that he agreed to cooperate with her. This can also explain why so many officers and soldiers came to Chengjabeo instead of looking for King Jin. Am I digging a hole for myself? Chung Tai smiled bitterly. If he had known this, he would not agree to the other party leaving Chengjabeo in this way. How can he explain to the court now? Say Yin Yin jumped off the cliff? Will those people hack him to death? No. He must think of an excuse, at least to get himself out. The other party arrived half an hour later than expected, and the sun was already high in the sky. Outside Chengjabeo, Chung Tai opened the gate to welcome the Imperial Army. I am Chung Tai, the humble man, and I am honored to meet you. Sir, He lowered his posture very low. Song Yin raised his eyebrows. They knew how to do things. They opened the door to welcome guests, so as to avoid fighting. This was also good. Where is your lord? My lord. The lord is my aunt. She and my uncle died last night. Hearing that something really happened last night, Ning Yuan lost his patience and asked hurriedly. Did you capture a woman in your burg a few days ago? Her name is Yen Yen. Chung Tai thought to himself. It was indeed Miss Yen. My lord. My uncle did bring back a woman and 2 children 10 days ago. The other party is Yen Yen. Ning Yuan's eyes lit up and he asked. Where is she? Take me to find her immediately. Chung Tai calmed down. The critical moment had arrived. My uncle got a skill, which said that there was a medicine that could turn ordinary people into medicine men. Eating the blood of medicine men could make people stronger. And the medicine could be maximized by eating their own flesh and blood. So he brought people to capture Miss Yen and her 2 children. After I learned about it from my aunt, I thought it was an evil skill. So I secretly told Miss Yen to prevent her 2 children from becoming medicine men. The first step is to clear yourself of the relationship. And the second step is to increase your own merits, so that when the other party attacks you, they will show mercy. After listening to his narration, Song Yan's expression became serious. Is there such an evil skill? And Song Erzwang actually attacked his own flesh and blood? Is this still a human being? It's worse than a beast. Ning Yuan frowned, and the uneasiness in his heart expanded. His eyes were slightly cold, and his tone became hard. I don't want to hear the whole story. Tell me where Yen Yen is. Chung Tai complained in his heart. Can't he just listen to him finish? The man in front of him was obviously anxious, so he could only make a long story short. Miss Yen had a conflict with my aunt and uncle after she found out the truth. They fought last night, and my aunt and uncle were killed by her. At this time, the messenger of Tianji Palace appeared. In order to avoid their pursuit, she jumped off the cliff of the back mountain. Puff. Ning Yuan's face suddenly flushed, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Yuan. Song Yan was frightened and hurried forward. Just as he was about to reach out to help him, he felt a pain in his fingers and quickly withdrew his hand. Purple lightning flowed through him, giving people a breath of danger and destruction. Everyone present was stunned. What was going on? Thor possessed? Ning Yuan suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Chung Tai's neck. His purple eyes were cold and indifferent, making people shudder. Where is the back mountain? His voice was low and suppressed, as if he would tear the person in front of him to pieces in the next second. Chung Tai was trembling all over. His hair stood up, not because of fear, but because of the electric shock. Back, 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 face, face, face. He was electrocuted and couldn't speak clearly. He twitched all over his body with pain, and his hand trembled as he pointed in a direction. The purple current could be vaguely seen passing by. Everyone only felt a flash of lightning, and the next second, Chung Tai was lying on the ground, and Ning Yuan had disappeared. Song Yan was stunned. Is this He Yuan's ability? So powerful. Xiao Guzi pinched his chin and pondered. Thunder and lightning. Is this the powerful and unknown energy in his body? He counted with his fingers, and his fate was still chaotic. Oh no! Xi Yuan's body is not well yet. Song Yan came to his senses and remembered that his nephew had just vomited blood. Hurry up and follow me to the back mountain. The large army quickly disappeared at the gate. Chung Tai, lying on the ground, was still twitching, spitting white foam from his mouth. Why not play by the rules? Also, he hasn't finished his words yet. Miss Yen is okay. Okay? Why didn't you listen to him and do it? Also, the idea of jumping off the cliff was proposed by Miss Yen, and it had nothing to do with him. Wow. He is in such a difficult situation. Young master, are you okay? The subordinate came over and wanted to help him up, but just halfway through, the electric current passed through, and he let go of his hand in pain. Bang! Chung Tai's head hit the stone steps hard. The pain made him see stars, and tears flowed out. He had it so hard. As for Song Yan, they rushed to the back mountain and didn't see Xiao Yuan's shadow. The wind on the top of the mountain was very strong, and the bottom of the mountain was full of clouds and mist, and he couldn't see the bottom at all. Song Yan's heart sank. Would Xiao Yuan, the silly boy, jump down? Oh! His heart was so tired. Old Qiu, can you help calculate where Xiao Yuan is? Now he could only put his hope on this charlatan. Ah! No. It's the old immortal. Xiao counted with his hands. And the fate was still unclear. Which meant that the person was still there. Not dead. Fortunately. Song Yin breathed a sigh of relief. It was okay that the person was not dead. As for the injury, he almost died before. So it didn't matter. Besides, with old Qiu here, can't the person be saved? Qiu poured a basin of cold water on him. Don't worry too early. Although I don't know what his energy is. That energy originally suppressed the destructive energy in his body. And the two were balanced. Now it's suddenly broken. And the destructive energy has the upper hand. Which is no different from death. Ah? Song Yin was startled and panicked instantly. Old Qiu, what should we do? Qiu rolled his eyes and said coldly, what else can we do? Go down and find someone. If you can't find him within 3 days, just wait to collect his body. Song Yan's face turned pale, and he quickly led people to find a way down the mountain. Here is an endless sea of forests. Yin stood on the branch and sighed. No wonder the wild geese can't fly across the mountains. It's unknown how long it will take to fly across such a large area of forests. Not to mention the shadow of the mountains that are faintly in the clouds in the distance. The wild geese will definitely be exhausted to death if they go there. Mom, have you found the direction? The two children are eating lunch. Or breakfast to be exact. But they got up too late. Tables, chairs, dumplings, vinegar. Forget about these. There is also a bed next to it. And there is a quilt on the bed. After landing last night, they did not rush on the road, but rested on the spot. Yin flew to the ground. The area of the forest is larger than I thought. It will take a long time to take a detour to Liangqiu. Originally, she wanted to rely on her supernatural power to take the two children on the road. But when she saw such a large area of forest, she decided to give up. It is better to be down to earth. Chapter 149. A living person fell from the sky? Thank you, Mother, Xiao Yong suddenly said. Yin smiled and gently tapped his forehead. You are a little kid. Let's hurry up after dinner. We have wasted too much time. I don't know if the captain is still in Liangqiu. Xiao Dan looked at his brother and mother in confusion. What are they talking about? Brother, what did you do behind my back again? No. Thank you, Mother, for protecting us. He didn't tell his sister about that person. He didn't want his sister to know. He was very grateful that his mother could save his life. The two finished their meal quickly, and Yin put away the table, chairs, bowls and chopsticks. Now the package has 12 compartments, and it can be stacked in sets, which can hold a lot of things. She was about to put away the bed, and suddenly a flash of lightning flashed in front of her eyes, followed by a bang. The bed collapsed, and there was an extra person on it. What's going on? The mother and her two children were stunned. A living person fell from the sky? She looked up at the towering cliff, and then looked at the person lying on the bed. It was a blessing that he didn't fall into a pulp. The next second, the person on the bed moved, and tried to stand up unsteadily. Purple currents ran through his body from time to time. Purple current? Yin suddenly had an idea. Captain? The man looked up suddenly. This person was Ning Yuan, who jumped off the cliff. In this world, only Yin could call him captain. The appearance of the person in front of him was 80% similar to Yin. Especially the eyes were exactly the same as hers. Yin, you're okay. So good. Before he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fell down. Yin hurriedly hugged him, only to see Ning Yuan's face pale. His heartbeat and breathing became weak, and his vitality was rapidly lost. She was so frightened that her face changed, and she quickly put her hand on his heart. The white light instantly became very dazzling. This was the first time she used her superpowers with all her strength regardless of the consequences. At this time, she had only one thought, that the captain must not be in trouble. Even though this person was only 70% similar to the captain, she was sure that this was Ning Yuan. The more she treated him, the more frightened she was. How could Ning Yuan's body be so bad? The vitality in his body was almost gone, and his superpower core became only the size of a grape, with many cracks on it. A destructive energy was impacting his superpower core. Once the superpower core was broken, he would completely lose his superpower. What on earth have you experienced? Why did your superpower drop by 3 levels? Looking at the person who was almost lifeless, Yin felt very uncomfortable. and her heart ached so much that she had difficulty breathing. Mom. Xiao Yong came over and wiped the sweat off her forehead with a handkerchief. At some point, she broke out in a cold sweat. She must be afraid. Yin Yin took a deep breath and adjusted her mood. She had to stay calm and not panic. Although Ning Yuan's condition was very bad, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, she could save him. By the way, apples contain a lot of vitality. Thinking of this, she gently put the person on the quilt and took out an apple. The person was already unconscious and couldn't eat it at all. Yin Yin pursed her lips slightly, took a bite of the apple, and then put it on his lips to pass the juice. Xiao Yong's eyes became complicated. It was the first time he saw his mother so nervous about someone. And a man. Xiaoding covered her mouth, and her big grape-like eyes rolled around. Soon after feeding an apple, Ning Yuan's vitality began to recover. His heartbeat and breathing became normal, and his face was no longer as pale as a dead person. Huh? Yin Yin breathed a sigh of relief and put down her hand that had been performing the healing spell. Mom, are you okay? Xiao Yong asked worriedly. Yin Yin shook her head. Although she had used most of her superpowers, she had eaten a lot of the apple just now, and the energy she had used was basically replenished. Xiao Dan was full of gossip and curiosity. Mom, who is this? My stepfather? She looked at the other person's appearance and nodded with satisfaction. This one looks good. I agree. What did you agree to? Yin Yin nodded her little head speechlessly. This is the person I told you about. Ning Yuan. My captain. Someone from another world. Mother told them that as a special memory journey, she naturally knew who the captain she was talking about was. Mom, is the lightning on his body a superpower? Xiao Yong asked, with a hint of envy in his eyes. Yes, the lightning ability was originally very powerful, and could even form natural lightning and call the wind and rain. The captain's ability is level 4, which is the top existence in the other world. Why did it become like this? Did the time travel weaken the energy? For the memory of his mother in another world. He had seriously thought about this question. In normal circumstances, people will be reincarnated after death. But his mother's situation is special, and has memories of 2 lives. It is very likely that she had a superpower core in her previous life, and the superpower core protected her soul after death, which caused the mother in this life to awaken the memory of the previous life. The best proof is that he and Xiaodin also have superpower cores, but others don't. So it should be hereditary. Even if this inference is not completely correct, he thinks it is almost right. Speaking of weakening energy, Yin Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, if it was the superpower core that wrapped her soul and traveled through, then wouldn't it make sense to downgrade due to loss? Remember when the explosion happened? Her last impression was the purple light all over the sky. Now I think it should be the captain's superpower. What if his superpower core not only protects his soul, but also protects hers? Then the reason why his superpower core was downgraded to the lowest level is found. Otherwise, it is just a force that devours vitality. How could it make his superpower core downgrade 3 levels in a row? Ning Yuan. Yin Yin called his name softly, not expecting him to do this for her. Her heart trembled slightly. A trace of sweetness passed through her heart, and her eyes looking at him became more gentle. Mom. Xiao Yong pouted slightly, a little unhappy, feeling that his mother was about to be taken away. Well, what's wrong? Yin Yin retracted her gaze and looked at her son in confusion. Mom, are we going out? We're going out. But Ning Yuan has been found, so there's no rush. Xiao Yong's face darkened when his mother said that he was going to find this man. Yin Yin smiled and pinched his little face. Although Ning Yuan is very important to me, you and Xiao Dan are also very important to me. One is the person I love most in another world, and the other is the person I love most in this world. This is not a conflict. Since the little guy was too mature and thoughtful, Yin Yin had to open up. The most important people to me have come to the same world. This is the best thing for me. So, Xiao Yong and Xiao Dan will be happy for me. Right? I will be happy for me. Xiao Dan immediately raised her hand to express her attitude. Her big eyes curved into a half moon when she smiled. 2 shallow dimples and a mouthful of small white teeth made her look particularly cute. When Xiao Yong's mother said that he and his sister were also the most important people to her, the awkwardness in his heart disappeared. Chapter 150. Whoever dares to stop her, she will kill him. Xiao Yong nodded seriously. I will protect the most important person to my mother, Protecting the happiness of his mother and sister is his happiness. For the time being, let's put this weak man who is willing to jump off the cliff for his mother into his circle of protection. Yin took out a bed again, put the man on the bed, and then wiped the stains on his face and the blood on the corners of his mouth with a towel. Then he took off his coat. Some parts of the clothes were scratched. She planned to wash and dry them, and then sew them with needle and thread. She brought a lot of clothes for herself and the children, but not for the man. She didn't expect to meet him so soon. And at the bottom of the cliff, an hour later, the clothes were dried. She sat aside to mend the clothes, and the two children sat aside obediently. Xiaodan stared at the future stepfather, while Xiaoyong looked at the needle and thread in his mother's hand. Another half an hour later, Yin checked Ning Yuan's body. The two energies in his body reached a balance. His breathing and heartbeat returned to normal, and many of the cracks on his energy core were restored. But a deeper crack still existed. "Mom, when will he wake up?" Xiaodan asked curiously. He had been sleeping for so long. Yin frowned slightly. She didn't know. He should have woken up. Is it because of the cracks on his energy core that he has been unconscious? Thinking of this, her heart was lifted again, and she couldn't stay any longer. Let's hurry now, and try to leave the Yambuguo Mountains as soon as possible. As he said that, he picked him up easily. Seeing the worry on his mother's face, Shiyong's face became serious. "Mom, is he not out of danger?" Yin shook her head slightly. She didn't know. Maybe he would wake up soon. But her intuition told her that the crack on the superpower core was the key. The apple is not very effective. I need to complete the task quickly to upgrade the supermarket. Xiaoyong guessed it immediately. Reward? She nodded. Yes. The energy crystals rewarded by the upgrade are definitely effective. If you want to repair Ning Yuan's superpower core, you can only rely on the supermarket. Putting everything away, they started to hurry. The forest is very large, and the road is not easy to walk. It's okay to go uphill and downhill. Sometimes you will find that there is no road ahead. It's a cliff. Fortunately, it's not deep. She held Ning Yuan, and the two children held one of her arms each, and they just flew down. Rivers, dense forests, bamboo forests. These are also often encountered. The only good luck is that they didn't encounter wild beasts and poisonous snakes. So their journey is not too bumpy. From time to time, Yin has to fly to the sky to identify the direction. Because it is easy to get lost in the forest. There is food when hungry, water and drinks when thirsty, and a chair to rest when tired. In this way, they kept on going, and it was dark soon after they crossed several mountains. Yin fed him another apple, although Ning Yuan was still sleeping. Fortunately, the vitality in his body continued to increase, nourishing his internal organs. It was the end of October, and in the mountains, the temperature dropped a lot at night. She found an open space, took out the bed, and put the person down. Then she started to make a fire and prepared to cook. After dinner, she coaxed the two children to sleep, then sat by Ning Yuan's bed, holding his hand and watching him quietly. From time to time, she would add some firewood to the fire to prevent it from going out. In the middle of the night, Xiaoyong woke up and saw that his mother had been sitting and not sleeping. He quietly got up to avoid waking up his sister, then put on his shoes and came to his mother. "What's wrong? Do you want to go to the bathroom?" Seeing her son coming over, Yin asked softly. Xiaoyong shook his head slightly, then sat down next to his mother and leaned against her gently. "Mom, tell me your story. What kind of feelings made this man jump down stupidly? And what kind of feelings made his mother take care of him sleeplessly? In addition to being jealous, he was more curious." "Our story?" Yin looked at the fire, his thoughts drifting away. That world was destroyed by an alien creature. They were very powerful and killed people wantonly. All my relatives died in the killing. If it weren't for Ning Yuan, I would have been killed too. He saved you? The story of a hero saving a beautiful woman? No wonder my mother fell in love with him. Yes, he saved me, brought me back to his team, and took good care of me. It was natural for me to fall in love with him. Unfortunately, I never confessed my feelings to him until I died. Why? Although his mother never said it, he always thought that they should have been husband and wife in their previous life. Why? Yin eyes dimmed, and she didn't know how to answer for a moment. Feeling his mother's low mood, Xiaoyong looked at the person on the bed with a sharp look. Does he have someone he likes? Or does he already have a wife? Neither. My status is too different from his. His parents are one of the managers of the base. And I am just an ordinary psychic. Not a good match? Xiao Yong thought of a word. Yin Yin smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes. His wife can't be me. So I have to control my heart. And even took the initiative to transfer out of his team, wanting to stay away from him. Is that so? The family background problem is inevitable in any world. But there are exceptions. As long as he insists. Unless he doesn't like you at all. Xiao Yong's words were very sharp and hit the key point. She used to think that the captain liked her. But when she took the initiative to approach him, he avoided her. And when she wanted to stay away, he approached her again. There was a time when she was very distressed about this. And with the appearance of excellent women around him, she left in despair. It was because she left the team and Ning Yuan chased after her that she realized that he also liked her. But there were too many reasons that prevented them from being together. She could understand the repressed, deep love that could not be expressed. At that moment, she was relieved. No matter whether they could be together or not. As long as she could be by his side. Even if it was just looking at him. Later, she followed the captain back and was no longer trapped by love. When they were on a mission, the two cooperated more tacitly. Later, she was plotted against by her good sister who had been through thick and thin with her. Her only regret before death was that she did not confess to the captain. Who would have thought that this idiot would come with her? And this time he jumped off the cliff with her. What an idiot. Yin Yin couldn't help but smile. And gently stroked his face. I missed it once. And I won't miss it again this time. Her words were light. But her eyes and expression were unusually firm. Let alone, he was the eldest son of the Ning family. Even if he was a prince, he could only be hers. This time, no one could stop her from being with him. Whoever stopped him would be killed. Even God couldn't save him. She said, Mom, I support you. Xiao Yong didn't know what his mother had been through. But he knew that what his mother wanted to do was what he wanted to do. Chapter 151 New characters appear. Thank you, Xiaong. Yin Yin gently touched his little head. This son was a treasure given to her by God. She felt that even if she had one, he might not be so sensible and considerate. It's still early. Go to sleep for a while. Okay, Mother. Xiao Yong took a deep look at the unconscious man and went back to sleep. In the morning, the sun came out and they continued their journey. They still didn't encounter wild animals on the road. Especially large animals. Fortunately, they didn't rely on prey to fill their stomachs. Otherwise they would starve. During the lunch break, Xiao Yong suddenly came over. Mom, the sleeve of my clothes was scratched by a branch. She stretched out her arm. Yin Yin looked at it and saw that there was only a hole in the outer shirt. But the clothes inside were not torn. Mom will get you new ones. Xiao Yong shook his head and said seriously. It's just a tear. Just sew it up. No. You and Xiao Din have a lot of clothes. The packages are stacked. So as long as they are clothes, they can be put together. So there is no worry about not having clothes. Mom, we should be frugal. No. I bought a lot for you and Jean Chuan. And besides, I have money. Xiao Yong stopped talking. Just pouted slightly. Looking a little unhappy. Yin Yin scratched her face and didn't understand what was going on. Why she was unhappy. Xiao Dan came over and hugged her mother's arm. Smiling and said, Brother wants Mom to sew clothes. And Indy's my stepfather. I don't. Xiao Yong turned to the side with a stern face. But his little face was red. Which made him look very cute. Looking at the awkward and arrogant look of the little guy, Yin Yin immediately understood and pinched his face with a smile. If you want me to sew clothes for you, just tell me. I didn't. I just don't want to waste clothes. He turned his head away. Still stubborn. Not admitting that he was so childish. Yin Yin laughed so hard that her mouth couldn't close. The little guy's face turned redder. And she glared at her sister angrily. Xiao Dan made a face at him. And it was rare to see her brother in such an embarrassing state. So she was very happy. Yin Yin knew that the child was shy. So she stopped teasing him. Xiao Yong knows how to be thrifty, and is a good child. I will sew clothes for you now. She took out the needle and thread. She was mending the clothes seriously. And the two children sat by and watched. The scene was very warm. Xiao Yong liked this kind of living atmosphere, which made him feel at ease. The clothes were sewn quickly, and he put them on. There was a mark of mending on the sleeve. He touched the mark and smiled softly. This was sewn by my mother. It was really beautiful. Seeing her brother like this, Xiaodin felt a little jealous. She looked at her own clothes and decided to let her mother sew them if they were torn. At this time, a tiger roar suddenly came from the forest. Although it was far away, it was definitely the roar of a tiger. The two children were startled and clung to their mother. Yin Yan's eyes lit up and she became interested. Finally, I met a big guy. If I didn't meet one, I would have suspected that this was a fake forest. She picked up Ning Yuan and put away all the things. Let's go and meet the big tiger. Seeing their mother so brave, the two little ones were not so scared. When they thought of their mother's ability, wouldn't it be like playing to deal with a tiger? Although they heard the tiger's roar, they were still far away from the other party. And the tiger was also moving. They flew over 2 rivers, 3 small cliffs, and climbed half a mountain, and finally lost the target. Hey, it's really strange. I clearly heard its voice nearby. Yin Yan was very depressed. She didn't expect that she couldn't find it after spending so much time. If she hadn't seen the tiger's fur, she would have thought she had taken the wrong road. The two little ones were panting heavily, with sweat on their faces, and their breathing disordered. It can be seen that they were not easy along the way. Mom, are you still looking? Xiaoyong asked helplessly. And our direction is messed up. Is it necessary for a tiger? Xiaodin also complained. Wouldn't it be better if we didn't encounter a beast? Shouldn't a normal person run away when seeing a tiger? Her mother was so good, chasing after her relentlessly. Yin Yan smiled awkwardly. It's been 2 days since we entered the forest, and I haven't encountered any large animals. I'm just curious. The two little ones rolled their eyes. Shouldn't they be thankful for this situation? Okay, I won't chase anymore. I'll check the direction. As she said that, she flew above the treetops. The location where she started was no longer visible, and the iconic mountain of Chengjiabao was also gone. It should be blocked by new mountains. In other words, she was lost? This was embarrassing. Hey, cave? She found a dark cave on the hillside opposite. It was getting dark, so she could spend the night there. When the time came, she would put the children in the cave so that she could find a way out. After landing on the ground, she told the children about the situation. Is he really lost? Xiaoyong was helpless. When he was chasing the tiger before, he tried to persuade his mother halfway through the chase. But his mother didn't listen. What to do now? What else can we do? Let's go to the cave on the opposite side of the mountain to rest for a night. After walking for less than half an hour, they finally arrived at the bottom of the cave before the sun set. When they got closer, they found that the cave was very large. But the ground was about 7 or 8 meters higher than the cave, and ordinary people could not go up at all. And there were no vines near the cave to climb. In this situation, ordinary people would definitely give up. But Yin Yan is not an ordinary person. Hold tight. After instructing the children, she flew up from the ground with 1 big and 2 small ones. Roar. Just after landing at the entrance of the cave, a roar came from the cave, and then a tiger more than 1 person tall pounced on them. The sharp claws were like steel hooks, and there were 2 rows of sharp teeth in the bloody mouth, flashing cold light. Oh my god! Yin Yan was startled, and flew up on the tiptoes, and kicked it in the head at the same time. Bang! The tiger hit the mountain wall hard, splashing dust. Roar! The tiger bared its teeth in pain, staring at the opponent fiercely, wishing to eat him up. It wanted to fight again, but its body couldn't move. Little tiger. A childish voice came from the cave, and then a child of 8 or 9 years old ran out and fell into the tiger's arms. Little tiger, are you okay? The little boy was very delicate, with short hair like a dog's bite. Although his clothes were torn and small, they were washed very clean. A large part of his arms and legs were exposed. His skin was wheat-colored and looked very healthy. Roar! The tiger responded softly, wanting to stand up, but his body didn't obey at all. It whimpered in grievance, and its big eyes like copper bells were wet. The little boy hurriedly touched its big head to comfort it. I know. You are already very powerful. As he said this, he stood up and looked at the person at the entrance of the cave, and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Xiuhu attacked to protect me. I will go with you, but I hope you can let Xiuhu go. Chapter 152. Is it contagious? Interesting. Roar. The tiger roared again, then bared its teeth at Yin Yan, indicating that I am very fierce. If you dare to touch him, I will fight you to the death. The little boy hurriedly stopped it. Little tiger, be obedient. They are just here to find me. After I leave, you have to live well. The tiger whimpered and looked at him with grievance and reluctance. Yin Yin interrupted one man and one tiger. Wait, are you mistaken? We just want to stay here for one night. Aren't you here to catch me? The little boy looked up at them and looked at them. A big man seemed to be injured and was held by someone. 2 5- or 6-year-old children looked at him and little tiger cautiously. There was only one woman left, and there was no hostility in her eyes. So he was wrong? It was all a misunderstanding. If you didn't come to catch me, why did you enter the Yanbugua Mountains? No normal person would come to the Yanbugua Mountains. If you don't pay attention here, you will get lost. Unless, did you escape from Yunga? He thought of a possibility. Yin Yin blinked her eyes in confusion. What is Yungu? I've never heard of it. Yungu is a valley with many people living there. Oh, did you run away from Yunga? As soon as Yin Yin finished asking, Xiaoyong spoke up. He shouldn't have come from Yungu. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm when talking about Yungu. Oh, where did he come from? Yin Yin asked her son curiously. Xiaoyong analyzed. Too little information is known. We know about Chengjibeo and King Jin. As he spoke, he observed the little boy's expression. When he talked about these two forces, his expression didn't change much. And the envoy. He said another name. And the little boy's expression finally changed, becoming scared, nervous, and full of vigilance. Are you really here to arrest me? Is it the person that Tianji Hall wants to arrest? Xiaoyong and Yin Yin thought of the medicine man at the same time, so they could understand why he was hiding here. Yin Yin tried to make herself look amiable, and then said, Don't be nervous. We are not in the same group with the envoy. To be exact, we are enemies. We entered the Yanbugua Mountains to avoid the envoy of Tianji Hall. The little boy asked in surprise, Are they going to arrest you too? Yin Yin pointed at the two children. It's mainly the two of them. Fortunately, I know some kung fu. So I took them to avoid being hunted down and entered the Yanbugua Mountains. Hearing that they were the same as himself, the little boy's vigilance dropped a lot. Besides, this person was so powerful that even Xiaohu couldn't beat him. It would only take a few minutes to catch him. So there was no need to lie to him. Thinking of this, he bowed again. I misunderstood. And Xiaohu almost hurt you. I'm sorry. It's okay, Yin Yin said with a smile. He was the first to come to this place. And they were latecomers. Then please come in. The little boy politely made a gesture of invitation. Xiao Dan was reluctant to take his eyes off the big tiger and followed his mother into the cave. The cave was quite big. There was a thick bed made of dry grass and leaves, with wild bear skin and quilt made of wild wolf skin on it. There were 2 sets of clothes in the corner of the bed. Next to it was a relatively large stone, which was used as a table, on which were stone bowls, stone cups, and stone pots polished from the stone. In the corner are stone axes, stone knives, wooden forks, bows and arrows, sticks and other weapons. There are also relatively rough baskets made of vines, shoes made of grass and bark, straw raincoats, straw hats and other supplies in the cave. In the middle is a burning fire. The fire is not big. It should have just been lit. It looks like a long-term residence. What's your name? Yin Yin asked. How long have you lived here? The little boy replied. My name is Abu. I don't know how long I have lived here. Is this clothing yours? She pointed to the clothes on his body that were obviously ill-fitting. Abu nodded. Yes. Yin Yin continued to ask. Did the clothes fit you when you first came here? He nodded again. Now Yin Yin had a guess in her mind that he should have lived here for 3 to 4 years. After confirming that he had been living here all the time and there was no one else, she stopped asking. Madam, are you tired? Put the person on the bed. Abu pointed to the bed made of dry grass. Yin Yin smiled and shook her head, and took out the bed from the package, which came with its own bedding. Wow! Abu opened his mouth in surprise. What did he see? A bed was taken out of thin air? Yin Yin carefully placed the sleeping Beauty Ming Yuan on the bed, and then covered it with a quilt. Then she took out the tables and chairs and food, and also took some canned snacks and biscuits. As soon as the snack box was opened, Abu moved his nose and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It smelled so good. You must be hungry. Eat some snacks first. I'll cook glutinous rice balls for you. Then he asked the 3 children to sit down. Xiaoyong and Xiaodan ran over and sat down. Abu hesitated and hesitated. Yin Yin patted his shoulder, pulled him to sit down, and then handed him a piece of dessert. Eat it, as a thank you for letting us stay here temporarily. This time, Abu did not refuse. Took the dessert, and took a bite carefully. It's delicious. His food all came from the mountains. Since entering the mountains, he has never eaten such delicious food. Yin Yin didn't say anything, just patted his little head gently, then took out the pot and water, and started to cook glutinous rice balls. Xiaoyong glanced at the person opposite and asked, "Brother Abu, why don't you go home?" Abu was stunned for a moment, and his tone was a little depressed. "I have no home." Xiaoyong continued to ask, "What about your parents?" Abu bit his lips tightly, his eyes red. "No. My father and the tribesmen were killed by those people, and my mother was taken away." A wisp of sad breath surrounded him, making people want to pity him. Xiao Dan patted his shoulder like his mother and comforted him. "Don't cry, Brother Abu. Although you lost your parents, you have us." "Really?" Abu looked surprised with a hint of expectation. Xiaoyong frowned. Although he didn't feel any emotion, he wanted to pity him and treat him well. "What's going on?" Yin Yan's heart moved. "Is it contagious?" "Interesting." The smile in her eyes deepened. Xiao Dan didn't realize that he was influenced by the other party. One was sitting, and the other was standing. They just held his little head in their arms, and patted his back gently. "Really? My mother and brother are so nice. You won't be hungry or cold if you follow us. And you don't have to hide in the cave." Although the person in front of him was younger than him, after so many years of wandering, he felt the feeling of being cared for the first time, which made him greedy. Can he look forward to it? Xiaoyong resisted the feeling of sympathy for him, came over to pull his sister away, and said with a straight face, "What nonsense! We are also hiding from the messenger of Tinji Palace. It is very dangerous to take him out. It is better to be safe here." Chapter 153, What are you doing sneakily? Xiaodan bit her lips lightly and tried to say, "But brother, mother is very powerful, and brother Abu is so pitiful." Seeing his sister like this, Xiaoyong's sympathy for her immediately disappeared, and he said coldly, "Have you considered mother's feelings? A new father and 2 children to take care of. Mother is already very tired. If I take another one, what should I do if I meet the envoy of Tianji Palace? I can't escape." When mentioning mother, Xiao Dan quickly woke up and finally realized that she was wrong. "I'm sorry, mother. I was too selfish just now. It's okay." Yin Yin touched her daughter's little head, and it seemed that she was not very contagious. She looked at Abu with interest. "Is it a superpower? Or a natural affinity?" "No matter which one. I think as he grows older, this ability will gradually increase. Which is interesting. It's a pity. She doesn't want to get into unknown trouble." Abu's eyes dimmed, and he lowered his head in disappointment, and his sad emotions were released again. Xiaoyong frowned to resist this infectiousness. Although Xiaodan felt sorry for him, his mother was the most important, and she finally resisted the infectiousness with her own perseverance. "The dumplings are almost cooked. You sit down and prepare to eat." She broke the atmosphere in the cave. The faint sadness that was flowing was gone. It was the first time for Abu to eat dumplings, which were sweet and sticky, and delicious. He couldn't help but grin. "It's delicious. Eat more." Xiaodan was infected by his smile, and gave him 2 dumplings in her bowl. Yin Yin found that when he was happy, he would also be infectious, but not strongly. I don't know if he is not very happy or not as affected by sadness, but this ability is related to his emotions. During the meal, she deliberately touched his little head and checked. There was no superpower core at the location of the pineal gland, but there was a special weak energy in the body. Her guess was that either the superpower core was not formed, or it was not a superpower at all. His specialness was related to the energy in his body. After dinner, it was dark. After the umpteenth attempt, the big tiger at the entrance of the cave finally found that he could move. "Roar." It roared angrily, and stood up tremblingly. "Hmm?" Yin Yin glanced at it lightly, and the big tiger's hair immediately exploded, and its claws dug the ground from time to time. It wanted to rush, but didn't dare to move. "Lie down at the door," she said lightly, and the big tiger whimpered, reluctantly moved to the entrance of the cave, and then lay down. "Mom is so awesome." Xiao Dan's eyes were full of admiration. "Mom, I want to touch it. Can I? This is what she wanted to do from the beginning. Yin Yin gently touched her daughter's head and said with a smile, "You should ask Abu. The tiger is his partner." Although she also thought that women, regardless of age, have no resistance to furry things. Xiaodan looked at the person next to her, blinking a pair of innocent and cute big eyes. "Brother Abu, can I touch the big tiger? Just touch it." Such a look made Abu have no resistance at all, and he agreed without hesitation. He called his partner. "Xiu, come here." The big tiger stood up and roared softly at the entrance of the cave. Abu understood and looked at Yin Yin. "Madam, can you let Xiu in?" The survival rule of wild animals is very simple. Whoever is stronger gets the territory. If Yin Yin didn't allow it to come in, he wouldn't break in. This is definitely not cowardice. Yin Yin nodded. And the big tiger walked into the cave vigilantly, and then laid down next to Abu. The tiger was more than 1 person tall, about 3 meters long, with yellow and white fur. Very beautiful. And there was a word king on its forehead, even lying down. It was almost the same height as Xiaodan. Xiaodan couldn't wait to touch it, and her beautiful eyes narrowed, looking very enjoyable. The tiger deliberately put away its claws to avoid hurting the cub. Xiaodan looked at it from the side, a little eager to try, but out of reserve. He deliberately held it, saying that I disdain such childish behavior. "Brother, try it. It's so comfortable," Xiaodan called him. Of course, the good things should be shared with his brother. Xiaoyong raised his chin and snorted reluctantly, thinking that if he didn't want to disappoint his sister, he wouldn't stroke the fur. When he touched the soft fur, he couldn't move his hand away. Yin Yin looked at the 3 little guys enjoying themselves, and she felt itchy in her heart. So she reached out her hand. Xiu's big head immediately raised up, looking at her vigilantly. The 3 children also looked up at her in unison. Yin Yin couldn't take her hand back, nor could she put it down. She gave the tiger a slap on the head with her fingers, which was really tactless. Xiu whimpered, holding his head with his 2 paws, not daring to resist, looking very pitiful. "Hey, this guy." A faint white light flashed in Yin Yin's hand and entered its head. Xiaohu's huge body shook, hummed comfortably, and then took the initiative to put his head under her palm. It whispered something, showing its affection for her. Abu looked at the tiger in surprise, not expecting it to identify with a person so quickly. So, 1 big and 3 small ones began to play with the tiger, having a lot of fun. After that, the 3 small ones and the tiger started chasing each other in the cave. Abu laughed happily, and the whole cave was filled with a joyful atmosphere, which had a great impact on the 2 children. Yin Yin did not deliberately stop anything, just to exercise their willpower. When they were tired of playing, she took out a wash basin and towel, washed the 2 children, and let them go to bed. She took out 2 beds, one for the 2 children and one for Abu. She still sat beside Ningyuan, closed her eyes and meditated, and got out of bed to add firewood after a short while to keep the cave warm, because there were strangers and a tiger in the cave. Yin Yin did not go out to find a way. In the second half of the night, Yin Yin squinted her eyes slightly, but did not move. Abu got out of bed quietly. He quietly came to Ning Yuan, and looked at the unconscious man in the light of the fire, with his little hand on his forehead. Yin Yin didn't understand what he was doing, and didn't feel any hostility or malice. After a long while, just when she was about to wake up, Abu took his hand away, and saw a red mark on Ning Yuan's forehead. Abu's eyes became complicated, and he stared at him steadily. Then, he turned his head to look at Yin Yin and the sleeping Xiao Dan and Xiao Yong. As if he had made up his mind, he put his index finger in his mouth and gritted his teeth. Blood slowly flowed from his fingertips, and he planned to put his index finger on Ning Yuan's forehead. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a cold voice passed by his ears. Yin Yin stood beside him without knowing when, holding his hand, with a cold look and murderous intent, and was completely different from the gentle and kind person in the daytime. I. Abu was frightened by her eyes and stuttered. "I ask you, what are you doing?" Yin Yan's face was frosty, and she felt a piercing cold all over her body. If he dared to have any ill intentions towards Ning Yuan, she would send him to see God in the next second. Chapter 154 Calculation. Abu was frightened by the coldness of her body and shivered, especially the undisguised murderous intent, which made him understand that she was serious. I want to save him," He pointed at the person on the bed tremblingly. He was poisoned and controlled by someone else. Yin Yan's face changed and her eyes became sharp. What do you mean by being controlled by someone? Goo. He took a drug containing goo poison, which can devour the vitality in the human body and transform it into powerful energy. Sucking his blood can make others stronger, or giving him another drug to make him stronger. No matter which one, it is necessary to control his consciousness. And the common method is music. However, he does not have another goo poison in his body, so he should be regarded as a medicine man by others. Facing the increasingly gloomy eyes of the other party, Abu bit the bullet and said everything he knew. Yin Yan let him go, and the powerful and oppressive energy around him made Abu feel a little difficult to breathe. The fire next to him was blown here and there by the invisible airflow, and there was a tendency to go out. Abu swallowed his saliva and felt that the person in front of him was so scary. No wonder Xiaohu was so afraid of her. The gentleness during the day was all an illusion. After a long time, the flames became normal, and Abu felt that his breathing was smooth. Yin Yan's expression was still cold, without a trace of warmth. Tell me, what were you going to do just now? Abu knew that if he couldn't give her a satisfactory answer, the end would still be very bad. I want to repay you, so I want to wake him up. Repay? Yin Yan raised her eyebrows slightly and continued to ask, what's the use of your blood? Or are you also a medicine man? Abu hesitated. If I tell it, can you keep it a secret for me? Yin Yan didn't answer, just looked at him with a smile. Okay. Abu sighed, knowing that he had no room for bargaining. I am actually the young patriarch of Tazai. 4 years ago, people from the heavenly palace broke into Tazai and killed everyone in the village. My mother hid me in a stone statue and I escaped, in order to prevent people from the heavenly palace from finding out. Xiuhu and I came to the Yanbukwa mountains and stayed here for 4 years. Yin Yan nodded and asked, since you are not a medicine man, what's wrong with your blood? Because I have a golden dragon cub in my body, which can restrain all poisons. This is his biggest secret, and he had to tell it out. Golden dragon? Goo King. Yes. Every generation of young patriarchs will have a golden dragon. The two are born together. But if the golden dragon is forced to leave my body, it will die. Yin Yan snorted coldly. You don't need to emphasize this point deliberately. I am not interested in your golden dragon. Abu lowered his head a little embarrassedly. He was also trying to survive. Yin Yan thought of a question. Does your infectious power come from the ability of the golden dragon? He no longer concealed it. Yes. It is the ability of the golden dragon. What does the Goo King rely on to command all the Goo insects? To put it bluntly, it is blood suppression. It didn't fight with other Goo for life and death. Nor did it live with other Goo day and night. And it didn't conquer everything with its beauty. Why is it so high and mighty since birth? Isn't it a matter of blood? The stronger the blood, the stronger the energy, which is reflected in Abu's infectious power. Yin Yan then asked, does your blood also have a controlling effect? Since ordinary poisonous insects rely on music to control people, the king of poisons must also have this ability. Abu did not dare to hide it, and said carefully, yes, I can't change this. But I won't do it. He raised his hand and swore. I just want you to leave me some food before you leave. Yin Yan snorted. Do you think I believe it? The little guy is not big, but he has a lot of thoughts, and is really good at calculating. No matter if he has other thoughts or not. Once Ning Yuan is controlled by him, he still has the final say? I appreciate your kindness, but it's not necessary. Also, go to bed, and go with us tomorrow. Ah? Let me go with you. Abu thought he heard it wrong. Yin Yan sneered. Okay. Isn't this your goal? Also, I can help you get revenge. But you have to show your value. In addition, if you dare to take Ning Yuan and my 2 children again, I will send you to reunite with your tribe. Understand? Abu's eyes lit up, and he knelt down with a plop. Thank you, madam. As long as madam helps me get revenge, I will take out the golden dragon and give it to your husband. Then I will kill myself. If he kills himself, no one can control the other party, which is also his promise. Taking the initiative to hand over the handle to the other party is to let her rest assured that he will not do anything. Otherwise he will die and everything will be in vain. Speaking of the golden dragon is also his token of surrender. He has been waiting for 4 years, and has no idea how to get revenge. He even dares not to go out of the Yangushan mountains. It's not easy to meet a very powerful person who has a grudge against the Tiandian. How can Abu let him go? I'm sorry, madam. I shouldn't have plotted against you. He apologized sincerely and kowtowed to her. Get up. Yin Yin sighed slightly and touched his little head with some heartache. Call me Annie from now on. You can tell me if you have anything to say. Don't keep it in your heart. Hey, you are still a child. It's really hard for you. Abu's eyes were slightly red, and he cried and called Auntie. Yin Yin pulled him back to the bed and laid him down, covered him with a quilt, and said good night to him in a gentle whisper. The moment she turned around, the tenderness and care on her face disappeared. Abu's eyes also became complicated. This step tonight was very dangerous, but he achieved his goal. As for the golden dragon in his body, it was both a temptation and a threat. I think she would not easily move him. The best way to get the golden dragon to save her husband is to complete the transaction. I don't know if I took the right step, but he didn't want to miss this rare opportunity. He wants revenge. When a ray of sunlight shone into the cave, a new day began. Xiaodin opened her eyes and immediately looked for the tiger. But there was no tiger in the cave. But there was Abu. Mom, where is Xiao Hu? He went to hunt. Tigers need to eat raw meat to maintain their bloodiness. As for Abu, he went to get water. Oh! Xiaodin felt a little regretful, then got up to wash his face and brush his teeth. Xiaoyong got out of bed, came to Ning Yuan and took a look. Mom, is the new daddy still awake? Yin Yin shook her head, but she was not as worried as before. Although he is not awake, the cracks on the superpower core are not expanding, and his body has basically been repaired. She would use healing magic to heal his body at night when she had nothing to do. With a large amount of vitality from the apple, it would be strange if he could not be cured. Xiaoyong, do you accept Ning Yuan? The little guy changed his name to New Daddy yesterday. Xiaoyong nodded slightly. It would be nice if there was someone who could accompany his mother and make her happy. After all, he and Xiaodin had to grow up and could not be with their mother all the time. Of course, the most important thing was that this person had to be worthy. Chapter 155. Want to eat apples? Wishful thinking. Yin Yin touched his little head and was very relieved. Although she had determined that Ning Yuan must be with her in this life, she still hoped that the two children would accept it. Xiaoyong said another thing. Mom, that Abu is a bit weird. Let's go today. The ability to affect people's emotions is indeed weird. So let's have breakfast and go. But we will go together. What do you mean? Xiaoyong was confused. But he had a good sleep. What happened? Xiaodan ran over immediately. Mom, is Abu brother with us? Is Xiaohu with us too? Her eyes were sparkling with excitement and expectation. Xiaoyong's face immediately darkened. This silly sister was actually bought by a tiger? Before he could say anything, Yin Yin spoke. Yes, they will go with us. Xiao Dan. Abu is very pitiful. He has no relatives. Can you treat him as your own brother? Facing her mother's gentle eyes, Xiao Dan patted her chest and promised. Don't worry, Mother. I will treat Abu well. It's definitely not because of Xiao Hu. At the end, she added a sentence to show her determination. Xiaoyong wanted to cover his head. You might as well not add this sentence. Sending her daughter away, Yin Yin looked at her son, knowing that he had a lot of questions. But now was not the time to speak. Pat her son's shoulder and gave him a look. Xiaoyong glanced at his sister, who was washing her face, and said he understood. Yin Yin prepared food for them, cooking instant noodles with chicken legs and ham sausage. And they had to eat a good breakfast. Just after it came out of the pot, the roar of a tiger came from outside. Xiao Dan's eyes lit up, jumped off the chair, and ran to the entrance of the cave. The tiger, carrying Abu, jumped from the ground and jumped 5 meters high. It used a protruding rock as a foothold and jumped again, landing lightly at the entrance of the cave. Wow, tiger, you are so awesome. Xiaodan's eyes were full of stars, and he rushed over to hug his furry thighs and rub them. Roar, the tiger cried softly, raising his big head. Abu jumped off the tiger. His hair was wet, and he held 2 water bags in his hands. Here, wash your face. He handed the water bag over. Xiaodan tilted his head and looked at the little brother, who was a head taller than him. Against the light, he seemed to be covered with a layer of golden armor. Are you getting water for us to wash our faces? Abu nodded, and Xiaodan happily took the water bag. He pursed his lips shyly, and then walked in. When he saw the basin on the ground and the water in it, his expression was stunned for a moment, and then lost. Xiaodian had her back to him and didn't see it, still speaking cheerfully. Save these for the evening, and you can save a lot of money with Brother Abu in the future. The water they used was mineral water, which was luxurious, wasn't it? It was still useful for him. And Abu smiled again. Come over for breakfast, Yin Yin called them, each with a big bowl of noodles and a big chicken drumstick on top. Abu looked at the hot noodles, then looked at the people around him, and felt warm in his heart. Seeing him in a daze, Yin Yin gently touched his head and asked gently, What's wrong? Don't you like it? Or I can cook dumplings for you. No, I like it, Abu sniffed, then ate the noodles in big mouthfuls. Yin Yin also joined the team eating noodles in big mouthfuls. A big bowl of noodles was quickly finished, and even the soup was drunk up. Huh? The big one and the three little ones sat slumped on the chairs, touching their bulging stomachs and burping with satisfaction. The four looked at each other and then laughed. It's so good now. There is more color in Abu's eyes. Xiaohu, who was beside him, was also very satisfied with eating a chicken drumstick. After dinner, Yin Yin asked Abu if he wanted to take anything with him. Abu looked at the cave, where he had lived for 4 years. In fact, he didn't buy much because he always told himself that he had to leave and couldn't live comfortably. Finally, he put away the bear's skin and wolf's skin, as well as 2 sets of clothes, into the backpack, and took a bow and arrow. He didn't take anything else. He wouldn't come back here again. Revenge also means that he has to leave, and the only thing he is reluctant to leave is Xiu. But it may live better without him. Let's go. Yin Yin took the 3 and flew down from the cave. Abu's eyes lit up. With such a skill, he would definitely be able to take revenge. When they got down, Yin Yin looked left and right, worried. How about we flip a coin? The front side goes to the left. The back side goes to the right? Shiyong's mouth twitched. Can this be random? Abu said. Auntie, where are you going? I'm more familiar with this place. Yes, I forgot that Abu is here. Yin Yin wanted to slap her forehead, but her hands were unable to free. Abu, how do I get to Liangqiu or Mount Zion? Abu's expression was confused. He had never heard of it. Yin Yin said it another way. Where is the nearest city? Abu pointed behind them. There. We can reach Pancheng in about 5 days. It is a place of exile, but it is closer to the border. Exile place? Border? It is probably not far from Mount Zion. And she can go to General Liu at that time. She wants to cooperate with the court and complete the task as soon as possible to get promoted, even if she is used by the court. She doesn't care. Saving Ning Yuan is the most important thing. And Ning Yuan's identity is bound to deal with the court in the future, so she can plan ahead. With a direction, they set off. Abu asked Xiaohu to carry Xiaodan and his sister, and he walked beside them. Xiaodan was naturally very happy to be close to Xiaohu, and she wanted the big tiger to take her all over the mountain. Although Xiaoyong had a stern face, the corners of his mouth showed that he was in a good mood at this time. At noon, everyone stopped to rest, and Yin Yin fed Ning Yuan apples on time. The 3 little ones leaned on the tiger to eat biscuits and snacks. When the apple was bitten open, Xiuhu's big head immediately looked over, and his big eyes like copper bells stared at the apple in her hand. Roar! It growled at Yin Yin, showing its desire to eat. Yin Yin rolled her eyes. Even Xiaodan and Xiaoyong didn't have anything to eat. What the hell do you want? Xiaohu ran over, rubbed her legs, and nudged her with his big head. He stared at the apple without blinking, drooling. Go away. Yin Yin kicked him lightly. Xiuhu whined and cried, lying on the ground with his white belly exposed. Yin Yin ignored him at all and continued to pass the juice to Ning Yuan. Xiaohu rolled over again, seeing that Yin Yin really ignored him. He ran to Xiaodan and Xiaoyong and nudged them to Yin Yin with his big head. Xiaoyong snorted. What's the point of looking for them? Xiaodan touched his big head in embarrassment. Xiuhu, the apples are for the new daddy to eat, so don't join in the fun. Roar. Xiaohu jumped twice, then lay on the ground, moved forward 2 steps with his front paws, and then bared his teeth to show a fierce expression. Xiaodan didn't understand, so she looked at Abu. Chapter 156. Mother. You explain? I'm listening. Abu covered his eyes, looking embarrassed. It said it can catch prey, carry you on its back, and deal with bad guys. It's a very good partner. I believe you will be a very good partner. Xiao Dan rubbed its big head with her face. If it was before, when her mother gave her a portion, she could give it to it. But not now. Wait until my new father wakes up. Then I will give you the portion that my mother gave me. Okay? This is all she can promise. Woo woo. Xiao Hu rubbed her with his big head, showing intimacy. Yin Yin didn't care. Respecting her daughter's decision, she continued to feed Ning Yuan apple juice. Abu asked, puzzled. Why don't you put it in a bowl and mash it? The next second, 3 pairs of murderous eyes looked over. Abu shrank his neck in fear. Wasn't it okay if he was wrong? At night, they found a cave, which was not as big as the one Abu and his friends lived in, but it could block the wind and light a fire. The cave was quite warm. After a day's journey, everyone was tired and fell asleep quickly. In the middle of the night, Yin Yin suddenly opened her eyes and pressed the sleeping points of Abu and Tiger. Xiaoyong sat up, with a look of sadness between his brows. Mom, I need to know the reason. Otherwise I can't watch Abu approach Xiaodan. Today, his mother's behavior made him very confused. Not only did she bring Abu with her, but she also let Xiaodan treat him so well, and treat him as her real brother. Humph! Xiaodan is not without a real brother. Yin Yin smiled and flicked his forehead. Ha. You are jealous. Xiaoyong touched his forehead, pouted and didn't say anything. But the meaning was very clear. Okay. Isn't this to clear your doubts? The little guy gave her no less than 10 inquiring looks that day. If she didn't talk to him, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Mom, explain it to me. He crossed his arms and pouted slightly. He couldn't find a biological brother for Xiaodan for any reason. She only had one biological brother, and that was him. It was rare to see him so cute. Yin Yin kissed his little face. Xiaoyong hid his saliva in disgust, but couldn't help but curl his lips, and the sadness between his eyebrows disappeared. Yin Yin told her son about Ning Yuan's situation and Abu's self-narration. Xiaoyong fell into silence after listening. He never thought that this new father was actually a medicine man. Wasn't he a child of a big family? How could he be turned into a medicine man by the heavenly palace? Mom, is the medicine man's statement credible? Speaking of the medicine man, Yin Yin's expression became solemn. I believe what Abu said about Ning Yuan. You think even Song Erzwang can get the method? Not to mention those people from big families. Xiaoyong thought of a sentence. Flesh and blood are more suitable for making medicine people? So, the person who attacked the new father is. He opened his eyes in disbelief. He knew that Ning Yuan's biological father was the prime minister of the dynasty. Yin Yin looked at the jumping flames, and her eyes gradually became cold. No matter who it is, I will not let that person go. If it doesn't work openly, she will do it secretly. She is not a gentleman. When it comes to assassination, she is not afraid of anyone except the unknown god. No wonder my mother wants Abu to follow. Whether his golden dragon is useful or not, it is a way out. Xiaoyong finally understood his mother's approach, and also understood where his emotional appeal came from. Yin Yin nodded. Worthy of being Xiaoyong. She understood it at once, regardless of whether Jinlong would die if he was forced to take it out. When she knew this method, she would not let him go, since it was his bargaining chip. It was very credible. But, Mother, are you really going to be an enemy of the heavenly palace? Xiaoyong was a little worried. Although Mother's martial arts are very powerful, we still have to take a long-term view, and it is best to cooperate with the court. Yin Yin touched his little head with satisfaction, and the little guy thought the same as her. The best way to deal with a huge heavenly palace is to cooperate with the court. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since we have to deal with the court, we will naturally use everything we can, not just to deal with the heavenly palace. Xiaoyong also thought of this, and the identity of this new father and the people behind him. They can't avoid dealing with the court. So, Mother, are you going to go back and find General Liu again? It is clear that they used exile to stay away from Jin Chuan before, but now the situation has changed, and they have to turn back. Speaking of Liu, Yin Yan's expression was indifferent. Yes, he is an acquaintance after all, easy to deal with, and his status is not very high. I am useful to him. Cooperation is to use each other. As he said, he touched the little guy's head. Don't worry. Things are not that bad. When my ability is upgraded, I don't need to rely on anyone. Of course, it is not that easy to upgrade. If you rely on the supermarket, it is best to do the task in a low profile. But Ning Yuan's appearance broke everything. Whether it is his illness or his identity, he is destined to be extraordinary in the future. She didn't want to tell Xiaoyong about these things, so as not to worry him. As for Abu, since we are going to be together, we have to find a bond for him. And Xiaodan is the best candidate. Okay. Xiaoyong pursed his lips slightly and said nothing. Although he was unwilling, his mother's approach was the best. In order to deepen the bond, he also had to do his part. Okay. I've told you my plans. Go to bed obediently. Oh. Xiaoyong was about to go back when he thought of another thing. Mom, what should we do with a person who can control our new father? At this point, he looked at Abu on the side, and a dark light flashed in his big eyes. Yan knew what he was thinking, but she didn't want to take this step unless it was absolutely necessary. Even if it really came to that step, she had to complete the deal with him. No hurry. As long as we don't go back to Beijing. And besides, I want to try whether the supermarket reward is useful. Okay. Xiaoyong said nothing more and lay back to sleep. Finally, I can have a good sleep. After talking with his mother last night, Xiaoyong's attitude towards Abu has improved a lot. Although he is still arrogant, at least he pays attention to him. Only when Xiaodan is particularly good to Abu, he will frown and get angry. At this time, Abu will feel embarrassed, and Xiaodan will act coquettishly around him to make him happy. Yan does not participate in the affairs of the three children. Xiaoyong joined in this way, and the effect was not bad. After a few days, the relationship between the three children has improved a lot. Especially Abu positioned himself as a big brother and took good care of the two. Since Ning Yuan has been in a coma, Yan needs to protect him from being hurt. So the speed on the road is not fast. It would have taken them 5 days to get out of the Yanbu mountain range. But they walked for 6. On the 3rd day after leaving the cave, they finally encountered other large animals. Yan also understood that the large forest area was Xiuhu's territory. With him, no beasts would come. Xiuhu is the king of that mountain. Yanbu mountain range is so large, so it is normal for beasts to have a large territory. When Xiuhu came to the wolf's territory, the wolf howled at him from a distance. The general meaning was, "What are you doing, big brother? Isn't such a large territory enough for you to build? And you come to steal ours." Xiuhu howled twice, and the wolf group stopped. Chapter 157 is everything arranged by fate. It was already November, and the temperature in the forest had dropped a lot. Especially the temperature difference between morning and evening was very large. The three children all wore thick clothes, and Abu wrapped himself in wolf skin. There was no way. The clothes of the two children were too small for him to wear. And Yan's? She didn't prepare thick clothes for herself at all, because she was not afraid of the cold. As for the other piece of bear skin, she asked for it and covered Ning Yuan with it to keep warm. Finally out, looking at the flat land in front, Yan couldn't help sighing. It was not obvious in the mountains and forests. But when she got outside, she found that many grasses and leaves were yellow, and autumn had arrived. Unconsciously, I have been here for 2 months. She came here on September 5th, and now it is November 4th. Exactly 2 months. A lot of things happened in these 2 months. She found that when she wanted to do something, an invisible big hand would force her to do something else against her original intention. Is this the power of fate? When she and Ning Yuan came to this world, could they not escape the arrangement of fate? Yan was unwilling to accept it. In another world, she accepted her fate. What was the result? In this life, she wanted to live according to her own wishes, not to be arranged by fate. Looking at the unconscious person in her arms, Yan's eyes became confused. What should I do? Mom? Xiaoyong looked at her, and her look and expression made him a little uneasy. Yan looked down at her son, who was almost 6 years old, and suddenly asked, Xiaoyong, will you accept the arrangement of fate? What do you mean? He blinked and didn't understand. That is to say, you want to take the left road, but fate makes you take the right road. If it were you, what would you do? Stick to your original intention or obey fate? As soon as she finished speaking, Yan smiled and shook her head. Xiaoyong was so young and had never experienced anything. What did he know? She was also desperate. Xiaoyong thought about it seriously, and then replied, although I don't understand what fate is. I know that no matter which road I take, I will experience it with my heart. Yin Yin looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect him to say such a thing. Even Abu stared at him, as if thinking deeply about something. Xiaoyong continued. I think the meaning of life is not what you choose, but what you do for it, what you learn, and what you finally realize. Only in this way can you not walk this path in vain. Rather than saying that fate arranges my life, it is better to say that I take fate into my own hands and arrange my own life. Yin Yin was slightly stunned. Use fate to arrange your own life? She seemed to understand, and the previous confusion disappeared. No matter which road she took, her life was hers, and she would tell it. Abu was also in a daze. He once resented the injustice of fate. Why did all this happen to him? When he woke up in the middle of the night, he almost collapsed when he saw faces lying in a pool of blood. It was the belief of revenge that kept him alive. Even the appearance of Xiaodan and the other three was used by him to seek revenge. It seemed that his life had no other color except revenge. Control fate and arrange your own life? Is it possible for him to take a different path of revenge? Can he hope that someone will care about him on the road of revenge? Can he hope that he has a partner? He has not forgotten revenge, but he just wants to be less lonely. He looked at Xiaoyong and Xiaodan, and the light in his eyes gradually brightened. No one stipulated that there can be no partners on the road of revenge. Right? Since fate has brought them together, he must control fate now. Xiaoyong's words untied the knots in the hearts of both of them. Only Xiaodan frowned, not fully understanding what he meant. But he could understand a little bit, which gave her a very profound feeling. Son, good job. Yin Yin praised him generously. Really great. Abu didn't say anything, but he looked at him with deep gratitude. Xiaoyong tilted his head slightly and raised his chin. Although his little face was still tense, he couldn't hide the smugness between his eyebrows. Being praised by his mother, his heart was sweeter than eating honey. Hurry up and try to get to Pancheng as soon as possible. Yin Yin was motivated again, gradually moving away from the mountains. The surrounding environment became desolate, even without drought. The autumn scenery was mainly desolate. They walked for more than an hour, and finally met a caravan. Pancheng is a place of exile, and not far from the border. The other side of the border is not one of the 4 major countries, but a nomadic tribe. There are not many people, but they are all brave and good at fighting. They are natural cavalry and archers. Originally, the nomadic tribe lived on plunder, especially in autumn and winter, often harassing the border. Hundreds of thousands of troops of the Great Zhou had to be stationed at the border to prevent their harassment and raids. However, since the appearance of the Heavenly Palace, this situation has changed. The nomadic tribe can no longer rob, and the Great Zhou cannot restrict the trade of food and goods. The two countries have peaceful exchanges and normal trade. Of course, there will be minor frictions, but they will not turn into wars. It must be said that the Heavenly Palace has done a good thing, whether it is the 4 major countries or the tribes. There is no large-scale war, and they exchange what they have. This is also the reason why the drought in the Great Zhou dynasty can get support from other countries. Of course, civil war does not count. The caravan in front of us is going to the border to do business. Yin Yin stopped the caravan and wanted to take a ride. When the horses met the tigers, they were instantly uneasy, and they all raised their hooves and neighed. If they were not dragged by people, they would have run away long ago. Xiaohu glanced at them lightly, and then stood obediently beside Xiaodan. When an accident occurred, someone went to the front to report, and soon the manager came over. The leader of the caravan was a woman, 29 years old, with darker skin than ordinary women, sword eyebrows and star eyes, a sword on her waist, and a heroic appearance. The woman turned over and jumped off the horse, and the cloak behind her rustled. Hello, madam. My name is Zhao Fian. I heard from my subordinates that you want to take a ride. Where are you going? Zhao Fian couldn't help but feel sympathy for her, as she was carrying 3 children and looked exhausted, and she was holding one of them. As for the tiger beside her, it was not uncommon for the rich and powerful to keep wild animals as pets in the border town. But it was very likely that a tiger was raised from childhood to be so obedient. Thinking about it, Zhao Fian was very polite in her words. Hello, Miss Zhao. My name is Yan Yin. We want to go to Pancheng. I wonder if it's on the way. Pancheng. Zhao Fian looked at the children beside her and the unconscious person, and felt pity for them. Then she thought about how she had plenty of time. so she decided to change the route. I just happened to pass by. There was no room for the carriage with a carport. Is that kind of carriage okay? She pointed to the carriages carrying goods. And there happened to be one that was half loaded. Yan Yan naturally wouldn't pick and choose. Sure. Thank you, Miss Xiao. Soon she took the 3 children to the carriage. And Xiaohu followed beside them. The horses in front and behind were very obedient, not even daring to fart. The speed of the carriage was not very fast, and the official road was relatively easy to drive on, so the road was not bumpy. Chapter 158 A Deal. The 2 children soon became sleepy after wandering on the road and fell asleep with Abu. Abu carefully adjusted his posture to make them sleep more comfortably. Yin Yan glanced at him and retracted her gaze. She checked Ning Yuan's body. Because of the apple, the destructive power in his body was reduced by 1/3, and a large amount of vitality began to repair the supernatural core. The original deep cracks had been repaired by 1/3. When will you wake up? She gently rubbed his cheek. Her eyes were gentle and tender. If you wake up, I will confess to you. Okay, she whispered in his ear, using a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, and gently told her love. If I confess, you won't refuse again, right? She sighed slightly, and the word love made her worry about gains and losses. Unable to be free and easy. Suddenly, a weak electric current passed into her fingertips. Yan Yan was stunned and hurriedly looked at Ning Yuan. He still closed his eyes, and was unconscious. She touched her fingertips slightly. Was it an illusion? Ning Yuan, you'd better agree. Otherwise, even if you refuse, I won't let you go, she threatened. Her patience was running out. She compromised in her last life, but never in this life. She gently kissed him between his eyebrows. Her eyes became more fierce, revealing a touch of cruelty. If he dared to refuse her, she didn't mind being the one who controlled him. Once the beast in your heart is released, you can never put it back. Suddenly, I am looking forward to it. Abu secretly glanced at the person opposite, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. The car traveled for more than an hour. At noon, the caravan stopped to rest and have lunch. Because it was a caravan, they didn't have to worry about food and drink. A big pot was set up and a cook started to cook meat. Smelling the aroma of meat, Xiaodin and the others woke up. They had been in the mountains for more than 10 days. Although they had chicken legs to eat, they were different from this big pot of meat. They wanted to eat it. Yin Yan took out 5 big bags of instant noodles and asked Abu to exchange them for meat. Soon Zhao Fian came over with a big bowl of pork elbow, and Abu followed behind with a dozen grain buns. Madam Yin, this is pork elbow that has just come out of the pot. You can eat it first. I will bring it to you when other dishes come out. Yin Yan was not polite. Thank you, Miss Zhao. As she said that, she pretended to take out 5 bags of ham sausage from the package. This is ham sausage, a cooked food that can be eaten after tearing the package. It tastes better when cooked with instant noodles just now. Although Zhao Fian was surprised that such a small package could hold so many things, she didn't think much about it, whether it was the ham sausage or the instant noodles that Abu had just brought over. She was very interested, and she saw business opportunities. Mrs. Yin, where are these instant noodles and ham sausages produced? How much are they? And how much are they sold for? Yin Yan asked. Miss Zhao wants to do business. She nodded. Yes, these 2 products are particularly suitable for nomadic tribes. Convenient, and most importantly, easy to store. Although I don't understand what is written on the packaging bag, I can still understand the shelf life. 3 years is very long. Unlike dairy products or meat that will go bad after a long storage time. Yin Yan didn't expect business to come to her door like this. She really wanted to exchange meat for her children at first. Miss Zhao, these instant noodles and ham sausages are in large quantities, and the price is cheap. A whole bag of instant noodles costs 20 coins. And a bag of ham sausages is also 20 coins. This price is really cheap. She looked at it. There are 5 small packages in a large package, which is equivalent to 5 cents per package. Even in a noodle shop, a bowl of noodles costs 5 cents. As for ham sausage, it costs 2 cents per stick, which is also quite cheap. Mrs. Yin, how can I get the goods? She didn't ask about the origin again. It would be ignorant to ask about the origin of such a cheap product. Yin Yan smiled slightly and said, what a coincidence. I am doing this business. If Miss Zhao wants to buy these 2 items, I can provide unlimited quantities. Unlimited quantity? Zhao Fian couldn't help but open her eyes wide. What if I take 50,000 goods at a time? No problem. If I can get 50,000 goods in a month, I can give a discount and set up a delivery point in Pancheng at the same time. If the amount is large, she doesn't mind giving a membership card. Delivery point? Warehouse? She asked. Yin Yin nodded. You can understand it this way. In this way, you can trade at any time and save the time of transporting goods in the middle. Great. The team has more than 50 people, 20 of whom are escorts from the escort agency. Not to mention the drought now. Even in normal times, the team will take care of bodyguards. Skipping the process of transporting goods in the middle is equivalent to saving a lot of expenses. Zhao Fian is naturally willing. Madam Yin, can you give me some time? I need to trade the goods this time so that I can have money to buy instant noodles and ham sausage. Yin Yin naturally agreed without any problem. Zhao Fian originally wanted to inquire about the other party's situation, but she didn't expect to make a deal. As for the other party's identity, there will be plenty of time to understand it in the future, so there is no need to rush. At noon, she ate instant noodles and ham sausage, and she was more confident in this business. Yin Yin and her friends had stew and pork elbow, which was very enjoyable. After a short rest after the meal, the caravan continued on its journey. After walking for almost 2 hours, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at Pancheng. Although Pancheng is a city, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a town compared to Jinchuan City. Not only is it small in area, but even the city walls are not as tall and majestic as Jinchuan. When the caravan arrived at the gate, the soldiers guarding the city saw that it was the Zhao family's caravan, and they just asked a simple question and let it go. They were very envious of the tiger following the carriage. Such a beast is not something that ordinary people can afford to raise. Yin Yin sat in the carriage and entered the city smoothly. There were not many pedestrians on the street, and people were dressed more simply. Most of the women had cloth wrapped on their heads, which was also a feature of Pancheng. The caravan soon stopped at the door of an inn. Originally, Zhao Fian planned to send people there and leave, but now she invited them to the largest inn in Pancheng and entertained them warmly. The shop owner saw the visitor and panicked, and hurried out to greet him. Miss Zhao, why are you here? Zhao Fian felt that the shopkeeper's words were not right. Shopkeeper Ke, what do you mean by that? You don't welcome me? Shopkeeper Ke smiled apologetically. No, I just didn't expect Miss Zhao to come. Are you going to stay at the hotel? Zhao Fian frowned slightly. What do you mean by staying at the hotel? What would she do if she didn't stay at the hotel? Sure enough, something was wrong. Shopkeeper Ke, is there anything wrong? No, nothing. Shopkeeper Ke shook his head hurriedly, and his eyes drifted into the store from time to time. Zhao Fian was not stupid, and she understood at a glance that something must be wrong. Without saying anything, she strode into the store. Shopkeeper Ke hurried to stop him, but he was no match for Zhao Fian. He subdued the man with a backhand and pushed him to his men. It's over. It's going to be bad. Shopkeeper Ke slapped his thigh, but he couldn't stop Zhao Fian, who knew martial arts. Yin Yin was quite curious and stood at the door with her children to watch the fun. Soon, the sound of beating and scolding came from inside. Zhao Fian, you bitch. If you hit me again, I will fight back. This was the voice of a man with full energy and exasperation. Chapter 159, I will grant your wish and cancel the engagement. Xueqiao, you bastard. You are a traitor. I will beat you to death today. This is Zhao Fian's excited and angry voice. Bang. On the second floor, a disheveled man fell out of the room and hit the railing. Zhao Fian, you shrew. Who do you think you are? It's not your turn to intervene in my affairs with Jingna. That's my sister. Why can't I intervene? Xueqiao, you turtle bastard. Bah. Jing'er is really blind to fall for you. A hypocritical hypocrite. Today I will teach you a lesson for Jing'er. As she said, Zhao Fian raised her sword and chopped it down. The man was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, rolled on the ground to avoid the sword, and then ran around the second floor, cursing as he ran. I'm so unlucky. I'm engaged to Zhao Jing'er, and I'm dealing with a bad luck like you. I'll break off the engagement when I get back. If you dare to abandon Jing'er, I'll tear you into pieces. Shrew. No wonder you're almost 20 and still can't get married. Who would want a tomboy like you? There are so many people who want to marry me. You don't need to worry about it. I'll kick you. Ah! The man screamed and flew far away. He struggled to get up. His face was already disfigured. And he was so angry that he jumped up and down. Zhao Fian. You are capable. Right? I'll marry 8 or 10 concubines back home. No. I'll do whatever I want. If you dare, I'll peel your skin off now. Zhao Fian was so angry that she wanted to tear him apart. Sister Fian. A crisp voice sounded. And the people chasing in the building immediately quieted down. Yin Yan looked at the person next to her. She was wearing a flowing white skirt, a light green shawl, and a white gauze hat. This dress was fresh and refined. And she looked like a fairy. There was a carriage with a compartment in the convoy. Zhao Fian said that there was no room in the carriage. And it was obvious that someone was there. But she didn't see the person in the carriage come out along the way. So this is the guest in the carriage? Jinger. Why are you here? The man on the second floor looked at the person downstairs in surprise. His face flushed and white. Coquettish. Asshole. Jinger came all the way to the border just to see you. But in the end, you actually ran to Pancheng to fool around. Let's see how you explain it to Jinger. Zhao Fian kicked him hard. And then let him go. She leaned on the railing, jumped from the second floor, and landed lightly on the ground. Sister Jinger. Sister Fian. Is the person in the room Xiahua? Before she finished speaking, Zhao Jinger interrupted her and looked at the open room upstairs. Zhao Fian's eyes flickered slightly. She wanted to lie to her, but facing her innocent eyes, she had to nod. Zhao Jinger lowered her eyes slightly, hiding her disappointment and sadness. Seeing someone who didn't cry or make a fuss, Zhao Fian felt uncomfortable and hurriedly comforted her. Jinger. This time, I will send Xiahua to the nomadic tribe. I don't believe that Shuaiqiao can find it there. The people upstairs were anxious and immediately shouted. Zhao Fian. You are too vicious. Are you going to kill Ahua? Zhao Fian glared at him fiercely. If it weren't for the Shui family, she would have thrown this bastard to the nomadic tribe. Zhao Jinger pursed her lips slightly, revealing a bitter smile. Forget it. He can come to Pancheng from Liangqiu for this Xiahua. And he will go abroad from Pancheng for her. What if he sent her away? His heart also left with her. Jinger. I'm sorry. Zhao Fian felt guilty and uncomfortable for not helping her. Zhao Jinger smiled and shook her head. And she had let it go. Sister Fian didn't feel sorry for me. But let it be. He can let anyone in the future. And sister doesn't care. Although she was smiling, her smile was full of bitterness and compromise with life. The people upstairs were happy when they heard it. Jinger. You should have done this a long time ago. Isn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? I promise that as long as I let Hua enter the house, I will never look for another one in the future. Zhao Jinger's face was gloomy. Did she like Xiahua so much? Why did she provoke her and hurt her heart again and again? Sister Fian. I want to fulfill his wish. Cancel the engagement. She knew that Sister Fian had spent a lot of time thinking about her engagement. But she didn't want someone whose heart was not with her. Jinger. Do you want to cancel the engagement? Zhao Fian and Shuaiqiao said in unison. They were obviously surprised. Zhao Fian immediately turned from surprise to comfort. Okay. We don't want this person. Sister will find you a better one. Thank you. Sister Fian. I don't want to consider these in the short term. Zhao Jinger politely refused. The people upstairs ran down and grabbed her arm. Zhao Jinger. Do you really want to cancel the engagement? Zhao Jinger nodded gently, looked at the person who had once attracted her heart, and said softly, Since you like her so much, then I will grant your wish. You? Me? Shuaiqiao didn't expect it to get to this point. He didn't want to give up on Zhao Jinger or the Zhao family behind her. I'm just marrying someone into the family. Why are you so intolerant? Zhao Jinger said nothing more and just shook her head. Zhao Fian pushed his hand away. Okay. Since Jinger doesn't want you anymore, you can find whoever you want. Shuaiqiao disagreed. No. How can we cancel the engagement that our 2 families have made? I don't agree. Zhao Fian sneered. Who do you think you are? Is it any use if you disagree? I just need to write a letter to my father, and your engagement can be cancelled immediately. TSK. She pouted with disdain. How do you think you came to be the young master of the Shui family? This sentence touched Shuaiqiao's pain point, and his face turned black. Zhao Fian. You won. Xiahua. You can go away. Haha. You are so shameless. Without the engagement, do you think I am willing to take care of your business? Get out of here. Zhao Fian pushed the person away and led Zhao Jinger out of the inn. Manager hurriedly came to greet them. Miss Zhao, I will prepare a table for you immediately to apologize to you. Please give me some honor. Although the Zhao family may not come once a month, one visit is equivalent to a month's income. The god of wealth cannot be offended. Zhao Fian waved her hand. Forget it this time. I can't eat with such a disgusting person in the store. Shui Qiao's face became darker, especially in front of so many people, which made him lose face and began to speak harshly. Zhao Fian, don't be complacent. Don't forget that the goods you trade still need my Shui family to take action. Believe it or not, I will make you lose everything this time. Trading with nomadic tribes is mostly barter, and they don't have so much gold and silver. The goods she got in exchange were usually sold to the Shui family. Zhao Fian's face darkened slightly. Was this a threat to her? Zhao Jinger frowned slightly and bit her lips lightly. Sister Fian, there is actually no need to cancel the engagement. Chapter 160, I have an unwelcome request. Zhao Fian interrupted her, looked at the embarrassed man at the door, and curled her lips in disdain. You are not the only family that can receive the goods. If you have the ability, you can make me lose all my money. I will respect you as a man. Otherwise you are a turtle bastard. You are great. Zhao Fian, if you have the ability, don't come to beg me. Zhao Fian snorted coldly and helped Jinger get on the carriage. After watching the good show, Yin Yin took the children on the carriage and left with the convoy. Soon they arrived at another inn. It was not as big as the previous one. Counting the big bunk bed, more than 50 people could barely stay. Big customers. The shopkeeper smiled from ear to ear and served them busily. Yin Yin was assigned to a large room, divided into inner and outer rooms, with 2 large beds. And soon the wine and food were served. She gave the waiter a golden peanut as a reward, which was given by Mrs. Chen at the beginning. Thank you for the reward, madam. If you need anything, please tell me anytime. The waiter held the golden peanuts and smiled with his eyes narrowed into slits. You know, the ladies in the city only gave silver melon seeds and silver peanuts as rewards. Compared with this lady, they were all outshined. Yen Yen said, I really need help. Little brother, I want to buy some warm clothes for my husband and children. I wonder if I can ask a tailor to come over. Abu and Ning Yuan need some clothes to change, and they also need some for themselves and the 2 children. No problem, madam. I will ask someone to come over in a while. By the way, prepare a pot of raw meat for me. My little tiger wants to eat. After saying that, he handed over 2 more golden peanuts. The waiter looked at the big tiger lying at the foot of the bed and thought to himself that it was not as simple as having money to raise a tiger. So he must serve it carefully. Madam, don't worry. I will prepare it right away. The waiter was very efficient. As soon as they finished their meal, the owner of the cloth shop and the tailor were invited over. The other party also brought a lot of finished products and fabrics for her to choose from. Yin Yin picked 3 sets of finished products for each person, and then tailored 20 sets, all of which were made of good materials, mainly because he had no shortage of money. The owner of the cloth shop left with a smile, and before leaving, he rewarded the waiter with 5 taels of silver. It was getting dark, and Yin Yin coaxed the 2 children to sleep, because the bed was big enough. Abu shared a bed with him. His hand gently patted on his body, and Abu thought of his mother. In the past, Anyang coaxed him to sleep like this. Unexpectedly, one day, he could be coaxed like a child. He felt a sore nose and quickly covered his face. Yin Yin's eyes moved slightly, and she continued to coax them softly. This was her loving interaction with the children, and she enjoyed the process. After coaxing the children to sleep, she was about to blow out the lights and rest, when there was a knock on the door outside. Yin Yin went to open the door, and the person who came was Zhao Fian. There must be something wrong with coming to her at this time. So she closed the door and went to the stairwell. Mrs. Yin, I'm very sorry. Zhao Fian apologized first. I should have invited you to dinner and apologized to you formally. But Jinger was not in a good mood, and I was afraid that it would affect your mood. She coaxed people to sleep, and then rushed over to apologize. Yin Yin smiled and waved her hand. There is no need to apologize, and I can understand. Thank you. Zhao Fian was very grateful. She felt very bad that she had to come to this small shop after such a commotion in the afternoon. But fortunately, the other party was generous and did not feel neglected. The more powerful a person is, the more he cares about face. If the other party is unhappy or even refuses to cooperate with her. She can understand. I have an unwelcome request. I hope Madame Yen can agree. Miss Zhao, please tell me. Zhao Fian hesitated and said, my transaction time with the nomadic tribe is coming soon. I have to set off for Linha tomorrow. But Jinger is not in a good mood and can't travel for a long time. I want to ask Madame Yen to stay in Pancheng for a few more days. Of course, I will cover all the food and accommodation for these days. Yin Yan's mind turned, and he looked at her with a smile. Miss Zhao, do you want me to be a bodyguard for your sister Jinger? Zhao Fian blushed and explained embarrassedly. Not a guard. I will leave 10 escorts and 10 servants to protect Jing. However, she has a soft temper. I am afraid that Xueqiao, the bastard, will come to trouble her if I leave. When the time comes, Madame Yen just needs to take the tiger and stay with Jinger. If she really wants to fight, there are escorts and servants. Oh, Miss Zhao means that I am more aggressive and not easy to mess with. No, that's not what I mean. I just think that Madame Yen, who has 3 children and a very obedient tiger by her side, is probably the same as me. Tough and strong. So Jinger can have someone to rely on. Another point is that she, a woman, actually walks such a long way with a grown man in her arms. What does it mean? She knows Kung Fu. How can a woman who knows Kung Fu be easy to bully? This is the main reason for asking her for help. If Madame Yen agrees, I am willing to give a 20% profit on our first deal. She raised the stakes. 20% of 50,000 is 10,000, which is equivalent to paying her 10,000 taels of silver to take care of Jinger for a few days. Yen Yen immediately smiled warmly. Miss Zhao, you are too polite. Isn't it just to help you take care of your sister for a few days? I agree. In that case, thank you, Madame Yen. Zhao Fian clasped her fists and thanked sincerely. This way she could rest assured on her way. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Zhao Fian came to invite her to breakfast, mainly to introduce the two to each other. Yen Yen could not let Ning Yuan leave her sight. Finally, she put the breakfast in the room. Zhao Jinger was still wearing a fairy-like white dress, a light pink coat, and a fan-shaped jewelry on her head, without any other decorations. Jinger meets Madame Yen. She bowed gracefully, with a pleasant voice. Yen Yen sighed. This is a beauty, pleasing to the eye. Miss Zhao, please sit down. The 3 of them sat down. While the children had breakfast in the inner room, Jinger heard from Sister Fian that she would like to thank Madame Yen for her care. Jinger is very grateful. She stood up and bowed again to express her gratitude. She didn't want to trouble others. But Sister Fian was worried, so she had no choice but to obey her. Yen Yen supported her for a while, then smiled and said, You don't need to thank me. Your Sister Fian gave you a benefit. This is a deal. The implication was that this was a deal. So there was no need to thank me at all. Zhao Jinger was slightly startled, glanced at her sister, and then sat down with her lips slightly pursed. Zhao Fian touched her nose and explained with a little embarrassment. Don't think too much. You are my sister. Money can't compare to that. Besides, Madame Yen is not short of money. She said that just because she doesn't want you to think too much. Jinger understands. If I had known that this trip would end like this, I might as well not come. She sighed slightly. Her eyebrows slightly twisted, and a trace of worry between her eyebrows added a melancholy beauty to her. That's not to say. This trip is worth it. If you recognize the true face of that bastard earlier, you can cancel the engagement. If you wait until you get married to find out, it will be too late.